This is a story that takes place in a future timeline. The reborn Lu Wei has reincarnated into the body of a vegetative person and can only stimulate her physical body in real life and fully awaken by ascending to godhood in the game. Chronicles of the Gods to become a true god. Chapter 1. Reborn into the body of a vegetative person. Wei, why can't I see anything? Why can't I move? Lu Wei shouted in the darkness. Suddenly, there's a ball of light here. Lu Wei extended her consciousness towards it. Lu Wei's consciousness flickered in and out before finally stabilizing after a while. This light ball is named Lu Wei, born in the year 2001, the Star Era. She is the youngest daughter of General Al Green's family. Dissatisfied with her father's insistence on her joining the army, she fled from home, but unexpectedly encountered an once-in-a-century interstellar storm that damaged her bodily functions, leaving her in a coma. So, does that mean I am now a vegetative person? After reading the memories of this girl named Lu Wei, the interstellar girl merged into Lu Wei's consciousness. My poor daughter, how unfortunate you are to have encountered a once-in-a-century interstellar storm. But don't be afraid, my daughter. I have prepared a virtual converter and the virtual game Chronicles of the Gods for you. We will meet soon. You all, connect the equipment to the young lady's head. Mrs. Al Green instructed the servants. Mrs. Al Green's original name was Edward Heilman, the eldest daughter of the Heilman family, who married Al Green through a family alliance. However, over the years, Al Green has long since been charmed by the handsome and gentle Al Green. Then, the servants connected the equipment to Lu Wei's head. As the servants worked, Lu Wei felt her consciousness being drawn to a certain place. With a wave of dizziness, Lu Wei felt she could see. Carefully opening her eyes, she discovered she was confined within a screen. Hey, daughter, it's me, your mother, Mrs. Al Green cried with tears streaming down her face as she looked at her nearly naked daughter on the screen. Daughter, use your mental power to manipulate data to form a piece of clothing around you. Mrs. Al Green instructed Lu Wei from the side. Mental power? Is that my consciousness? How do I manipulate the data? Should I just think about it? As she thought this, Lu Wei closed her eyes and tried to manipulate her mental power. Is this my mental power? But why is it so vast? Forget it. Let's manipulate the data to form a piece of clothing. Suddenly, waves of data flowed around Lu Wei on the screen, and then she was dressed in a hanfu from ancient Earth. With Lu Wei's beautiful and enchanting face, it was a striking combination. Daughter, you are so beautiful. You truly are my daughter. Oh, by the way, daughter, this game is the highest level game pod that your elder brother purchased from the Federation. Soon, the technicians will connect these two devices together. Your elder brother said that only through the virtual game can we stimulate your physical functions in reality and completely awaken you. The elegant Mrs. Al Green momentarily lost herself in admiration before speaking to her daughter. The technology of the interstellar age is truly advanced. It can even stimulate the bodily functions of a vegetative person through a game to achieve complete revival. By the way, Mother, can this virtual converter connect to the StarNet? I need some information, Lu Wei asked her elegant mother. Yes, daughter. You all hurry and connect the young lady's consciousness to the StarNet. First, she elegantly answered Lu Wei, then sternly ordered the servants. It seems this lady is not as innocent as she appears. With another round of operations from the servants, Lu Wei felt her consciousness connect to something vast, chaotic, and complex. Daughter, feel free to browse the StarNet. Your father has already recharged your account with 10 million interstellar coins. I need to go inform your father that you have awakened. With that, the elegant lady turned and left the room filled with machines, accompanied by the servants. Hey, mother, dear mother, you haven't told me how to connect to this game pod. After Mrs. Al Green walked away, a dazed Lu Wei snapped back to reality. My mother didn't tell me, but now I can access the StarNet, and there should be information about this there. So this is the StarNet. It's really prosperous, but it still feels somewhat surreal. Dressed in luxurious clothing, Lu Wei appeared in a commercial street. Due to the mental login, her other attributes were reduced to the lowest point. Only her mental power was extraordinarily strong. Right, let's look for news about Chronicles of the Gods. Lu Wei then used her right hand to swipe and search for information on the game. Found it. Let's go. With that, The elegantly dressed Lu Wei disappeared from her spot. This is the official website of Chronicles of the Gods. It's truly enormous. Let's go. Enter and explore, she said as she walked into the grand building of the official website. The site was filled with information about Chronicles of the Gods, such as its origins, which stem from an interstellar exploration team that discovered primitive code in a distant star system. The federal government, along with the Kaiser Group, developed this game. However, there was a glitch during development. Chronicles of the Gods developed its own intelligence, and the government and the Kaiser Group could not control it. But after countless tests by interstellar individuals, this intelligence showed no motive to harm interstellar races. The game intelligence, along with the federal government and the Kaiser Group, developed 100,000 top-tier game pods and countless ordinary game pods. It is said that top-tier game pods are more valuable than ordinary ones, including hidden bloodlines or magical items within the game. By the way, this game was only released not long ago, so I won't be too late to enter. Lu Wei thought silently, oblivious to the fact that someone was in front of her. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Lu Wei forgot that this was the StarNet, where collisions wouldn't harm anyone. It was just her instincts from Earth acting up. Miss Lu Wei, I'm fine. I didn't expect that after experiencing the interstellar storm, you have become even more polite than before. A magnetic voice rang in Lu Wei's ears. How nice to hear. It sounded so good. In fact, Lu Wei was a major fan of good voices. Do you know me? Who wouldn't know you? The beloved daughter of General Al Green, who ran away from home because she didn't want to enlist, but ended up encountering an interstellar storm. Your story has spread throughout the entire Federation. Although the voice was magnetic, it sounded very harsh to Lu Wei's ears. Hey, just youthful ignorance. May I ask who you are? Lu Wei suddenly realized she didn't know the person's name and hurriedly asked, This isn't a suitable place for conversation. May I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of coffee, Miss Lu Wei? The same pleasant male voice echoed in Lu Wei's ears. Sure, please lead the way. Chapter 2. Creating a Character. Lu Wei then followed this handsome man with a magnetic voice into a CAF named Ziyi. Don't ask why Lu Wei just followed him. That's because all criminal activities are prohibited on the StarNet, making it a peaceful place where fighting, robbery, or harassment cannot occur. However, if one really wants to fight on the StarNet, they can go to a designated fighting area where fighting is allowed otherwise. In other places, the federal police will come and take you away. Even nobles can refuse to go with the police, but they will be reported on the StarNet's official website for 3 days. This is a huge blow to a noble's reputation. The two of them sat down in a quiet and pleasant environment. May I ask what flavor of coffee Miss Lu Wei prefers? The magnetic voice rang out again. This just happens to be in Lu Wei's memory. The original owner liked sweet white coffee, which is exactly Lu Wei's taste. Not fond of bitterness. Then I'll have a cup of white charm with sugar and a cup of black luxury without sugar. But don't be fooled by the elegant names in Lu Wei's memory. This is just a regular latte and cappuccino. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I say, you still haven't told this young lady your name. Lu Wei was slightly annoyed. Miss Lu Wei, please don't be angry. The MY name is Gu Lianqing, Gu Lianqing said with a slight smile. Hearing this name, a poster suddenly flashed in Lu Wei's mind. It featured Gu Lianqing's face. You can't be the most handsome colonel in the Federation, Gu Lianqing, right? As she spoke, a gossiping look burst onto Lu Wei's face, causing Gu Lianqing to shiver. I don't know about being the most handsome, but if there's no named twin among the Federation colonels, then it's me. Hearing the title of the most handsome, Gu Lianqing just smiled. Upon hearing Gu Lianqing's answer, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled. Because in her memory, this colonel had rumors with a man. Then you and Lianqing, come here. The newcomer looked very cold and spoke in a very cold manner. Wait, Moyun, I'll come back with you after I finish talking with Miss Lu Wei. Gu Lianqing's magnetic voice suddenly became gentle. Actually, Colonel Gu Lianqing, it seems we don't have much to talk about. Since Colonel Moyun has come to find you, I'll take my leave. Lu Wei tactfully excused herself. Mother is calling. Mother is calling. While Lu Wei was shopping, the watch on her right hand suddenly rang. After recalling how to operate it, she reached out and tapped the watch's face. Suddenly, the watch displayed Lady Airgreen and a handsome, gentle middle-aged man, General Airgreen. Daughter, your father and I are in your room. Please come back. Lady Airgreen's gentle voice sounded, and General Airgreen next to her also nodded slightly. Got it, Mom, Lu Wei answered Lady Airgreen naturally. Sigh, I should go back. I'll come shopping next time. It was still the same room, filled with equipment, with a huge screen covering an entire wall, which suddenly displayed Lu Wei's image. Father, Mother, I hope you're well. After greeting General Airgreen and Lady Airgreen, Lu Wei maintained a smiling demeanor. Is my daughter enjoying her time on the Star Network? Have you encountered anything interesting? Daughter, Daddy misses you so much. It's been a year since you encountered the interstellar storm. Your consciousness has finally awakened. I promise you I won't force you to join the military anymore. General Airgreen's handsome face revealed a look of regret. Dad, don't say that. Look, my consciousness has awakened now. As long as I work hard in the Chronicles of the Gods game next, I can fully wake up. Hearing General Airgreen's regretful words, Lu Wei suddenly let go of the barriers in her heart. Yes, yes, yes. As long as my daughter works hard in the Chronicles of the Gods, she can fully awaken. Moreover, don't be afraid, Daddy, Mommy, and your older brother's companions will also enter the game. Shocked. Mom, are you also going to enter the game? Dad, and my brother too? Lu Wei suddenly felt dizzy. Isn't her brother still working in the military? And Dad is a senior official in the federal government. How could they have so much free time? Lu Wei's puzzled expression made the handsome middle-aged man, General Airgreen, chuckle. Haha, is my daughter worried about my and your brother's work? Don't worry. Ever since the federal government swept through several nearby star systems with his help, the Federation will be in a long-lasting peace. As he spoke, General Airgreen looked at him with admiration. Oh, is that so? That's great. Lu Wei completely relaxed and waited to enter the Chronicles of the Gods. Verifying identity information. Please wait. A mechanical voice rang in Lu Wei's ears, startling her. After all, she was no longer the original owner, and she didn't know if this verification would go through. Identity confirmed. Lu Wei Airgreen. Welcome to the Chronicles of the Gods. I am your game sprite, Alu. Alu had a commanding presence, but was named Alu. Lu Wei thought interstellar people really know how to have fun. Lu Wei Airgreen. Would you like to choose random attributes or attributes obtained through body scanning? What's the difference between the two? Random attributes are assigned randomly by the game's AI, while body scanning will thoroughly scan your body to obtain attributes. However, I recommend using the attributes obtained from body scanning, as it will be easier for you to control your game character. Then let's go with body scanning. Beep, scanning in progress. Results as follows. Name, Lu Wei Airgreen. Spirit, 2510 physique, 310 strength, 310 speed, 310 charm, 1810 intelligence, 1810. Note, the numbers in parentheses are those of an average person. Wow. Lu Wei, your low attributes are too low, and your high attributes are too high. Here, it's recommended that you choose the human mage. Wait, I remember there are rewards for logging into the top-tier game pod. What are my rewards? Lu Wei, please wait. Your rewards are as follows. Bloodline. Source of magic. This bloodline can greatly increase the gathering and casting speed of magic. Note, this bloodline can be used by all races. Artifact. Source of all magic. This artifact resembles a staff, but at low levels, it will be a magic wand, and only at high levels will all forms be unlocked. Note, this artifact can be used by all races. All right, Lu Wei, what is your choice? Looking at the beautiful elves, rough orcs, half-orcs, and small halflings passing by, Lu Wei still decided to choose the human mage. Beep, Lu Wei chooses race. Human, profession mage. Would you like to adjust your appearance up or down? Lu Wei looked at the overly beautiful character model and decisively chose to adjust down. Beep, Lu Wei chooses to adjust down. Is there any other modification? None. Okay. Lu Wei, congratulations on successfully creating your character. You will be born in the 0618 Novice Village. Enjoy your game. After saying that, the game sprite named Alu waved its hand, and a void appeared beneath Lu Wei's feet. Chapter 3. Miss Mia. This is a medieval town in ancient Earth's western world. Congratulations, player Lu Wei Airgreen, for discovering a new map, Shuiyu Town. Please continue to work hard. This body is so weak. Just walking a few steps is tiring. What should I do now? Looking at the many players in front of her, Lu Wei felt a bit of a headache. Hey, come take a look. The top-grade fire crystal just dug out from Huiyu Mountain is the perfect choice for mages to craft fire attribute staves. Newbie, come quick. Premium green gear, a great helper for leveling up. Looking at her backpack, the lonely source of all magic lay inside, along with some currency gifted by the AI, which is the universal currency in the Chronicles of the Gods. Level 2 low to equip this weapon. Please level up more. Black line. I can't even use my own weapon. Without my own weapon, I can't fight monsters, and without fighting monsters, I can't level up. Lu Wei fell into confusion for a moment. Forget it. I should go into the town and see if I can buy something to cover my face. Lu Wei thought as she looked at the players surrounding her, feeling a headache again. Adventurer, welcome. This is Mia's weapon shop. The NPC in the weapon shop said coldly to Lu Wei. Check the affinity. This was something Lu Wei had figured out along the way. The game, surprisingly, had no beginner's guide, and everything needed to be explored by the players themselves, including this affinity system. Lual green. Your affinity with Mia NPC is 30, currently in a cold state. If the player can raise the affinity to the status of close friends, all equipment at the weapon shop will be half price. A subtitle suddenly appeared in front of Lu Wei. Lu Wei smiled slightly. Miss Mia, could you recommend some equipment suitable for me? As everyone knows, asking a merchant for recommendations is a sure way to get scammed, but it also has its benefits. Adventurer, with your current strength, you can't use any high-level weapons. However, business must go on, so I recommend this lightweight spirit bow. I see that your physical attributes are not great, but your mental attributes are quite good. This bout does not require you to pull it back to shoot instead. It uses your mental power as arrows. Whether you can use it well depends on you. After speaking, Miss Mia displayed the price of the bow. It happened to be the total of all the currency in Lu Wei's backpack. Well, okay. Knowing her own situation, Lu Wei realized that with her current physique, she needed both hands to wield even a lightweight knife. Ding! Transaction successful. Lost 45 currency to obtain the spirit bow. Mia's affinity increased to 35. The game AI sent a message. Oh, by the way, adventurer, we have run out of water point rabbit skins for the leather boots in the shop. Please go to the southern woods and bring some back for me. This is the Grella dagger. It can completely skin a water point rabbit. You have 5 hours to complete this task. The reward will be revealed upon your return. Perhaps due to the increase in affinity, Miss Mia gave Lu Wei her first task. Understood, Miss Mia. I will definitely bring back the water point rabbit skins. Lu Wei was very happy. After all, this was her first task in the era of the gods, Southern Woods. Here, players walked in groups, rushing towards any living creature they saw, leaving no chance for Lu Wei to act. Sigh, forget it. Let's walk to another part of the woods, she said as she headed toward a safer area, unknowingly moving deeper into the woods. Hey, since there are fewer people here, I'll act here. Whoosh. Missed. Whoosh, still missed. Lu Wei was almost furious. She didn't expect her aim to be so poor. Whoosh. Hit. She struck a water point rabbit's leg. Lu Wei cautiously approached. Puff. A marble-sized droplet of water was expelled from the blue rabbit's mouth. No wonder it's called a water point rabbit. It turns out to be a magical beast. Since it's a magical beast, I won't hold back. After saying that, Lu Wei took out the Grella dagger and slashed at the rabbit's neck. Unexpectedly, with just a light touch, the rabbit died. Scan. This was something Lu Wei discovered she could easily do after realizing her strong mental power. Grella dagger red. Owner. Mia currently managed by Lu Wei Green. Attributes. Sharp blade 3. Armor break 3. Skill. Soul absorption. As long as this dagger cuts the body, it will absorb the soul. Attack 2330. Due to the manager's insufficient power, the weapon's attack is automatically sealed. An artifact. What a good item. Too bad it's not mine. A certain glow radiated from Lu Wei's eyes. Check battle records. Player Lu Wei Green used the spirit bow mist. Player Lu Wei Green used the spirit bow mist. Player Lu Wei Green used the spirit bow. Hit the water point rabbit's back, right leg. Player Lu Wei Green used the Grella dagger. Killed the water point rabbit. Obtained complete water point rabbit skin. Gained 3 experience. Only 3 experience for a rabbit? Do I need to kill 3 more to level up? Lu Wei looked at the experience bar showing 310 and suddenly realized how difficult this game was. Why think so much? Killing monsters to level up is the main thing. Then Lu Wei walked to another place, lying in a patch of grass and staring at a blue rabbit ahead. Taking out the spirit bow from her backpack, she stood cautiously in the grass. Now's the time. Whoosh. Hit. Lu Wei hurried over to take out the Grella dagger and killed the rabbit, gaining 3 experience and something else. Scan, whiteboard axe. Attack 13. Trash, was Lu Wei's first thought. Her second thought was, this game can actually drop equipment. Suddenly, her motivation surged. Lu Wei hadn't forgotten that she had nearly gone bankrupt for a bow. Next, Lu Wei continuously sought trouble with the blue rabbits. Whoosh. Hit. Experience 3. Whoosh. Missed. The water point rabbit escaped. Whoosh. Whoosh. As Lu Wei kept using the spirit bow, her control over it improved, and she could now shoot 2 arrows with her mental power. Hit. Suddenly, Lu Wei felt a wave of relaxation in her mind, and then she felt something new in her body. Level up. But Miss MIA's task isn't completed yet. Keep going, there are still 3.5 hours left to submit the task. Lu Wei looked at the task interface, showing rabbit skin 415, lost in thought. Whoosh. Hit. Experience 1. It seems that as the level increases, the experience gained from these low-level magical beasts decreases. In the later stages, unless she slaughters a few dragons or kills some liches, it would be hard to gather enough experience to level up. Whoosh. Hit. Experience 1. Whoosh. Hit. Experience 1. AI prompt. Due to player Lu Wei L. Green continuously hunting Waterpoint rabbits, the Waterpoint rabbit clan leader is very angry, and the clan leader, Shui Lan, is about to appear. Please prepare, player. Note: upon player death, some items in the backpack will be lost. Lu Wei's pupils constricted. Had she provoked a boss? Seeing that note, Lu Wei thought it seemed unavoidable. Then, relying on her meager 3 points in constitution and 3 points in strength, she struggled to climb a tree. Is that the Waterpoint rabbit clan leader, Shui Lan? So big, but being large is good. It'll be easier for other players to notice. As Lu Wei looked at the enormous blue rabbit approaching, she felt a wave of fear. Waterpoint rabbit clan leader, Shui Lan, elite level 5. Speed, 12 intelligence, 14 magic, 20 strength, 15 constitution, 18. Unmatched. Dangerous. However, there was a glimmer of hope. Other players were coming. Ding! A level 1 shadow assassin initiated an attack on Shui Lan. However, the attack was ineffective. The whiteboard dagger's attack power was only slightly higher than that of the whiteboard axe. Whoosh! A small fireball flew over. Unexpectedly, it was extinguished by a droplet of water the size of fist. Lu Wei was delighted, because Shui Lan's aggro was drawn to the other players. So Lu Wei suddenly fell from the tree, losing 4 health points, almost severely injured. Her actions attracted some players, but upon seeing that Lu Wei's gear was worse than a newbie's, they turned back to focus on Shui Lan. Perhaps in the minds of these players, they thought they could win by sheer numbers. Mia's weapon shop. Miss Mia, I've gathered the rabbit skins you wanted, and hay-raced your Grella dagger. Thanks to it. A disheveled Lu Wei stood in front of Miss Mia. Very good. Adventurer, these rabbit skins are quite intact. Hay-race your reward. Miss Mia looked at the rabbit skins and then waved her hand. Ding. Gained level 0 skinning skill. Gained 15 currency. Mia's affinity increased. Oh, I see you've made a breakthrough. Your mental power is quite strong. I'll give you this as well. The Mage Guild is to the west of the town. Miss Mia seemed to know what profession Lu Wei would choose next. After saying that, she waved her hand, signaling Lu Wei to leave. Ding. Obtain green weapon, little magic wand. Not bad, not bad. A good harvest. There's still some rabbit skins in the backpack that can be sold. By the way, the Mage Guild is important. Miss Mia, do you have any black cloaks here? I don't need any special attributes. Just something to cover up. Lu Wei remembered her appearance issue and inquired again with Miss Mia. This one suits you quite well. Lu Wei looked up. Black cloak, green attributes. Low visibility 1 reduces others' attention on you defense. 34 price. 5 Sierra Leone's coins. This cloak is the trash of the green category, but it is quite suitable for Lu Wei right now. After all, other high-level cloaks are either too high in level or too expensive. Then this one it is. Lost 5 Sierra Leone's coins. Obtain black cloak. Miss Mia, see you again if fate allows. Lu Wei said to Miss Mia before exiting Mia's weapon shop. Then she quickly walked towards the west of the town. Chapter 4. Knowledge of Mages. To the west of the town, a magnificent mage tower looms in the background. This is a tower that can only be built by legendary mages, a symbol of their status and a demonstration of their immense power. Lu Wei walked into the Mage Guild's entrance and approached an NPC resembling a servant. "Hello, I am Lu Wei Green. Here, to become a mage," Lu Wei said to the handsome servant NPC standing at the door. "Welcome, new adventurer. I am Soya, one of the servants of the Mage Guild. It seems this is your first visit to the Mage Guild. Let me explain a bit," the handsome male servant said. Lu Wei felt that this game was truly a paradise for those who favored good looks. Ahem, back to the point. The Mage Guild is a place that every decent town has. It is distributed alongside the Church of the Gods and other vocational guilds in various towns. The difference is that the Church of the Gods may not be present everywhere, but vocational guilds are found in every location. Additionally, this Mage Guild has a legendary level mage and several mid to high-level mages, while the low-level mages consist of the game's native mage apprentices and players. I think Lu Wei Green already knows the basic situation, so I will take you to the low-level mage's mentor, the handsome servant NPC said, leading Lu Wei into a small room. "Master Igor, this is the new adventurer, so yeah." The handsome servant NPC greeted a middle-aged mage dressed in a silver robe inside the room. "Master Igor, I am adventurer Lu Wei Green, and I wish to become a mage." Lu Wei also bowed to the mage. According to the rules, players from outside do not need to be so polite to NPCs in the game. But that was in the past. Just a few days ago, a player was killed by a death spell from a mage NPC for being disrespectful. The game character permanently lost 2 attribute points. "Adventurer, let us start with a simple test." After saying this, the mage named Igor produced a crystal ball. "Place your hand on it and relax your consciousness," he said while moving the crystal ball towards Lu Wei. "Okay, esteemed Master Igor." Lu Wei obediently placed her right hand on it and closed her eyes. Relaxing her consciousness was easy for Lu Wei, who was already in a vegetative state. Seeing Lu Wei enter the state so quickly, Master Igor nodded appreciatively, and then one of his hands hovered over the crystal ball, emitting a faint glow. Soon after, Master Igor's eyes brightened slightly, indicating that he had assessed Lu Wei's physical quality and various conditions. Lu Wei slowly opened her eyes, fearing to hear bad news from Master Igor. "You adventurers are truly favored by the Supreme God, Game Intelligence," he exclaimed. "Although your physical quality is not high, even lower than that of a child, your intelligence and mental strength are quite high, especially your mental attribute, which has already reached the peak of a level 1 mage. Take these 2 books and read them. If you have questions, come ask me." After saying this, Master Igor handed Lu Wei 2 thick leather-bound books and a badge. "This is my personal badge. Oh, by the way, the Mage Guild has prepared rooms for you preparatory mages. It's only 2 Sierra Leonean Leones for a night. With my badge, you can pay 1 Sierra Leonean Leone less." After finishing, Master Igor vanished before Lu Wei and the servant Soya. "Ahem, adventurer, let me take you to the preparatory mage's room. But we need to pay first." After saying this, servant Soya led the way towards the center of the Mage Guild. Hey. All right." After paying 5 Sierra Leonean Leones, Lu Wei sat on a bed reminiscent of the Western medieval era in a daze. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and finish reading the books Master Igor gave you." Lu Wei slapped her own face, but due to her low physical strength, she didn't feel much. Lu Wei took out the 2 thick books from her backpack, one titled Essential Knowledge for Beginner Mages and the other How Mages Advance. She decided to read Essential Knowledge for Beginner Mages first. Beep! The player reads Essential Knowledge for Beginner Mages, gaining 3 knowledge and 3 experience points. Oh, reading books can also gain experience. According to the introduction in Essential Knowledge for Beginner Mages, they are the masters of manipulating energy in the multiverse of the God Chronicles, the users of magic, classified as spellcasters based on their unique casting techniques. They draw magical energy from the multiverse and use unique techniques to cast this magical energy, creating flames, storms, and lightning. They can also open portals to other planes and summon beings from other planes to aid them. In the God Chronicles, mages are divided into 8 factions: the spellcasting faction, the divination faction, the manipulation faction, the energy manipulation faction, the illusion faction, the necromancy faction, the transformation faction, and the protection faction. The spellcasting faction, simply put, does not refer to curses, but is a general term for materializing spell energy. This explanation would take too many words, so I 1T elaborate. The common spells of the divination faction include foreseeing the future, but divination spells are not limited to this. Mages who study divination tend to be more knowledgeable than those of other factions, as divination spells can reveal many hidden secrets. A key mention of the energy manipulation faction. Energy manipulation spells can control energy or utilize unknown sources of power to produce expected results, akin to creating something out of nothing. The vast majority of energy manipulation spells can produce stunning magical effects and can also cause significant magical damage. Spells like Fireball and Burning Hands can deal massive damage. Energy manipulation mages are similar to the mages in typical online games. Additionally, according to Essential Knowledge for Beginner Mages, all mages have a limitation known as spell slots. Spell slots exist due to the magical network system, because the first-generation goddess of magic did not limit how high-level spells could be used by high mages. One exceptionally talented and powerful mage successfully injured the first-generation goddess of magic using his spells and seized the rights to the magical network. However, this exceptionally talented and powerful mage ultimately self-destructed due to being unable to handle the violent magical energy. Spell slots were proposed at that time, a limitation set by the second-generation powerful goddess of magic in the God Chronicles. It is precisely because of the existence of spell slots that many mages with insufficient talent can still cast some high-level spells. However, it is also due to the existence of spell slots that current mages cannot access the highest level spells. Because of spell slots, the spells mages cast are limited. The number of spells that can be cast each day depends on the mage's level. Moreover, due to spell slots, mages must memorize their spells anew every day. Otherwise, they will have no spells to cast the next day. As for the content and how mages advance, it is relatively simple. The book states that a regular mage apprentice can successfully advance to a level 1 mage by memorizing 3 level 1 spell models. But this is quite difficult for some mages with insufficient talent and weak mental strength, because in the early stages of being a mage, most mages, due to insufficient talent and weak mental strength, would need to use some magical items to advance to a level 1 mage. However, this method is only accessible to the children of nobility, while regular mage apprentices can only rely on meditation to improve their mental limitations. But doing so, it takes a lot of time, and they might never succeed in advancing to a level 1 mage even by old age. Since 3 spell models are needed to advance to a level 1 mage, what kind of spells do I need to memorize? Lu Wei expressed that it was a bit difficult. Although there aren't many level 1 spells, there are still a few. This is quite frustrating for someone who struggles with choices. Then let's go with the spell for enhancing resistance from the spellcasting school, the light spell from the transmutation school, and the frost ray. At least these 3 are useful. After saying this, Lu Wei closed her eyes and tried to memorize the 3 spell models in her mind. Puffed. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Wei was too anxious. She actually tried to memorize 3 spell models at once. Now she has suffered a backlash from the spells. Hiss, my head hurts so much. It seems that I won't be able to successfully advance today. Chapter 5, Promoting to Level 1 Mage. Why is it so difficult to promote to a Level 1 Mage? This is Lu Wei's 3rd failure, and after 3 failures, her mental strength has plummeted, leaving her with a headache. Forget it, I'll take a break. Lu Wei then lay directly on the bed for preparatory mages. Hey, wait, finally, I've come to this world, so why not go out for a stroll? Anyway, it looks like there's no hope for promotion today. Without hesitation, Lu Wei put on her black cloak and went out. Wow, there's even lighting in a medieval town? Lu Wei exclaimed at the few street lamps standing by the roadside. The commoners are really lowly and foolish. Most of these lamps come from us nobles. A plump young man in luxurious clothes beside Lu Wei said loudly. His words prompted the nearby commoners to glare angrily at this seemingly noble fat man. It seems you are quite displeased. Oh, the badge of Master Igor the Mage? You are a mage? The plump nobleman was surprised as he spoke. Inspect. Chronicle, Noble Mage, Challenge Level, 2, Strength, 8 Constitution, 8 Speed, 6 Mental Strength, 14 Charisma, 13 Intelligence, 15 Favorability, 50 Neutral. Honorable Lord Chronicle, hello, I am Lu Wei, a mage apprentice, and this badge was given to me by Lord Igor. Respectful words always make you feel good, and knowledgeable people know what to do. So you're an adventurer, just in time. I need to go to the Mage Guild. Would this adventurer like to accompany me? Hearing Lu Wei's respectful address, the plump noble youth was very pleased. Ding! Crosscodale's Favorability 3. A selective quest is activated. The young master of the Caudale family asks if you would like to go to the Mage Guild with him. Note, the smart brain recommends players to go. You might even receive a reward from Crosscodale. Not going may cause a decrease in Crosscodale's favorability. You might even incur the hostility of the Caudale family. Lu Wei looked at the last note with a black line on her forehead, not wanting to provoke the nobles. I'm very happy to accompany you. Although Lu Wei was cursing in her heart, she still smiled brightly at Crosscodale. Very well. This adventurer, please follow me. Let us take my carriage. The young master of the Caudale family looked very pleased. Could there be something bad? Sigh, forget it. Let's follow and see. At worst, I can log off forcibly. It won't harm me anyway. Then, Lu Wei followed Crosscodale to a carriage that looked extraordinarily luxurious. Come on, adventurer. Cross extended his left hand with gentlemanly grace. Thank you. Lu Wei reached out her hand. Let's go. Off to the Mage Guild. After Cross finished giving orders to the servants outside, he also came in. Lu Wei was shocked. Because the interior space of this carriage was extraordinarily large, she casually pulled down the hood of her cloak. This carriage was enchanted with a space expansion spell by my grandfather. Don't be fooled by its small exterior. The interior is quite spacious. Seeing Lu Wei in a daze, Cross smiled slightly and explained, Your grandfather? Lu Wei was a bit puzzled. It seemed she hadn't read enough books. Yes, my grandfather, Viscount Carlos Caudale. He is now a legendary archmage. Cross said proudly, as if he himself were that legendary archmage. So impressive. But why did your grandfather enchant a carriage with space expansion? After hearing Cross say that his grandfather was a legendary archmage, Lu Wei was even more puzzled. Did Viscount Carlos Caudale have such extravagant tastes? What are you thinking? My grandfather is not that kind of person. He enchanted this spell in the carriage simply because he is lazy. Oh no, I spoke too quickly. Cross regretted inwardly. Ding! The player has extracted the password of Viscount Carlos Caudale through conversation. Eloquence 3, Knowledge 3, Experience 3. The sudden prompt from the smart brain startled Lu Wei. But since Cross was so easy to talk to, she decided to extract some more information. Oh, this must be the privilege of having great strength. But I can't even break through to a level 1 mage. Lu Wei cleverly praised Viscount Carlos first, and then pretended to be sad. According to ancient rumors from Earth, beautiful women all have good acting skills. Sure enough, the naive Cross took the bait. Oh dear, beautiful Miss Lu Wei, don't be sad. Can I show you my insights on breaking through to level 1 mage? Don't be sad. This young Master Cross definitely hasn't dated anyone or been deceived by beautiful women. Unknowingly, Lu Wei eliminated the barrier of thinking this was a game. To her, everything in front of her felt truly real. Then, thank you very much, young Master Cross. She then unceremoniously took the book. You can only look at this. The rest is off limits. Cross's chubby hand folded the book, setting boundaries. The player has obtained Crosscodale's insights on breaking through. Acting 10, Knowledge 3. Surprised. This acting skill directly increased by 10. Knowledge is only 9. Could it be that beautiful women's acting skills really have a bonus? It turns out that breaking through to level 1 mage is not as simple as just memorizing 3 level 1 spell models completely. It also requires forming spell models and circuits in one's mind by combining mental strength with magical power. Young Master Cross, your insights say that magical power must also form a spell circuit in the mind. How can one form a circuit in the mind? Ms. Lu Wei. Let me first ask how you broke through before. I previously used mental strength to analyze the spell models in my mind. Crosscodale smiled wryly. He really encountered someone who only used mental strength. You must not have read How Mages Advance carefully, right? The book clearly states that promotion requires the cooperation of magical power within your body to succeed. Cross was a bit angry. For mages, knowledge surpasses everything. Yet he encountered someone who hadn't even read the book seriously. Really? Lu Wei chuckled. Young master, we have arrived. The servant outside reminded the two inside the carriage. Let's get off. Adventurer Lu Wei. Cross suddenly became cold. Hearing that cold voice made Lu Wei feel a bit sad. After greeting the surrounding NPCs, Lu Wei walked straight to her preparatory mage room, ready to break through to level 1 mage. Inside the room, Lu Wei found herself surrounded by various magical elements. Oh no, I'm going to fail again. Just when Lu Wei thought she was going to fail again, suddenly a small white emerged from the depths of her mental strength. This small white that emitted a faint glow, calming Lu Wei's chaotic mental strength and magical power. Finally, with a pop sound, Lu Wei successfully promoted. Chapter 6. A visit to the library, finally promoted to a first-level mage. Lu Wei was very excited. After suffering from so many backlash spells that left her dizzy, she had finally succeeded. By the way, after buying a room last time, there were still 5 Lu coins left. Why not go to the library and take a look? After all, the book's essential knowledge for junior mages and how mages advance only contains simple first-level spells. Hello, adventurer. Welcome to the Library of the God of Knowledge. I am Ida, said a voice as Lu Wei arrived at the library, located to the east of the town in front of the Knowledge Church. Thank you. The power of knowledge is so vast. Lu Wei thought to herself, how could she come to the library without making some preparations? The library, one of the domains of the God of Knowledge, contains divine power that protects the books within it, ensuring they remain intact. The God of Knowledge, Agrima, according to the records in Essential Knowledge for Junior Mages, is said to have come to this world at the beginning of the multiverse's creation. He saw that the concept of the entire multiverse was in utter chaos, so he named these chaotic concepts at the center of the universe, which is now the main plane. The materials he named would stabilize and generate corresponding powers. Over the following thousands of years, Agrima continuously named these concepts, and due to his naming, the multiverse stabilized. Thus, he earned the favor of the multiverse and successfully ascended to great divine power in ancient times. The God of Knowledge, Agrima, is a powerful deity of the neutral alignment. He and his knowledge church gather and protect all knowledge of the multiverse, encouraging people to cherish knowledge. However, this initiative has not been fully implemented, as there are too many commoners in the multiverse struggling to meet their basic needs. For these commoners, survival is the most important thing. However, this deity is also a stubborn and traditional god. For thousands of years, the God of Knowledge has adhered to a system that has become decrepit. Recently, it is said that there has been a divergence within the Knowledge Church. Some believers believe they should innovate and not cling to the old, decaying system, while others think this is a legacy from the God of Knowledge and should not be subject to new innovations. And it seems that the God of Knowledge, Agrima, has no opinion on the divergence among his followers. Perhaps he wishes to find a new path from the struggle between the two sides. Hello, adventurer. I am a library administrator, Loudy. The library regulations state that if you only want to read some simple books, you can pay 1 Lu coin for unlimited time. However, if you wish to read books with magical properties, you must pay 5 Lu coins to view them for 2 hours. The central administrator spoke to Lu Wei. The library administrator is one of the believers who make up the Knowledge Church. Hello, Loudy. I'm Lu Wei. I want to read some books about first-level spells. You know, we mages lack spells at low levels. Do you have any recommended books? Lu Wei asked, knowing that the recommendations from library administrators are usually reliable. Which part of first-level spells does Lu Wei want? Loudy asked with a smile. By the way, how can a believer of the God of Knowledge be so handsome and elegant? Lu Wei couldn't help but feel infatuated. I want some practical spells from the School of Transmutation and Protection for first-level mages, Lu Wei said, feeling a bit shy as she looked back at Loudy. Well then, how about this book, Practical Spells for Low-Level Mages? It was written by a legendary tier mage. Loudy waved his hand, and a book flew over Mage's hand. A very convenient trick, but considering he brought the book from such a distance, Loudy's spellcasting level must be quite high. Thank you, Loudy. Lu Wei smiled gently at him. Beep. 5 Lu coins spent. Obtain practical spells for low-level mages. Rented for 2 hours. The voice of the smart brain always comes out after losing money. Please follow me, Miss Lu Wei. This Wei is the reading room exclusive for mages. Loudy called to the servant who was leading Lu Wei. Okay, thank you. Miss Lu Wei, you must remember that this reading room is exclusive for mages. It is a single room. This means you can cast some low-level spells inside. The desk in the reading room is protected by high-level spells, so as long as you place the book on it, you won't need to worry about damaging it with spells. The servant explained to Lu Wei. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Lu Wei entered the reading room that belonged solely to her. She placed the book on the desk. It wasn't that Lu Wei didn't want to take the book directly, but due to her inept physique and strength, she couldn't lift the book, which was as heavy as a head. Practical spells for low-level mages, written by Carlos Cardell. It turns out this was written by Cross's grandfather. Lu Wei felt a headache coming on. The opening had a very promotional style reminiscent of Earth's MLM. Are you tired of the few spells that first-level mages can cast after being promoted? Are you confused by the many spells? Then this book is for you. Written by legendary Mage Carlos Cardell, it will eliminate your confusion about spell selection. Lu Wei felt that there were too many points to criticize in this introduction, making it hard to begin. Continuing to read, it finally stopped having a slow promotional style. First, some zero-level spells are not worth considering. They are not very useful. Then, the first-level spells include hypnosis. Quite simple. It means to hypnotize others. Identification. This spell is commonly used among NPCs in weapon shops. But players sometimes learn it as well, since you can't carry an identifier around when you're out and about. So this spell is quite necessary. However, this spell is similar to Lu Wei's investigation. So pass. Resistance increase. Can increase the defense of the target, but this spell becomes useless later on, as it can only be used when players are at low levels. Daze. Similar in function to hypnosis, but daze can make enemies experience intense dizziness. Flash. Creates a strong flash of light in front of enemies, temporarily blinding them. Magic Missile. A powerful attacking spell among first-level spells. As long as your spellcasting level is high enough, thousands of magic missiles can rain down on you. Note, Magic Missile launches 4 missiles at once. Shield can block ordinary attacks. Additionally, according to the spell compendium, ordinary low-level spells can also deal significant damage. For example, Grease and Fireball can form a large fireball spell, and so on. Finally, Lu Wei chose to memorize the first-level spells Magic Missile, Flash, and Hypnosis. As for zero-level spells, with Lu Wei's mental strength, she could memorize 9. Thus, Lu Wei memorized Acid Splash, creates a small acidic ball, low damage, detect poison, similar to Lu Wei's investigation. But this can check for toxicity, detect magic, detect surrounding magical energy in items, as well as Mage's Hand, an essential spell for everyday use. Chapter 7. Off to the Labud tribe. On this day, Lu Wei had just finished memorizing the spell she intended to use when she stepped out of her room. Miss Lu Wei, hello. Master Igor is looking for you. Please go to the low-level Mage guidance section of the Mage Guild to find Master Igor. It was still that handsome guild servant. I understand. Thank you. See ya. Lu Wei smiled slightly at the servant. Smart brain, check my data. Name, Lu Wei. Iurgelin, level 1 Mage. Spirit, 25, 25. Constitution, 410 Strength, 410 Speed, 410 Charm, 1810 Intelligence, 1810 Bloodline. Source of Magic, semi-sealed. Will be fully unsealed when the player reaches a higher level. Note, the values in parentheses are those of an ordinary person. Level 1 spells. Hypnosis Flash. Magic Missile level 0 spells. Acid Splash detect poison. Mage Hand. Low-level Mage guidance section. Good morning, Master Igor. So you said you were looking for me? Lu Wei greeted Master Igor politely. Oh, it's the adventurer Lu Wei. Iurgelin. Yes, I have something to discuss with you. Just last night, the Mage Guild received a letter from the Labud Goblin Tribe. The letter stated that this goblin tribe was attacked by an unknown entity and requested that we send some people to help. Master Igor explained the situation to Lu Wei. But, Master Igor, I remember that their goblins are protected by deities. How could there be invaders attacking the goblin tribe? Lu Wei was puzzled, as this world indeed had deities. Normally, this news shouldn't be known to adventurers at this time, but it doesn't matter. You will learn sooner or later. After you adventurers arrived in this world, a storm of energy erupted across the multiverse, sweeping through all the higher planes, including the divine realms where the deities reside. The deity of the goblin race has been swept down to the mortal realm by the energy storm and is now missing. Master Igor explained to Lu Wei why the goblin deity was no longer protecting the goblin tribe. Ding! The player has learned the reason for the fall of the gods in advance. Knowledge 10, Experience 10. So this attack is because the deities cannot protect the goblin tribe? What do I have to do? Lu Wei wanted to clarify why she had to go. Lu Wei, I think you misunderstood. I am not asking you to help the goblin tribe resist the attack. Rather, I need you to gather some records from the goblin tribe. As for the other matters, higher-level mages will handle them. You just need to go with them. It turned out she had misunderstood. How could a useless mage like her be sent to fend off enemies? Ding. The player is informed that Master Igor of the Mage Guild wants to recruit you as an apprentice. How about this, Lu Wei? I will teach you spell techniques, and you'll help me find some things. Master Igor said to Lu Wei. Well, okay, esteemed Master Igor. Lu Wei thought that becoming a disciple wasn't a big deal. As a low-level novice mage, she wasn't of much use. Lu Wei, take out the badge I gave you. I will fill in some information. After hearing this, Lu Wei immediately took out Master Igor's badge. Master Igor waved his staff and cast several spells on the badge. Level 5 spell. Minor energy shift level 4 spell. Protection from evil level 4 spell. Mass hold person level 3 spell. Haste level 2 spell. Increase agility. Permanent. Obtained Igor's badge blue. Lu Wei, I have added a few spells to this badge. You need to understand that we mages do not rely on external objects. So, the few intermediate spells I gave you can only be used once a day. I also made sure to give you a permanent increase agility spell, in case you get winded after just a few steps. Master Igor originally spoke seriously to Lu Wei, but as he continued, he started to mock Lu Wei's poor constitution. Lu Wei felt a headache coming on. Got it, Master Igor. I will go meet with the other mages now. Let's go. I must go. Go ahead. Find Suya at the entrance of the guild. He will take you to meet the other mages. Oh, by the way, if you don't want to be troubled, take my badge with you. After saying this, Master Igor waved his hand, as if shooing Lu Wei away. Exiting the low-level mage guidance section, Lu Wei walked toward the entrance of the mage guild and found the still handsome Suya waiting there. Hello, Suya. Master Igor said you would take me to meet the mages heading to the Labiud goblin tribe. Although Lu Wei spoke normally to Suya, her heart was racing. Ah, Suya is so handsome. Such a good figure. Those legs, that face. I can't take it anymore. Yes, Miss Lu Wei. I will take you to meet the other mages. Oh, by the way, this is the mage robe from Master Igor. After saying this, Suya smiled gently at Lu Wei. Obtained. Igor's mage robe. The sound of the smart brain interrupted Lu Wei's infatuation. Okay, please lead the way. Lu Wei withdrew her gaze from Suya and looked at the mage robe. Inspect. Igor's mage robe, green, exclusive. Lu Wei. Urgent defense. 10 to 20 skill. Mage shield, once per day. This is the mage robe specially designed by Master Igor for his apprentice. It can prevent the apprentice from being killed instantly at low levels. But if you want to use this robe to avoid crisis, that is unnecessary, as this robe is only suitable for low-level level 1 mages. Inspect. Igor's badge, blue, exclusive. Lu Wei. Urgent level 5 spell. Minor energy shift level 4 spell. Protection from evil level 4 spell. Mass hold person level 3 spell. Haste level 2 spell. Increase agility, permanent. This is a badge designed by Master Igor himself, and the spells attached to it are to prevent his newly recruited apprentice from being instantly killed. I say, how much does this Master Igor expect me to be killed to prepare these 2 items? Miss Lu Wei, we have arrived. This is where you will meet the other mages. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Suya pointed to a place with several carriages and asked Lu Wei. I'm fine. You can leave, said Lu Wei as she put on Igor's badge on her chest and walked toward the largest carriage. Please stop. This is not a place you can go. A guard standing beside the carriage blocked Lu Wei. Hello, I am Lu Wei. Urgent. I am to accompany the mage inside the carriage to the Labude goblin tribe. Please inform the master inside the carriage, Lu Wei said to the guard. Upon hearing that Lu Wei was also going to the Labude goblin tribe, the guard's expression suddenly changed, as if thinking, such low strength? Let her up. Is this a spell of telepathy? She seems to be a powerful mage. Please. The guard let Lu Wei through. Could you help me up? I can't climb up. Lu Wei awkwardly said to the guard. The guard said nothing and directly lifted Lu Wei up. Lu Wei, I urge you are the last one. Now we can go. The mage inside the carriage instructed the guard. Chapter 8. Current situation of the Labda tribe, perhaps due to the presence of several mages in the carriages. Lu Wei and her companions were not intercepted and arrived directly at the Labda goblin tribe. How could this happen? One of the accompanying mages exclaimed. Lu Wei almost shouted as well, for the scene before her was truly horrifying. The short-statured goblins lay dead all over the ground, their bodies scattered across the still, smoldering earth, each one wearing a look of terror on their faces, as if they had seen something dreadful before dying. Detect poison. Protection from evil. Divination. Several mages simultaneously cast different spells. Demons from the abyss, devils from the Hades, and the gills from the astral plane? Mace, what did your divination reveal? Asked Kodesh, a high-level mage, to a mage clad in a silver robe dotted with stars. Kodesh, I saw evil flames burning on the small goblins. The demons from the abyss and the devils from Hades abandoned their blood feud, and together broke the planar barrier. As for the gills from the astral plane, they did not harm the goblins. They merely passed by. Mace, a mage specializing in divination spells, could see things that ordinary people could not through the river of fate. This is bad. It seems this matter is not just related to our mage guild. We must notify the Church of the Gods, especially the Church of the Lord of Light. He is the pillar for combating evil, Kodesh said to another mage. As for Lu Wei, she was wandering among the corpses scattered across the ground. Hey, adventurer, come help me investigate. Kodesh finally remembered that there was a low-level mage in his team. Understood, Master Kodesh. Lu Wei, noticing the seriousness on Kodesh's face, wisely did not contradict him. Rest assured, this mission will no longer be just our mage guild's business. With demons and devils appearing, it will definitely involve the forces of justice on the continent. Kodesh comforted the low-level mage. I understand, Master Kodesh, but I think I may have discovered something. Lu Wei first responded to Kodesh's statement and then shared her findings. Oh, adventurer, what did you discover? I found that these corpses have no visible wounds. Excuse me, Master Kodesh. Is there a spell that can extract someone's soul without harming their body? Lu Wei inquired. Well, I'm not sure. After all, soul extraction mages are prohibited, and necromancers have become so rare that they can't even be found in the main plane. Kodesh thought for a moment and replied to Lu Wei. Then, does the church know? The Church of Death? Lu Wei, still somewhat unwilling to give up, continued to ask, feeling that she could find out the answer if she just kept asking. Lu Wei, let's wait a bit. We have already notified the Church of the Gods, including the Church of Death. The Lord of Death and his church are the authorities on soul research. All right, let's wait for the Church of the Gods to arrive. Master Kodesh, do you have any other orders? Lu Wei reluctantly replied to Kodesh. Just now, Mage Mace mentioned that there are still survivors in the Labda tribe. Go find them. Kodesh instructed Lu Wei. Quest acquired. Find the remaining goblins. Reward. 20 favorability with the Labda tribe, 30 experience, and a level 1 spellbook. Upon hearing the final reward from the intelligent brain, Lu Wei's eyes lit up. A spellbook, an essential item for every mage, containing spells that can be cast additionally. Even a level 1 spellbook is a rare treasure. At least for current players, it's a low-level mage artifact. I understand. I will go find the remaining goblins right away. With that, Lu Wei chose a random direction and left. After Lu Wei departed, the remaining mages' expressions turned grim. It seemed that this trip to the Labda tribe would bring significant trouble. Forget it. Let us construct a safe shelter first. Level 6 spell, outdoor shelter. Alright, the basic structure is complete. We just need to cast various protective and offensive spells on this shelter, making it a small fortress for our mage guild. Set a protective type, mage, to the others. I'll start. Kodesh took the lead. Level 7 spell, energy transfer stance. Level 6 spell, advanced energy shield, level 6 spell, elemental shelter. Then this temporary shelter was reinforced with various protective and counter spells. Investigation. Lu Wei closed her eyes and tried to expand her mental power. A new discovery she had made. The first target was the shelter with various protective spells, and then, within her mental power, she discovered several faint consciousnesses. There! Lu Wei dashed towards the south of the tribe. Don't ask about Lu Wei's speed, because she wore the Igor badge. Her speed had reached that of an ordinary person. Right below here. However, detect poison. Detect evil. Nothing major. Lu Wei nodded at the results of her detection spells. Then Mage hand. A small hand formed from gathered energy appeared on the ground, which then dug into the earth and lifted upward. A large hole opened up in the ground. Amplification spell. Are the goblins inside, all right? I am Lu Wei Green from the Mage Guild. We have come to rescue you. After a while, a small goblin trembled as it crawled out. So cute. So adorable. That was Lu Wei's first impression of the little goblin. And Master Mage. I am the voice of Grandma Hill. Came a quivering voice from the goblin. Lu Wei reached out and picked it up. Wow. This little goblin is so light. Not even as heavy as a knife. Lu Wei tried her best to radiate kindness. Little Hill, where are your people? Then disaster struck. Tears the size of beans appeared in the little goblin's eyes. They're all dead. I have a few other weak goblins that the elder stuffed into the basement. Little Hill sobbed as he finished speaking. Please don't cry, okay? Just go and bring your remaining kin out. I will accompany you back to the tribe. Lu Wei tried even harder to convey her kindness. The little goblin nodded adorably, climbed down from Lu Wei, and crawled back underground. After a while, several goblins much larger than Hill crawled out, followed by a few smaller goblins. Chapter 9. Demons and Devils. Lu Wei returned to the mage's residence with a group of small goblins, and the sense of threat from this mage sanctuary was extremely high for her. Investigation. Outdoor sanctuary. Blue defense. 100 to 200 skills. Level 7 spell. Energy transfer position. Level 6 spell. Advanced elemental shield. Master Kodesh. The remaining goblins are all here. Lu Wei found Master Kodesh observing at the entrance of the sanctuary, so she greeted him and mentioned that she had brought the goblins back. You did well. No wonder you are Igor's apprentice. Master Kodesh nodded and then led Lu Wei and the others into the sanctuary. The interior of the sanctuary was spacious, accommodating so many people and goblins without feeling crowded, and it was even divided into rooms. Player Lu Wei completed the side quest, save the remaining goblins. The reward has been issued. Please check. Lu Wei, you need to use your mental power along with your mark in this sanctuary. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for you to travel. Master Kodesh pointed to a sphere in the room and said to Lu Wei. This sphere was the control center of the sanctuary, and each mage had a certain level of authority, distinguished by the hierarchy of their powers. I understand. After saying that, Lu Wei walked to the sphere, closed her eyes, and released her mental power. After continuous learning from mages in the game, Lu Wei was now able to release her mental power on her own instead of relying on the game's intelligence. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. Before Lu Wei's mental power even touched the sphere, she sensed an energy fluctuation that could instantly eliminate her. Oh, no time to think. Let's quickly add my mental mark. After saying that, Lu Wei controlled her mental power to touch the sphere, leaving her mental mark on it. Master Kodesh, I'm done. Lu Wei reported to Master Kodesh. All right then, you all can go rest. This small light sphere will take you back to your own rooms, but for now, the goblins can only stay in one room. Also, goblins, you should not wander around this sanctuary. Spells have been cast throughout. After speaking, Master Kodesh released a small light sphere from his hand. Lu Wei and the remaining goblins followed the small light sphere, which should be said that Lu Wei followed the small light sphere while the goblins trailed behind her, as these goblins could not see the small light sphere and were completely blocked by Lu Wei. Soon, the small light sphere stopped in front of a room. Lu Wei had a flash of inspiration and pushed the door open to enter, but the small light sphere appeared behind Lu Wei to block the goblins. Clearly, this group of goblins should not enter this room. Ahem, then you all can continue following this small light sphere. Remember what Master Kodesh said. You should not wander around this sanctuary. Lu Wei first kindly addressed the small goblins, then began to warn them. After all, the biological compendium in the town's library stated that goblins might be a chaotic good race, and since ancient times, chaos has given rise to foolishness. No one knows what kind of things these chaotic fools might do. We will be careful, Lady Lu Wei, spoke an older goblin elder, who was weak and had been left behind, thus currently serving as the leader of the remaining goblins. Then you all can take your time. I need to go rest. After saying that, Lu Wei closed her room door and even cast a 0-level spell on it. Lu Wei sat on the bed, holding a spell book. A level 1 spell book rewarded by the intelligence. It records level 1 spells, protection from evil, shield, lesser deflection field, level 1 monster summoning, and other commonly used level 1 spells. Lu Wei did not expect that the intelligence's reward this time was quite good. It should be enough for my self-defense this time. Lu Wei happily hugged the spellbook. Lu Wei, come to the living room. Master Kodesh's voice echoed in Lu Wei's room. What now? Why suddenly summon me? This low-level little mage? Lu Wei rolled over on the bed in despair. Upon exiting, she found that the small light sphere was fluttering above her. Lu Wei walked over and grabbed the small light sphere, but unfortunately, her strength was too weak and the small light sphere escaped. Then the small light sphere flew ahead. Lu Wei slowly followed behind the small light sphere until she arrived at a room larger than the others. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Wei knocked on the door. Then the door opened by itself. Lu Wei, come quickly. Master Mace has something to say. Master Kodesh was seated at the top right corner of the room. Lu Wei glanced around and noticed an empty seat at the very end of the table, which must be her spot. Then Lu Wei walked over and sat down. Ahem, since everyone is here, I will begin speaking. Master Mace, who specializes in prophecy spells, started his speech. It turned out that while Lu Wei was reading the spellbook in her room, Master Mace learned about the attackers on the Rebued tribe through his prophecy spell. The main attackers were the evil factions of abyssal demons and hellish devils, who launched an attack on the Rebued tribe because this tribe possessed a level 1 artifact, the Goblin Star. This artifact was crafted by the unique deity of the goblin race. However, due to the energy storm, this deity had fallen to the mortal realm, though its exact location is unknown. Furthermore, this deity was forcibly swept down from its divine realm by the energy storm. Therefore, this deity is currently too weak to contact the goblin race, and it is unknown whether it is alive or dead. However, looking at the temple that still retains some faith power, it seems that this deity has not yet perished, because the deity could no longer protect the Rebued goblin tribe. Coincidentally, a cross-dimensional passage to the abyss and hell appeared in the Rebued tribe, although this passage could not allow high-level demons and devils to come here. It was still possible to send some mid-level and low-level demons and devils. Thus, this is the reason for the attack on the Rebued tribe by demons and devils. Additionally, regarding the presence of the astral Gillisailers that was previously detected, I currently do not know what the astral beings are doing here in the main plane. However, if my prophecy spell is not being interfered with, then we will soon face an attack from demons and devils. Master Mace spoke extensively, and his words caused all the mages present, except for Lu Wei, to tense up. All right, everyone, let's not be afraid. Although the souls of us mages are the favorites of demons and devils, our reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. Master Kodesh's words first made the mages tense up, then allowed them to relax a bit. All right, disperse. Everyone go back to your rooms and check your memory of spells. Especially you, Lu Wei, the newly promoted level 1 little mage. Master Kodesh reminded everyone. Yes, I understand, Master Kodesh. Chapter 10 Battle. The next day, the mage codes and the mage mace opened their eyes while sitting cross-legged in their room, feeling an aura of evil surrounding the sanctuary. Enemy attack. Amplification spell. Attention, everyone. Many evil enemies have approached us. All mages to the lounge. Goblins of the Rebued tribe, please do not move around the room. Lu Wei was just about to take a break, as the memory and research spells from the night had drained her energy. Then, Code's voice rang in her ears. Lu Wei walked to the lounge, finding that she was the last to arrive. Sit down quickly. Mace and I have something to say. Codes commanded Lu Wei. All right, everyone. To make a long story short, just now Codes and I sensed an aura of evil surrounding the sanctuary. so we believe there is an enemy attack. After discussing codes, and I decided that from today, the two mages will team up to patrol the Labud tribe. Lu Wei, you will join codes. After speaking, Mage Mace closed his mouth and sat down. Well, basically the same as Mage Mace, Lu Wei, you'll be with me. But the dangers you encounter with me may be greater, and I might not be able to take care of you during battle. After Code said this, Lu Wei's brows furrowed, while the other mages became calm. It seemed they thought of something. Then today, let me and Lu Wei patrol first. Mace you and Dui you. Cade you and Seer. Let's take turns, Lu Wei you and I will go. Codes instructed. Understood, Master Codes. Lu Wei nodded to show she understood. Then Lu Wei, let's go. After speaking, Codes took the lead and walked out of the lounge towards the outside of the sanctuary. Lu Wei shook her head and followed Codes. As they patrolled around the Labud tribe, Codes' expression grew increasingly grim, as if he sensed something. Suddenly, Lu Wei felt uncomfortable with her mental energy, as if something was eroding her will. Master Codes, why do I feel a heavy pressure around us? As if something is about to emerge, and there is something inexplicable eroding my will? Lu Wei expressed her feelings to Codes. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Codes directly grabbed Lu Wei's hand, saying he wanted to check. Lu Wei felt something scan her, as if checking something. Then Codes' brow relaxed. Lu Wei, you're not in any serious trouble, just induced by the fallen from hell. You mean, right? The devils of the borrowed hell. Code said while asking the empty space nearby. There's a situation. Lu Wei quickly moved behind Codes, as expected of Master Codes. Such little tricks can't escape your detection. A voice full of temptation rang out, and then a handsome young man filled with evil appeared in the empty space. It's worth mentioning that the devils of borrowed hell are not chaotic like the demons of the abyss. On the contrary, most of the devils of borrowed hell belong to the lawful alignment. They are rational, intelligent evil beings, and in the countless battles against the abyss over the years, the devils initially did not have the upper hand. Instead, the physically powerful abyss demons took the lead. However, over the years, the devils have repeatedly gained the upper hand in their battles against the demons by relying on their wisdom. Moreover, this extremely lawful race has the strictest hierarchical order, even more so than the noble order of human kingdoms. The devils, who adhere to order as the principle of hell, are very obedient to the words of high-ranking devils. And the higher the rank of the devil, the more say they have in hell. Souls, especially the souls of powerful mages, are the currency that circulates in hell. But gold and other treasures are also tradable. After all, various activities in the main plane, such as bribing officials, require a large amount of wealth. It's laughable that these devils often marvel at humans who sell their souls to devils for trivial pursuits. Enough. Devil, state your true name and the high-ranking devil who sent you to the main plane. I can follow the rules of order and send you back to hell. Code said sternly to the devil. You are quite bold, mortal. Who gave you the courage to ask for Kar's true name? After saying this, the devil revealed his devil form. Detection. Lust, demon, devil. Challenge level 8. Lawful evil, medium, outsider creature skills. Dark vision, true seeing, fear, greater teleportation, minor illusion, shadow strike, summon devil. Life, 4,800 attack, 80 to 150 languages. Celestial, common, draconic, infernal. Once Lu Wei checked this, she felt faint because she could barely handle this devil on her own. And no one knew if there were other devils hidden. Let's talk. Code seemed to be stimulated by something and insisted on fighting this devil. Oh dear, it seems this high-ranking mage has been through something, being so hostile towards us devils. Kars, this devil kept provoking Codes. This is bad. If Codes is provoked and exposes his mental flaws, then it's over for him. Never mind. Level 1 spell, protection from evil. Level 0 spell, create water. Huh, a mortal can cast spells under my fear aura. It seems your soul quality is not bad. Offer your soul to me, and I will grant you great power. Kars. This devil was very surprised. Not to mention low level. Even high-level beings might not be able to cast spells under the full power of the fear aura. Although Lu Wei's level 0 spell was of no use, the level 1 spell protection from evil was effective, at least waking Code from his previous confusion. As for why Lu Wei was awake, it was because she was not within the range of the devil's aura, as she was too weak. The devil could erode her with just a spit. Also, the little white dots in Lu Wei's mind just now also played a role. The awaken codes powerfully cast a spell. Level 8 spell, Holy Light. Level 7 spell, Banish Evil. The supreme light from the third heaven is the most hated light among the evil alignments. Especially demons and devils are greatly eroded by the holy light. Alright, little human mage, we'll play again next time. Greater teleportation. As the devil left, Lu Wei's legs went soft, and she knelt on the ground. The devil's aura was truly frightening. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Church of the Gods. Lu Wei, please step out of the sanctuary to welcome the Church of the Gods. Since encountering the demon cars, Lu Wei has been in a very tense state. Mage Kodash is worried that if this continues, Lu Wei's mind will eventually crack. So he wants to take the opportunity of welcoming the Church of the Gods to help her relax. I understand, Master Mage Kodash. I will go out to the sanctuary to welcome the Church of the Gods. Lu Wei shook her head and left her room. Hello, this is Steam Mage. I am bishoptor of the Mage Church. A middle-aged man who didn't look particularly handsome spoke to Lu Wei. The Mage Church is different from the Mage Guild. Members must choose either the path of the mage or that of the priest, as the mage system and the divine magic system are incompatible. The deity worshipped by the Mage Church is Azuz, a lesser deity of the goddess of magic. Although a lesser deity, Azuz is the first mortal mage to preach in the main plane and was promoted to a lesser deity by the second goddess of magic. However, there are sometimes issues of mage affiliation between the Mage Guild and the Mage Church. It is said that this lawful neutral deity does not get along well with the current third goddess of magic, but the reasons are unknown. Not all mages worship this deity. Most are rational. Even those who do worship gods typically worship the goddess of the magic web, while those who worship this mage deity are usually wild mages who learn spells on their own without a mentor. Hello, vegetative. I am Lu Wei Urgelin from the Mage Guild. Let me take you into the sanctuary. Lu Wei smiled at bishoptor. After speaking, Lu Wei made a gesture inviting bishoptor to walk in front, following him into the sanctuary, while the other church members stayed outside. Lu Wei even saw players among this group. Master Kodesh, bishoptor of the Mage Church, has arrived. Lu Wei led bishoptor straight to the reception room where Mage Kodesh was. All right, Lu Wei, please take care of the Church of the Gods today. Bishoptor, please add your spiritual mark to this control center. This mark will facilitate your entry and exit from the sanctuary, Mage Kodesh said to the two. Understood. I will step out first, Master Mage Kodesh, Lu Wei said, bowing to Mage Kodesh before leaving. Hello, I am Bishop Mode of the Radiant Church, spoke a handsome young man with golden hair, full of sunshine. The aura of sunshine filled Mode with a gentle presence, and his handsome appearance made him even more striking. However, if one underestimates this gentle youth, the divine light will pierce through you. The Radiant Church, as the name implies, worships the powerful deity of the human pantheon, the Lord of Radiance, Cindermare. He is the heir of the ancient god of light and the sun. In his early days, Cindermare was a lesser deity of the dawn light, filled with sunshine and vitality, overseeing movement, dawn, and vitality. However, since the fall of the ancient god of light, Cindermare gained the divine roles of light and some knowledge of the sun god. After hundreds of years of effort, Cindermare upgraded his dawn divine role to that of the sun. Since then, Cindermare successfully ascended to a level of great divine power. However, after this ascension, he committed an act that struck fear throughout the multiverse, referred to as the calamity of the setting sun by the priests of the god of knowledge. This calamity caused the powerful goddess of fate to fall, led to the great Mother Earth distancing herself from Cindermare, and made the evil deities harbor even more hatred toward this radiant lord. Before the great Mother Earth distanced herself from Cindermare, she had admired this youthful, sun-filled deity, perhaps because the youth's vitality captivated the ancient great Mother Earth. Together, they've birthed a now intermediate deity, the goddess of agriculture, because she was born of two powerful deities. This goddess of agriculture quickly ascended to an intermediate level and, after her mother and father distanced themselves, took on part of the Great Mother's divine roles, and established her own pantheon. However, currently, this goddess of agriculture is not very close to her father, as she feels his gentle sunlight has become stern. Bishop Mode, I am Lu Wei Urgulin. I will now lead you into the sanctuary. Please have the other priests of the Radiant Church wait outside temporarily, and then you can find a place to stay. Perhaps Bishop Mode's handsome appearance and gentle aura charmed Lu Wei, as she rambled on about many things to him. Master Kodesh, Bishop Mode of the Radiant Church has arrived. Finally free from the charm of Bishop Mode, Lu Wei turned to welcome the next bishop of a divine church. As Lu Wei walked, she thought, I wonder if this sun-filled Bishop Mode will catch the eye of Lady Firehair, the goddess of beauty and love. It is said that this goddess is one of the two most beautiful deities in the multiverse, the other being her subordinate goddess, the goddess of cats and joy. It is said that this goddess and her subordinate goddess are quite frivolous and enjoy teasing handsome men in the multiverse. However, this goddess is already a deity of great power, albeit one of the weaker among them, yet still a powerful deity. It is said that one of the creation goddesses, Surin, once served as a subordinate goddess to Lady Firehair, and after regaining her divine power, Lady Firehair did not stop her from continuing her path. However, because Lady Firehair once protected Surin, the Lady of Night has been targeting her in recent years. Nevertheless, Lady Firehair secretly allied with the goddess of magic and the moon goddess Surin, which has prevented her from falling below the level of great divine power. Subsequently, Lu Wei continuously welcomed the bishops of various divine churches, including the Church of Agriculture, the Church of Death, the Church of the Silver Moon, the Church of Love, and even the Church of War. However, it was fortunate that the last two churches' priests did not get into a fight. This is because the deity of the Church of War once said that love is useless. This greatly diminished the function of the goddess of love, leading her to sarcastically criticize the war god for being rude and ugly. As a result, both churches and their two powerful deities had unpleasant expressions. Chapter 12. The Aura on the Body. Lu Wei. Go notify the bishops of each church to come to the reception room. I need to inform them of something with Master Max. Perhaps Master Kodesh has mistaken Lu Wei for a servant, but that's fine, without needing to kill enemies. Lu Wei's level is about to break through to a second-level mage. Understood, Master Kodesh. I'll go notify everyone right away. After saying that, Lu Wei indeed heard the familiar beep. Since Lu Wei arrived at the Labud tribe, the intelligent brain has been treating Master Kodesh's words as tasks, granting Lu Wei a portion of experience rewards and increasing Master Kodesh's favorability. After notifying everyone, you can privately come to me and Master Max to ask some questions about spells and mage promotions. Hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes suddenly lit up, staring intently at Master Kodesh. Really? You should hurry. Watching a beautiful woman stare at him, Master Kodesh felt a bit uncomfortable and said to Lu Wei again, Oh, I'll go right away. Master Kodesh. Lu Wei excitedly walked out of the shelter. Mage Guild, hello, I am Mage Lu Wei Elgreen, and I have something to discuss with Bishop Del, Lu Wei said to the guard standing at the door. Let her in. The innate condition to become a priest is that your perception cannot be too low, so the guard at the door should already be aware of the situation. Yes, please come in. After saying that, the guard made a gesture for her to enter. Lu Wei wasn't shy or scared. She calmly walked into the Mage Guild's meeting place. In the temporary location of the Mage Guild, Bishop Del seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes, staring fixedly at Lu Wei. You have the aura of divine power protecting you. A god is sheltering you from behind. It is a very powerful deity, but not from this multiverse. Oh, I didn't know I had the aura of divine power, but that's not important. What matters is that I need you to go to the Mage Guild shelter's reception room for a meeting, Lu Wei said seriously to the more powerful Bishop Delaware. I know, I will go now. Oh, by the way, Adventurer Lu Wei, it is a big taboo to defy someone stronger than yourself when you are weak. After saying that, Bishop Del released his high priest pressure towards Lu Wei, causing her face to turn pale. Lowering her head, she said, I understand, Bishop Del. Please go to the Mage Guild's shelter's reception room for the meeting. Lu Wei felt very frustrated, but there was nothing she could do. Professions like priests have gods backing them. That's more like it. I will go now. After saying that, the bishop of the Mage Guild was the first to leave the Mage Guild's location. Lu Wei then continued to the location of the Radiant Church to meet the warm and sunny Bishop Mode. Hello, I'm adventurer Lu Wei Green from the Mage Guild, and I am here to see Bishop Mode, Lu Wei said to the sun-filled guards at the Radiant Church. Please come in. Bishop Mode said that as long as Miss Lu Wei Green from the Mage Guild comes, she can go directly to see him. The one speaking was a player guard with a handsome face. It seems this player has quickly climbed to the position of a guard for Bishop Mode of the Radiant Church, indicating a high level. Investigate. Roberta, neutral good, a devout follower of the Lord of Radiance. Currently a guard for Bishop Mode, level 8 agility, unknown strength, unknown constitution, 25 extraordinary constitution, perception, 18 the rest are all unknown. Are you investigating me? Roberta suddenly felt a mental force sweep over him. Such high perception. I was just curious about how high the level of players who successfully become guards for the Radiant Church is. Sorry, Lu Wei felt a bit embarrassed. Her investigation was caught. This is the benefit of being a follower of a deity in this game. Not only do you have a god supporting you from behind, but you also have the backing of other members of the church, especially a church like the one of the powerful Lord of Radiance, which ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke. Besides, the promotion of divine priests is not like other adventurers who need to train. They only need to sincerely devote their faith, and the divine power will automatically help them level up. Then, this seemingly handsome young man turned out to be quite talkative. In the following minutes, Roberta elaborated on how great divine priests are until his bishop came out. Roberta, it seems the church is being too strict with you. You are talking so much that you have delayed Miss Lu Wei for a long time. Bishop Mode said gently to the two chatting in front of the door. Sorry, Bishop Mode, I was just too happy being looked up to by other players for the first time. Please punish me. Although this explanation was reasonable, Lu Wei still felt a bit frustrated. Looked up to her. You should apologize to Miss Lu Wei. There is no punishment. Just pray to our Lord when you return. You adventurers can connect with our Lord more easily than we can. Oh, by the way, I wonder what business Miss Lu Wei has in coming to see me? This gentle bishop spoke softly. Oh, right. I am here to notify you to attend the Mage Guild's meeting. Since you already know, I will go notify the other church bishops. After saying that, Lu Wei wanted to leave, but unexpectedly, Bishop Mode stopped her. You don't need to go to the other church bishops. I will notify them for you. Miss Lu Wei, please come into our Radiant Church's location. I have something to discuss with you. After saying that, Bishop Mode emitted a glow from his hand, and then the light rushed toward each church. All right, Miss Lu Wei, please follow me. After saying that, he made a gesture for Lu Wei to enter and even showed her a charming smile. As a result, Lu Wei was instantly enchanted and directly followed Bishop Mode inside. Lu Wei, please take a seat. I invited you here because you have the aura of a god, and it is not from the gods of this multiverse, but from a powerful, unknown deity. Don't doubt me. As the Bishop of the Lord of Radiance, I'm already familiar with the divine auras in this world. However, the divine aura you possess is filled with life, creation, and purity, unlike any deity in our world. Even if there are gods who control the life domain, like the elven goddess of life, Angerus, who is a powerful deity among the elven pantheon governing life and spring. Her aura is different from the divine aura you possess, which is so strong and pure. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I have no idea why there is a divine aura on me. Lu Wei was also puzzled. Could it be the white bead in her mind since her crossing? Chapter 13. The Plain Rift. After Lu Wei finished her conversation with Bishop Mode of the Radiant Church, the two of them arrived at the reception room of the Mage Guild. Now the Bishop of the Radiant Church has also arrived. Lu Wei. You can stand by and listen, said Mage Kodesh to Lu Wei and Bishop Mode. I understand, Master Kodesh. After Mode took a seat at the long table in the reception room, Lu Wei walked to the corner of the room to stand. This action of Lu Wei made both Mage Kodesh and Mage Maze quite happy, as the other adventurers in the Mage Guild were not as polite as Lu Wei. All right, everyone, let's begin. I am Mage Maze, a high-level prophet of the Mage Guild. The purpose of this meeting is to inform you that there is a plain rift nearby that is gradually expanding. According to my prophecies, within 3 days, This plane rift will allow legendary demons and devils to enter the main plane. You should know that high-level demons and legendary demons can summon lower-level demons to the main plane, not to mention that chaotic demons are like natural disasters. Lawful devils are even harder to deal with than chaotic demons. After Mage Maze finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Mage Kodesh. The situation is as Mage Maze described, and I encountered a legendary devil named Kars before. Although I repelled him with the light of heaven, I am certain that he was not seriously injured, and he did not return to Bator, but instead used high-level teleportation to escape to another location. By the way, it is worth noting that Lu Wei, our low-level mages in the Mage Guild, seem not to have been tempted by this legendary devil. Mage Kodesh nodded slightly at Lu Wei as he finished speaking. Oh no, what is this old man Kodesh up to? It seems that Miss Lu Wei has a great secret. I sensed an extremely pure divine aura from Lu Wei, and this aura is quite grand. The one speaking was the handsome young bishop of the Radiant Church. I don't know. However, in my homeland, there is a divine legend that not long after the world was created, there was a goddess with a serpent tail who mastered life, creation, and many other powerful divine powers. According to legend, I am a descendant of hers from many generations ago. Perhaps it is this world of gods that has awakened the distant bloodline within me, which is why you can sense a pure divine aura from me. Lu Wei recounted the myth of her homeland, casually mentioning her identity as a descendant of a deity. As for why she was the only one to mention it, that's because humans in the interstellar age are no longer traditional humans. Only Lu Wei's soul traveled from Earth, which might carry the divine aura. Then Lu Wei recalled the white orb deep in her mind. So that's it. Then it's easy to say. Now, let's go check out that plane rift and see if there's a way to close it. After Mage Kodesh finished speaking, he stood up, ready to head outside, but was stopped. Mage Kodesh, our Mage Church wants to ask for someone from you. Bishop Dell of the Mage Church said as he walked towards Lu Wei. Teleportation. Mage Kodesh and Mage Maze, who were still some distance away from Lu Wei, suddenly teleported to her side. I know what you're thinking. You want to sacrifice Lu Wei to your deity so that you can study the bloodline within her and gain new divine powers to make yourself stronger, right? Does your deity want to betray the mistress of secrets, the goddess of magic? Of course, Mage Kodesh, familiar with the internal thoughts of the Mage Church, knew very well what they were thinking. It should be noted that the divine aura on Lu Wei is unique in this multiverse, and even after many generations, the aura remains strong. It is evident that this is a very powerful deity, perhaps even a creator-level one. As long as something can be extracted from Lu Wei's bloodline, it would benefit the mage god who is still at a low level of divine power. Enough. We are not here to witness your internal disputes. Let's first go check the plane rift. The one speaking was Bishop Maud, who was filled with a gentle aura, but this time he did not appear gentle, showing the imposing presence of a bishop of the Radiant Church. Let's go. After that, Mage Kodesh led the way, followed closely by Lu Wei, Mage Maze, and Bishop Maud, with the others trailing behind. It has expanded to this size already. The group first eliminated the intermediate demons guarding the rift. Looking at the rift, which was about the height of an adult man and exuded a corrupting evil aura, everyone present had serious expressions. Not good. The demons have already discovered this rift. Bishop Maud, standing next to the rift, exclaimed in shock. Mage Maze, can you confirm which layer of the abyss and which layer of hell this rift connects to? My knowledge of planes is insufficient to distinguish. Asked the Bishop of the Death Church beside him. This connect to the Spider Queen's Spider Hell? Mage Maze, Bishop Maud, Bishop Dell, and others with sufficient knowledge of planes all simultaneously stated the name of this plane, and even Bishop Dell of the Mage Church looked tense, fearing that the Spider Queen might suddenly appear before them. The Spider Queen, Rose, ruler of the Shadow Realm, absolute sovereign of Spider Hell, former goddess of the Elven Pantheon, now the Abyssal Demon Queen. She is one of the most troublesome deities among the powerful female evil gods in the multiverse. More records speak of Spider Queen Rose's cruelty and insidiousness. What about the other layer? Which layer connects to hell? The Bishop of the Death Church continued to ask. This is the sixth layer of hell of the Lust Demon Queen? A priest from the Divine Church said. Come here, tell me in detail, Bishop Maud. standing by the rift, displayed the imposing presence of a bishop of the Radiant Church. So it's a priest of the God of knowledge. No wonder your knowledge is so profound. Then you tell us, Mage Kodesh said, not modestly ignoring the priest of the Knowledge Church. I saw this in a book from the Knowledge Church. The priest replied, Malbogia of Bator, the sixth layer of the nine hells. The current lord was once an old hag, but not for 1,000 years now. The current lord is Glacial, daughter of Asmodeus, the founder of Bator, who became the ruler of the sixth layer of hell in the status of a duchess. However, Glacial is not having a good time. Many demons believe she became the ruler of the sixth layer of hell because of Asmodeus. But it doesn't matter, because this underestimated duchess has already advanced to become one of the top demons in hell. Now, this powerful demon is plotting a series of schemes. Chapter 14, Blockade. Closing the plane rift, the gathered individuals looked at each other in shock. No one expected that this plane rift connected to the realms of two powerful female evil gods from the abyss and hell. Now please, all bishops, send a message back to your churches, stating that a plane rift leading to the Spider Queen's Spider Inferno and the sixth layer of hell of the Lust Demon Queen has been discovered near the Labda Goblin tribe. Request that they send their respective divine elect to seal and close this plane rift. Mage Codes said to the bishops, it's not that I don't trust the bishops present, but none of you can withstand even one attack from the Spider Queen Rose and the Lust Demon Queen Glacia. You must know that Rose is an evil god with above-average divine power, and Glacia is equally formidable, comparable to an evil spirit of similar strength. Understood. We will send information to the church headquarters now. Several bishops who heard Mage Codes' words quickly responded. Lu Wei, come back to the Mage Association with me and ask your mentor to come over. Mage Codes then ordered Lu Wei. Yes, I understand, but why do I have to go with you? Can't you go alone, Master Codes? Lu Wei asked, expressing her confusion. Let's not discuss that. To ensure temporary safety, let's work together to seal this place for now. Mage Max is indeed reliable, but there was a bit of mishap while sealing this place. The energies of the Bishop of the Agricultural Church and the Bishop of the Church of Death canceled each other out. The priests of the Agricultural Goddess used divine magic related to life, while the Church of Death used powers of death. In the end, it was only after Bishop Dell of the Mage Church and Mage Max from the Mage Association neutralized the opposing forces that a level 9 spell, All Laws Chaos, was formed here. This is a barrier, and additionally, Bishop Mod of the Radiant Church used an extra level 8 divine spell, Radiant Eye. Relying on the divine power of the Radiant Lord, a warning force was set up here. Once a demon or devil crosses this barrier, the Radiant Eye will shoot out a powerful positive energy spell to repel the intruding demons and devils. As for why only Bishop Mod cast the warning spell, it's due to the nature of the energies involved. The Abyss and Hell are both concentrated areas of negative energy, and among the gods, the one with the strongest positive energy attribute is undoubtedly the Radiant Lord, who governs the paradise of supreme goodness. The positive energy spells cast by his priests are the most powerful among positive energies. So, I will trouble you all to guard this place for now. Lu Wei, come on my side. After saying this, Mage Codes waited for Lu Wei to come to him. Since the recent spellcasting was not suitable for a low-level mage like Lu Wei, she wisely moved aside, as there were no other monsters nearby. Hold on to me tightly. If I accidentally teleport you to another place, it will be your own fault. Then Mage Codes cast a high-level teleportation spell, pulling Lu Wei along as they were teleported to the entrance of the Mage Association. Ugh! After just experiencing the teleportation, Lu Wei stood at the entrance of the Mage Association, vomiting, as the power encountered during the teleportation far exceeded what she could handle. She was grateful for the protection provided by the Igor badge, which shielded her. Otherwise, she would have been a puddle of flesh in the dimensional space. Are you okay? Why such a strong reaction? Seeing Lu Wei retching on the side, Mage Codes felt a bit helpless, then did something shocking. Amplification spell, Igor. If you don't come soon, your disciple will die. The crowd was stunned. Mage Codes directly cast the amplification spell at the entrance of the Mage Association. The natives of the Mage Association had little reaction, but the player community reacted strongly. What? Legendary Mage Igor is still at the Mage Association? What? Master Igor took this person draped in black cloak, as his disciple. This native is quite bold to dare cast spells at the entrance of the association. After all, he is a high-level mage of this Mage association. A door appeared before Mage Codes, and then the voice of Mage Igor came through. Codes, send my disciple inside the door, and you come along too. Once Lu Wei and Codes entered the door, it disappeared. This spell is Gate of Space. Players erupted in an uproar. Level 1 spell. Alleviate discomfort, a spell that basically no mage remembers was cast on Lu Wei, making her no longer feel nauseous. Good afternoon. Mentor Igor. Lu Wei, with a pale face, bowed to Mage Igor. I must say, Lu Wei, your reaction is quite strong. Mage Codes mocked from the side. Yes, my reaction is quite strong. Who doesn't know that Master Codes' high-level teleportation spell had a bit of a problem, making me bounce around in the dimensional space? Lu Wei sarcastically retorted at Mage Codes' spell. Well, that was because the issue with the plane rift caused my positioning to go wrong. In the end, it was thanks to my profound knowledge of planes that I found my way back. Mage Codes said with a sense of pride towards the end. All right, you two, tell me about what happened when you returned, and also explain the aura of corruption from the Labda tribe. Mage Igor inquired of the two. Even the town can sense the aura of corruption now. Mage Code sighed. Mentor Igor, we discovered a plane rift leading to the Spider Inferno and the 6th layer of Hell near the Labda tribe. Currently, Master Codes and the bishops of the divine churches have sealed that place, and Master Codes brought me to find you. Lu Wei explained the whole situation to Mage Igor. The planes of the Spider Queen and Lust Demon Queen, what great luck. However, it's fortunate that the Spider Queen and Lust Demon Queen are not in their own planes. After speaking, Mage Igor cast Mage's hand and took 2 parchment scrolls from a bookshelf. Look here. Mage Igor pointed at the 2 scrolls and said to Lu Wei and the others. Lu Wei took the scroll regarding the Spider Queen. It recorded, the ruler of the Underdark has appeared in the mechanical realm of the Nirvana plane for unknown reasons, reportedly to search for artifact from the ancient magical empire, and will not return to her divine realm for some time. Note, this evil goddess, disregarding her safety, has ventured into other planes, danger level 5, highest danger level. The other scroll was about the Lust Demon Queen. It recorded, Glacia, the master of the 6th layer of Hell, has appeared in the outer plane, reportedly seeking new paths. What are we waiting for? Since these 2 powerful evil goddesses are not around, let South quickly go close that plane rift. After Mage Codes finished speaking, he prepared to use high-level teleportation again. This information was inadvertently collected by our astral traveling mages, and the accuracy of the information cannot be confirmed. I fear there may be unforeseen circumstances if we just rush over. Mage Igor frowned. Igor, you always hesitate like this. You must remember you are a legendary archmage. Mage Codes was not filled with awe just because the other party was a legendary archmage, as he was a close friend. Well, fine. Let us go. After speaking, he cast an even larger teleportation spell than Mage Codes', pulling Lu Wei and Codes along as they entered. Chapter 15. Encounter with Roberta. As Lu Wei continued to follow Mage Codes and Mage Igor, completing some minor tasks for these 2 esteemed mages, her experience points rapidly increased, and she was now on the verge of breaking through to the next level. Hey, Lu Wei, you're about to level up. How about this? Go help me gather some illusory grass from the forest around the Labute tribe. I need this herb to concoct a potion, said Lu Wei's mentor. Mage Igor, noticing that Lu Wei was just a step away from advancing to level 2 mage, and prepared to give her a little push by assigning this small task. Illusory grass? How many do you need, Mentor Igor? Lu Wei recalled seeing this herb in a player-written book called Adventurer's Knowledge, but perhaps due to the player's low level, it did not describe the specific effects of the grass. Well, I need 50 of these herbs. Hurry up, urged Mentor Igor from the side. Quest received. Help your mentor, Mage Igor, gather 50 illusory grass. Although you don't know what this grass is used for, Mage Igor has been quite nice to you. Experience, 100. While this is a minor task, the experience reward is just enough for Lu Wei to level up, and there is no danger involved. A few days ago, Mage Igor, along with the chosen ones of various deities from the Divine Church, worked together to seal a rift in the plains. During this process, something went wrong, resulting in a legendary high-ranking demon with divinity escaping from the rift. Strangely, under the absolute rule of the Spider Queen, a legendary high-ranking demon with divinity emerged. Lu Wei still remembered the battle scene from that time. The demon with divinity was immune to time spells, largely resistant to the erosion of positive energy. And thanks to its innate abilities, it was immune to fire element damage, poison, and a series of other immunities. Lu Wei saw the faces of her mentor and the other divine, chosen ones turn dark, and in the end, they did not kill the demon, but only banished it into the dimensional chaos. Why was it so difficult to deal with? Lu Wei asked her mentor after the battle. The mentor explained, Divinity. Divinity is the essence of deities, something every deity must possess. It allows them to be immune to most energy damage. You must know that powerful deities can use divinity to negate all damage from legendary spells. The reason legendary spells can harm deities is that they have begun to comprehend the power of laws. Moreover, some deities are demons themselves, like the famous Spider Queen. As for why demons have divinity, that remains unknown. However, both demons and devils can possess divinity, seemingly passed down through their bloodlines. The oldest demon, Demogorgon, is said to possess divinity comparable to that of powerful deities. As the Lord of Demons, he created the prototype of abyssal demons and is the enemy of all deities in the multiverse. Nevertheless, this oldest demon has existed longer than most deities, including those of great power. The long passage of time has allowed this demon lord to weave conspiracies against the main plane and the gods. Demons can have divinity, and so can devils. Their source of divinity seems to be the same as that of demons. The long history has made rational devils more likely to gain the faith of others, especially those fallen individuals from the main plane. The faith of these individuals greatly nurtured the divinity of devils, with the faith numbers of the Lord of the sixth layer of hell, Glacia, even surpassing some mid-tier deities. The only ones comparable to her are the Spider Queen, Rose, the Succubus Queen, Mai Kang-sut, and the Ocean Goddess, Ambori, all powerful female evil gods. Mentor Igor has been really good to me. Seeing that I am about to break through, he gave me a simple task that will allow me to easily advance to the position of level 2 mage. I wonder what secrets and interesting spells await me at level 2 mage. With this curiosity in mind, Lu Wei walked into the small forest south of the Lu tribe and happened to see a familiar person. Hey, Roberta the guard. It turned out to be Roberta, the guard of the Bishop Mod, whom she had seen before at the Radiant Church. But how did the Bishop's guard end up here? Could it be that Bishop Mod has returned to the Lu tribe? Thinking of Bishop Mod's handsome face and sunny aura, Lu Wei felt a bit giddy. Wake up. Bishop Mod is not here. He has returned to the church headquarters to level up. This time, the Chosen One ordered Bishop Mod back to the church headquarters. Seeing Lu Wei's silly smile, Roberta knew what she was thinking. After all, Bishop Mod's appearance was even more outstanding than that of the Chosen One. Even he, a man, felt infatuated when he first saw Bishop Mod. According to unmentionable records, there are more male suitors for Bishop Mod than female ones. What are you saying? I was just thinking about the task Mentor Igor gave me. I wasn't thinking about Bishop Mod. Lu Wei's face turned red at the end, almost like a classic case of not a single silver piece hidden here. However, Roberta cleverly did not pursue the topic further. Oh, Mage Igor is your mentor? Lucky you. With your poor physique, you were still chosen by a legendary mage as a disciple. If other wild mage players found out, you might become famous throughout Chronicles of the Gods. Roberta's words were harsh, but the question remained. Why would a legendary archmage take Lu Wei as a pupil? I don't know either. My mentor said he chose me because I was more polite than other players and my mental attributes were high enough. Besides, I've already been exposed once. It was because of the rift issue. Although Lu Wei expressed her confusion, it was not unreasonable for a legendary mage to have some peculiar requirements. As she spoke, Lu Wei recalled the incident where Mage Code's high-level teleportation had caused her exposure, even though she was wearing the Cloak of Darkness at the time. Enough about that. Roberta, have you ever tried the feeling of high-level teleportation bouncing around in the dimensional space channel? Lu Wei asked a seemingly random question. Want to know if she was the only one who got dizzy from teleportation. Well, I haven't tried it. According to Bishop Mod, The spatial pressure in the dimensional space channel is not something below mid-tier can withstand, unless someone helps you counteract it. Have you tried it? Roberta said a lot, emphasizing that it's not something below mid-tier can handle. Of course, I have tried it. It was during the time when I accompanied Mage codes back to the Mage Guild to find my mentor. I even tried it twice. Lu Wei said proudly. With your little frame? You tried it twice? Unless Mage codes and Mage Igor helped you counteract the pressure in the spatial channel, Roberta said, looking at Lu Wei's proud expression, and fell silent. Chapter 16. Half-Elf Thief. Ever since Lu Wei successfully advanced to the level of second-tier mage with the help of Mage Igor, she had been staying in the town library, looking through the materials she could access, including books documenting spells and relationships and characteristics among various races and sub-races. During her time on Earth, she had read many novels that talked about how elegant and powerful the elven race was, so she had been specifically studying the records about elves these past few days. Lu Wei, I don't have time to teach you right now. Go out and visit Mia's weapon shop to learn some basic enchanting skills. This is an easy way for cash-strapped adventurers like you to make money. Remember to bring my badge, otherwise Miss Mia won't teach you. After saying this, Mage Igor disappeared from Lu Wei's sight, apparently using some kind of spell to notify her. Unfortunately, Lu Wei's spell identification skill was too low to recognize what kind of spell it was. Don't miss out. Top-quality blue equipment. Essential gear for new adventurers to survive in the wild. Hearing this, Lu Wei walked over to take a look at the equipment glowing with a blue light. Identify. I should go learn identification skills from Miss Mia, Lu Wei thought. Essence bracers, blue, damage strength, 5 defense, 20 requirements, neutral alignment, elves and their subraces. Note, this is a fine piece of armor crafted by the elven race. Due to the elves' own weak defense and strength, the elven blacksmiths created this for the weaker elves. Good stuff. It can compensate for Lu Wei's extremely low strength attribute. But it's also a bit of a useless item since it can only be used by elves and their subraces. Lu Wei retracted her gaze from the essence bracers. The item is nice, but unfortunately, it's damaged and has racial restrictions. Only elves and their subraces can use it. A friendly suggestion, you could sell it to an NPC shop for some price. In our human kingdom, there are probably very few elves around, right? Don't you agree? Handsome guy? Lu Wei first commented on the equipment and then gave the shopkeeper a suggestion, before sternly directing her gaze at a man dressed in black nearby. First-tier spell, single-target human mobilization. Lu Wei directly used the spell in the bustling market, causing quite a stir. Soon, a group of soldiers in chainmail and a first-tier mage dressed in a low-level mage robe approached. Who used magic in the town? Asked the low-level mage. It was me. Lu Wei calmly put on her Igor badge and replied. You. So you're the apprentice of Mage Igor. My apologies. I didn't know why you use magic here. If you can't explain, wearing Igor's badge won't help you. It seemed this mage was knowledgeable. This isn't a place for idle chatter. Let us discuss this in the town hall's interrogation room. After saying this, Lu Wei activated the agility-enhancing spell on her badge and also lifted the immobilization spell on the person. Let us go. Half-elf. Don't think you can escape under the watchful eyes of the town soldiers. With that, Lu Wei took the lead and slowly walked toward the town hall. Thanks to activating the agility-enhancing spell, Lu Wei managed to keep up with the group's pace. Inside the interrogation room. All right, you can ask whatever you want. It's quiet enough here. Lu Wei sat confidently in the main seat, pulling back her cloak's hood to reveal her exquisite face and the pressure of a second-tier mage. This, respected apprentice of Mage Igor, we just want to ask why you used magic in the town. It seemed that the Mage Guild members were more adept at conversation, as the captain of the soldiers turned red upon seeing Lu Wei's face. Oh, this incident started because of this half-elf thief. He was planning to steal my things. Throughout the way, Lu Wei had used her identification skill to discover the identity of the half-elf, but regarding whether the half-elf thief had any other hidden identities, Lu Wei felt her identification skill level was too low. Really? This half-elf kid? The first-tier mage felt dizzy again because this half-elf's looks were top-tier in the human kingdom. I don't even know that I was going to steal your stuff. I'd never admit to it. In this game, being caught stealing can lead to having hands or fingers chopped off, and usually neutral and good-aligned priests 1T provide healing. I know, I'm a mage, under my magical aura. I can sense everything close to me. If you don't believe me, I just learned a short-term repeat spell from the prophecy school. Do you want to try it? Lu Wei explained. As for the prophecy spell, it was something Mage Max had boredly taught Lu Wei after she broke through to become a second-tier mage, and it was a very simple spell for her. Half-elf kid, do you agree with what this second-tier mage said? The first-tier mage cast a jealous glance at Lu Wei and then turned to speak to the half-elf. I admit it, but what does this mage lady and the town hall mage want with my finger? As he spoke, the half-elf thief placed his dagger on his left hand. Which one do you want? The first-tier mage asked Lu Wei. I don't want any of them. I want him. Lu Wei's statement was as ambiguous as it could get. Aside from Lu Wei and the half-elf thief, everyone else in the room looked at Lu Wei as if she were a succubus, but Lu Wei just smiled at the half-elf thief as if she felt nothing. Well, you are the apprentice of Mage Igor. Theoretically, we can't restrict your requests, but this request is too. The soldier captain, who had been silent all along, blushed innocently. Since that's the case, you all step outside for a moment. I need to have a deep conversation with this half-elf thief. Another ambiguous statement sent the town soldiers dizzy as they exited the interrogation room, kindly closing the door behind them. Hey, what is your name? After all this talking, I still don't know your name. Lu Wei relaxed and lazily sat in the main seat once the soldiers had left. I am Yadkagan, a half-elf of mixed blood from the half-high elf and human lineage. The half-elf revealed his name and identity in the game. Yad. I'll just call you Yad from now on. Which high elf tribe are you descended from? Never mind. Let us sign a contract first. As Lu Wei spoke, she took out the equal partner contract from her backpack. This contract was a gift from Mage Max to Lu Wei, allowing her recognized partners not to betray her. And it was said to include one of the rare attacking spells from the prophecy school. Why? After reading the contract, Yad realized it was primarily in Lu Wei's favor without harming others' interests. For no reason. I just find you pleasing to the eye. Actually, the first person I wanted to sign a contract with was Bishop Maud of the Radiant Church. Lu Wei's face turned starry at the thought of Maud. You're not a face con, are you? Yad shivered at the comments about Bishop Maud in the game. That's part of it, but are you signing or not? If not, give me your right hand's index finger. Lu Wei turned her face faster than flipping a book. I'll sign. Chapter 17, Beginner Enchantment. Lu Wei, I have a task to complete a bounty in Deepwater City. Do you want to go have some fun there? Asked the half-elf thief. Yade, Deepwater City? The City of Splendor? The miracle city from the Chronicles of the Gods? I want to go too. But right now I need to go to Mia's weapon shop to learn basic enchantment and identification skills. This will help me make money in the future. Lu Wei said proudly. Although she had made some currency with the help of her mentor Igor, it wasn't a sustainable solution. Oh, that's fine. My task won't fail until 30 days later. I happen to need weapon enchantment. And does the daughter of a general really lack money? Yade replied, all right, once I learn basic enchantment, you'll be my first customer, and I'll give you a 20% discount. As for whether the daughter of a general has money, that's none of your business. Lu Wei laughed like a slime merchant. Speaking of the general, she suddenly remembered that her brother and parents were also in the game. Forget it. I'll find them when I'm stronger. Miss Mia, I'm back. Did you miss me? Lu Wei said happily to the cold-faced Miss Mia. Oh, who are you? The adventurer, the cold Miss Mia, said cruelly, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her eye. All right, Miss Mia, it's understandable that you, a noble, have too much on your mind and don't remember me. The adventurer who bought a bow and helped you catch some water point rabbits, Lu Wei teased, noticing the smile in Mia's eyes. Fine, fine. Lu Wei Argelin, I remember you now. What brings you here this time? The cold expression was finally broken by Lu Wei's teasing. Well, Miss Mia, my mentor, the great mage Igor, recommended me to come here to learn basic enchantment. I also wanted to learn identification skills from you. Lu Wei said seriously, handing the Igor badge to Miss Mia. All right, I see. You can use this Igor badge to qualify for learning enchantment, but for identification skills, let's wait until you've finished learning basic enchantment. I can give you a discount on the enchantment fee, but for identification, you'll have to pay the full amount. Start by paying me 80 currency. After saying that, Miss Mia extended her hand, fingers pointing at Lu Wei, palm up, asking for money. The player lost 80 currency and gained the opportunity to learn enchantment from Mia. Opportunity? Isn't it just learning it directly? Miss Mia, I only got a chance to learn basic enchantment from you. What happens if I can't learn it this time? Upon hearing the prompt from the intelligence brain, Lu Wei felt like she had been tricked. Yes, you just had a chance to learn from me. If you can't learn it this time, your favorability in my eyes will decrease, and I might not teach such a foolish apprentice next time. Miss Mia said cruelly about the punishment for failing to learn. You guys, fine, I'll learn. Lu Wei wanted to pull out the artifact-level staff given by the intelligence brain and cast a few spells at Miss Mia. But then she realized she couldn't defeat Miss Mia at the moment and would face punishment from the intelligence brain, causing her real body to be unable to recover. Very well, come in with me. After saying that, Miss Mia walked into the back of the shop, and Lu Wei had no choice but to follow closely behind. Lu Wei followed Miss Mia into the basement of the weapons shop, which was like a hidden paradise, with an array of high-level weapons neatly hung on the walls. Lu Wei, come over here. There are books on the theoretical knowledge of basic enchantment, its origins, and how to learn it. For today, just look at these books. This was a study room filled with books about weapons and more. I got it. Thank you, Miss Mia. Reading was Lu Wei's strong suit. For a knowledgeable mage, the knowledge in books was the most important. In fact, some learned mages even created a zero-level spell, Read Magic. This spell theoretically allows you to read all books and imprint their contents into your mind. But the downside is that if you don't understand the language, even if it's imprinted in your mind, you won't understand its meaning. Zero-level spell, Read Magic. Today, Lu Wei happened to memorize this spell. She originally planned to go to the town library and forcefully memorize more spell theories using a spell, but she ended up using it here. Lu Wei recalled the content of the book. It turned out that the origin of enchantment came from the elven race. Due to their fragile bodies, they couldn't wield large weapons. To solve this problem, the elven gods added divine scripts to weapons to enhance their effects. Later, the weapon masters of the elven race imitated this and created unique elven enchantment scripts, and this weapon master was also deified by the elven gods. Later, the human empire fought against the elven race. Some soldiers picked up the weapons left behind by the elves, and the weapon masters and mages among humans jointly created a form of enchantment unique to humans. After thousands of years of improvement, this enchantment could only be performed by mages. To master enchantment, one must have a strong mental attribute and excellent control over magical power. Enchantment no longer relies on scripts as it once did. Instead, it depends on the mage inscribing magical circuits on their weapons. Additionally, different materials will have different effects when enchanted, such as dragon blood enhancing a weapon's immunity, etc. As Lu Wei pondered, she gestured with her fingers in the air. Miss Mia, seeing that Lu Wei was immersed in the theory of enchantment, nodded and left a white-quality axe and some cheap materials, along with a note. When Lu Wei came back to her senses, she found herself alone in the study and picked up the note on the table. I saw you captivated by the charm of enchantment, so I didn't want to wake you. After you turn around, head to the laboratory across from the study for practical operations. These materials are cheap. Use them freely. Good luck, Lu Wei. Lu Wei put the white-quality weapon and materials into her backpack and headed directly to the laboratory, ready for her first enchantment. Sure enough, it failed. Lu Wei's first enchantment ended in failure. Reflecting on her previous actions, she realized that her magical power was out of her control. This was not good. Lu Wei kept practicing controlling her magical power in the laboratory, especially for some low-level spells that required her control. She continued to practice until she could directly grasp the smallest things she desired with her mage hand. One more try. First, she released her mental power, then used it to slowly cover the magical circuit she had planned. The crucial moment came. Lu Wei carefully picked up a cup of red liquid, guiding her magical power to let the liquid flow along the circuit she had just established. Success! The weapon on the table flashed with a faint red glow, and the magical power guided the liquid to successfully complete the circuit. Examine. Initial refining axe, green, attack, 15 to 25 traits. Sharp blade 1 not bad. Miss Mia, who didn't know when she had walked up to Lu Wei's side, picked up the weapon. Chapter 18. Igor and Miss Mia, very good. Lu Wei, your mental strength is very high, so high that you can easily control the direction of your magic. However, if others find out about this advantage, it will become your weakness. You must understand that a genius who has not grown up is not called a genius, but a waste. You must remember this. Miss Mia said solemnly to Lu Wei, because during the past few days of talking with Lu Wei, Miss Mia had noticed some of Lu Wei's strengths and weaknesses. Lu Wei, half a genius and half a waste, has extremely high mental strength, charm, and intelligence, but very low physique, strength, and agility. Lu Wei's strengths could allow her to go far on the path of a mage, but her weaknesses would greatly hinder her. With just a slight misstep, Lu Wei could become a fallen waste. For example, if Lu Wei's magic is restrained by others. Without good physique, strength, and agility, Lu Wei would be like a lamb with a broken leg, completely at the mercy of others. Lu Wei was aware of this, so she did not want to go out and take risks like other adventurers. She consciously stayed in town to steadily improve her casting before going out. However, this would greatly delay the recovery of her physical body in real life. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Mia. I will be careful. I will build my surroundings like a fortress before going out. By the way, when will you teach me identification skills? Lu Wei was grateful for Miss Mia's reminder. After this period of communication, Lu Wei realized that Miss Mia was definitely not just a simple weapon shop owner. Her knowledge surpassed that of some mages. However, Lu Wei found it difficult to probe Miss Mia. Once Lu Wei used any mental skills, Miss Mia could always detect it immediately and skillfully interrupt it. This is not something an ordinary weapon shop owner would know. Regarding the study of identification skills, I have new arrangements. You should go to the Mage Guild and call your mentor Igor over for me. I have something to tell him. Lu Wei felt a sense of killing intent from the seemingly gentle Miss Mia, which made her a bit scared, so she prepared to withdraw from the scene. Wait, give this to Igor, and when you come back, I will teach you identification skills for free. Miss Mia handed Lu Wei a button that still had a magical aura on it. Lu Wei guessed that there was some information hidden in this button, but unfortunately, she couldn't decipher it and didn't dare to do so. I understand, Miss Mia. I will tell Mentor Igor everything you said and what you want him to take. Lu Wei forced a smile and then activated the agility boost on Igor's badge. Otherwise, with her original speed, she wouldn't reach the Mage Guild before dark. Well, go ahead. Miss Mia came back to her senses, smiled at Lu Wei, and let her go. Yade, wait for me at the entrance of the Mage Guild. The communication in this game is something Lu Wei cannot comprehend. Originally, with such a high level of magical civilization, there are not many advanced communication methods. Mages can leave messages through the magical network, but other professions are in dire straits. Priests are a bit better. They can communicate with other priests through the statues of their deities, but pure warriors are particularly miserable. Then, Lu Wei hurried to the Mage Guild with her fastest speed. Still in her black cloak, still the familiar Mage Guild, and still the handsome guild attendant, Suya. Hello, Suya. Where's Mentor Igor? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Lu Wei inquired of the handsome attendant Suya, who was still standing at the entrance of the Mage Guild. Miss Lu Wei, good afternoon. I don't know where Lord Igor is, but he should be in his mage tower. Shall I take you there? The gentle voice of the handsome young man, Suya, rang out. No need. I know where the Mentor's mage tower is. You help me settle this half-elf friend first. After I finish talking with the Mentor, I will find this half-elf. Just find him a room and bring him some food. He will pay. After saying that, Lu Wei nodded to the half-elf thief Yade and smiled at Suya. I understand, Miss Lu Wei. I will arrange everything for your friend. You go find Lord Igor first. Suya agreed and promised to take care of Yade, and Lu Wei left. At the entrance of the Mage Tower, the tower spirit was still as lively as ever. Lu Wei really didn't know how the Mentor could stand it. Good afternoon, beautiful Miss Lu Wei. You seem even more charming than before after a few days. Lu Wei felt a headache. She was covered from head to toe in a black cloak. How did this tower spirit see that she was more charming? Ding! Notification received. Miss Lu Wei, please come in. The master is waiting for you in the study. After saying this, the somewhat playful tower spirit disappeared from Lu Wei's sight. But before leaving, it cast Lu Wei a reproachful glance, making her think something might happen. Slowly walking to the study, Lu Wei saw her mentor, Master Igor, sitting in his chair with a serious expression. Good afternoon, Mentor Igor. Lu Wei greeted the serious-looking man, pulling the absorbed Igor back to reality. Good afternoon, Lu Wei. How is your study of the basic enchantment skills going? Has Mia given you a hard time? Seeing his apprentice Lu Wei greeting him, Master Igor, for some reason, let out a sigh of relief. Mentor, I have successfully learned the basic enchantment skills and found my shortcomings in magic control. Miss Mia did not give me a hard time and asked me to bring you something. After saying that, Lu Wei took the button with a magical aura from her backpack and handed it to Mentor Igor. This is the affection button? After saying this, Master Igor gathered a bit of magic on his fingertip and pointed it at the button. Then the voice of Miss Mia appeared. Igor Kolian, how long are you going to keep avoiding me? I abandoned the glory of my family to come to this place with you, and you would rather send your apprentice over than come to see me. After saying that, the voice abruptly stopped. This, Mentor Igor, do you have some misunderstanding with Miss Mia? Lu Wei tentatively asked Master Igor. Snap. Master Igor snapped his fingers, and then he changed his appearance. It turned out that Master Igor had been disguising himself all along. Chapter 19. Learning identification magic. There is a bit of misunderstanding between Mia and me, but that's not something you need to know. Besides, weren't you going to find Mia to learn identification magic? Hurry up and go. Forget it. I'll go with you. It seemed that Mage Igor wanted to say something to Lu Wei, but he suddenly got distracted. I understand. Mentor Igor, let's go, Lu Wei said. Then widened her eyes and stared at Mage Igor. What are you looking at? Let's go. Lu Wei found that the unmasked Mage Igor looked very handsome, and the way he looked at her just now was particularly enticing. Huh? Oh, Mentor Igor, you don't need to use disguise magic anymore. Why don't we use teleportation magic to go directly? Looking at her handsome mentor's face that made her want to pinch it, Lu Wei didn't want to walk anymore. I don't have memory disguise magic. Do you think we have enough spell slots? And for such a short distance, what teleportation magic? With your useless physique. If I don't relieve the dimensional pressure for you, you would definitely be crushed. Mage Igor felt that his apprentice was being quite foolish, asking him such a simple question. Once you finish learning identification magic, go to the town library and read all the books you can find on space, and no reading magic allowed. Mage Igor felt that this little punishment was still not enough. Okay, I got it, let's go. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Mage Igor, but unfortunately, the NPC Igor in the Chronicle of the Gods wouldn't understand the meaning behind it. Then, Lu Wei followed her mentor step by step from the study on the top floor towards Mia's weapon shop. By the time Lu Wei successfully reached the entrance of the Mage Tower, she was already panting heavily. Lord Igor, Miss Lu Wei, over here, said Soa, who was standing next to a carriage. Seeing the carriage, Lu Wei felt her energy come back. Indeed, Mage Igor was taking her towards the carriage. How's it going, Soa? Is your energy still sufficient? If not, I can exchange it for you. It seemed that Mage Igor was quite familiar with Soa, asking about some questions that Lu Wei couldn't understand. Lord Igor, the energy in my core is still sufficient. Thank you for your kindness. After saying that, Soa made a gesture of invitation to Mage Igor and Lu Wei. Lu Wei followed Mage Igor into the carriage, of course. She was lifted into it by Soa. Mentor Igor, what were you talking about with Soa just now? Why couldn't I understand? What was an energy core? Lu Wei looked at Mage Igor with a confused expression. Soa, come in for a moment. Just leave the carriage to the coachman. Mage Igor did not answer Lu Wei's question, but called Soa in. Soa, take off your shirt. Let my foolish apprentice see your identity. The word from Mage Igor made Lu Wei cover her face with her hands. But the fingers that didn't cover her eyes represented Lu Wei's mental state. I understand, Lord Igor. After saying that, Soa began to take off his shirt. The Mage Guild's servant uniform only had a couple of pieces, so it was quickly removed. His smooth belly showed no traces of abs, and the graceful curves of his waist were hidden in his servant pants, while the male mermaid line on his front was concealed in an indescribable place, presenting a picture of a clean and charming man. All right, come over and take a look, Mage Igor said to the still shy Lu Wei. You see, this is where Soa's energy core is located, and Soa is not human. He is a resident of the mechanical realm of the Nirvana plane. He accidentally drifted into the main plane over a decade ago and was picked up by me. Over the years, he has grown from small robot shape to what he is now due to the passage of time and his own energy absorption. Mage Igor first pointed to the location of Soa's belly button for Lu Wei to see and then explained Soa's origin. Then, Mentor Igor, what is the mechanical realm like? And what are its residents like? Lu Wei shyly glanced at Soa's clean belly, then turned her head to look at Mage Igor. Well, you can go to the library to read about it yourself. This information requires certain permissions. So my apprentice should work hard to improve herself and gain prestige in the capital and towns. Mage Igor didn't mention that some knowledge about other planes is taboo, and even ordinary plane knowledge requires a higher level of permission. Otherwise, why would some bishops in the divine churches have such low knowledge of planes? Lord Igor and Miss Lu Wei, we've arrived. Soa, who had already put on his clothes, reminded the master and apprentice. The carriage surrounded by players first saw Soa stepping down, followed by two people in black cloaks. Soa's appearance made some players who often lingered in the Mage Guild notice this exceptionally handsome servant. Soa even had a large fan base on the Star Network. Miss Mia, we're here. Lu Wei happily greeted Mia. But there seemed to be a slight issue as Mia was staring intently at Mage Igor. Mia, I'm here. This was a gentle male voice that Lu Wei had never heard from Mage Igor. Lu Wei, here are the books related to learning identification magic. You're not allowed to use reading magic. Go to the study by yourself. I have some matters to discuss with your mentor. After hearing that, Lu Wei looked at the two people in front of her and quietly stepped aside, slipping away to the study. What is their relationship? Could it be some glitch plot of a rich girl marrying a poor boy, leading to misunderstandings? The more Lu Wei thought about it, the more she felt this possibility. After all, it was the first time her mentor spoke so gently, and in the past, while Mage Igor spoke gently, it was not with the heartfelt softness he showed towards Miss Mia. Forget it, no need to think about it. One is her mentor, and the other is similar to her mentor. It's better to wait for them to tell her themselves. Lu Wei had an intuition that after they finished talking, Miss Mia would come to find her to chat. Lu Wei relaxed her mind, then took out the book that Miss Mia had given her from her backpack and sat down at the desk in the study, slowly reading. It turns out that identification magic originated from the detection magic of the dwarves. If you look at it from height, some players with low identification skills might confuse goblins and dwarves as the same race. In fact, this is wrong because goblins are a variant of fairies, while dwarves are a race created by the dwarf god Moradin. The dwarven race has a good relationship with earth elementals and is recognized as a treasure race in the main plane. They are keen on discovering various gems and treasures hidden deep within the earth. And since Moradin is a powerful deity, dwarves are not as pitiable as goblins. Due to frequently digging for gems and other treasures deep in the earth, the dwarves specifically created gem detection magic to detect the quality of gems. After establishing diplomatic relations with the human empire, humans learned this detection magic and improved it into the current identification magic, which is better than gem detection magic because it can identify the quality of various weapons. Chapter 20. The Letter from Deepwater City. After Lu Wei successfully learned the art of appraisal, she was ushered out by Miss Mia. However, before she left, Mia told Lu Wei a story about a noble heiress who eloped with a poor young man, only to be forcibly separated by her family from the now legendary Archmage. It was only recently that the two reconciled, implying that Lu Wei had gained a wealthy heiress as her mentor. Lu Wei, Master Max is looking for you. He is waiting for you in Lab 1 of the Mage Guild. It was still the handsome Soa who came to inform Lu Wei. Go ahead. I have a rough idea of what Master Max wants to discuss with you. It shouldn't be a big deal, Lu Wei's mentor, Igor, said in a way that left her quite frustrated. Got it, Mentor Igor, I'll go right away. Although she wanted to hit something, Lu Wei knew she couldn't, so she planned to go complain to Miss Mia later. By the way, after some effort during this time, Miss Mia's favorability towards Lu Wei had skyrocketed. Let us go. Suoya. After Lu Wei finished speaking, she waited for Suoya to lead the way. The silence along the way made Lu Wei feel quite bored. Good day, Master Max. Lu Wei felt that Master Max seemed more benevolent than before, though she wasn't sure if it was just her impression. Good day, Lu Wei. I brought you here to show you this. Saying that, Master Max used his mage hand to present a letter to Lu Wei with a somewhat serious expression. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat as she took the envelope and opened it. The letter was from the glorious city, the city of miracles in the main plane, Deepwater City. This city was known for its inclusiveness, accommodating all races of the good alignment, as well as various professions. Even evil mages could survive in Deepwater City, as long as they obeyed the rules. The letter stated that not long ago, the Mage Guild of Deepwater City received some strange messages from mages in the wilderness plain, along with unusual claims, such as the stars of the gods are gradually dimming, and that the main plane will face invasions from lower planes like the Abyss and Hell. The letter also mentioned a desire to seek prophecy mages from other cities to discuss how the Mage Guild should proceed in the main plane's activities. Moreover, the meeting would not be held in Deepwater City, but would take place in the Mage Holy Land, the City of 1,000 Towers, a nation composed of powerful mages. Additionally, the letter stated that the teleportation arrays from other main planes to the City of 1,000 Towers had been forcibly closed, and currently, one could only enter the City of 1,000 Towers via Deepwater City or through astral travel. I wonder why Master Max wants me, a mere level 3 mage, to see this letter? Level 3 mage. This was a breakthrough Lu Wei had achieved while learning appraisal from Miss Mia not long ago. However, Master Igor believed Lu Wei had advanced too quickly and suggested that she should go out and gain experience. Actually, your mentor, Master Igor, also received this letter, but he needs to stay here at the Mage Guild. And didn't your mentor mention that you should go out and gain some experience? Following me to the City of 1,000 Towers can also be considered as experience. It is said that we will engage in friendly sparring with mages from other mage guilds. Our Mage Guild has a few high-level mages, but most are still low-level. You are among the better ones, so I discussed with your mentor about taking you out to see the world. Master Max rambled on. So, will those mages come along? Lu Wei was moved. After all, only by sparring with other mages could she understand her grasp of spells. Definitely. There will be mage codes, and also the mages who previously went to the Labda tribe. However, you adventurers will also have 10 adventurers accompanying you. But I don't know exactly who those 10 will be yet. It's not confirmed. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei seemed to think of something, her eyes glimmering. Since the adventurers haven't been chosen yet, how about we hold a competition in our Mage Guild? The top 10 can go along, and I want to participate. Lu Wei had long wanted to spar with others, but had been delayed by various matters before. That's a good idea. The guild leader was previously troubled about selecting those adventurers. However, we have held similar events before, but they always ended in failure, Master Max said, suddenly looking grim as he seemed to recall something. Oh, how did it fail? Lu Wei felt she was about to hear something quite bizarre. It's not a big deal. We used to have intermediate or high-level prophecy mages predict the events before holding the competition. Initially, the predictions indicated nothing significant, but once we started, various situations would arise, such as falling astral meteors or unexpected events in the town hall, leading us to cancel the competition. It happened several times, which frustrated the curse mages so much that they thoroughly checked the entire Mage Guild for curses, but obviously there were none, Master Max said, his expression darkening again as he recounted. This time, we'll proceed as usual. It's just a comparison of a few low-level mages. During our competition, let your prophecy masters observe the currents of fate that day and see what is going on with our Mage Guild, Lu Wei suggested, considering that Master Max had mentioned that the previous competitions held by the Mage Guild were quite grand. This time, however, it was just a competition among low and intermediate mages. Well, that might work. We can only do it this way now. Actually, why don't you come to our prophecy division? We can also learn from your school of alteration, and our prophecy division can even uncover some sealed news about the gods and the main plane. For some reason, Master Max started to entice her, knowing that Lu Wei's talents were mostly genius level except for physical attributes. Master Max, that wouldn't be appropriate, right? You know I'm an adventurer, and I need more powerful spells to protect myself on my journey. Although prophecy spells are good, most are supportive. What I need are powerful offensive spells to protect myself. Though Lu Wei felt a bit swayed, she recalled what she had heard previously and what the letter mentioned today about significant events happening in the Age of the Gods. Prophecy mages would be very useful in peaceful times, but in the face of the upcoming major events, they would be at a disadvantage. All right then, I respect your choice. However, if you encounter any difficulties in the prophecy division, feel free to come to me. Master Max knew the shortcomings of prophecy mages and did not force Lu Wei. Thank you for your understanding, Master Max. Chapter 21. Preparation before the competition. In fact, the speed of the Mage Guild was quite fast. As soon as Lu Wei informed Mage Maze about the competition, all the adventurer mages in this town received a mission from the intelligence brain. Optional mission. It seems that something significant is about to happen in the Mage Guild, calling all adventurer mages in this town, to participate in a mage competition at the Mage Guild. The top 10 mages will receive substantial rewards. Registration is this afternoon, and the competition starts tomorrow morning, all organized by the Mage Guild. Note 1. All participating mages will have their accommodation fees at the Mage Guild have for 7 days. Note 2. There are no substantial rewards for this competition, just a reputation increase of 5 for Hilltown and the Mage Guild. Note 3. No deaths are allowed during this competition. If a death occurs, the killer will face severe punishment. Master Mage Maze, why can't there be any deaths? What if some people don't have enough control over their magic? Lu Wei expressed her confusion. After all, there's no competition without accidents, and low-level mages often struggle with controlling their magic. That's your own problem as adventurers. If you can't even control your own magic, what kind of mage are you? You don't deserve to compete with us in the city of Thousand Towers and embarrass our Mage Guild. Mage Maze said coldly. After all, he was a native, and this group of adventurers seemed like invaders to him. Whether they lived or died was of no concern to him. The restriction on adventurers to avoid deaths was merely to maintain the Mage Guild's reputation. I understand now. When does the competition start? I need to prepare. Lu Wei felt a bit uncomfortable after hearing Mage Maze's words. However, she didn't think too much about it, as her thoughts were somewhat aligned with Mage Maze. If one couldn't control their own magic, what kind of mage were they? Such mages weren't worthy of having teammates. The competition will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. With registration this afternoon, Mage Maze said, noticing that Lu Wei was not discouraged by his words, but appeared more spirited instead, showing a hint of satisfaction. Lu Wei, you'd better prepare. If you lose tomorrow, your mentor and some people from the Mage Guild might have opinions about you. Mage Maze reminded Lu Wei that she must give her all in tomorrow's competition. Otherwise, she might face disdain from the entire Mage Guild. I understand, Master Mage Maze. I will do my best. Lu Wei replied energetically to Mage Maze, but inside, she felt differently. She was worried that her physique wouldn't support her in continuous battles for long. It seemed it was time to bring out the staff given to her by the intelligence brain at the beginning of her character creation. Back in her room, Lu Wei took out the staff from her backpack. Artifact, source of all mages attack, 50 to 100 sealed state. Mana recovery speed, 10 per second sealed state. Active skills. 1. Meteor spell, Starfall. Master's level is too low to cast this spell. 2. Great disruption spell. Master's level is too low to cast this spell. 15. Burning Hand Others. Unknown. Note 1. This artifact is in the form of a staff. Its low-level form is a magic wand. And only when the master successfully ascends to godhood will all forms be unlocked. Note 2. This artifact can be used by spellcasters of all races. It seems that after I learned the identification skill, my exploration skill combined with my identification skill to form a new skill. However, this change doesn't seem to be a bad thing. At least I can now identify part of the information about this artifact. It seems there are other functions as well. Lu Wei felt quite positive about her new skill, as it was obtained from merging her mental energy with the spirit turtle. However, the functions of this artifact had increased significantly since she first received it. But the last note seemed to be reminding her of something, that all spellcasters could use it, which implied that this artifact might be stolen. Forget it. I won't think about it. Player, Lu Wei, Green Spirit, 2710, Physique, 510 Strength, 510 Speed, 510 Charm, 2010 Intelligence, 20 to note. The numbers in parentheses represent the data of an average person. Bloodline, source of magic. This bloodline comes from a magical source in the Sea of Chaos and can significantly increase the gathering and casting speed of one's own magic. Not bad. My physique has improved again. It seems that my revival should not be far off, as long as I successfully ascend to godhood in this world. Regardless of the rank of the divine position, as long as I achieve godhood, I can completely revive. The letter from Deepwater City said that the brilliance of the gods is gradually dimming, which means the gods can potentially be killed. As long as I work hard to successfully advance to demigod and then kill a weak divine being, I can successfully ascend to godhood. Lu Wei was daydreaming on her bed. She didn't consider why there were so few natives who successfully reached the level of gods in the main plane. It feels like something is missing. Lu Wei turned around in her room and suddenly realized that she was missing some equipment. However, many pieces of equipment could not be worn by mages, which is why high-level mages relied on their own protective spells rather than equipment. But those things could wait until Lu Wei advanced. Right now, she was practically a fragile little lamb, certain to die if approached, especially since with her current protective spells. It would be difficult to withstand damage from melee classes. Forget it, I'll ask Miss Mia. If you have nothing else to do, accompany me to Mia's weapon shop. Soja. The latter half of the sentence was transmitted to Soja's mind through Lu Wei's telepathy. However, logically, Lu Wei shouldn't be able to transmit information to Soja so accurately at this moment. But she used the artifact, source of all mages, to cast it. And during the casting, Lu Wei felt her magic was more stable than ever. Before long, Soja knocked on Lu Wei's door. Miss Lu Wei, I have nothing to do right now. I can accompany you to Miss Mia's. Soja directly called from outside Lu Wei's door. Though his voice wasn't too loud, it was still audible, just like a dazed young adventurer mage. Let us go, Soja, go call for a carriage. After saying that, Lu Wei gave Soja some coins to find a carriage, as walking there herself would take too long in the dark. Miss Mia, long time no see. I need some armor suitable for low-level mages. Lu Wei didn't chat with Miss Mia this time and directly stated her request. Armor for mages, especially for low-level mages? I don't seem to have such things in my shop. After all, what do low-level mages need protection from? It's not as good as that badge from your mentor. Miss Mia pouted and dismissed Lu Wei. She even added, relying on equipment will never be as good as relying on oneself, implying that equipment is never as strong as one's own abilities. Chapter 22. The first day of the competition. Welcome, adventurers, to the adventurer competition hosted by the Mage Guild. The top 10 participants will be taken under the wing of the mid to high-level mages of the Mage Guild and will accompany Master Mage to the holy city of mages, the Thousand Tower City, to engage in exchanges with mages from other guilds. What are you waiting for? Show your strongest abilities and strive for a high position in this competition. Additionally, there will be followers of the God of Justice serving as judges, and the Mage Guild will provide rewards in the venue. The handsome man on stage seems to be a follower of the goddess of joy, Lierla. This goddess, a subordinate of the goddess of love, governs the realms of joy, festive celebrations, and other minor divine powers, and is a goddess of hedonism. This host is so handsome, the audience swoons. The entire competition can be watched for free. The rewards are really great. You can also become a disciple of an NPC without having to adventure around to increase your strength. There's a fiery female mage, the holy city of mages, the Thousand Towers City, that legendary place where all the residents can cast a bit of magic. I really want to see it. I must make it into the top 10. Oh, everyone. The president of the Mage Guild just said that those who win the top 3 will have the opportunity to become his disciples. What are you waiting for? This is a great opportunity to elevate your status. Now, without further ado, let's begin today's preliminary rounds. Please look at this huge curtain. It will display the matches from different arenas. Oh, by the way, all participating contestants will enter a dimensional space for individual matches. So don't worry about the competition running too long. Lu Wei feels that the host's words exceeded his handsome appearance. I have to compliment him. He truly is a bard under the goddess of joy and knows how to speak well. Lu Wei, assigned to arena number 7, has observed that there are several tricky opponents. Don't worry, everyone, the first place is definitely mine for the trust of Mentor Igor and Master Maze. Alright, now that all contestants are in position, let me explain the rules of this competition. 1. All adventurers are prohibited from using toxic weapons. You are mages, not assassins. 2. You cannot poison your opponents. You can injure them, but you cannot kill them. This will test your control over your spells. If you can't even control your own spells, the president says you are unworthy of being a mage. 3. You may bring your own spell-casting tools. 4. In this competition, each win earns you a point, and the losers are eliminated. This bard talks too much. Lu Wei reached into his cloak and scratched his ear. It has begun. Lu Wei's first opponent is a second-level mage, who looks close to breaking through to the third level. Such good talent. To progress to a second-level mage alone without any mentorship, and is about to reach the third level. But so what? I will definitely win. Level 1 spell, Flash. Level 2 spell, Summon Companion. Lu Wei thought simply. His physical condition was extremely poor, so as long as his opponent was briefly blinded, it would make winning easy. Unfortunately, the Flash spell didn't work. As for the opponent's Summon Companion, a second-level mage couldn't summon a powerful creature, at most. He could summon a beast from the nearby forests of Hilltown. However, Lu Wei felt a bit unlucky. As he encountered a low-probability event, the opponent summoned a fire wolf, a powerful existence among low-level magical beasts. Level 2 spell, Ice Explosion. Level 2 spell, Human Restraint. Fortunately, Lu Wei had twice as many spell slots as his opponent, and with the aid of the artifact, Source of All Magic, he easily restrained the opponent, who couldn't resist the restraint spell, and also dealt damage to the firewolf. Lu Wei planned to take down the opponent, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the firewolf, which shot a fireball at him, equivalent to the strength of a second-level mage's fireball. Agility increase. Lu Wei's speed suddenly increased, narrowly dodging the attack, but still got grazed by the protective spell on him. Level 0 spell, Mage Hand. The Mage Hand cast by Lu Wei, a third-level mage, finally became useful. A third-level mage's Mage Hand could lift an object weighing no more than 150 pounds, and Lu Wei's opponent looked to be no more than 130. So, Lu Wei used his Mage Hand to send a restrained opponent off the stage. Notably, when Lu Wei sent his opponent down, the fire wolf suddenly vanished. It turned out that the arena was under a barrier spell that prevented magical interactions. Arena number 7, Lu Wei wins. As for the pseudonym, it was something Master Mage advised Lu Wei to use. After all, who in the upper echelons of the Mage Guild didn't know that the legendary mage Igor was bored and took on his first apprentice. Lu Wei stepped off the stage and quietly checked himself. He had used 2 second-level spells, 1 first-level spell, and 1 zero-level spell, with several spells left unused. And notably, he hadn't used any third-level spells yet. It seemed he could still win 2 more rounds today. After checking himself, Lu Wei felt that there seemed to be fewer people in Arena number 7, with only second-level and above mages remaining. After asking around, he found that all the eliminated contestants were first-level mages, who seemed to feel they couldn't win and voluntarily withdrew, having already enjoyed a 7A half-price accommodation benefit from the Mage Guild. Lu Wei twitched his mouth and decided not to think about it anymore. He turned to look at the stage, and his face became serious because a second-level mage had just defeated a third-level mage. This second-level mage's spells were quite despicable. He used Slow, Web, and a sound deprivation spell, knowing that casting spells requires gestures and incantations. Lu Wei was able to cast spells quickly due to the artifact. But this third-level mage didn't have any spells to resist and didn't even have protective spells on him. He deserved to lose. Lu Wei silently mocked in his heart. After all, unless his casting speed was faster than the opponent's, he could only resist 1 spell with his protection, and for the other spell, he would have to endure it. Then this second-level mage surprisingly decided not to compete anymore, claiming he had run out of spells. Although he didn't compete, Lu Wei still had enough spells left. However, awkwardly, Lu Wei's second opponent turned out to be a third-level mage. Chapter 23. Encountering the Divination Mage. Due to the withdrawal of most first and even second-level contestants on the first day of the competition, this round progressed quickly. According to Suya, nothing unusual occurred during the first day's match, but Mage Max seemed to sense something and hurriedly rushed to the astrological tower of the Mage Guild. The astrological tower is a necessary building for every Mage Guild, enabling most divination mages to perform better divinations and prophecies. Even if there are no divination mages, this building must still be constructed. In a concealed meeting room of the Mage Guild, the high-ranking members who control the direction of the guild, including Mage Max, Mage Kodesh, Grand Mage Igor, and the President, were present. Everyone, I believe I have found the reason why our Mage Guild, along with other Mage Guilds, cannot successfully hold talent selection competitions like this one. There is a curse from a deity regarding our selection of mages. Once we hold the guild's competition, this curse activates and interferes with our matches. Mage Max said seriously, sharing his observations. Did Mage Max observe which deity cast the curse? This was crucial to the survival of the entire Mage Guild, and even the usually playful Mage Kodesh was no longer joking around. Based on my observations, this strand of divine power comes from the heart of runes. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present darkened even further. The heart of runes is the domain of the goddess of magic and also the deity of mages. The mysterious lady, the goddess of magic, shouldn't do this. After all, this powerful goddess is responsible for maintaining the balance of magic in the multiverse and would not suppress us non-believing mages. However, the other deity of the heart of runes might think differently, especially since most of our guild's mages do not worship this so-called protector of mages. Legendary mage Igor expressed his views, confident in their correctness. This initial preacher, the deity of mages, has truly regressed, trying to suppress us non-believers to elevate his followers' strength in the main plane. But has he forgotten that our mage guild is also a legitimate form of mages? Unjustly suppressing us seems to be done behind his main god's back. Otherwise, the mysterious lady would not remain indifferent. It seems we need to remind this goddess of the magic web about a few things. Spoke the demigod Igor, a powerful member of this mage guild. All right, let this matter be handled by His Highness' hand. Mahamux concluded. By the way, Igor, your apprentice has a good grasp of magic, and her weapon is impressive too. I was hoping to recruit her into our divination department. Mahamux dished Igor. Igor proudly shook his leg and laughed. I know my apprentice is exceptional, but she has health issues. You should have noticed her constitution is extreme. Too good is too good, and too bad is too bad. But Max, you actually had the thought of poaching her. I guess you were turned down? Igor recalled his own talented apprentice. Yes, she refused. What a pity for such a good talent. She must have thought of something in that letter from Deepwater City, like the glory of the gods is gradually dimming. She said she needs a more aggressive mage to protect herself. Igor, you need to be cautious. Excessive pursuit of power could put her in danger. Mage Max reminded Igor. As an excessive pursuit of one's own power could lead to a loss of control and extreme danger. I know, but you actually showed that letter to Lu Wei. It seems you really recognize her. Igor said incredulously to Mage Max. Who is Mage Max? He is a powerful divination mage who has been in the limelight in recent years. And it is said that his prophecies can rival those of the All-Seer, the god of prophecy. Those he recognizes usually achieve great things. Yes, I really recognize her. I saw the sacred sparks blooming in her. Sacred sparks, a term for divine fire, are important to the gods. Mage Max's words plunged the room into silence once again. Divine fire, currently only possessed by the demigod His Highness' hand among those present, means stepping into the realm of the gods. At arena number 7, Lu Wei was competing against the last opponent. If she won, she would qualify to enter the main stage and compete against the first place from other arenas for a spot in the top 10. My name is Sci-Fi, a level 3 mage specializing in divination. What's your name, Dark-Clad One? Lu Wei's opponent was a handsome young man specializing in divination spells, but he had a somewhat flamboyant demeanor. My name, Lu Wei AI Urge Lin, a level 3 mage specializing in shaping magic. After introducing herself, Lu Wei looked seriously at the handsome man, as his aura felt very dangerous. The final match at arena number 7 now begins. Let's see how these two level 3 strong contenders made it to the finals. With the announcer's words, Lu Wei cleverly cast 3 layers of protective spells on herself. Level 3 spell, divination. I say, the person before me cannot see. Lu Wei felt a wave of darkness before her, then realized that one layer of her protective spell was broken. Suddenly, she could see again. It turned out that the white pearl in her mind had successfully negated this level 3 spell. Level 2 spell, human binding spell. Level 3 spell, forceful binding spell. Oh no, Seidel felt a headache. His divination spell could only help him evade one binding spell, while the protective spells on him could not withstand another binding spell. Level 3 spell, divination. I say, I can evade the binding spell before me. As Seidel spoke, Lu Wei felt a powerful and mysterious force spreading across the arena. However, this force was still weak due to Seidel's insufficient strength, but it surpassed most magical power. The emergence of this power made Lu Wei cautious and hesitant to act recklessly. But surprisingly, this power could only block one binding spell. The other binding spell penetrated Seidel's protective spells and was cast upon him. Successful binding. Lu Wei sighed in relief, and the audience also breathed a sigh of relief, as the divination spells were unsolvable for these low-level mages. The consequences of Seidel being successfully bound were predictable. He was once again sent down by Lu Wei's mage hand. Thus, the match at Arena number 7 concluded completely, and Lu Wei successfully advanced to the main stage. Lu Wei glanced at the other arenas from the audience seats, with over 20 arenas nearing their conclusion. She believed she would see the opponents on the main stage by this afternoon. Chapter 24, The Finals. After 2 days of competition, Lu Wei and the others finally entered the main stage of the finals. Welcome everyone to watch. I am Claudia, the host of the main stage. I will be hosting the finals of the competition held by the Mage Guild. First, let me introduce the victors from Arenas 1 to 20. Arena 1, Siegel, a powerful mage who has reached the critical point from level 3 to 4, specializing in transmutation spells. Arena 2, Dermo, a level 3 protective mage, whose defensive spells leave opponents with no chance to attack. Arena 3, Ged, a level 3 illusionist whose mastery of illusion spells can perfectly deceive others. Arena 7, Lu Wei, a level 3 mage specializing in transmutation, a truly strong girl who has made it to the main stage despite her physical disability. Lu Wei felt a change in the host's aura, which had become quite divine. Prince Han's expression changed, and he teleported to the main stage. What brings Prince Liera here? Although Prince Han can defeat the goddess of joy, a demigod is still a demigod, and a demigod without divine office is ranked lower than a true god with divine office. It turned out to be Prince Han. There is no need for such formality. You will also be one of us gods in the future. I came here because the joy of these spectators attracted me. You know, there are very few places in the main material plane that are this joyful. Although this goddess is a low-tier deity with weak divine power, her domains of joy and celebration are very attractive in peaceful times, and at her peak, the goddess of joy was even elevated to medium divine power. But that was during peaceful times. As the glory of the gods gradually fades, this goddess has also been affected. The dimming of the god's glory has caused some places in the main material plane to start panicking. And in such chaos, who would think of the goddess of joy? A goddess without aggressive divine office? Thus, her followers have dwindled severely, and she is on the verge of falling to weak divine power. Although Prince Han and Princess Liera spoke in the divine tongue, transcending all languages of the main material plane, Lu Wei could still understand them. And she thought of the white orb in her mind. Then welcome your arrival. Let us watch this final match with anticipation. Soon after, Prince Han spoke up. Adventurers and everyone from the Mage Guild, I am Han. Let us cheer for the goddess of joy. With that, Prince Han raised his hand, and beautiful fireworks erupted on the main stage. Prince Han, Princess Liera. The audience watching the match became even more joyful. Who is Liera? She is a genuine deity and a very beautiful goddess. The adventurers felt that this viewing was worth it. Not only did they witness many powerful mages from the player community, but they also had the fortune to see a demigod and a true god. All right, everyone. We are here to watch the competition, so let me host this match. The goddess's words made everyone even more excited. Notable event. In the month of Wuxi in the era of the gods, the adventurer competition held by the Mage Guild attracted the goddess of joy, who personally hosted the finals, which is a great honor. Regardless of winning or losing, the top 3 may receive rewards from Prince Han or the goddess of joy. All right, the match starts now. Entering the stage now are Lu Wei from Arena 7 and Dermo from Arena 2. As the goddess's passionate words fell, Lu Wei and Dermo slowly enter the main stage. The audience did not expect that even a match between low-level mages could be so joyful for the goddess. Once on the stage, Lu Wei focused all her attention, carefully watching this level 3 protective mage. A protective mage is a rare existence in the player community. After all, A mage shouldn't be standing there and not supporting the team properly. Level 1 spell, Flash. Level 2 spell, Human Paralysis. Lu Wei, unable to remain calm like her opponent, initiated an attack first. Unfortunately, both attacks were nullified by her opponent's shield. Level 1 spell, Resistance Boost. Level 2 spell, Basic Mage Shield. Good, these two spells perfectly countered Lu Wei's offense. This won't work. I will eventually be worn down. Is there any way to break his shield entirely? Wait, I seem to have one. Lu Wei put away the source of all spells and took out a book. When this book was revealed, all the low-level mages present showed envious expressions, except for Siegel, who was about to become a mid-level mage. The book Lu Wei took out was the level 1 spellbook rewarded by the intelligence brain in the goblin tribe of Lebud. Although it is a level 1 spellbook, it contains a spell that even a level 1 mage would not memorize. Weak Disintegration. This spell, despite its seemingly useless name, is effective against protective spells. One could say that disintegration spells are particularly effective against protective spells. The addition of the word weak makes it sound unreliable, but Lu Wei had no choice. Although her opponent, as a protective mage, had no offensive spells of great power, her own spells couldn't break through his shield. Level 1 spell, Weak Disintegration. May the goddess of luck bless me. I don't ask for a complete break. If I can break 2 or 3 layers, I will be satisfied. Just with a level 1 spell, can Lu Wei really break Dermo's shield? This first place from Arena 7 must have been given a free pass. Agreed. It seems someone let them into the main stage. This female mage has something nice in hand. First, their S an artifact, then their S a spell book. She is quite pretty too. With such charm, it would be a loss not to make her my priestess. Goddess Liera teased Mage Hand. It's true, but unfortunately, that artifact was given by the supreme god, the intelligence brain, and with her mental attributes, being Liera as priestess would be a waste of talent. I absolutely won't let her go. This true goddess can't beat me. Lu Wei is still growing well in the Mage Guild. However, the main deity of this goddess is the goddess of love, a powerful divine being, which might be troublesome. Prince Han joked, I'm just complimenting this female mage. I have no intention of competing for her with you. The goddess of joy quickly corrected Prince Han, who had misunderstood. After all, in front of Mistress Mistral, he is also a favored one. Perhaps the goddess of luck, Tamora, heard Lu Wei's prayer as Weak Disintegration successfully broke through 2 layers of the shield. Now it's manageable. Level 3 spell, Magic Missile. Source of all spells, Magic Missile. With Lu Wei's current strength as a level 3 mage, she conjured 12 magic missiles, plus another 12 from the source of all spells. The spectacular magic missiles flew towards Dermo like shooting stars. Oh no, I can't block them. Level 3 spell, Secondary Energy Deflection. Due to Dermo's insufficient casting speed, he could only cast this one spell. Oh no, the mentor said not to injure anyone. Lu Wei was also in a bad spot. Her spells were cast quickly, but recalling her mentor's words. She hurriedly used her mental power to control the 12 magic missiles she conjured to stop in front of Dermo, allowing only the magic missiles from the source of all spells to hit. The consequence of this action was that Lu Wei's mental power was nearly depleted in an instant. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The sound of 12 consecutive impacts rang out, and Dermo appeared as if he had been stripped of all his protective spells. Can I not go down? If I don't go down, the remaining 12 are flying straight towards your head. After speaking, Lu Wei struggled to control the magic missiles and focus them in front of Demo's head. Feeling the magical power contained in the missiles, Demo swallowed hard and rushed towards the stage. When Lu Wei saw Demo step out of the barrier of the main competition stage, she relaxed, and 12 magic missiles shot towards the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Again, there were 12 consecutive hits, making the barrier shake violently. Then, Lu Wei collapsed onto the main competition stage. Chapter 25, Post-Match Meeting. By the time Lu Wei woke up, the matches for the other 18 contestants had already concluded. Surprisingly, yet predictably, the most powerful mage in this competition, Siegel, successfully advanced to the rank of Intermediate Mage Level 4 on the main stage after the match. This news sparked the interest of some mages in the Mage Guild, leading them to consider taking player adventurers as apprentices, such as the high-level transmutation mage codes. This high-level mage, who had some connection to Lu Wei, took Siegel as his apprentice and handed him a pile of materials about transmutation spells and some information regarding mage promotion, effectively sending the level 4 mage among the players off to the side. Welcome, you 10 strong adventurers. Now, we have something to discuss with you. Lu Wei, please take the remaining 9 to the meeting room. After speaking, Mage Max disappeared from the gaze of Lu Wei and the others. Let's go, everyone. I'll take you to the Mage Guild's meeting room. Oh, Soya, come here for a moment. Lu Wei first addressed Siegel and the others, then called over the handsome servant. Soya. Recently, Soya felt as if he belonged entirely to Miss Lu Wei, though this was merely his illusion. However, Lu Wei had indeed summoned him many times. Miss Lu Wei, I wish you well. Congratulations on making it to the top 10, and greetings to all the adventurers. Lu Wei felt that this handsome servant had dug a pit for her, and she had to jump in. Hee, Soya, how can you not congratulate these strong adventurers? I called you over to have you take them to the meeting room. I need to visit the mentor. I already know everything Mage Max is going to say. Lu Wei genuinely did not want to hear again what she already knew. She needed to visit Mentor Igor, as she had already sensed the bottleneck in breaking through to level 4. But why was she encountering a bottleneck when Siegel was not? Miss Lu Wei, I advise you to take the other adventurers along. Lord Max does not like those who agree and then go back on their word. And he should also be able to answer your questions. Soya had a look of concern for her. Mage Max, a highly talented divination mage within the Mage Guild, would not take kindly to being stood up, and Lu Wei felt she might end up being targeted by this seemingly kind mage. Feeling a chill down her back, she decided to go after all. Fine, I'll take them, but Soya, you must come with me. I have a few questions for you. Lu Wei decided to take them to the meeting room, but the handsome servant Soya had to accompany her, as he was pleasing to the eye. Although there were attractive adventurers, they were still unfamiliar. All right, Miss Lu Wei and all adventurers, please. Soya shook his head, likely understanding why Lu Wei had called him. What is the relationship between this Lu Wei and the General S family? Asked a petite female mage following Lu Wei, as Siegel had the highest status among them, and should know something about the General's daughter being in a vegetative state. I'm not sure. This Miss Lu Wei has always worn a black cloak, and she has protective spells that prevent me from probing her. However, it's unlikely that she is that lady, considering her consciousness has already fallen into darkness. Whether she can wake up is a question. Siegel provided his answer, though his family had some connection to the General's family. They wouldn't know whether Lu Wei was awake or not. Ah, I'm perfectly fine. Better than all of you. However, Lu Wei seemed to forget that she was logged into this game through her spirit. Wait, Miss Lu Wei, when did you wake up? Siegel suddenly realized that the game Chronicles of the Gods was logged in through the spirit, which meant what? It meant that this General S' beloved daughter had already awakened. Oh, why do you think I'm awake, my dear fiancé, whom I have yet to meet? Hearing Siegel's words, Lu Wei had not realized she revealed herself. Otherwise, she would not deserve such high intelligence. What, a fiancé? Siegel actually had a vegetative fiancé? Yes, my fiancé, who ran away from home due to a disagreement, then encountered a stellar storm and became a vegetative state. I was originally thinking of having my father annul the engagement. After all, no one wants their wife to be a vegetable. Siegel was not a kind person, directly firing back. You, fine, my dear fiancé, since I have awakened. Why don't we meet in reality 3 years later? Lu Wei felt her words were quite forced. What if she failed to achieve godhood in 3 years? That would be quite embarrassing. You, ahem, Miss Lu Wei and all adventurers, we have arrived. Lord Max and the other esteemed mages are waiting for you inside. Soya interrupted Siegel, who was about to say something further. Lu Wei and the others tidied themselves up and solemnly pushed open the door to enter. Your Highness hand, Mentor Igor and esteemed lords, greetings. Lu Wei initiated the formalities, as the other adventurers rarely had the chance to meet these individuals. Your Highness hand, Mentor Codes, and esteemed lords, good day. Next was Siegel, who was already taken as an apprentice by Mage Codes, greeting them as the first among the adventurers. The other adventurers could only address everyone as Your Highness hand and esteemed lords, as their mentor status was not sufficient to participate in this meeting. Good day, adventurers. I am Max. The reason I summoned you here is to discuss matters regarding the city of 1,000 towers. Now, I will hand it over to Lu Wei, the disciple of Mage Igor, to explain. Mage Max definitely knew about her being stood up. Huh? Me? Lu Wei was suddenly bewildered. She originally thought she could muddle through this meeting, but unexpectedly, she was caught by Mage Max to speak. Yes, it's you. After all, don't you already know what I'm going to say? Since you know, you can say it. Mage Max smiled on the surface, but inwardly, he was quite devious. The adventurers present exchanged glances, recalling what Lu Wei had said to Soya earlier, and suddenly their expressions turned quite strange. I'll say it. Recently, all the mage guilds in the main realm received a letter forwarded from Waterdeep City, stating that the city of 1,000 towers had received a group of mages from the wilderness. These mages claim that the glory of the gods is gradually fading. The main realm will face invasions from the lower planes, namely the abyss and hell. The divination mages of the city of 1,000 towers have also made several prophecies, which have generally proven accurate. They wish to unite all the mage guilds to find a solution and engage in friendly exchanges. Lu Wei finished speaking and bowed to His Highness' hand and the others, then took a seat. The other adventurers were left stunned. Wait, does the fading glory of the gods mean that the gods might fall to the mortal realm? Siegel, being the top player in this town, immediately reacted. Yes, the gods will fall to the mortal realm. It should be said that some weak deities have already abandoned their possessions in their divine realms and have automatically descended to the mortal realm. In the future, more gods may also fall. By the way, after the 25th, my updates should stabilize. Chapter 26. Departure to Deepwater City. Lu Wei, take the other adventurers to find Suya and have him arrange a few official mage rooms for them. Don't say you don't know where Suya is. He's practically your personal servant now. Mage Maze mocked Lu Wei, who was obsessed with looks. I understand, Lord Maze, but how about you give Suya to me? Lu Wei first told the other adventurers to wait a moment, then turned to the powerful figures of the Mage Guild present and requested. Suya, although he is a servant of the Mage Guild, is independent and not simple. He stands behind the mechanical realm of the ancient Nirvana plane. That is his homeland. Our Mage Guild only provides him with a temporary place to live and a place to change his energy core. As for your suggestion of giving Suya to you, we have no right to do so, explained Lu Wei's mentor, Mage Igor. After realizing that his apprentice was obsessed with looks, Mage Igor felt quite desperate. He worried that his young apprentice might one day be taken away by someone using a charm spell. After all, those who can use such spells usually have high attractiveness, like the Spider Queen in the Abyss. Don't be fooled by her spider legs. Her upper body is a very beautiful woman. The Spider Queen was once the goddess of the elf race. How could she lack beauty? And then there's the Succubus Queen in the Abyss, the queen of lust and hell, in which female deities among the gods are not beautiful. It's not interesting to only talk about females, so let us mention some males like Bishop Mott of the Radiant Church and his deity, the Lord of Radiance, who is extremely handsome. Mott, as a bishop of the Radiant Church, has a sunny presence. What woman wouldn't fall for him? It's said that even the goddess of love has commented on how good-looking Mott is. The goddess of love is known as the goddess of beauty and love, with beauty being her primary domain. So by her recognition, Mott's attractiveness is undeniable. The Lord of Radiance's looks are outstanding even among male deities. No matter how imposing this deity is, he once governed dawn, vitality, and youth, and he even won the heart of the ancient earth goddess, giving birth to a deity. The ancient earth goddess had experienced many handsome male deities, yet she was eventually captured by a deity that was absolutely young to her. One can only imagine how handsome the powerful Lord of Radiance must be. However, there are also other good-looking male deities like the Festival Youth, who competes with the goddess of joy in the domain of festival celebrations. His cheerful appearance has captured the maternal love of many older goddesses. However, it is reported that this youthful deity seems to want to give the festival celebration domain to the goddess of joy, focusing on food as the main domain. Oh, I understand now. I will try to speak to Sia. I will take these companions to find Soya now. Your Highness, and we take our leave. Lu Wei felt a bit dejected after hearing her mentor's words, but she didn't forget her manners, bowing to the powerful figures of the Mage Guild. After waiting for the adventurers to finish their bows, she led Siegel and others out of the meeting room. Igor, your apprentice, is quite interesting. She should have common topics with goddesses who appreciate beauty, like the goddess of love and the goddess of joy, and can integrate well into their company. As a demigod, His Highness Hand knows some preferences of the goddesses, which is why he teased Mage Igor. Your Highness, I don't know why she likes handsome faces so much. If one day she gets taken away by the lust demon from hell, she'll have it coming. Mage Igor felt a bit helpless hearing His Highness Hand mock him about Lu Wei's preferences. After all, the male lust demons in hell are extremely handsome, and the male vampires are also quite attractive. The elves need no mention. Thinking this way, Mage Igor felt that his apprentice's future would be difficult. That's right, Miss Lu Wei, asking for another man right in front of me. Siegel was very angry, no matter what he had said before. Lu Wei asking for another man in front of her fiancé made him feel green with envy. Oh dear, my fiancé, please don't be angry. After all, we are just childhood betrothed by our parents and have no substantial relationship. Whether this betrothal will come to fruition is still uncertain. Lu Wei looked at her nominal fiancé, who was acceptable but nowhere near as good as Suya and Bishop Maud. Suya, arrange some rooms for them. I have something to attend to. You can take them to find rooms later. With that, Lu Wei revealed a coldness that was inconsistent with her previous demeanor. I understand, Miss Lu Wei. I will arrange it for them. Please follow me. Suya seemed to understand where Lu Wei was going and did not stop, leading the other adventurers away. The remaining adventurers looked at Lu Wei's slow footsteps, then at the polite Suya, and followed him. Their own rooms were a priority. So what was Lu Wei going to do? She was going to find the half-elf thief, Yade Keegan. Lu Wei summoned Yade to the library, the quietest place in Hilltown, through the partner contract they signed. Besides the various mages training rooms, the town library, protected by the god of knowledge, was the only quiet place, and there was no fear of anyone suddenly coming to interrupt. As for whether Yade could enter the library, that was not something Lu Wei could consider. Arriving at the entrance of the Mage Guild, Lu Wei realized she was walking too slowly. Unable to bear it any longer, she paid for a carriage. After all, if she waited to walk to the library, it might already be tomorrow. Sitting in the carriage, Lu Wei pondered some things. As a homebody in the Earth era, she never had a crush, yet upon coming here, she found herself infatuated. Had she been influenced by this body? But that shouldn't be the case. She logged into this game with her mental power. Could there be something in her mental power? Oh dear, this is so confusing. Besides that white pearl, is there anything else in my mental sea? My lady, we've arrived at the library. That will be 5 Lu coins. The voice from outside the carriage interrupted Lu Wei's preparation to inspect her mental sea, and she turned her head, breaking into a cold sweat. How relaxed had she been? She dared to inspect her mental sea in an unfamiliar carriage. Thank you. Here are 5 Lu coins. Lu Wei felt a bit grateful to the young man pulling the carriage. He reminded her of some important things to pay attention to. The carriage stopped right in front of the library's main entrance. Lu Wei walked slowly over and then noticed a half-elf thief squatting beside the door. She walked over and kicked him lightly. I say, how did you end up so badly that you can't even enter the library? Lu Wei found the scene before her a bit amusing. The library guard said that unless someone guarantees, they refuse entry to anyone in the thief profession. Lu Wei, you should be able to guarantee for me, right? I also want to go into the library and take a look. Yade explained his situation to Lu Wei with a pitiful look. Follow me, but remember not to do anything strange inside the library. It is protected by the god of knowledge, and absolutely do not damage books or anything. After speaking, Lu Wei approached the guard and said. The guard glared at Yade and allowed the two of them to enter. Lu Wei led Yade to the reading room they had used before, the one where Lu Wei had read the spell book, and they talked a lot inside about the matters regarding their journey to Deepwater City tomorrow. After finishing her conversation with Yade in the library and returning to the Mage Guild, Mentor Igor informed her that Mage Maze and the others would set out for Deepwater City tomorrow at noon. Chapter 27. On the way to Waterdeep at noon the next day, Lu Wei and her companions stood by the carriage of the Mage Guild alongside Master Maze and Master Kodesh. Originally, there was a teleportation array directly to Waterdeep. But after discussing with each other, Master Mage and Master Kodesh realized that there was still a long time before the meeting in the City of 1,000 Towers. Therefore, they decided to let these newly ranked top 10 adventurers experience the journey to strengthen their control over their own power, especially for Siegel, who had just broken through to level 4, and Lu Wei, who was about to break through to level 4. Both of them lacked confidence in their own abilities. It is known that only those who can freely control their own power can become even stronger. If one cannot even master their own strength, then there exists such a being among the gods. According to Master Mage, a catastrophe known as the Cataclysm of the Saints occurred in the multiverse 1,000 years ago, where all deities were affected by an energy storm from the Chaos Sea. They were forcibly swept from their divine realms to the mortal world. And because they were forcibly cast down, all their divine powers were nullified, and they were reduced from their powerful divine forms to the forms of saints, which could be killed by mortals. At that time, the few deities with weak divine powers were targeted by other deities or powerful demigods among mortals, and all their divine offices and everything were stripped away. They fell, marking the golden age of mortals ascending to godhood. Additionally, there were fortunate mortals who were struck by great opportunities from the heavens and were lucky enough to ascend to godhood, such as the current goddess of magic, the Prince of Lies, and the newly appointed King of the Dead, all of whom became gods during that time. Sadly, the Prince of Lies could not control the immense power from his divine office and gradually lost himself, becoming the subject of great ridicule among the gods. He was controlled by his own divine office until he was gradually freed from its control with the help of a powerful thief who was his follower. Although the Prince of Lies was once controlled by his own divine office, it was because his power had increased too rapidly. After his ascension, he successfully seized the divine offices of Bane, the goddess of illusions, and the 3 previous kings of the dead, instantly rising to the pinnacle of the gods, approaching the status of a great deity. However, other powerful deities did not take this lightly, so they united all the gods to judge the Prince of Lies and sealed him away, reducing him to a level of moderate divine power. This is the consequence of being unable to control a sudden surge of power and losing oneself. Therefore, Master Mage and Master Kodesh did not want these highly talented adventurers to lose themselves, especially Lu Wei, whose power was increasing very rapidly. This caught the attention of both Master Mage and Lu Wei's mentor. They preferred Lu Wei to grow her strength slowly, wanting her to take steady steps. Otherwise, one day she would inevitably lose herself. Attention everyone. Our journey will be from Hilltown, Whitehorse City, Leaffall City, City of Wealth, Waterdeep, City of 1,000 Towers. And we will not take the safe route. Instead, we will pass through various dangerous regions. This will lay a solid foundation for yourselves, especially for Siegel and Lu Wei, one who has just broken through to level 4, and the other who is about to break through to level 4. In order for both of you to fully master your own powers, the following journey will be led by both of you. The other adventurers should not assist you, especially the half-elf thief. Absolutely do not help Lu Wei. If it comes to it, Master Kodesh will intervene to rescue you. Lu Wei noticed that these high-level mages like to use the amplification spell, a low-level spell, to announce things. Yes, I understand, Master Mage. Lu Wei used the amplification spell to project her voice along with that of the half-elf thief, Yad. I understand, Master Mage. The deep male voice belonged to Siegel. Unexpectedly, while Siegel may not be as good-looking as you, his voice is much more pleasant. Lu Wei looked at the half-elf thief with a disdainful expression. The half-elf thief, Yad, remained silent and touched his nose. Good. Now let's divide the carriages. Lu Wei, you and Siegel will share one carriage for better mobility. As for you, half-elf kid, you will ride with us. The other carriage will be used for storage. Everything else remains unchanged. Master Kodesh spoke up, but his words troubled Lu Wei's mind. Lu Wei had not yet considered sitting in the same carriage as Siegel, and Siegel felt the same way. However, they could not resist the pressure from Master Kodesh and had no choice but to stop the carriage and let Siegel sit with Lu Wei. As for why Siegel was sitting with Lu Wei, it was all Master Mage's idea. Hey, remember to protect me when we encounter danger. I could just stay in the back and cast spells. Once the carriage started again, Lu Wei immediately began to talk to Siegel. But her words made Siegel feel like he would be cannon fodder. Why should I? You're the disciple of a legendary archmage. You just stand back and output damage while I take the hits? Siegel exclaimed in surprise, his voice rising 2 octaves. If it weren't for the soundproof barrier in the carriage, everyone would probably know what Lu Wei and he were talking about. Just do as I say. Why are you complaining so much? Lu Wei exploded out of nowhere, feeling a fire in her heart that had to be vented. Who do you think you are? Lu Wei, is this how your family upbringing is? If you don't give me a good reason, I will drag you down. Poor Siegel, a well-mannered rich kid, couldn't he even curse? By the way, do you understand the curse words I'm saying? You want to see a reason? Let's form a team. I'll show you my attributes, but you have to show me yours. Lu Wei thought for a moment. From the Earth era to the Interstellar era, human civilization had not broken its continuity, and all good things had been passed down to the present, including curse words. I certainly understand. All right, let's team up. When we gain experience, we will split the items evenly, and we'll roll for the big ones. The intelligent brain will make the judgment. Siegel's anger dissipated before it could even rise. Soon, the two formed a team, with Siegel as the leader, and he opened his attributes for inspection. Siegel Klaus, half-elf mage, health, 1,1200 spirit, 2010 constitution, 1510 strength, 1410 speed, 1510 charm, 2010 intelligence, 20 to note. The numbers in parentheses are those of an ordinary person. Others, no permission to view. You, good. How dare you deceive me? Remove the illusion from your face. Lu Wei felt deceived when she saw Siegel's high charm. She had worried about him, yet he was concerned about his own appearance. Siegel touched his face, and it began to change. Beneath his sun-like golden hair was an extremely handsome face, with striking eyebrows, a straight nose, and slightly thin lips. Simply stunning. Maybe you should continue using the illusion? Lu Wei felt a bit dazed, deeply shocked in her heart. Siegel raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Chapter 28. Encounter with the Demon Spider. On the way to Bama City, Lu Wei and her companions entered a place called the Dark Night Forest. In theory, forests in the multiverse should be governed by most nature deities, with the most powerful nature deity being the god Sylvanus, who transformed from the first golden oak tree of the main plane. Because of this deity, the nature pantheon once became the most powerful pantheon in the Hall of Gods. Unfortunately, in order to stop the disaster caused by the Arcane Empire, the main god of the nature pantheon, Sylvanus, sacrificed himself, leading to his fall. This event caused many nature deities to become less fond of humans, even considering the human race as enemies of nature. Currently, the forest domain is governed by Sylvanus' daughter, Mycale, who oversees most of the forests in the main plane. But some forests, like the Dark Night Forest that Lu Wei and her companions have entered, are not under her control. Although it has forest in its name, this place is actually a paradise for dark creatures established by the Goddess of the Night. Here, under the protection of the Goddess of the Night, the dark races are incredibly powerful, and one might encounter vampires, undead, wraiths, or even shadow demons. Siegel, do you feel that? Something is approaching us. Lu Wei sensed a threatening presence closing in on her with her strong mental power. I feel it too. There's an evil aura above us. Siegel's face changed drastically as he scooped up Lu Wei. 4th level spell, Lesser Teleportation. Lu Wei felt the familiar pressure of dimensional space. And then, in a flash, the two switched places. Bang! A gigantic spider jumped onto their vehicle. Scan. Demon Hunter Spider, level 7, blue, attack, 60 to 120 due to the suppression of the main plane. Strength reduced by half. Speed, 20 intelligence, 12 note 1. This is a type of abyssal demon created by a powerful demon lord from the abyss. However, due to the fall of the Spider Queen, most spiders are now under her control, and this Demon Hunter Spider happens to be one of her followers. Note 2. This spider possesses a trace of divinity bestowed by the Spider Queen, as she wants it to guard something. Note 3. In the main plane, the strength of all outer layer creatures is halved, except for those with divinity. What do we do, Siegel? You escape, and I'll hold it off? Lu Wei knew she couldn't flee and preferred to stay behind to buy time for the others to escape. As for Max and the others, They had already hidden in the dimensional space before the demon hunter spider arrived. According to Mage Max, I've already divined for the two of you. There are no major life events coming. No. How can I let you stay in delay time? Seagull asked while dodging the demon hunter spider's attacks. Do you have any powerful control spells or instant kill spells? I do, but it won't work. The opponent has divinity, so it can basically exempt our low-level spells. Do you have any forced teleportation spells? Get us both out of here. Lu Wei had a few strong control spells, but couldn't use them. Divinity can exempt it from most low-level spells, unless Lu Wei's spells also possess divinity. Wait, divinity? I have the aura of a deity on me. Maybe that white pearl in my mental sea can help? I have a high-level group teleportation scroll, but I need time to activate it. If you can control it, we might be saved. As the speed of the demon hunter spider's attacks increased, Seagull's wounds multiplied. Forget it, let's go all out. Put me down. I'll try to control this big spider. You hurry up and activate the scroll. Without waiting for Seagull to respond, Lu Wei jumped out of his arms, activating various protective spells and speed-enhancing spells from the Igor badge. She even took out her artifact that resembled a magic wand to enhance her casting speed and ability. Third-level spell, Forced Immobilization. Source of all laws, Forced Monster Immobilization. While casting the spell, Lu Wei desperately communicated with a white pearl in her mental sea. Then she noticed that the spell she was casting seemed to have a different power. It felt filled with a holy aura. No, it should be filled with divinity. Pura divinity. Oh no. Lu Wei saw a web made of the web spell in front of her. Once trapped, it would be hard to escape. Fortunately, her spell hit the demon hunter spider and produced an effect, immobilizing it. However, numbers appeared above it. 20, 19, 18. It seemed to be the immobilization effect. Seagull, are you done yet? The immobilization time is almost up. Lu Wei shouted anxiously, forgetting her ladylike demeanor. All right, Lu Wei, hurry over. The destination seems to be near Bamus City, Seagull said, but uncertainty arose as he couldn't precisely determine where they would be teleported to. Then let's go. After saying that, Lu Wei pulled Seagull into the teleportation activated by the scroll. A wave of dizziness hit, and then Lu Wei felt a tremendous pressure on her body, and soon after, she fainted again. Seeing Lu Wei faint, Seagull held the beautiful girl, who usually appeared gentle but was calm in battle, in his arms, using his physical strength to protect her. However, if Seagull were teleporting alone, he would have arrived at the destination awake. Now, it was different. The spatial pressure of carrying another person overwhelmed him, causing him to faint as well. In Lu Wei's mental sea, the white pearl was flying up and down, then erupted with a burst of white light. Who are you? How did you end up in my mental sea? Lu Wei saw a woman with a snake tail and a divine aura in her mental sea. Who am I? My descendant. Do you not know who I am? The woman, radiating a divine aura, retorted, causing Lu Wei to feel dizzy. Is it really the Holy Mother Nuwa? But how could this be? A legendary figure from mythology appearing in my mental sea? That's right, my descendant. You are not mistaken. It is just as you think. As for why I appear in your mind, it is all thanks to this creation pearl. Sorry, everyone. Tomorrow the weak and foolish author has to go to the hospital for a checkup. Chapter 29. The Origin of the Crossing. In Lu Wei's spiritual sea, she was conversing with what seemed to be an ancient deity from the primordial era. The creation pearl? Are you referring to the white pearl in my spiritual sea, Holy Mother? As soon as Lu Wei heard the word pearl, she realized it was the white pearl in her spiritual sea. It was indeed it. It was a congenital spirit treasure refined by me using the laws of creation with the Qian Kuan Ding. Unfortunately, when it was just completed, it encountered some issues and was exiled to the chaotic flow of time and space, bringing along a trace of my divine consciousness to your era. By chance, it was inadvertently sealed by you with a layer of prohibition, but that was it. Then, the consciousness of a deity named Nuwa thoroughly explained to Lu Wei why she had crossed over. It turned out that when the creation pearl encountered the chaotic flow of time and space, due to carrying a trace of Nuwa's consciousness, the creation pearl instinctively sought beings that bore Nuwa's aura. The human race, since the time of the first ancestor, has contained Nuwa's divine blood within them. Although by Lu Wei's time, the divine blood had been diluted to almost nothing, there still remained a trace. Coincidentally, Lu Wei had just been in a car accident, leading to a significant loss of her blood. The creation pearl broke through the spatial barrier and fell into Lu Wei's mouth. After absorbing a large amount of Lu Wei's blood, it actually allowed the creation pearl's prohibition to be refined by Lu Wei. Subsequently, the heavenly Tao of Lu Wei's time did not permit the appearance of congenital spirit treasures. So the creation pearl could only break through the spatial barrier again and carry Lu Wei's soul across. It wasn't until the interstellar era that Lu Wei encountered an interstellar storm, providing the creation pearl the opportunity to stuff Lu Wei's soul into someone else's body. Because of this, Lu Wei's own consciousness fell into a deep slumber to repair the damage she had sustained. Wait, since the creation pearl is a congenital spirit treasure refined by the Holy Mother, then it can also repair my physical body in reality? Logically, as long as my consciousness awakens, my body should also be able to revive, but I just can't control my body. Long before Lu Wei fully awakened, she had tried to control her body, but unfortunately, it was immobile. My descendant, there's no need for formalities. You can call me Feng Lishi. I am merely a trace of consciousness unworthy of such respect. Although the creation pearl is based on the laws of creation, its powers have been sealed. Sealed by the heavenly Tao of your era. Don't ask me why I don't resist. A trace of consciousness holds great power for you, but cannot contend with the heavenly Tao. Therefore, you can only rely on this world for self-recovery. And although this world is not as powerful as the primordial world, it is still a strong world. Niwa, no. Now Feng Lishi explained why the creation pearl couldn't repair Lu Wei's body and informed her that this world was quite interesting. This world? It's just a virtual game world, Lu Wei casually remarked, not considering why she could only rely on this world to revive her body. No, Lu Wei, this world is not simple at all, because its creator god is still alive. Although they have fallen from their position as the creator god, the system of this world is still quite good. Forget it. I'll just show you directly. After saying this, Feng Lishi's trace of consciousness actually pointed at Lu Wei's spiritual body. Lu Wei felt something new in her mind. The Haidar world was created by two goddesses during the battle between the night goddess Shul and the moon goddess Urin, birthed from an energy storm, giving rise to the current Lord of Storms, the first magic goddess born from the torn magical source of the night goddess, and relying on part of the moon goddess's essence, gave birth to the main body of the Great Plain, thus creating the earth goddess. However, the night goddess, who loved tranquility and hoped for a return to primordial calm, wanted the world to revert to chaotic peace, while the moon goddess, who cherished life, wished to preserve the new world. Thus, the struggle between the two goddesses began anew. Until now, the two goddesses have never ceased their conflict. However, in recent thousands of years, the moon goddess has faced defeat time and again, even sometimes falling to a stage of weakened divine power. Although the night goddess has triumphed, her original dark authority has shattered, and she now barely maintains a strong divine power stage through various other minor divine roles. This seems a bit foolish, but isn't this a virtual world? Even though it has the existence of gods. After reading about the so-called foolish creation war between the two goddesses, Lu Wei still couldn't understand. No, Lu Wei, this is not just a virtual world. In fact, when you self-proclaimed players entered this world, it began to slowly upgrade. In no more than 2,000 years, this world will become real, turning into a true world. By then, these deities will no longer be mere illusions, but real existences. Otherwise, do you think just a game world can heal you? In fact, the power of this world is already affecting your real world. Feng Lishi said to Lu Wei with a serious expression. Incredibly, this world will eventually elevate to a real world. So if I attain godhood in this world, will I also be a god in reality? Then, Holy Mother, if I attain godhood in this world, will I also be a god in the future? Will there be any differences? It's better to resolve doubts sooner. Different. If you successfully attain godhood in this world, then in reality, you'll be a demigod. Unless when this world becomes real, you can refine your divine position into reality all at once. Otherwise, you can only slowly grind your way to successfully ascend to godhood in reality. Somehow, Feng Lishi seemed to find something pleasing in Lu Wei's mind and transformed into the appearance of a teacher. Then, what divine position should I attain godhood with? It seems all the divine positions in this world are occupied. Lu Wei thought of the densely packed names of deities she had seen in the library, giving her a bit of a headache. Not all. The interesting thing about this world is that most of the gods are humanistic. In contrast, the natural gods are pitifully few. Apart from a few in the natural pantheon, the rest are natural divine positions. In fact, I think the flower divine position is quite good. Lu Wei felt that the Nuwa deity was teasing her. Flower? What is good about that divine position? It's incredibly weak. Lu Wei was a bit indignant. No, the flower divine position is quite good. There are different flowers for each of the 4 seasons, so you can try to master the 4 seasons. Moreover, the flower divine position is part of the life divine position, and you can also try to advance to the life divine position and thus master the laws of creation. Alternatively, through the blooming and withering of flowers, you can comprehend the passage of time or reincarnation. You must know that this world has no reincarnation or time deities. All right, enough said. The one outside is about to die from anxiety. After saying this, she kicked Lu Wei out of the spiritual sea. Outside, Lu Wei slowly opened her eyes and saw a very anxious seagull. Chapter 30. White Horse City. Lu Wei, you finally woke up? Seagull looked at Lu Wei, who had just slightly opened her eyes, feeling very excited. However, he was also thinking that Lu Wei's health was really too poor. He had blocked most of the dimensional space pressure for her, yet she still fainted for such a long time. Lu Wei opened her eyes and slowly stared at Seagull, looking as if she had just awakened from a coma. No one knew that Lu Wei had already awakened in her spiritual sea and was only pretending to be in that state to avoid revealing anything. Soon, Lu Wei noticed that her body had been changed. First level spell, Instantaneous Insight. This spell was taught to Lu Wei by Mage, allowing her to view events that had occurred around her in the past few minutes. Lu Wei, what are you doing? Why are you using this spell? Don't you trust me? Seagull clearly had high spell identification skills and immediately recognized the spell Lu Wei was casting. However, he was still a bit angry, wondering if he looked like a pervert who would do something inappropriate to someone who was unconscious. Don't talk, let me see first. Get away. With a loud slap, Lu Wei's weak hand hit Seagull's face. Seeing that her body was that of a woman, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. When the time rewound to when they entered the room, the image disappeared. It turned out to be a warning from the brain. Player Lu Wei used the prophecy-type spell, Instantaneous Insight, which requires the player to only rewind to 5 minutes ago and cannot violate the laws of the eternal nature of time. Note, if the food being inquired about has divinity, this spell will be unable to gain accurate insight. It turned out that this spell could only be used for 5 minutes, and there are 3 laws of time. First, the past cannot be changed. Second, the same object can only exist once in a time period. Third, the future can be predicted but not spoken. These 3 laws are easy to understand. Changes in the past lead to changes in the future. 2 identical things cannot exist at the same time. And the future can be predicted but can only be guided to develop in that direction or prevented from developing, ultimately leading to a significant event transforming into another event. Lu Wei stared at Seagull with a look that said he was inadequate, glancing at Seagull's lower body, making him feel very uncomfortable. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you think I can't do it? What a joke. How could I possibly not be able to? You ungrateful woman. I still used my own body to resist the pressure of the dimensional space for you. If I hadn't resisted the pressure, do you think you would have woken up this early? Seagull was furious but couldn't curse, so he could only shift the topic to himself, saving Lu Wei. You still have a nerve to say you bore the pressure? If it weren't for your teleportation spell, I wouldn't have fainted. You should know that when Mentor Igor used the high-level teleportation spell, I didn't feel anything. Speaking of Mentor Igor, were Mage Max and the others? This question changed the subject, and Seagull was immediately diverted. I've already contacted the Mage Guild in White Horse City and reached Mage Max. Mage Max said that because there are too many of them, they cannot use group teleportation. They need a day to get here. Let's take a good rest in White Horse City and enjoy the scenery. Seagull had a reliable look that made Lu Wei laugh. Yes, you're the most reliable. By the way, are we in White Horse City? The half-elf city? Lu Wei expressed her shock, as this city was protected by a deity. Just like the Radiant City was protected by the Lord of Radiance, and the City of Wealth was protected by the Lady of Wealth. Yes, it's the city protected by the half-elf god. Siegel was also surprised by Lu Wei's knowledge, since this information about deities was not something an ordinary mage could access. Seeing the puzzled look in Siegel's eyes, Lu Wei quickly played it off. Whitehorse City, a gathering place for the half-elven race, had residents whose bloodlines contained elven heritage. The only difference was the concentration of elven blood within them. Half-elves occupy a rather awkward position among all hybrid races in the main plane, apart from the elven race, which values peace and accepts the existence of half-elves. Other races feel ashamed of hybrids. The most notorious is the half-orc, which is considered too ugly for humans and too weak for orcs, resulting in the half-orc race being unloved by both sides. However, some half-orcs still worship the orc gods, even though the orc gods have never responded to this race. The reason Whitehorse City can stand in the main plane is due to the existence of the half-elf god. The divine realm of the half-elf god is also near the elven divine realm, both located in the Avaran plane. So other gods do not dare to attack the half-elf god's realm casually. Moreover, the half-elf god possesses powerful divine domains such as Ranger and Shadow. Although he is a weak god, he lives well thanks to his backing from the elven pantheon. At least, the Lord of Shadows has never attacked this guy who occupies part of the Shadow domain. Furthermore, and most importantly, it seems that the elven pantheon wants to incorporate the half-elf god into their pantheon, reportedly for the sake of elven unity. So if one is lucky in Whitehorse City, they might also see pure-blooded elves. Seeing pure-blooded elves, Lu Wei suddenly became excited. Let's go out and explore Whitehorse City, Lu Wei said with excitement and a hint of a strange smile. She thought about how the elven god king seemed to be a hermaphroditic existence, having single-handedly birthed the entire elven pantheon. So she wondered if there were any elves who were also hermaphroditic, or she might see two handsome elves walking hand in hand. Siegel looked at Lu Wei's excited face with helplessness. He, of course, knew that Lu Wei liked to see handsome men, but he didn't expect her to be this excited. But he couldn't imagine that Lu Wei was thinking about the scene of two handsome elves walking hand in hand. Shaking his head, he prepared to use a disguise spell on Lu Wei's face. What are you doing? Lu Wei looked at Siegel nervously. Using a disguise spell. Don't you know that wearing black is the most eye-catching in a half-elf city? Siegel explained. I know that, but in this place filled with handsome men and beautiful women, if we show up as two people whose looks don't make the cut, who knows if we'll be kicked out of the city? Lu Wei rolled her eyes at Siegel. Clearly, the straight-laced Siegel couldn't understand the beauty-centric aesthetics of half-elves and elves. In the end, Lu Wei and Siegel still used their original appearances, which were indeed handsome and beautiful. Chapter 31. Exploring Whitehorse City under Lu Wei's persuasion, Siegel left the inn room without using any disguise. I think you're right. Luckily, we didn't use any disguise to make ourselves look ugly, Siegel said, relieved after seeing an orc player being kicked out of the city gate due to his low appearance. Isn't that obvious? Even among humans, we have beauty standards. Do you think half-elves with elven blood would have lower standards? Lu Wei replied. According to the information I found in the library of Hilltown about Whitehorse City, people with high looks have certain privileges. Additionally, Whitehorse City has the enchanting material star moon grass that I need. This grass can only be cultivated by those with elven blood, but unfortunately, it isn't worth much individually. And since we are not passing through the elven forest of eternal gathering, we can only try our luck here. Regarding beauty standards, Lu Wei looked at Siegel in a familiar way and said, but the latter part about the materials is true. It's not that Miss Mia doesn't have this herb. It's just that Lu Wei doesn't have enough time to buy it from her. Since we happen to pass through Whitehorse City, I thought I'd try my luck. Can you enchant? As your lifesaver, how about we split the cost 80 to 20? I take 80, you take 20. Siegel's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Wei could enchant. With his level increasing, Siegel's current casting tools could no longer keep up with his power. Without other powerful casting tools, he could only enchant his existing tools to make them stronger. I can enchant, but shouldn't you be the one to pay for it? Don't think just because you saved my life that you can forget who delayed the time, Lu Wei said. She had initially planned to offer Siegel free enchanting as long as he provided the materials, but she didn't expect him to suggest an 80 to 20 split. It should be 80 to 20. How do I know your success rate for enchanting is high? What if you ruin my magic wand? Who will compensate me? And didn't I endure the pressure of the dimensional space for you? Didn't I protect you? How am I not your lifesaver? Without me, your physique would have been crushed into a meat pie by the dimensional space. Siegel's hidden talkative nature burst out as he rambled on upon hearing Lu Wei doubt his status as her lifesaver and not wanting to agree to an 80-20 split. Wait, someone is following us. Lu Wei suddenly lowered her voice and said to Siegel, then walked over to a stall selling mirrors and picked one up. Lu Wei held the mirror facing herself and then turned it toward her back. Sure enough, there was someone lurking, timidly watching Lu Wei and Siegel. Would this adventurer like to buy a mirror? This mirror has been crafted by a master and can perfectly reflect your radiant face. The half-elf selling the mirrors was excited when he saw Lu Wei pick one up, as he hadn't sold a single mirror all day. Dear, what do you think of this mirror? Lu Wei sweetly teased Siegel, pulling at his arm in a coy manner. She also winked at him, intending for him to use the mirror to look behind. However, Siegel seemed to misunderstand Lu Wei's intention and asked the half-elf about the price of the mirror. Clearly wanted to buy it outright. This adventurer, this mirror only costs 10 Lu coins, and you can buy a good mirror for your companion. The half-elf mirror seller obviously thought Lu Wei and Siegel were in a partner relationship. Siegel was startled and prepared to speak, but was stopped by Lu Wei pinching him slightly. Thank you, dear. I'm very satisfied with this mirror. I told you to hold the mirror and look behind you. It seemed that Lu Wei's thoughts were understood by Siegel in a flash. There's no rush, since you're satisfied. Let me take a better look. With that, Siegel brought the mirror up to his eyes and carefully observed what was behind him. In the end, Siegel bought the mirror as a gift for Lu Wei. I wonder if I can use spells in White Horse City. That way, I could teleport directly to the inn where we're staying, Siegel muttered in Lu Wei's ear. Don't think about it. White Horse City prohibits the use of spells. Only those permitted by the city governor can use magic, such as the mage guards of White Horse City, Lu Wei replied with a hint of frustration, wondering why Siegel would want to abandon her and run off alone. I see. Then let's take a good look around White Horse City next, especially in the areas with more citizens. Then we can visit the Temple District, Siegel suggested. That works. It's all we can do for now. Let's head to the weapon shop first. We need to make some big money. Lu Wei suddenly remembered that she still had many blank enchanted weapons in her backpack. Although they were enchanted, they were still too weak for both Lu Wei and Siegel, so they had to sell them. Don't think that players nowadays have a lot of money. In reality, no matter how poor, one must earn their own money in this game. This has also led to a surge of player thieves. Buying weapons? Sure. I can also sell some small weapons I made myself. I've learned the forging methods of mages and can craft weapons, but the best I can do now are green weapons. It turned out that Siegel was also a hidden big shot among players. He could actually craft weapons. Most noble mages relied on buying or looting weapons and never considered crafting them themselves. Let's go. Let's take a carriage. I really can't walk fast, Lu Wei suggested to Siegel. On the carriage, Lu Wei and Siegel sat together, and since there was a small window behind Lu Wei, she picked up the mirror again to take a look. It seemed no one was following them. Putting down the mirror, Lu Wei still felt uneasy, closed her eyes, and prepared to use her mental power to probe the situation behind her. There's no need to probe. I've already seen it. They're still following us. Seeing Lu Wei frown and close her eyes, Siegel knew what she was trying to do. Lu Wei's face accurately reflected the meaning of that symbol. Stop thinking about it. Ever since I advanced to a level 4 mage, I've been able to sense everything within 50 meters of myself. Using my mental power, I can see through others. It's just an ordinary half-elf ranger, Siegel said plainly, while also slightly putting down Lu Wei, as she wasn't even level 4 yet. All right, we've arrived. Siegel the mage. Let's go sell weapons, and after we buy the weapons, we can take a good look around this half-elf city blessed by the gods. Lu Wei suddenly became playful. Okay, Mage Lu Wei, let's go, Siegel replied, clearly familiar with this kind of phrasing. Chapter 32, Little Fairies. Lu Wei and Siegel walked into the weapon shop to sell their unused weapons. Hello, shopkeeper. I am Lu Wei Urgelin, and this is Siegel Klaus. We are from Hilltown, and we would like to sell some weapons here. It's well known that good looks are privileged in White Horse City, and there are many beauty enthusiasts here, like this shopkeeper. Beautiful adventurers. I'm glad you chose Kyle's weapon shop. My shop is famous in White Horse City. May I ask what kind of weapons you wish to sell? Shopkeeper Kyle boasted about his shop before staring blankly at Lu Wei. Siegel frowned and stepped in front of Lu Wei. Shopkeeper Kyle, we have quite a few weapons to sell. Shouldn't you find us a place to take them out? To be frank, if your counter doesn't have a space expansion spell, it will be overwhelmed. Siegel spoke for Lu Wei and also sneered at the small size of the weapon shop's counter. Quite a few. However, Kyle's shop only accepts weapons of green quality or above, or those that are enchanted. Otherwise, they won't be accepted. This shopkeeper seems to have some sense and doesn't just take in all sorts of junk. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Lead the way. We have many weapons, Siegel declared. Shopkeeper Kyle shrugged and led Lu Wei and Siegel into the back of the shop. This is the place. It's usually used for testing weapon power, and the space is large enough. You can take your weapons out here, but if your weapons don't meet the quality I mentioned, Kyle will think you are teasing him and will kick you out. Shopkeeper Kyle brought Lu Wei and Siegel to a large open area. Then, Lu Wei and Siegel waved their hands, and a large pile of enchanted gear appeared next to Lu Wei, including shoes, armor, and staves. Siegel had a bit less, only about half of what Lu Wei had, but the colors of the weapons were dazzling, with most of the green items sparkling with blue or purple light. So it's a few pieces of purple quality chainmail. What a pity we can't use them. Aren't you going to leave them for your companions? Chainmail, purple quality. If Lu Wei says she isn't tempted, that would be a lie. However, for spellcasters like Lu Wei, wearing this iron chainmail could lead to trouble. Not only would the success rate of their spells drop by half, but they might also miscast spells due to the interference from the armor. There was once a foolish player in the main plane who, in an attempt to boost his defense, wore armor and ended up getting killed by his own spell due to the armor's influence, suffering severe mental trauma. Plus, since this game doesn't allow for deleting characters, he had to seek refuge in an evil deity's cult. Yes, purple quality chainmail. What a pity that we mages can only watch unless the gear is infused with a lot of mithril. Lu Wei lamented. Why isn't there a purple staff instead? How does a mage with a blue staff feel about this? Siegel was quite upset upon hearing Lu Wei's words. It was a good quality, but he couldn't wear it. First level spell, summon Little Fairy. This little fairy is not a baby fairy, but a small creature like a flower fairy or water fairy, belonging to the fairy race and unrelated to the elven race. The spellcaster was Shopkeeper Kyle, who turned out to be a half-elf mage. The summoned little fairies were tiny and adorable, about the length of Lu Wei's pinky finger. The little fairies fluttered around the weapons Lu Wei and Siegel had taken out. Shopkeeper Kyle, what are these little fairies doing? They are so cute. Siegel, standing next to Lu Wei, noticed the pink hearts in her eyes. Oh, these little fairies are inspecting the quality of your weapons. Don't be fooled by their size. They come from the fairy wasteland and are born with identification skills. They are also good at discerning good and evil, making them essential little companions for travelers. Kyle seemed to dote on these little fairies. How can I get a little fairy? Lu Wei expressed her desire for one with her actions. Ha. Acquiring these little fairies is not too difficult, but it does depend on luck. You might find one at a pet shop, or if you're unlucky, you'll have to summon one from the fairy wasteland yourself. But be careful. There are several demigod lords among these fairies, and they are protected by benevolent gods, so don't think about harming them. Shopkeeper Kyle's expression shifted from cheerful to serious as he warned Lu Wei not to harm the little fairies. Then what is the spell to summon little fairies? Where can I learn it? Lu Wei hurriedly asked Shopkeeper Kyle. This spell is something I dug out from my bloodline. In a distant past, the elven gods protected and always shielded the little fairies, so all benevolent elves can learn this spell from their bloodline, and half-elves can too. As for you, human mages, well, you'll have to rely on yourself. The cold water of reality doused Lu Wei's enthusiasm. Oh, I understand now. Thank you, Shopkeeper Kyle. Lu Wei replied with a downcast expression. All right, the little fairies have finished their inspection. The quality of the weapons you brought is quite good. An enchanted weapon is worth 80 Sierra Leonean Leones coins. A green quality one is 50 Sierra Leonean Leones coins. A blue quality one is 70 Sierra Leonean Leones coins. And a purple quality one is 100 Sierra Leonean Leones coins. How does that sound? Shopkeeper Kyle said happily to Lu Wei and Siegel. Although there are usually half-elf adventurers from White Horse City coming to sell weapons, the quality of those weapons is quite poor. This time, buying so many good quality items at once is excellent. I have no problem, Seagull said, shaking his head to indicate he had no issues either. Great. It's a deal. Lu Wei, you get 200 Sierra Leonean Leone's coins, and Seagull, you get 930 Sierra Leonean Leone's coins. He then tossed 2 space bags to Lu Wei. Suddenly, a little fairy landed on Lu Wei's head, chattering in a language she couldn't understand. Not understanding what the little fairy was saying, Lu Wei quickly looked up at shopkeeper Kyle, who shrugged at her. Lu Wei then turned to Seagull, who shook his head and took out his wand. 3rd level spell. Comprehend languages. A 3rd level spell was cast on Lu Wei. Then Lu Wei could hear a delicate voice. This beautiful human smells so nice, and her aura is warm, unlike the cold, cruel aura of that black-faced one next to her. Really? I'm coming. Another little fairy flew onto Lu Wei's head after saying that. You are so cute. How can I get you? After asking this question, Lu Wei felt a bit silly. Sure enough, shopkeeper Kyle and Seagull looked at her as if she were a fool. To get us? You just need to gain the approval of Her Majesty the Queen, and you can adopt one. The one speaking was a little fairy wearing a purple dress. Oh, I understand now, thank you. Lu Wei nodded, almost causing the 2 little fairies on her head to fall off. After Lu Wei nodded, the little fairies flew back into the air. Chapter 33, Breakthrough. Perhaps Lu Wei and Seagull had stayed too long in the Kyle weapon shop, as by the time they came out, the person who seemed to be following them had already disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Wei and Seagull hurriedly took a carriage back to the inn where they were staying. Just then, Mage Max and the others also arrived. Lu Wei, Seagull, are you both all right? My prophecy was misled by a deity. It seems that the spider goddess knew we were passing through the Dark Night Forest, and she gave me a false prophecy with her divine power. I'm so sorry. As he spoke, Mage Max lowered his head, showing his guilt. Mage Max, you don't need to apologize. Besides, Seagull and I managed to escape. However, we did lose a lot of things, including Seagull's high-level group teleportation scroll. So, to express your apology, just give us some compensation, right, Seagull? Lu Wei was quite friendly towards this kind-hearted prophetic mage. Yes, Mage Max, although your prophecy was misled, the final outcome is the same. Neither Lu Wei nor I suffered serious harm, except for my teleportation scroll and Lu Wei's injuries. She was hurt by the spatial pressure while traversing the dimensional space. Seagull also thought that this prophetic master was quite good, but good or not, they still needed to ask for compensation. It's fine. I'll compensate you for your losses later. As for you, Lu Wei, since you were injured by the spatial pressure, you could try to break through to the 4th level. Just be mindful of the spatial pressure within your body during the breakthrough and see if you can comprehend the power of space. Mage Max truly lived up to his reputation as the most far-sighted mage of the Mage Guild, thinking of how to help Lu Wei comprehend the power of space during her breakthrough. I understand, Mage Max. Let's go to the Mage Guild in White Horse City. There's a good place for my breakthrough there. Speaking of which, Lu Wei and Seagull had been in White Horse City for almost a day and had yet to check out the Mage Guild in the city. That's fine. There is ample elemental power there for your breakthrough. After saying this, Mage Max ushered Lu Wei and Seagull out of the room. Amplification spell. All mages from Hilltown. We are heading to the Mage Guild in White Horse City next. Please adjust your states accordingly. Then, the man using the amplification spell walked through the inn's lobby and reached the carriage. Lu Wei, Seagull, and Mage Kodesh and others also boarded the carriage and headed toward the Mage Guild in White Horse City. Hello, I am Mage Max, a senior mage from the Hilltown Mage Guild. Please report that we need 15 mage rooms and 1 training room. Respected Mage Max and all the mages from the Hilltown Mage Guild, good evening. I am Mage Della, a mid-level mage from the White Horse City Mage Guild. I will now lead you to tour the rooms. Following this, the mid-level mage from White Horse City took Lu Wei and the others to a spiraling ascent area to distribute the rooms. This spiraling area was related to the habits of half-elves and elves. Elves, needless to say, prefer to cast spells and settle their homes in trees, as they come from the Tree of Life. Half-elves, not being as assertive as elves, modified this habit, choosing to place their homes in tall buildings instead of trees. Then, the mid-level mage led Lu Wei and the others to the underground training room. Everyone, this training room is built entirely with human mages in mind. The underground training room is quiet and free from any disturbances. Plus, each training room has a magic array that gathers magical and elemental power, making it suitable for you human mages to use. This half-elf mid-level mage proudly introduced the benefits of the training room to Lu Wei and others. All right, we understand. You can leave now. Just put this expense on the Hilltown account, and someone will come to pay later. After saying this, Mage Kodesh waved his hand, signaling for the mid-level mage to leave quickly as they had matters to discuss. Yes, Lord Max, Lord Kodesh, I will leave now. It was clear that this mid-level mage had figured out the identities of Mage Max and Mage Kodesh after some time. Once Mage Della left, Mage Max turned to Lu Wei and said, Lu Wei, this training room is great, and there are no monitoring spells or anything like that, making it very suitable for your breakthrough. Try to succeed in breaking through in the next couple of days, but don't rush. We will stay in White Horse City for a few days to rest. I understand, Mage Max. I'm going to enter the training room and break through now. After saying this, Lu Wei confidently nodded and walked in. The remaining Mage Max and others returned to their own rooms. But Mage Max called Mage Kodesh and Siegel to his room, saying he had something to discuss. What abundant energy. It feels like breaking through here will yield twice the result with half the effort. Even a usually obscure magic net is much clearer here. Lu Wei felt the energy in the room and nodded in satisfaction. Lu Wei, are you going to break through to the next level of mage? This voice came from Lu Wei's spiritual sea. Hiss, Holy Mother, why are you still here? Lu Wei hurriedly sank her consciousness into her spiritual sea. Shouldn't I exist? Lady Nuwa expressed her confusion. No, Holy Mother, you exist eternally. However, I am about to break through now. Do you have any instructions? Lu Wei was quite curious about the suddenly speaking goddess Nuwa. Aren't you trying to break through to the mid-level mage of this world? I'm here to offer you my suggestions. Didn't that old man just say you should take advantage of the dimensional power still within you to comprehend the power of space? My advice is quite simple. You should know that time and space are inseparable. Wherever there is space, there is time. So perhaps you can take this opportunity to comprehend the power of time. I don't expect you to fully grasp it. Just feel the power of time. Lu Wei thought that this Holy Mother, the mother of human creation, was thinking too simply. The power of time. How could it be comprehended just like that? Don't doubt it. The various fundamental laws of this world are very active, and many deities in this world do not possess the source of the laws. They only have the right to use the laws. Therefore, this is a very open world. As long as you put your heart into it, you can feel it. Seeing Lu Wei's skeptical gaze, Goddess Nuwa became quite frustrated. Yes, I understand, Holy Mother. Lu Wei then closed her eyes, preparing to break through her mage rank. Once again, abundant magical power surrounded Lu Wei's body, nourishing this fragile mage's body. Then, Lu Wei began to absorb this external energy vigorously. With a pop, Lu Wei felt that her body had become much stronger than before, and the amount of magical power she could hold had also increased significantly. By the way, what was that power just now? It turned out that when Lu Wei was breaking through, her consciousness suddenly arrived at a magical place, a vast and boundless space, where some silvery energies floated. These silvery energies sometimes merged into the space and sometimes bounced out of the space, interacting harmoniously. Silly child, this is the place where time and space merge. Relying on the divinity I passed down to your mind, you have reached a place that even many deities cannot reach. So, it was the place where time and space fused. Without Goddess Nuwa's divinity, would I have been unable to reach that place? Chapter 34. Renting a competition arena in the days following Lu Wei's breakthrough to level 4, Master Max and Master Kodesh, along with the other mages from Hilltown, were in discussions with the Mage Guild of White Horse City, during which they reached several agreements beneficial to both parties. For instance, the Mage Guild of Hilltown formed an alliance with the Mage Guild of White Horse City to jointly confront the God of Mages. Additionally, the two Mage Guilds would assist each other. Despite the current size of the White Horse City Mage Guild, it did not hold real power in the city. One must remember what kind of place White Horse City is: a sanctuary of the gods. In a city under divine protection, a group of mages who do not worship that deity would obviously not gain any real authority. At most, they would be considered residents of the city. Furthermore, during Lu Wei's breakthrough, Siegel, with Master Max's help, obtained a staff suitable for his current level, a casting tool named the Staff of Kossos. Staff of Kossos, purple, magic, 3 amplification casting speed, 1 active skills, level 1 spell, cat's agility, level 2 spell, stone skin, level 3 spell, minor energy deflection, level 4 spell, minor meteor passive skills, accelerated magic recovery. While this staff wasn't as powerful as Lu Wei's, it was currently the most suitable for Siegel. Moreover, Siegel could craft weapons himself, so once he could create weapons in the future, he would have a staff that was the best fit for him. After all, no matter how strong other weapons were, their attributes were not pure, especially those that had been previously used by multiple people. Such weapons might fail at critical moments. Master Max, I'm here. Lu Wei's face was beaming with joy. After all, achieving the status of a mid-level mage with her semi-disabled body was quite an accomplishment. She had been sent all the way to become a mid-level level 4 mage. Lu Wei L. Green, human mage, level 4 health, 1500 experience, 4548-42279, 4340 constitution, 610 agility, 610 strength, 610 spirit, 3010 charisma, 2510 intelligence, 3010 bloodline. Source of magic note. Values in parentheses are for ordinary people. Level 0 spells. Mage Hand, Light, Read Magic. Level 1 spells. Cat's Agility, Frost Ray Flash. Level 2 spells. Stone Skin, Minor Prophecy, Weak Mage Shield. Level 3 spells. Fire Blast, Ice Blast, Minor Energy Deflection. Level 4 spells. Random Teleportation, Comprehend Languages, Light of the First Heaven. Life Skills, Enchantment, Identification. Lu Wei, congratulations on successfully breaking through to level 4. For a long time to come, do not attempt to break through again. Your foundation is not solid, and another breakthrough will only lead you into difficulties, Master Max said seriously to Lu Wei. Too fast. It has only been half a year since Lu Wei joined the Mage Guild and was taken as an apprentice by Igor. Game time, in just half a year, she achieved her current mage rank. Apart from 1,000 years ago, when the goddess of magic, the king of the undead, and the prince of lies were directly elevated from mortals to deities by a fortuitous event, no other mortals have risen to power as quickly as Lu Wei has. I understand, Master Max. I won't attempt to break through again in the short term. By the way, I've grasped a hint of the shallow mysteries of space. Lu Wei was aware that her rapid strength increase meant her combat experience was still insufficient, so she had no intention of trying to break through again soon. Oh, you really grasped a hint of the mysteries of space? Master Max was a bit surprised. He had merely mentioned it casually, not expecting Lu Wei to actually comprehend it. Lu Wei waved her hand, and a barrier appeared between her and Master Max. A spatial barrier? You can release it without casting a spell. Is this the spatial principle you have grasped? Master Max said as he reached out to touch the barrier, feeling its strength. It's about the same strength as a shield-type spell of level 3. That's good. Lu Wei, you should strive to comprehend this further. Perhaps one day this principle you have grasped will transform into your own divinity. Master Max suggested to Lu Wei. However, Lu Wei had her own ideas. Influenced by the advice of the supreme goddess in her mental sea, she planned to temporarily seal this shallow spatial principle and use it as a talent spell, waiting until she comprehended the principle of time to see if she could merge the two and erase the shallow concepts of time and space. If she truly succeeded, Lu Wei would strike it rich, as no dual gods of time and space had ever been born in this world of the Chronicles of the Gods. Even individual deities of time and space had not been born. Yes, I understand, Master Max. By the way, when shall we head to the next place? Should we go directly, or take our time to train along the way? This had been a concern for Lu Wei, fearing she might encounter strange things again. In another 2 days, I and Master Kodesh will be working with the Mage Guild of White Horse City. You can relax and play for 2 days. After we head to the next city, we will continue training. Then Master Max seemed to be listening to something and said a word to Lu Wei before leaving. Unexpectedly, they still needed to train to reach the city of 1,000 towers. By the way, I wonder what Siegel is doing. I should find him for a spar. Lu Wei then spotted Siegel at the entrance of the Mage Guild of White Horse City. Siegel, let's have a spar. Just a friendly match. Lu Wei excitedly rushed towards Siegel, shouting his name as she hurried over. Lu Wei, you successfully broke through? And you want to spar with me? Seeing Lu Wei's swift approach, Siegel quickly walked over to her. Yes, let us have a friendly match. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, okay, let's rent a competition arena from the Mage Guild. A regular place can't withstand our spells, not even outside. Naturally, the good deities in the divine pantheon won't agree to that. Siegel was always a bit more considerate than Lu Wei, who had not thought about the consequences of competing outside. Wait a moment, I'll go rent an arena. After saying that, Siegel took Lu Wei to find the venue manager of the Mage Guild. Lu Wei watched as Siegel spoke with someone, and not long after, Siegel returned with a frown. The manager said we can rent it, but he wants to turn our spar into a competition for some low-level mages to watch and learn from our spellcasting techniques. Siegel said a bit awkwardly, how much will it cost? As long as they can watch the match? That's fine, but you should negotiate that we need to charge a fee for our participation. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with a shrewd business sense. All right, I'll go talk to them. Chapter 35, Sparring with Sieg. After Sieg made his request to the arena manager of the Mage Guild in White Horse City, the manager readily agreed, allowing lower-tier mages to pay to watch. Unfortunately, the sparring match was not happening now, but this afternoon, which made Lu Wei sigh in disappointment. After all, the power of mages is formidable, and a special plane or environment is needed to withstand a battle between two mid-tier mages or above. As for the previous battle between mage codes and a legendary demon, the place where they fought could hardly be considered the main plane due to the invasion of planar passages and other planar energies. Their battle was conducted in an outer plane. After all, Mage Codes would not unleash his full power on the main plane, and that legendary demon would not directly descend into the main plane either, as the main plane suppresses all-powerful beings from non-main planes, at least having their power. In the afternoon, on the number 1 battle platform of the Mage Guild, Lu Wei and Sieg stood facing each other, each holding their own staffs. Lu Wei looked down at the audience and saw many low-tier adventurer mages and native mages. To her surprise, she spotted her guild's Mage Codes and the other mages from Hilltown standing behind him in the main plane. All right, dear audience, I'm the host of this match, and now I will guide you through this sparring contest featuring mages from Hilltown. First, let me introduce the 2 mages on stage. Lu Wei thought the host must be a devotee of the goddess of joy. Lu Wei Green, a 4th-level transmutation mage. Sieg Kraus, a 4th-level transmutation mage. Oh, how interesting. Both are transmutation mages. Now we will witness a sparring match between these 2 transmutation mages. Let's look forward to their mastery of spells from memory. Lu Wei had always been faster in casting spells compared to her peers, and relying on her mental talent, she could quickly cast 2 spells, such as 1st-level spell, Light, 3rd-level spell, Disintegration. Having reached 4th level, Lu Wei learned a new spell called Disintegration, which was stronger than the weak version, but weaker than the greater version. And this spell also relied on luck. A lucky mage could break the shield of a similarly leveled opponent using this 3rd-level spell. 1st-level spell, Enhance Agility. 2nd-level spell, Summon 2. Although Sieg's casting speed was also relatively fast, it could not compare to Lu Wei's speed enhanced by her artifact. As expected, Sieg's summoned creature faced Lu Wei's disintegration spell, and the poor creature screamed in agony, but Sieg still couldn't dodge the impact of the light spell on his eyes. 3rd-level spell, Hold Person. Buffed. The downside of Lu Wei's rapid casting came. The surge of magic within her caused her spell to fail and backfire. Good opportunity. Zeke, with high spell analysis, knew exactly what had just happened to Lu Wei and seized the moment. 3rd-level spell, Hold Person. 4th-level spell, Spatial Anchor. Oh no, I can't dodge. Lu Wei thought anxiously. I hope you hold on. Talent, Spatial Barrier. This was the spatial power Lu Wei comprehended upon breaking through to 4th level. She just didn't know if this invisible spatial barrier could successfully negate the Hold Person spell. Sizzle. The Hold Person spell vanished. The spatial barrier successfully countered it. And as for the remaining Spatial Anchor, that spell simply prevented the use of teleportation abilities. 4th-level spell, Charm Human. 3rd-level spell, Hold Person. Knowing she was fragile after the earlier backlash, Lu Wei shamelessly memorized multiple hold-person spells for her escape. With Lu Wei's mental power, the duration of hold-person could sometimes last up to 5 minutes. According to the rapidly changing battlefield dynamics, 5 minutes was more than enough time to accomplish what needed to be done. Sieg saw a charming goddess appearing before him, tempting him to relax and fight alongside her. It turned out that Lu Wei's charm spell had taken effect. When cast by someone with high charm and looks, the spell's power was not simply additive but multiplicative. And indeed, the spell worked. Sieg was charmed, and the subsequent hold-person spell was successfully cast on him. The scales of victory had tilted in Lu Wei's favor. As long as she cast one more spell, Sieg would lose. For example, Mage Hand, 0-level spell, Mage Hand. The Mage Hand cast by 4th level Lu Wei was already different from the one cast by her at 3rd level. The strength of the Mage Hand cast by 4th level Mage had increased significantly and could lift heavier objects, like Sieg, the living man. Lu Wei controlled her Mage Hand to grip Sieg's waist and sent him off the battle platform. Sieg landed. The match is over. Lu Wei successfully won the match. But her expression was not good. One glance at her pale face made it clear. Oh no, it's the backlash from Lu Wei's earlier spell. Mage Codes, who had been watching with delight, suddenly frowned, remembering Lu Wei's earlier backlash incident. Lu Wei, drink this. It can effectively alleviate the pain caused by the spell backlash. Mage Codes instantly teleported to Lu Wei's side. By the way, Sieg, have you come to your senses? After checking Lu Wei's condition, Mage Codes turned to the still-dazed Sieg. According to his intuition, Sieg should have woken up by now. So why was he still in a comatose state? Someone, take Lu Wei Green and Sieg Kraus back to their rooms. Any cost will be deducted from me. Mage Codes commanded the servants from White Horse City, who had been standing by, doing nothing from the beginning. Yes, we will follow Mage Codes' instructions. Reply to Senior Mage from White Horse City. Now, dear viewers, adventurers who have just entered the ranks of mid-tier mages, what have you observed? Share your thoughts. This senior mage from White Horse City commanded them to discuss the merits and demerits of this match, like a modern-day teacher. I believe that in the battle between Lu Wei and Sieg, the strengths were that Lu Wei had excellent control over her spells, but the weaknesses were also evident. Both of them could be considered artillery mages. Sieg was slightly better, having moved a few steps, while Lu Wei was quite unscientific, wholeheartedly standing still to output. Chapter 36. Leafall City. Lu Wei and Master Mei successfully arrived at Leafall City, located to the north of Hilltown, through the spatial transmission array between White Horse City and Leafall City. As for why Lu Wei and the others did not go directly from Hilltown to Leafall City via the transmission array, that was a matter related to Master Mei's. Leafall City, as its name suggests, is related to trees, and indeed it is so, as it is the protected place of the forest goddess Maikasha and the main gathering place for her human followers. The goddess gathers her followers together to protect them, as she has several deities opposing her, including the overt virus and decay goddess, as well as deities secretly targeting the nature gods. It is known that when the father of nature, Savanes, was still around, the nature pantheon was the most powerful among the pantheons. The father of nature was also at the pinnacle of divine existence, and the other gods feared that this daughter of nature would inherit her father's powerful divine authority and powers. Thus, they continuously restricted the growth of this goddess. Otherwise, based on the blessings from the father of nature, she would have long since advanced to a higher level of divine power. However, this daughter of nature seems to lack the ambition to restore the former glory of the nature pantheon. She lives in the realm of the nature hall with her subordinate gods and the other nature deities. Returning to Leafall City, some powerful bards say that this city, protected by the forest goddess, was once a dead city. Legend has it that several hundred years ago, the city, then called Seni City, encountered an unparalleled disaster. According to reports, this disaster was triggered by the evil goddess of virus and decay, who had recently ascended to godhood. At that time, the fear of the virus among people allowed this goddess to rapidly advance from weak divine power to lower-level divine power, almost reaching the medium divine power level. However, she was thwarted by the forest goddess, the love goddess, and the second elven queen during her attempt to ascend to medium divine power. As for why these three goddesses conspired against the mother of Virus, it stems from the enmity between their divine authorities and that of the Virus goddess. The Virus and Decay divine authorities caused most life in the realm to suffer disasters, and records indicate that this goddess caused a portion of agriculture to suffer disasters right after she ascended, directly harming the agricultural goddess's divine power. Such actions that severely harmed nature incurred retaliation from the nature pantheon, while the love goddess's enmity towards this goddess was purely due to her appearance. The powerful divine authority made the Virus goddess unable to fully control her power, unlike the lost prince, who was lost due to his own choices. She suffered damage to her divine authority, transforming from a beautiful goddess into an extremely ugly one. This naturally drew the animosity of the goddess of beauty and love. In retaliation against the forest goddess, the elven queen, and the love goddess, the Virus goddess forcefully descended upon the realm using a powerful avatar carrying a potent virus, targeting the then Sunny City, now Leafall City. While releasing the intense virus, she proclaimed to mortals that it was all the fault of the forest goddess, the love goddess, and the elven queen. If you seek revenge, go find those three. After speaking, she self-destructed the avatar, causing the virus to spread from Sunny City to other places. To prevent the virus from continuing to spread, the powerful Angress, the second elven queen, the powerful love goddess, and the medium divine power forest goddess unleashed their top-tier abilities in the realm, using weak divine power avatars to stop the virus's spread. In the end, Angress, who governs part of life, and Mycosha, who governs the forest, successfully created an antidote to the virus, compressing it to a point in Leafall City. Then, the goddess of the forest planted many sacred trees in Leafall City to suppress the virus, resolving the crisis triggered by the Virus goddess. This city became famous in the realm for being under the protection of the forest goddess. Master Mage, can these sacred trees with a divine aura be cut down? I think they would make excellent materials for weapon crafting. After hearing Master Mage's introduction to Leafall City, Lu Wei couldn't help but think of the uses of the sacred trees. Of course, as long as you are not afraid of retaliation from the forest goddess, the druids, and some nature deities, you can cut down these sacred trees. Master Mage smiled at Lu Wei, mocking her unrealistic idea. In fact, someone had done this before, a human warrior with the strength of a sword saint. But the outcome was tragic. After suffering the goddess's curse, he fell directly into the abyss. Perhaps this fallen one could gain powerful demonic powers in the abyss, but so what? Demons are opposed by all deities, except for a few evil deities. So Master Mage, what would happen if I did that? Lu Wei asked tentatively. It's simple. You would just be hunted down by the nature deities and their druids and various followers. Master Mage casually mentioned the consequences. Is it that serious? How can I obtain such trees? I'm just interested in these sacred items. That's a good question. Actually, you can ask the priests of the forest goddess in the goddess's temple. They're the most qualified to know how to handle these trees. Lu Wei felt that Master Mage's answer was pointless. Any rational person could have thought of that. By the way, Master Mage, how long will we stay in Leafall City? Siegel noticed Lu Wei's mouth moving as if she was about to blurt something out, so he quickly interrupted her. We will stay in Leafall City for 1 day. Everyone can relax and have fun for a day. We leave on the 3rd day. By the way, Leafall City is under the protection of the forest goddess, a nature deity, so they won't be very friendly to outsiders, except for those with high charisma. He glanced interestingly at Lu Wei and Siegel, as they were the most attractive among the mages of Hilltown, even though one usually used disguise magic and the other wore a black cloak to cover herself. However, in front of high power, their faces would be directly exposed. No way. Not again. It's all about looks. It was the same in Whitehorse City. I'm already despairing of this looks-based world. The other adventurers wailed. Some of them had already suffered the consequences of a looks-based world in the last city, Whitehorse City. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances, both able to see the laughter in each other's eyes. Chapter 37. A request from the Temple District. After everyone settled in a hotel in Falling Leaf City, Lu Wei and Siegel set out together, accompanied by a few others who were confident in their looks. Individuals who had not faced disdain in the previous city. Hey everyone, Siegel and I are heading to the Temple District. Do you want to come? Lu Wei asked the remaining good-looking people as they walked through the commercial street of Falling Leaf City, while Siegel was directly excluded from the conversation. The others glanced at Lu Wei's breathtaking beauty and then at Siegel's face, which could rival that of the most handsome Light Lord. They all sighed in unison and exchanged glances. Forget it, we won't join you too. Walking together is too demoralizing. We'll just explore the commercial street. We still need to buy a few weapons. It is well known that walking alongside beautiful people is irresponsible to one's own life. So the others decisively chose to refuse to accompany Lu Wei and Siegel. All right, but do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some, Lu Wei said, as she seemed to think these few might be short on cash. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lu Wei, but we aren't short on money. When we were still apprentice mages, we each had our ways to earn money, except for Pao. He's quite broke due to some issues. One of them spoke, referring to a slender young man named Pao, whose handsome face was overshadowed by his timid demeanor. Oh, Pao, I know about that. He mistakenly messed up a task and faced a spell backlash from the Temple of Wealth, which is why he rarely manages to save up any wealth. However, it's said that Pao is currently working hard to gain favor with the Temple of Wealth, Siegel replied, addressing Lu Wei's confusion. All right then, how much Lecoin does Pao need? I can temporarily lend it to you, and you can pay me back slowly after you manage to offset the spell from the Temple of Wealth. Lu Wei thought to herself, feeling like a super nice person. Thank you, Miss Lu Wei. I probably need 600 Lecoin to get new staff. I felt during the finals that my current staff can no longer keep up with me, Pao said, his eyes lighting up at the mention of a new staff. After all, among all the top 10 contestants, he was the only one using a green quality staff during the competition. All right, 600 Lecoin. I'll give it to you now. I hope you can go further. Lu Wei had no idea how much this action would benefit her in the future. After saying that, Lu Wei took out a spatial bag filled with 600 Lecoin and a staff she had enchanted. Thank you, Miss Lu Wei. I will definitely pay you back in the future. An excited Pao bowed to Lu Wei while holding the spatial bag. Be careful, this city is not friendly to humans. Lu Wei reminded them before leaving with Siegel, holding the Falling Leaf City map that Siegel had bought. Let's go too. Pal, remember to take care of your spatial bag, said a person named Parsons, who was Pal's good brother. Siegel, how did Pal get retaliated against by the Temple of Wealth? Is it the Temple of Wealth in Hill City? Lu Wei, you should know that although the goddess of wealth is a neutral deity, she is not of the good alignment. This means that not only good people worship her, but also evil ones. Pal is quite unfortunate. When he was completing a commission from the Temple of Wealth, he didn't T-tip the NPC when handing in a task. This NPC has connections in the Temple of Wealth, so they made things difficult for Pal. Siegel spoke dismissively about the Temple of Wealth. As a young master from one of the wealthiest families of the interstellar era, Siegel looked down upon a lady who had commercial friends. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. After all, it's a matter governed by the gods of this world. Discussing it now won't benefit us. We'll talk about it when we have the strength. While they were chatting, Lu Wei and Siegel arrived at the Temple District of Falling Leaf City. The Temple District, as the name suggests, is the area of the temples of various gods. Here, there are the temples of the Forest Goddess, the Love Goddess, the Wealth Goddess, and some other temples. However, interestingly, there is no temple for the Lord of Thieves, the Prince of Lies, or other powerful evil gods. Thinking about it, it makes sense. As Falling Leaf City is a sanctuary for good-aligned deities, how could there be temples for evil gods here? Wait, Siegel, I sent someone crying over there. Lu Wei pointed towards the direction of the Wealth Goddess's temple. Exchanging a glance, Siegel took Lu Wei's hand and ran in that direction. As for why Lu Wei wasn't running, simply using a spell to enhance her agility was already good enough. Stop. Siegel turned right. Ahead was the location of the crying person. In fact, Siegel had already sensed it without Lu Wei saying anything. His mental power as a level 4 mage was no joke. Actually, Siegel really wanted to tell Lu Wei not to meddle. But Lu Wei countered him by saying she didn't sense any malice from the crying person. Hello, may I ask why you're crying? Lu Wei cautiously approached the crying woman. Adventurer, hello, I'm Casey. Following that, Lu Wei and Siegel became good listeners. It turned out that this half-elf named Casey had previously lived with her husband, a low-level druid. However, one day, the Temple of the Forest Goddess sent her husband on a mission, and he went missing. According to the temple, her husband was not dead, but lost deep in the forest. I'm not asking you to bring my husband back. I just want you to check on him and tell me how he is doing. I will pay you for your help, Casey said humbly. Lu Wei felt that this half-elf was hiding something. You don't want us to bring your husband back? Lu Wei asked tentatively, then transmitted a message to Siegel beside her. Siegel, use detect lies. Siegel nodded, understanding. No need. The temple has already said my husband is not in danger. I'm just missing him too much. If you could just record a video of him and come back to tell me, I would be satisfied. After the half-elf woman finished speaking, Lu Wei glanced at Siegel. Siegel nodded, confirming that the half-elf woman was not lying. I'm afraid we can't help you with that. My companion and I are only staying in Falling Leaf City for a day, and we won't have enough time. I'm sorry. After Lu Wei said this, she pulled Siegel away. Why? Don't you see? This woman is not inferior to us in strength, and she is quite wealthy. Just look at her attire. As for how she could evade your spell, it only indicates that her strength is above yours. After saying that, Lu Wei showed Siegel the results she obtained from her detection spell. Chapter 38. Find the Branch of Holiness. Siegel, let me tell you, it's a good thing we moved quickly. Otherwise, we would definitely have gotten into trouble, Lu Wei said to Siegel as they walked towards the temple of the forest goddess. Why do you say that? I didn't sense anything from that half-elf woman. Siegel thought about grabbing Lu Wei and giving her a beating. It was her idea to help. But now that they went, they ended up not helping at all. It's nothing, I just saw it. Behind us, a black storm is raging, and the ground beneath our feet is the color of war. It's terrifying, and all of this is because we helped that half-elf woman. Lu Wei hugged her head in fear as she spoke of the horror. You saw it? Where did you see it? Was it your prophecy? Siegel found it absurd. It was just an unconfirmable prophecy. Lu Wei, look at me. How can you think that prophecy is real? You weren't tempted by something, were you? Siegel quickly urged Lu Wei to stop, asking her anxiously. Well, I don't know. That image just suddenly appeared in my mind, and then I hurriedly called you away. Lu Wei now thought back and felt that she seemed a little abnormal. Siegel, wait for me. I need to do something. Detect. Lu Wei surprisingly used the detection skill on herself. Lu Wei Al Green, human level 4 mage. Status, under illusion, due to the subject containing inexplicably sacred things. This spell has mutated. Very good. Siegel, I found a problem. I was attacked by an illusion under the two of us mid-level mages. But it's not a malicious illusion. Otherwise, I would have already experienced some strange state because of it. Lu Wei felt that the caster was really bold to cast an illusion in front of two mid-level mages. Wait, even if it's someone other than a demigod. Even a legendary level archmage casting a spell would have magical fluctuations. Does the person casting the spell on me possess an innate illusion spell that doesn't require invoking the magic web and elements? But that's unlikely. In front of the two of us mid-level mages, even the worst spellcaster would be able to sense the fluctuations of the magic web and magical energy, unless this person has an innate illusion spell. Siegel's thoughts were similar to Lu Wei's. Even the most powerful mages casting spells would have fluctuations, and the absence of fluctuations would only occur with innate spells. The races and professions that possess innate illusions are just a few, but only a few can live under the protection of good deities, such as half-elves, elven mages, bards, and dragon blood sorcerers. Among them, I think the most likely candidate is the half-elf bard. Lu Wei thought of the half-elf they had just encountered. Bards in other games are merely professions that buff allies and debuff enemies. But in Chronicles of the Gods, even priests have powerful melee capabilities, and bards are no exception. Bards use musical instruments or voices as their casting tools, and generally, a bard must have a sense of music and other verbal talents. Although bards are spellcasters, the spells they cast are not called spells, but rather arcane arts. Arcane arts can be cast without relying on the magic web or various elements. And all bards possess high charisma and extensive knowledge. Before reaching legendary status, bard spells are quite weak and should be said to lack offensive capabilities. Even if a few spells mutate and possess attack power, that power is hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, bards in the main plane are protected by the goddess of love. After all, the goddess of love is an ultimate beauty control freak, and bards, both male and female, are incredibly good-looking, but like the deities they worship, Their attack power is low. Therefore, many adventuring teams do not bring bards along, causing people of this profession, generally, to fall under various powerful factions. Bard? It seems to be like that. Fine, now that you've clarified it, should we go back to find that half-elf woman? After hearing Lu Wei's explanation about the bard profession, Siegel felt it was indeed the case. Why go back? Our main task right now is to ask at the Temple of the Forest Goddess if we can buy the sacred trees of Fallen Leaf City. Lu Wei looked at Siegel with an expression that said he was an idiot. All right then, let's hurry to the Temple of the Forest Goddess. It's not far, just ahead. Siegel decided not to retort Lu Wei. In fact, it was just that he couldn't win an argument against her. As it turned out, Siegel's approach was correct because Lu Wei somehow unleashed her chatty side and kept talking all the way. They finally arrived at the Temple of the Forest Goddess, a grand temple predominantly green, with walls carved with stories about the goddess. Hello, we are adventurer mages from Hilltown. I'm Lu Wei, and this is Siegel. Lu Wei and Siegel easily entered the front hall of the temple. I forgot to mention, Lu Wei is of the good alignment, while Siegel is of the neutral alignment. These two alignments happen to fall within the acceptable range of the Forest Goddess's alignment. I am Genli. Do you adventurers have any business? A lady in a green priest robe responded to Lu Wei. Hello, I would like to ask how I can obtain trees blessed by the goddess. Lu Wei politely asked the priestess named Genli. I don't know what you adventurers need the goddess-blessed trees for, but destroying such trees is blasphemous. Priestess Genli looked at Lu Wei with a wary gaze. I am a mage and also an enchanter. I want these trees as materials for enchanting or for collection. You know, these trees are very beautiful. Lu Wei replied to the priestess with an admiring tone. Good thing you are a good aligned mage. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to see the temple. If you want to have it, we can give it to you, but we won't give you the whole thing. You can have at most a branch. Priestess Genli looked at Lu Wei with a gaze that expressed relief that she was of the good alignment. Really? What kind of price do I need to pay? Lu Wei's rationality returned, at least wanting to know what she needed to offer. If the price was too high, then forget it. The price is very simple. You need to plant a tree that you personally grow as a return in the back of the temple area. Priestess Genli lightly stated the requirement. But this aligns well with the goddess's divine doctrine. Is it that simple? Let's go plant the tree now. Lu Wei suddenly became energetic. Of course, because you adventurers belong to the good alignment, and you are not in opposition to the goddess's alignment. Just this point is enough. The neutral specification is different. And as for the evil alignment, they cannot even enter the goddess's temple. By the way, come with me. I will take you to plant the trees. Priestess Genli explained to Lu Wei and Siegel. Is this the place? Why does it look so desolate? Priestess Genli led Lu Wei and Siegel to a desert-like area. This is related to the divine war from hundreds of years ago. Don't mind it. By the way, you must personally plant the tree. You cannot use spells. You can call someone to help you plant. Also, don't think about escaping. The area is filled with the goddess's divine power, and we will sense it. The last requirement initially made Lu Wei feel quite uncomfortable, but thinking about being able to call for help made it bearable. I understand. Thank you, Priestess Genli. After saying that, Lu Wei asked Priestess Genli for 2 shovels. Chapter 39. Let's plant trees together. It is said that after Lu Wei received 2 shovels from Pastor Genli, she handed one to Siegel. Take this and help me dig a hole in the ground. I'll dig with you, Lu Wei said to Siegel, expressing her request. She knew that with her own strength, it would take ages to dig a hole, so she definitely needed a man to help her. Although Siegel was also a mage, his physical strength was still above that of an ordinary person. Why should I dig when you want the branches? Siegel said, but his body was honest, and he began digging the soil with the shovel. Am I supposed to dig with my 6 points of strength? You might as well wait until the end of time for that. Remember, we both came out together. If I can't return and go to the city of 1,000 towers with you, what do you think Master Mage would think? Don't even think about saying it's because I wanted the branches, because Master Maze's divination will show that it was because you didn't help me that I was late. Since you helped me, I'll enchant your new weapon. Don't worry, my enchanting skills just upgraded to level 3 a few days ago, which means I can enchant weapons for level 4 personnel. Lu Wei felt she should give Siegel some reward, and as for the cost of enchanting, she could waive it. So you're such a scheming woman. You're even thinking about these things. I can help you dig, but I won't be paying for the enchanting materials. Siegel thought of the fees Lu Wei charged him for enchanting before, and his heart sank, as Lu Wei had squeezed most of his wealth like a shrewd merchant. Okay, deal. To repay you, I can waive your enchanting fees, but you'll still need to find some materials yourself, as I really don't have enough materials. Lu Wei agreed immediately, so quickly that Siegel thought he had fallen into some strange pit. During their conversation, Lu Wei and Siegel managed to dig a hole. Siegel noticed, I'll support the upper part of this sapling, you mainly control the lower part, and we will plant it together. Lu Wei quickly divided the tasks between them. As the sapling successfully settled into the hole, a layer of green light spread across the ground. Can you feel it? There's a massive life force underground maintaining the life of these trees. A huge, holy life force. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances, realizing that things were not simple. Congratulations! You have successfully planted this sapling, and it has attracted the divine power used by the goddess to sustain the life of trees. By the way, if this tree eventually becomes a treant, that treant will count as your child because you brought it to life with your own hands. Pastor Zhenli suddenly appeared out of nowhere, saying these shocking words to Lu Wei and Siegel. Wait, are you saying this tree will grow into one with extraordinary power? It will even develop its own intelligence and give birth to its own little sprites? Lu Wei felt terrified after all. She was still unmarried and now had to deal with a being that would call her mother. According to Pastor Zhenli, would this tree definitely develop its own intelligence? Siegel was also shocked at the possibility of becoming a father, but his rational side helped him calm down. Yes, adventurers, you must know that the tree you planted is under the life divine power of the goddess. And with this divine power, the tree will not only thrive, but will also grow its own intelligence. However, such events are not common. Normally, for a tree to become a treant, it must grow for nearly 100 years without being cut down, but due to human deforestation, there are very few trees over 100 years old in the prime material plane. Pastor Zhenli glared at Lu Wei and Siegel at the end of her speech. According to Pastor Zhenli, because the tree underground contains the life attribute divine power used by the forest goddess to maintain the tree's healthy growth. The existence of this divine power can both ensure the trees grow healthily and allow them to develop their own intelligence. So when can I get my branch? I'm really eager to have it. Lu Wei said excitedly to Pastor Zhenli, Don't rush, there's one last step. We will talk in the living room. Follow me, said the pastor in the green robe as she led the way. Lu Wei and Siegel were left standing there for a few seconds, wondering why getting a branch was so complicated. You too, take a look at this contract. It's about the future of your sapling, she said, handing them 2 copies of the contract. As for why Siegel had this contract, it was because Pastor Zhenli regarded Siegel as Lu Wei's partner, the future father of the treant contract. The signatories will sign under the gaze of the forest goddess's temple at the great river of the underworld. Then there was a lot of legal jargon explaining that the tree Lu Wei and Siegel planted would be cared for by the priests of the forest goddess's temple until it successfully developed its own intelligence and could move on its own. However, during this time, Lu Wei and Siegel were required to pay 5,000 lebs each year. If they faced difficulties, they could negotiate, but payment was mandatory. If they did not pay, then the tree and any future value it produced would be managed by the forest goddess's temple. If the tree died unexpectedly during the care period, all fees would be refunded to Lu Wei and Siegel, and compensation would be provided. Sorry, we need to discuss this. Could you step out for a moment? Lu Wei felt friendly and surprisingly did not get angry upon seeing such a contract. Pastor Zhenli nodded and walked out, saying she would be nearby. Siegel, do you think we should sign it? Forget it, it's just a branch. I don't want it. Lu Wei thought 5,000 lebs a year was too much. Even if she could enchant, how long would it take for the tree to develop intelligence? It was basically a bottomless pit. I think we can sign it. It's just 5,000. I don't believe that the two of us, one making weapons and the other enchanting, can't afford to raise a tree. Siegel seemed very interested in having a child that could call him father. But what will happen if the treant is born later? What about the relationship? Lu Wei was puzzled. We'll talk about future matters later. Right now, let's secure the rights to raise this tree. Enough. You don't need to say anything more. It seemed that Siegel had made a decision since earlier. Bostovin, we have decided to sign this contract, but we hope the Forest Goddess's temple can cultivate a higher talent for the Treant in the future. Who would want excellent offspring? Okay, Lu Wei, this is your sacred branch. By the way, before you leave, make sure to drop a drop of your blood on the sapling so that it will be your offspring. After saying this, Pastor Zhengli left, leaving the two of them staring at each other in disbelief. Chapter 40. The City of Wealth. Fortunately, when Lu Wei and Siegel returned, they were not late and even had the leisure to chat with Mage Max. You said you planted a tree together behind the Forest Goddess's temple and signed a contract? There might even be a tree spirit descendant in the future? Mage Max was surprised to hear what Lu Wei said about her and Siegel's activities, as the once young and reckless Max had been turned away from the Forest Goddess's temple. Yes, that priestess named Jenny said so. She mentioned that due to the goddess's divine power, it is easier for tree spirits to be born there, but the time frame is uncertain. It can only be said that it is easier than in other parts of the main plane. Moreover, she asked us for a drop of blood to drip on the tree. Lu Wei also shared the subsequent details with Mage Max. There is no major issue. The priestess of the forest goddess is quite trustworthy. As for the mentioned tree spirit descendant, such beings are rare and hard to come by. Even the forest goddess only started to nurture them after becoming a deity of medium power. The previous tree spirits were grown by some ancient trees in the main plane. Well, you can take a look for yourselves. After saying this, Mage Max handed Lu Wei a book titled The Birth and Potential of Some Races in the Main Plane, which is said to have been compiled by a board prophecy mage from information gleaned through divination. I understand. I will read it when I have time. By the way, Master Max, when do we depart for the City of Wealth tomorrow? Will we go directly through the teleportation array or walk there ourselves? Suddenly remembering that they were to set out for the City of Wealth the next day, you reminded me. Take this. This introduction to the City of Wealth should be read thoroughly. It is essential for your survival as mid to low-level adventurers. Each of you 10 has a copy. Also, we will set off tomorrow morning. You and Siegel together, Lu Wei, make sure to practice casting spells while moving and casting silently. Siegel, focus on combat spells and silent casting. These two skills are essential for you, especially for you, Lu Wei. After that, Mage Max handed over another book titled Introduction to the City of Wealth. Yes, I understand, Master Max. Then we will return to our room first. I understand, Master Max. After Lu Wei and Siegel walked out of Mage Max's room, Mage Codes appeared suddenly in front of Mage Max. What's wrong, Max? What have you seen? Mage Codes knows his companion well. Cannot say. The power of fate does not allow me to speak. However, one thing is certain. A great disaster is about to occur in the main plane, and even the gods cannot avoid it. Not knowing how to comfort Mage Max, Mage Code sighed and said, "Don't worry. Fate is unpredictable. By the way, Codes, I saw that the web restraining elemental power has shattered, and our mages will soon enter an era where we rely on our own intelligence to cast spells. So, for this trip to the City of Towers, I plan to collaborate with the mages there to research the arcane. You may leave. I need to think." After sending Mage Codes away, Mage Max closed his eyes to ponder. Back in her room, Lu Wei took out the two books from her backpack, The Birth and Potential of Some Races in the Main Plane and Introduction to the City of Wealth. The first book mainly introduces the births and potentials of most races in the main plane, such as elves, bloodlines, the three angelic races of the celestial realm, unicorns, dragons from Dragon Island, halflings, drow from the Underdark, demons from the Abyss, devils from Hell, and it almost encompasses all races that have appeared in the multiverse. What caught Lu Wei's attention the most was the Talina demon race among the demons. This demon race is not the original demon race, but is the most powerful. The original demon race is called the Obyrus demon race, which was born before the major races, and they were incredibly ugly. The Talina demons were first born from the souls of mortals who fell into the abyss. So most Talina demons possess some human characteristics and are the demon race most closely connected to the main plane. This race currently has the largest number of demons in the abyss and has long since seized dominance from the Obyrus demon race. As for which race has the highest potential, the author of the book did not say. However, according to Lu Wei's guess, the author must have faced significant pressure when writing about the potentials of various races, which is why each race was rated as having good potential. Lu Wei hurriedly skimmed through the book to find the section about tree spirits before slowly reading. Tree spirits, medium humanoid beings, possess high charisma and intelligence, but their bodies are very fragile unless they hide within their own bodies. Generally, the spells that tree spirits possess are those containing nature's power. They are favored by nature. Once they grow into legendary tree spirits, most nature gods will take them under their protection. And these legendary tree spirits can either go to the nature god's divine realms or choose not to. Adventurers with tree spirits will be welcomed by nature races and gain their favor. They're also skilled at planting flowers, trees, and plants. And the plants they care for rarely die. I didn't expect this race to have such good abilities. It seems they will be helpful in the future. If I rely on the domain of flowers to ascend to godhood, then these tree spirits will be excellent assistants. However, with so many nature gods, why is there no goddess of flowers? Lu Wei thought to herself, planning to ask the goddess Enhua in the spiritual sea after reading the introduction to the City of Wealth. Then, Lu Wei opened the book titled Introduction to the City of Wealth again. The City of Wealth, also known as the City of Gold, is the birthplace of the former goddess of wealth and has always been under the protection of the Lady of Wealth, both the previous and the current one. This is also a large city protected by deities, larger than Leaffall City, although the Lady of Wealth has only recently ascended to medium divine power. The territory of the City of Wealth has been continuously expanding because most of the followers of the former goddess of wealth are wealthy nobles. Although it is a place under divine protection, the City of Wealth is not a benevolent city. On the contrary, much of its wealth comes from gray or even black areas. If one were to use a spell to detect alignment, the City of Wealth would definitely show a predominance of evil alignment over good and neutral. Therefore, at the end of the book, there is a significant note. Note, the City of Wealth is not a city of goodness. Please take care of your wealth here, but do not steal, or the punishment will be the loss of your fingers. Chapter 41. Players acting independently. All right, everyone, we are about to enter the Rocky Plains. Although it looks like a flat area, it is actually uneven, and if you're not careful, you might fall into a pit without realizing it. So everyone, get off the carriage and walk through here. If you're slow, either increase your agility spell or find a companion to help you. As Master Mace was speaking, he suddenly stopped. Also, be sure to cast a few layers of protective spells on yourselves, because there's a group of snakes living here that blend in with the color of the rocks, as well as some other magical beasts. Don't think that just because you're on the plains, these magical beasts are weak. On the contrary, because they live in an area with scarce food, they're even more ferocious. Be careful not to capsize in the ditch. Now, get off the carriage and cast your spells. I will be watching you from the sky with the other mages of the Mage Guild. After saying this, Master Codes and the other mages use the flying spell to soar into the sky. Oh, and to avoid trouble, we will also use invisibility spells after flying up. So it will be as if you are all training on your own in this plane. By the way, we will give you a map, and you need to find your way here on your own. We will only come down to bring you back after 5 days. After Master Mace finished speaking, he instructed the other mages to use flying and invisibility spells and waited for everyone to finish casting their spells. Oh, and one last thing. Don't think about just finding a place to hide for 5 days and waiting for us to come to you. Know that we will be watching you from the sky the whole time. After saying this, Master Mace also used flying and invisibility spells, leaving the rest of the people on the ground shivering. All right, everyone, let us form a team. I will be the captain, and Lu Wei will be the vice captain. We will decide the loot by rolling the dice. If you trust me and Lu Wei, we can sell the loot in the City of Wealth and give you the currency. Siegel looked like a leader. After all, these ideas were not something Lu Wei had thought of herself. Don't think that just because Lu Wei has high intelligence, she is smart. High intelligence just means a better understanding of spells, and sometimes it can lead to low emotional intelligence. Okay, I have no problem. I even need to rely on you to protect me. Lu Wei's words made Siegel frown, but he also knew the pitfalls of Lu Wei's physique. Currently, Lu Wei is suited to be a cannon-type mage, yet ironically, she has the highest spell attack, benefiting from her intelligence boost. We have no issues either. Right now, you two have the highest spell levels, so it makes sense for you to be the captain and vice captain. Seagull's wisdom and Lu Wei's spell attack make for a reasonable arrangement. The speaker was the unfortunate person who borrowed money from Lu Wei earlier. But it seems he has some ideas about this trip to the City of Wealth. No problem. I have no issues. I also have no problems. The last person's voice was filled with confusion towards Lu Wei. Perhaps he couldn't understand why the vice captain was a female, especially one who seemed quite useless. All right, I get it. However, I feel that some of you seem quite unconvinced by me. How about this? For those who are unconvinced, let us have a match. If you win, you can take over as vice captain. It must be said that Lu Wei's intuition is sometimes quite accurate. At least she could sense some dissatisfaction from certain individuals. She drew out the source of all spells, releasing the aura of a level 4 mage. Lu Wei looked incredibly cool, exuding an impressive presence. Apart from Seagull, a level 4 powerhouse, the other level 3 mages changed their expressions upon facing Lu Wei's level 4 mage aura. They felt a significant gap between themselves and her. Seagull also frowned as he sensed Lu Wei's aura, realizing that it seemed even stronger than his own, who was also a level 4 mage. Could it be that Lu Wei had achieved some new breakthrough? But that shouldn't be possible after reaching level 4. Seagull felt breakthroughs were not as easy as drinking water anymore. Yes, Lu Wei had indeed gained new insights, but not in her spells, rather in her understanding of nature. A phantom of a smiling petal formed within Lu Wei, and according to the words of the goddess Enhua, once this petal becomes a 5-petal flower, transforming from illusion to reality, it would mark the moment when Lu Wei ignites the divine fire and is conferred divinity. It is also because of this phantom petal that Lu Wei has gained a trace of divine nature, which further amplifies her aura. Therefore, Lu Wei's current stats are as follows. Lu Wei, Elgerin, human mage, demigod-like being, due to the extremely weak divinity within her, level 4 health points, 1,500 1,500 experience points, 4548 42279, 4340 spirit, 3010 intelligence, 3010 charm, 2510 constitution, 610 agility, 610 strength, 610 note. Values in parentheses are those of an ordinary person bloodline. Source of magic level 0 spells. Mage hand. Light spell read magic. Lu Wei's stats have changed little aside from gaining the demigod status and an extra 100 health points. But she feels that her magic has become purer. How can we possibly be unconvinced by Miss Lu Wei? You are the strongest person aside from Seagull. Yes. We have no objections. That's right. We should value harmony. This will help us to be more cohesive. By the way, everyone, quickly cast some layers of spells on yourselves. I sense something is coming. Seagull, scan your right front with your mental power. Lu Wei, unsure of what she had detected, prompted the remaining few. As for why she herself did not need to cast spells, isn't that obvious? After the previous encounter with the divine spider, both Lu Wei and Seagull had not removed their protective spells. Even if the spells were to fade, Lu Wei would simply recast them. It seems to be a group of snakes. My mental scan only shows a mass of things that are the same color as the rocks. But judging by their life signs, they should be snakes. This is bad. They are coming. Lu Wei, use web spell and animal restraint spell in front of me. I know you've memorized these 2 spells. Seagull's face suddenly changed as he realized a lot of snakes were approaching. Level 3 spell, web spell, level 4 spell, mass animal restraint spell. Great, these 2 spells took effect, and the group of snakes was mostly immobilized. Don't celebrate too early, everyone. If you have corrosive spells, throw them at Seagull's feet. Be careful not to splash Seagull, even though his protective spells are higher than mine. Lu Wei immediately issued commands to those still in a daze. Chapter 42 Battle. Everyone, there is some bad news. Do you want to hear it? The more critical the situation, the more relaxed Lu Wei became. And now she was even joking. Lu Wei, stop joking and just tell us. You're about to scare them. Seagull's spirit was clearly not as strong as Lu Wei's. At least he didn't know what she was talking about. All right, the bad news is that there are things coming from both behind and in front of us, with vital signs similar to this group of snakes, but in much larger numbers. Those with slow-type spells, throw them behind me, and remember not to hit me. Otherwise, well, you can't beat me anyway. Lu Wei positioned herself cleverly, standing in the direction the group of snakes was advancing towards. As long as they cast slow-type spells towards behind Lu Wei, they would definitely hit. But, Miss Lu Wei, we don't know when to cast the spells. I got it. Pal suddenly changed his tone because he had already seen the group of snakes behind Lu Wei. Earthquake, web spell, charm animal. Throw 5 slow-type spells over there. Great. All the vanguard snakes in front of this group are hit. Good. Now those with area attack spells, cast them. Seagull. After they finish casting, use the group invisibility spell. I will cast a protective barrier. Everyone, remember to add protective spells to my barrier after casting, especially the few protective mages. Whether we can survive the first night depends on you. After saying that, Lu Wei also cast a small meteor spell. Flame jet, ice storm, water arrow. Good. Seagull, it's up to you. Use invisibility to conceal all of you. After I finish casting my spells, I will hide inside the barrier. Without waiting for Seagull to react, Lu Wei used the feathering spell, lifting herself 1 foot off the ground. Level 4 spell, Adventurer's Shelter. This spell is interesting because it was invented by someone who loved to wander and was used to avoid overnight camping during adventures. A stone-built large stone house appeared where Lu Wei cast the spell. Lu Wei slowly landed on the ground and used the haste spell to hide inside the stone house, concealing her aura. All right, Seagull, you can bring them in now. This stone house only protects against non-humanoid races. Speaking of this spell made Lu Wei want to laugh, because the person who invented this spell died in the spell he cast. The reason was that it only protected against non-humanoid races, but forgot that among humans, there might be more bad people than other races. Lu Wei, how did you think of learning this spell? I thought you would remember a better barrier spell. Seagull asked Lu Wei as he walked in. No choice. Only this barrier spell changes with the environment, and this spell is quite good. By the way, how did you get in? Aren't you going outside to add protective spells? It's not that I don't trust them, but even attribute-related spells can be cast together. Lu Wei thought of those two, one casting Ice Storm and the other casting Flame Jet, and wanted to spit blood. Originally 2 spells with high damage ended up canceling each other out, and in the end, it was Seagull who made up for it. All right, don't be angry. Let us have a short meeting later. I'm going to add protective spells, and you use some spells to make some food. Seagull knew that Lu Wei had the create food spell in her spell list. I got it. By the way, pay attention to the front of this stone house. I previously sensed 2 crises, but only 1 came. Lu Wei found it strange that she had sensed 2 places, but only the group behind came. It was as if the one in front suddenly disappeared. At this time, a group of mages in the sky looked at each other and smiled. Have you all finished? Then come in and eat. I made the food with the create food spell. It tastes okay, she said to Seagull and the others standing at the stone house's entrance. We'll be ready soon. There was a slight mistake earlier that caused one area not to integrate with the entire barrier. We need to adjust it. The rest of you, go inside and replenish yourselves. After eating, we need to hold a short meeting. Seagull stopped his hand that was preparing to cast a spell and said to the remaining idle mages, All right, Captain Seagull, then we'll go in first. You can come in after you're done. After saying that, Pal led the remaining people into Lu Wei's stone house. It's worth mentioning that Pal, the unfortunate one, was a spell-casting mage. However, according to his unlucky attribute, the spells Pal cast sometimes had a strong offensive nature, while other times he was as harmless as a weak sheep. Moreover, Pal was a spell-casting mage, and generally, spellcasters would hide behind to cast spells. But Pal was different. Due to the instability of his spell strength, he often acted as the frontline main force in the team. Wow, it looks so sumptuous. Miss Lu Wei, you live up to your name. This food looks delicious, said a child who had been helped by Lu Wei. It's all right. It's just the create food spell relying on the powers of various elements to create food. So it looks decent, but eating it might not be the same. However, I remember there is a higher level spell of this type called Feast. That spell is actually a level 7 spell, already involving the laws of the main plane. But let us not mention it. Actually, Lu Wei was very interested in this level 7 spell. However, seeing her experience bar for level 4 and level 5, she calmed down. Oh, by the way, you all hurry up and eat. Later we need to have a short meeting to discuss tomorrow's matters, and some of your mistakes today. Lu Wei suddenly mentioned their mistakes to Pal and the others. Mistakes? What mistakes? The innocent-looking Miss Della looked at Lu Wei. Although she looked innocent, being able to survive among thousands of people until now. True innocence had long become false innocence. Let us eat first. We'll talk about it during the short meeting later. I'll go out and check on Siegel and the others. Lu Wei thought it was better not to talk to them first to avoid igniting anything. After saying that, Lu Wei walked out of the stone house towards Siegel and the others, of course, walking leisurely. What spells could be used at this time? Lu Wei closed her eyes and sensed the spells on the barrier. The spells outside were still the areas Siegel and the others had previously harmonized, while the spells in the other areas were not very smooth, and some had even obstructed the power of the barrier. Siegel, it seems you're harmonizing very slowly. After such a long time, there are still some places where the spell circuits are conflicting. Lu Wei spoke in a very curious tone. Yeah, some of these spells are even conflicting. Lu Wei, why don't you also help with the harmonization? Your spiritual perception is even higher than mine. Siegel recalled that Lu Wei's spiritual perception was higher than his own and without hesitation prepared to recruit her help. In the end, under the temptation of wanting a good rest tonight, Lu Wei helped out. Although there were still some deviations after Lu Wei's harmonization, it was manageable for one night. Chapter 43. Encountering the Earth Element. Time passed quickly, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. After the short meeting between Lu Wei and Siegel, Lu Wei felt that her team was becoming easier to manage, unlike at the beginning when they were lazy and scattered, even needing reminders to cast spells. Although Lu Wei still had to remind them about casting spells sometimes, it was much better now. At least there hadn't been any spells clashing with hostile elements. Great, everyone. We're only a few minutes away from the next resting spot. Let's push a bit harder, and once we get there, we can have a good rest, Lu Wei said, relieved as she looked at the not-so-long distance on the map. After all, most of the mages in this team were low-level, with only 3 mid-level mages. Yes, just 3. One of them, a divination mage named Kaiga, had a breakthrough after gaining insights during a battle, which startled both Lu Wei and Siegel, who constantly hovered around the room where Kaiga was breaking through, afraid of any mishap. It proved to be useful for the two of them to be so cautious, as this guy triggered an elemental tide during his breakthrough, attracting most of the elements, which led to a swarm of magical beasts coming over. Fortunately, at the last moment, Kaiga successfully broke through and used a more powerful divination spell to repel those magical beasts. Now that Kaiga had upgraded to a level 4 mage, he was able to sense the dangers around him alongside Lu Wei. After all, with a mental strength strong enough to perceive situations dozens of meters away, and a slight premonition of his own fate due to his specialization in divination, he could suddenly sense some aspects of the River of Fate. Wait, everyone, I see it. There's a huge crisis in the direction we're heading. The power of Earth will harm some people. Kaiga suddenly stopped and said to the group. By the way, whenever Kaiga predicted something, his pupils would change from dark brown to silver. You're looking at our future from the River of Fate? Are you trying to shorten your life? Directly gazing at the River of Fate will drastically reduce your lifespan. Lu Wei shouted angrily at Kaiga as she looked at his silver pupils. I know it will directly damage my lifespan, but the power of fate is so intoxicating. Isn't it just permanently losing some health points? As long as I grow fast enough, there's nothing to worry about. The divination mage Kaiga comforted Lu Wei optimistically. Yes, as long as you grow fast enough, your damage 1T catch up with you. But what if you take a fatal hit and die? Remember, dying once means losing a level and having your experience. By then, if your health points don't keep up with your damage, you'll be waiting to delete your character and start over. Lu Wei directly pointed out the consequences of death. In the Age of the Gods, when a player dies, they lose a level, their experience is halved, and their damage remains the same as before their level drop. This means that when you die, not only does your level decrease, your experience drop, and your health points go down, but your previous permanent damage remains unchanged. You're right, I understand now. I 1T recklessly use divination spells to predict the future anymore. But we will indeed encounter this crisis, regardless of whether we change our route. Kaiga said, though he was a bit panicked, he wouldn't continue to panic and still had the mood to predict. All right, according to you, we will encounter the power of Earth on our way. But is it the Earth element? Siegel interrupted what Lu Wei was about to say. It should be. That power of Earth is very pure. It must be the Earth element. Kaiga recalled the fragments he saw in the River of Fate. Okay, everyone, cast a minor elemental barrier on yourselves. If you don't have one, work hard to cast shield for yourselves. Lu Wei continued from what Siegel said, then took out her staff and added a layer of barrier on herself, which lasted for 3 hours. Everyone, you should have finished casting your spells, right? I think we have encountered the creature with the power of Earth, just beneath our feet, about 10 meters from the ground. Hurry back, or take to the air. It's moving fast, about to reach the surface. It's coming out. Fortunately, the one who moved a bit slowly, Dingma, suffered minor elemental impact wounds, while the others were unharmed. Lu Wei, Siegel, and Pal, the three who cast spells quickly, directly flew up into the air. Detection: Earth element, growth phase, blue, faction, neutral chaotic level. From magic resistance, 60 active skills, throw stones. Mighty charge, hard body, passive skills, ground recovery. This was an Earth element resident that unintentionally arrived in the main plane. It should have come through a planar passage. Adventurers, do not attempt to provoke it. Perhaps you will find an opportunity. After everyone read the information shared by Lu Wei, they fell silent. So what do we do now? A level 3 mage posed the crucial question. Let us first use the Comprehend Languages spell to understand what this Earth element wants. I remember that divination spells have an additional Comprehend Languages spell. Kaiga secretly cast this spell on the Earth element. Siegel, the team leader, felt a bit of a headache seeing what his team had turned into. Then let us do that. We'll try to communicate with it. I remember, Casey, you specialize in protective Earth element spells. Perhaps you can win its friendship. Ever since Kaiga leveled up to a level 4 mage, he spoke with more confidence. Lu Wei looked at Siegel, then at Kaiga, noticing their strange expressions. But Casey? A thin monkey-like figure appeared in Lu Wei's mind. Yes, I know. I just happened to remember a spell called Merge with Earth. Let us see the effect of this spell. Casey, with his monkey-like physique, really made Lu Wei worry that he might be blown away by a breath from the Earth element. Level 3 spell, Merge with Earth. Suddenly, Lu Wei felt that Casey's life signs had changed. It seemed not to be human signs anymore, like a rock or a pile of mud. Hello, I am Casey, born in the main plane. What's your name? Looking at Casey, who was approaching the tall Earth element with his frail figure, Lu Wei felt a bit anxious. I am Dexil. I don't know how I ended up in this place. I was sleeping. The Earth element, named Dexil, spoke its first words, seeming to recognize Casey as a companion. Also, this Earth element seemed to have a low intelligence. Chapter 44. Meeting with the Earth Mages earlier, it was mentioned that Lu Wei and Siegel's group encountered a growing Earth elemental from the elemental plane of Earth. Now, Casey, a mage specializing in Earth magic and protective spells, is trying to communicate with this not-so-intelligent Earth elemental. Well then, let me take you to my place in the main plane. No, you'll be crushed. The Earth elemental spoke so bluntly that Lu Wei and a few others with slightly weaker physiques wanted to strangle him. However, the Earth elemental was not wrong, as this passage might connect to the plane of Earth elements. It's important to note that among all the planes in the multiverse, the gravity pressure of the Earth elemental plane is the strongest, and it is simply not suitable for those with lower strength. They would be crushed immediately. Yet, it is also the wealthiest plane, where diamonds and other precious stones are often exposed on the ground. Even though we are currently in the main plane, if this passage connects to the Earth elemental plane, then the gravity pressure in the main plane would change accordingly, shifting towards that of the Earth elemental plane. Furthermore, excessive gravity pressure would prevent Lu Wei and the other mages from casting their spells. Unless one is skilled at casting spells under high pressure or possesses a physique of 24 or higher for melee professions. Others can only wait until they reach a high level before attempting shallow adventures in the Earth elemental plane. Yes, only in the shallow layers. Deeper areas would be unbearable even for some deities. So, Dexter, which of us do you think can go? Casey, who had mixed her aura with that of the Earth, was comfortably sitting on the Earth elemental's shoulder, swinging her feet recklessly. Actually, even you can't go in, your Earth power is too weak. The rest of you either lack strength or physique, but those up in the sky can. Shockingly, an Earth elemental with low intelligence could sense the invisibility-enhanced Master Maze. Just how high is this Earth Elemental's perception? Dexter, how do you know there are people up in the sky? Dexter's actions frightened Siegel and the others, who prepared to cast spells upwards. In the sky, the Earth. Although the power of Earth Elementals is scarce, it still exists. But there are no Earth Elementals in that place. Moreover, there is a barrier there. I saw it with my own eyes. Earth Elementals have eyes? This news left Lu Wei and the others in shock. You have eyes? Keisai leaned over to Dexter's face to look, since she was on his shoulder, and saw two small holes flashing with light. All right, you little Earth Elemental. Being born into the Earth Elemental race is such a waste of talent. With such high perception, why not become a priest? Your Earth Elemental god would probably love a talent like you. Master Mage and the others appeared from a nearby open space. You have scent I dislike. A future-seeing guy. Dexter suddenly got angry, nearly causing Keisai to fall off his shoulder. Don't be like that. I know your gods, the ancient ones, hate people like us who can foresee the future. But the gods allowed our existence thousands of years ago. Little Earth Elemental, your inheritance should have been updated. Master Mage casually mentioned the humble status of former prophecy mages. Really? But the existence that His Majesty Karsus hates. That's what I dislike. It's unclear why this Earth Elemental is so stubborn against the powerful prophecy mage, Master Mage. Karsus, with immense divine power, is one of the four ancient elemental gods, along with the gods of wind, water, and fire, forming the cornerstone of the elemental aspects of the main plane. However, the relationships among these four gods are not harmonious. The Earth Elemental God has enmity with the Wind Elemental God, and the Fire Elemental God is at odds with the Water Elemental God. Yes, you're right. It would be a waste for you not to be His Majesty Karsus's priest. But do you need me to send you back to the Earth Elemental plane? You can go find some help. Lu Wei suddenly thought Master Mage was being a bit childish. Who knows how Dexter would return to the main plane after going back to the Earth Elemental plane. That works, but you have to wait a moment. After saying that, Dexter gently placed Keisai, who was on his shoulder, into his palm and said to her, "You, with your weak Earth power, I hope when we meet again, you won't be so fragile." He then tapped Keisai's head lightly. Congratulations. Player has gained the friendship of the Earth Elemental Dexter and received the summoning ring. The voice of the intelligence system echoed in Keisai's mind. Dexter's summoning ring. Purple, a gift from a growing Earth Elemental. With this gift, you can summon the Earth Elemental Dexter once a week. Note, if the summoned Earth Elemental dies once in the main plane, it will suffer a weakness penalty for 10 days. What? Thank you, Dexter. Trust me, I, Keisai Handra, swear by the great river of the underworld that I will never betray the Earth Elemental Dexter. If I go back on my word, I will sink forever to the bottom of the river of the underworld. This must be Keisai's first time receiving a friend's gift. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so excited. Keisai, you? Lu Wei hurriedly asked Keisai, but Keisai shook her head in response. I know what you're thinking. I didn't make this vow on a whim. As she spoke, Keisai fell silent, seemingly having her own unspoken difficulties. Then we won't ask. Master Mage, are you going to send this Earth Elemental back to the spatial passage? Siegel did not press Keisai further and instead asked Master Mage. Yes, you should know how tempting a growing Earth Elemental is when unprotected, so I will send him back. However, Keisai may have gained some opportunities, Master Mage said, glancing at the ring on Keisai's little finger. All right, you all going now. I'll take you to see the spatial passage, but Lu Wei has already seen it. You can take another look, said Master Mage as he waved his hand to open his demiplane, allowing Lu Wei and the others to enter. The demiplane. Every high-level mage and above will create their own demiplane, which is connected to the main plane and is a small plane subordinate to it. However, although these small planes are affiliated with the main plane, the rules of the main plane do not protect the demiplanes. Rather, they expose the demiplanes to the eyes of gods, demons, and void monsters. Let's go, little Earth Elemental. Take us to that spatial passage. Master Mage raised an eyebrow and followed Dexter. Chapter 45. Connecting the spatial channel of Earth Element. Several high-ranking mages, including Master Mage, hurriedly followed Dexiel using spells. As Earth elements move incredibly fast through the soil, Even a growing earth element is much faster than an average mid-level mage underground. We have arrived. Master Mace felt the increasing spatial pressure since entering underground, and by the time they reached the spatial channel, even Mace and the other high-ranking mages needed to use spells to counteract the pressure here. Lu Wei asked Master Mace, "Did you mention you've seen a planar channel before? Where did you see it? What was it like?" Suddenly, Pal transformed into a curious child, bombarding Lu Wei with questions. "Well, I previously went with Mage Kodash, who is Siegel's mentor, to the Lebuid Goblin tribe to complete an exploration task. While investigating the tribe, we discovered a connection to the Spider Queen's Spider Hell and the sixth layer of the Demon Queen of Desire's Hell. Fortunately, neither the Spider Queen nor the Demon Queen was in their respective planes." Lu Wei recounted, "We also encountered a legendary devil named Kars. Although Mage Kodash drove this devil away with the light of celestial goodness, it is said that the devil did not return to hell, but remained in the main plane. In the end, thanks to the cooperation between the Church of the Gods and our Mage Guild, that planar channel was closed." Lu Wei spoke matter-of-factly, lacking passion, but the others had vivid imaginations. "By the way, Lu Wei, what did that legendary devil look like? Was he covered in black mist, with a pair of horns on his head and sharp claws on his limbs?" asked Shala, the only other female in the group. "No, he didn't look very strange. You scholars as mages should know what succubi and incubi look like, right?" Lu Wei replied, "Yes, as renowned beautiful races in the multiverse. Succubi and incubi are not unpleasant to look at. The one I encountered with Mage Kodash was a legendary incubus from hell. He was quite handsome, the kind of handsome that exudes a wicked charm," Lu Wei added, a hint of infatuation appearing on her face. "Really? Is he more handsome than Brother Siegel? What other kinds of people have you seen?" Shala seemed dissatisfied with Lu Wei's answer. "Siegel, come here." When Siegel approached, Lu Wei suddenly kissed him on the cheek. This left everyone in shock. Even Siegel, usually calm, stood there dumbfounded, slowly turning red in the face and ears. "Let me tell you, little sister, the Bishop of the Church of Radiance in the main plane is very handsome, radiating with sunny charm, and the Lord of Radiance is also quite handsome. As a former deity of vitality and dawn, this powerful god is super handsome, but Siegel is different. When I met Siegel, one was using a disguise spell, and the other was wearing a black cloak that covered everything. However, we got along very well at that time, and I even have a betrothal agreement with him. So Siegel's looks are not the reason I chose him." Lu Wei rambled on, despite nearly fighting with Siegel at first. She appreciated his rationality. I didn't say anything. Miss Lu Wei, you might be too defensive," Shala said with a hint of grievance. No. How can that be called being too defensive? I call it being prepared and eliminating Siegel's bad peach blossoms. When dealing with such female teammates, of course, one must go against her ideas. All right, Shala, ask fewer questions, and Miss Lu Wei, say less. As someone who just became an adult, Pal couldn't stand such quarrels between girls, but if asked whom to support, he would definitely help Lu Wei. "Siegel, cooperate with me. Hold me tight." Lu Wei communicated to Siegel through a spell. After hearing Lu Wei's message, Siegel instinctively tightened his hold on her, hesitating to let go when he turned back. "Look, your brother Siegel's actions. He looks so serious at me." Taking advantage of Siegel's hand still on her waist, Lu Wei boasted to Shala, "You, After saying that, Shala threw a little fit, leaving Lu Wei a bit speechless. "Lu Wei, my fiancé, how are you going to compensate me for ruining my peach blossoms?" Siegel, blushing, handled it quite smoothly. No, Siegel, how can you think like that? Look at what kind of person Shala is. I'm helping you understand. Don't be so shallow." After saying that, Lu Wei playfully tugged at Siegel's sleeve. This made it even more unclear from the perspectives of the others. It seemed like Lu Wei was acting cute towards Siegel. Fine. I'll rely on you from now on. After I log off the game tonight, I'll tell my parents about our betrothal." Siegel, who was making a bold move, was indeed formidable, and Lu Wei felt that he was truly mischievous. "Don't, adventurers. Do you want to come out?" Master Mace's voice suddenly echoed from the sky of the demiplane, interrupting what Lu Wei was about to say. "Is it okay, Master Mace? Isn't the pressure outside very high? Look, the space is all distorted. through the viewing position that Master Mace had specially left for everyone. Lu Wei and the others could directly see outside the demiplane. It's fine. We several mages have jointly arranged a barrier to isolate the pressure. As long as we stay within the barrier, nothing will happen, Master Mace stated, his vast knowledge as a prophet Mage evident. All right, we want to come out. The planar rift we saw last time was dark and filled with an awful aura. Lu Wei decisively made the decision for everyone. However, no one objected to Lu Wei's words, as everyone wanted to go out and take a look. A planar rift, a spatial channel. It is quite difficult for low-level individuals in the main plane to see such things. But you all can come out. After Master Mace finished speaking, Lu Wei felt as if she was being expelled by something, appearing outside the demiplane. The power of space here is so strong. Lu Wei closed her eyes, as if trying to grasp something in the air. Yes, this power is so overwhelming. Even the power of Earth is suppressed. Siegel, a level 4 mage, felt something different from Lu Wei. He sensed that this place was not only filled with spatial power, but also had a strong Earth elemental force beneath. The aura of Earth. I can feel it, a robust aura. Kaisi, a mage who specialized in Earth elemental power, truly stood out with this perception. Chapter 46. Successfully arriving at the city of Wealth Kai, Casey, I am about to return to the Earth element plane. Dexel hopes that when you summon me again, you will be stronger. After saying this, the Earth element in its growth period dashed toward the direction of the Earth element plane. All right, everyone, you all go into the semi-plane first. I and the other mages need to close this spatial passage connecting to the Earth element plane. After saying this, Mage Max urged Lu Wei and the others into his semi-plane. Let's get started. To prevent this place from becoming as desolate as the Earth element plane, we will work together to close this spatial passage and seal this area as well. After saying this, Mage Max directly cast an 8th level spell toward the dimensional passage. With the combined efforts of several high-level mages, the spatial passage was finally closed. Under the perception of Mage Max and the other high-level mages, the gravitational pressure and other factors began to slowly revert to the normal gravity of the main plane. Then, Mage Max and the other mages once again combined their powers to cast a super complex spell to directly seal this place. Casey, Lu Wei, Kaigu, and Siegel, come over here. Mage Max, who had already returned to the normal camp, called these 4 over. Mage Max, why did you call us over? Lu Wei and the others asked in unison. I called you 3 4th-level mages over to tell you that we are about to enter the City of Wealth. Although we several high-level mages will be by your side, just in case, you 3 will need to play the role of protecting others. As for Casey, you have reached the threshold for a breakthrough, so why not break through now? I will guard you. Mage Max glanced at Casey and found that she was in a very suitable state for a breakthrough. We understand, Mage Max. I would like to borrow some records on teleportation spells. I feel like I'm always missing a little something. After passing through that spatial passage, Lu Wei had a further understanding of the power of space, but she still felt she was missing something when it came to comprehending short-distance teleportation. And me, Mage Max, I would like to borrow some books on divination spells. Kaigu, this 4th-level divination mage, had also reached a bottleneck in his understanding of divination spells. That's fine. I will give them to you now. We will stay in this camp for a day until Casey successfully advances. Siegel, if you have nothing to do, go explore the camp. This camp has some things that our hill town does not have. Don't just think about how to improve your strength all day long. Rapidly increasing your strength has its downsides. Haven't you seen that I have already told Lu Wei not to rush or break through? It's important to solidify your current spells well, as knowing how to control spells is what matters for us mages. Mage Max noticed that Siegel was getting a bit anxious as more and more people were breaking through to the same 4th level as him. Yes, I understand, Mage Max. I will go explore. By the way, Lu Wei, do you want anything? I can buy it for you. Siegel was indeed a bit anxious, as he was still stagnant despite Lu Wei and Kai Ji's breakthroughs. I don't want anything, but if you see some good enchanting materials or other materials, you can buy them. You know I still haven't enchanted your staff. Lu Wei looked at Siegel, also wanting to help him relax, as she was generally quite close to him and knew how he felt. All right then, remember my enchantment. After that, Lu Wei, Siegel, and Kaiga left Mage Max's room, leaving Casey alone there. But it was fine since Casey was also about to break through, and having Mage Max there was definitely safer than during Kai Ji's breakthrough. Then I will go back to my room to read. I am just missing that little bit for short-distance teleportation. Lu Wei waved at Kaiga and Siegel and walked towards her room, leaving the two men behind. However, Kaiga soon also expressed his intention to leave. In her room, Lu Wei was focused, sitting on her bed, and reading the books on teleportation spells given by Mage Max. So, teleportation goes through the astral plane, huh? Then why can't it go through the shadow plane? The shadow plane is also connected to the main plane. It turns out there are deities and shadow creatures in the shadow plane. The Shadow Lord, a deity of medium power, governs the entire shadow plane. But his divinity is not very legitimate. His shadow divinity used to belong to the night goddess Shar. During a conflict with her sister, Shar lost her shadow divinity, which was then picked up by a shadow creature. The shadow divinity combined with the shadow creature resulted in an effect greater than the sum of its parts, allowing the shadow creature to ascend to godhood quickly. However, when advancing to a higher level of divine power, it fell victim to Shar's scheme and ultimately failed to advance, almost falling to weak divine power. The astral plane, a completely mental realm, is a place of liberation for the mind. However, the astral plane is also not safe. Although it is not under the jurisdiction of any deities, it is inhabited by astral beasts and certain astral races. Most importantly, the astral plane is known as the graveyard of the gods, the resting place for fallen deities and some divine abominations that cannot be recognized by the gods. Most teleportation spells rely on the astral plane for transportation. Simply relying on spatial power for teleportation consumes far too much of a mage's magic power. So it relies on the astral plane for teleportation. No wonder I couldn't succeed before. But how do I get to the astral plane? Lu Wei closed her eyes, feeling the omnipresent power. There, it seems something is calling me. Oh no, I can't control it. Fool, how did your spiritual body get drawn here? This is not a place you can touch. A pure mental existence, along with a massive divine corpse, revealed the true form of the goddess Enwa, who had a human upper body and a serpent tail. However, in this place, it seemed that the goddess Enwa had replenished some energy. Hey goddess, where am I? How did you come out? After the reminder from the goddess Enwa, Lu Wei had already regained her senses, having absorbed the divine power from the divine corpses here. I temporarily restored my true form and regained some strength. But this is not a place for a little mage like you to stay. Hurry back to your body, otherwise, you won't be able to return. We could talk later in your mental sea. The goddess Enwa seemed to be warning Lu Wei that this place was very dangerous and urged her to return quickly. As Lu Wei returned to her body, the goddess Enwa also disappeared. However, before leaving, the goddess Enwa glanced at a distant place. Chapter 47. The narration of the goddess Enwa back in her own body. Lu Wei's spiritual presence was filled with lingering fear. Goddess Enwa, is that place the Star Realm? It's simply an incredible place. There, I felt my spiritual power extend infinitely. Although Lu Wei felt a bit scared when she recalled how close she came to not returning. She was even more curious about that place. Yes, that is the Star Realm of this world, filled with the corpses of deities and some Star Realm creatures. As for what you said about your spiritual power extending infinitely, that's very natural. You know from your studies what kind of existence the Star Realm is. The various stone-like islands in the Star Realm are essentially transformed from the corpses of deities, with the difference being that the islands formed by more powerful deities are larger, while those formed by weaker ones are smaller. The Star Realm of this world? Does such a place exist in the world where you, Goddess Enwa, are? Lu Wei keenly detected the hidden meaning in Goddess Enwa's words. Yes, such places also exist in the primordial universe, transformed from the original powerful deities. However, in the primordial realm, it is called the Tomb of the Gods. Then came Goddess Enwa's lengthy explanation. The Tomb of the Gods, unlike the Star Realm, is a place one can enter but not exit. And it is a resting place for deities who grew weary of their divine duties and chose to enter a state of slumber. It is protected by the heavenly Tao and later by the guardianship of powerful deities. All right, let's not talk about the Star Realm anymore. Aren't you trying to comprehend the power of space to understand the teleportation technique? This is a great opportunity. You must know that there exists a faint trace of divinity within you. You can see many things through this trace of divinity. According to Goddess Nuwa, divinity is also distinct from humanity. Humanity, as explained by Goddess Nuwa, is the consciousness of living beings, possessing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which every being has. However, divinity is different. It is born from humanity, yet transcends it. Divinity is like a key to see the world. But the world seen by each being with divinity is different. Divinity, divinity, divinity. How do I know where my divinity is? Lu Wei felt helpless regarding what Goddess Nuwa said about seeing the world through divinity, because she didn't even know how and where her trace of divinity came from. Close your eyes and try to use your spiritual power to scan your body internally. Divinity possesses extraordinary power, and you'll know as soon as you make contact. Goddess Nuwa reminded Lu Wei as she watched Lu Wei's anxious demeanor. With her eyes closed, Lu Wei maximized her spiritual perception and eventually discovered a faintly glowing golden object in her heart. As the blood flowed through her heart, her own blood gradually carried a hint of gold. Is this divinity? As soon as Lu Wei's spiritual power made contact with that trace of divinity, her previously chaotic spiritual power suddenly became pure, and her entire thought process became clear. Through divinity, Lu Wei discovered that the place she was in possessed a powerful force of rules, a fusion of the powers of space and time. So that is how it is. It turns out that teleportation can also be done without going through the star realm. That omnipresent power of space will help me. Wake up! Goddess Nuwa suddenly shouted in Lu Wei's spiritual sea. Due to the connection between the spiritual sea and spiritual power, Lu Wei, who was observing the world, was abruptly awakened. That's enough, Lu Wei. At your current soul strength, you cannot observe the world through divinity for a short time. You can't even use divinity anymore. Just look at your spiritual form, Goddess Nuwa said after waking Lu Wei, instructing her to see what was happening to herself. In the spiritual sea, Lu Wei's sight was peculiar. She could see in all directions through her spiritual power. However, this time when she looked at her spiritual form, Lu Wei felt something was wrong. The once humanoid spiritual form was on the verge of collapsing, and the entire spiritual form was about to disintegrate. How could this be? My spiritual form, which is my soul, is about to disintegrate? Lu Wei asked Goddess Nuwa anxiously. This is the price of using divinity to see the world. The weaker the soul, the easier it is to collapse. Fortunately, you are already a level 4 Mage's soul, and your soul has been tempered by the forces of space and time, making its strength greater than that of an ordinary high-level mage. It turns out that due to the issue of soul strength, Lu Wei's time using divinity to see the world was very short. If prolonged, it would lead to the disintegration of her soul. By the way, I seem to understand some principles of spatial teleportation. Let me give it a try. No, I think I should rest a bit and recover my spiritual power first. After saying that, Lu Wei lay down on her bed, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. However, before sleeping, Lu Wei reminded Goddess Nuwa to wake her up early the next morning. Lu Wei, wake up! Goddess Nuwa's voice echoed in Lu Wei's spiritual sea. The voice meant for the soul, jolting Lu Wei awake. Huh? What happened? Is something wrong? Still in a daze, Lu Wei had no idea what was going on, and the collapse of her spiritual form left her confused and irrational. Lu Wei sat on the bed for a few minutes, finally regaining her composure. Goddess Nuwa, can you not wake me up like that next time? Just call out to my spiritual form directly in my spiritual sea. Someone with a fragile tolerance like me has already been scared silly. Lu Wei was somewhat dissatisfied with Goddess Nuwa's method of waking her up, finding it too frightening. You dare to question me? After absorbing some of the divine essence floating in the star realm, Goddess Nuwa restored her true form and exuded a domineering aura. She had roamed the primordial world for countless years, and only Lu Wei, who had not been killed, dared to command her. I wouldn't dare. You are the immensely powerful goddess of creation, the highly esteemed Nuwa. Lu Wei, realizing what she had just been doing, was drenched in cold sweat. Goddess Nuwa, I'm going to practice my teleportation technique now. You can take your time and rest well in my spiritual sea. After saying that, Lu Wei directly withdrew from her spiritual sea, regardless of how Goddess Nuwa was acting in her spiritual sea. After all, Goddess Nuwa could not leave her spiritual sea. If she did, she would be caught by the supreme consciousness of the multiverse, and then through Nuwa's consciousness, she would obtain information about the primordial realm. What if that troublesome consciousness attacked the primordial realm? Ignoring what Goddess Nuwa was thinking, Lu Wei encountered a problem because her teleportation technique had some issues, and she was sent to Siegel's room by her own teleportation. A handsome face, a well-defined six-pack, a smooth body curve. Chapter 48. The encounter in the City of Wealth. Upon entering the City of Wealth from its affiliated camp, Lu Wei felt her aesthetic sense was struck by a catastrophic impact. Everywhere she looked was a dazzling display of wealth. Golden city walls, golden shops, and a golden statue of the goddess of wealth. Is there no color other than gold in this place? It made her head spin. Lu Wei complained while standing beside Siegel. Lu Wei, be cautious with your words. You can't openly criticize the aesthetics here in the City of Wealth, as it is derived from the goddess of wealth. Master Mace also felt a bit helpless about the aesthetics of this place, as after seeing too much of it, he even thought about robbing the City of Wealth. However, that was absolutely out of the question. All the wealth in the City of Wealth contained a trace of divine power from the goddess of wealth. There was once a foolish thief who scraped some gold from the walls of the City of Wealth and was chased by the high priests until he felt deep remorse under the statue of the goddess. To make matters worse, the priests of the goddess cast a truth-testing spell on this unfortunate thief, leading him to take his own life beneath the statue. Otherwise, his soul would not be able to enter the underworld and would be resurrected by the goddess, enduring torment once again. Lu Wei, you shouldn't view it this way. Think about the divine roles of the goddess of wealth. She governs wealth and trade, so it makes sense for her aesthetic to lean towards gold. Siegel did not share Lu Wei's sense of helplessness. Influenced by his parents' taste, he actually found this aesthetic quite appealing. Yes, my apprentice, you are right. As a friend of merchants and travelers, the goddess of wealth loves gold. However, some traveling mages from the Jinhua Plain have mentioned that the goddess seems to be in a slumber because she has discovered an opportunity for her ascension to greater divine power through you adventurers. It seems a new institution called a bank will appear in the wealth temple of the main plane. Master Keds had a wide network of friends, even knowing people from the celestial Jinhua Plain. Bank? That can't be right. There are no institutions called banks in our time. Aside from their existence in the Earth era, all institutions related to wealth are now collectively referred to as capital gathering. Siegel accurately named the term for banks in the interstellar age. But capital gathering? That name seemed quite fitting. Perhaps under the goddess's perception, a bank is indeed the most suitable for wealth and trade. How could a mere mortal like us understand the thoughts of divine beings? Lu Wei didn't know what else to say, but perhaps she could mention something about Huabei to the goddess? Coming from the 21st century Earth era, Lu Wei held a deep resentment towards Huabei. After she paid off her Huabei, she found herself transported to this interstellar age. That's true, but Lu Wei, are you all right? Siegel felt that the dark energy around Lu Wei seemed to have materialized. It was quite frightening. Nothing much. I just thought of something that might improve our treatment in the City of Wealth. Let me fully develop this idea first. By the way, how many days will we stay in the City of Wealth? Siegel sensed that Lu Wei was not paying attention to Master Mace's words. Master Mace said we would stay in the City of Wealth for a while, as our next destination is Deepwater City, and we need to buy some essential items here, like your enchanting materials and my weapon materials. This is the largest trading city in the main plane. Siegel's words reminded Lu Wei, as she had yet to enchant Siegel's weapon. Then let's explore the trading district of the City of Wealth. I've heard they even sell dragon scales and organs from celestial races there. By the way, I've already figured out how to enchant your weapon. We just happen to have the needed materials here. Lu Wei was excited at the thought of the vast amount of materials available, as she had always owed Siegel an enchantment for his weapon. It wasn't that she didn't want to enchant it before. It was simply because she couldn't find the materials, such as pure dragon blood and scales, and unicorn horns. She usually didn't dare to think about it, although it was just a level 4 staff. Lu Wei wanted to collaborate with Siegel to refine this staff into a growing one, just like her own. It sounded like a fantasy. Master Mace, Master Keds, And all the esteemed mages, Siegel and I would like to visit the trading district of the City of Wealth to buy some necessary items. Lu Wei said her goodbyes to Master Mace and the others, not because she didn't want to bring the other adventurers, but simply because there were too many people. That's fine, but remember to return to the inn by night. The nights in the City of Wealth are not peaceful. Master Mace nodded at Lu Wei and Siegel, then turned to ask the remaining bewildered adventurers, "Do you have any plans?" Master Mace, my divination technique is about to level up. I need a training room. I've already advanced to a level 4 mage, so I have no further breakthroughs to make. I want to visit the temple district. I've heard the priests there are quite beautiful. Master Mace was surprised to see that the seemingly honest Casey was actually a rogue type. All right, Casey, you go rent a training room at the Wealth Temple. It's the safest place in the City of Wealth. And Casey, you go with Casey to the temple district. But remember, you can't fight those priests. Master Mace emphasized to Casey, the only other female in the group apart from Lu Wei, as they were two extremes. Yes, we understand, Master Mace. The group bid farewell to Master Mace together. After the high mages of Hilltown returned to the inn, Master Keds approached Master Mace. What do you think about the goddess of wealth falling into slumber? Master Keds inquired. I don't think much of it. It's just that the goddess has found a path to ascend to greater divine power. Even if she does ascend, the subsequent disaster affecting the entire main plane will bring her even more serious harm if she successfully ascends to greater divine power. Silver pupils emerged in Master Mace's eyes. You've lost your mind. You actually use divination to predict news about a deity. Mortal divination mages predicting divine news will suffer backlash from the gods and rules. Sure enough, Master Mace immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted onto the bed. Chapter 49. Strolling through the trade district after bidding farewell to Mage Max and the others. Lu Wei and Siegel took a carriage to the trade district. This carriage is really... Lu Wei hadn't finished her sentence when Siegel interrupted her. It really is luxurious. Even a wealthy merchant like Siegel had never seen such a lavish carriage, with a pure gold carriage body and a golden interior. Siegel, did you notice that the animal pulling the carriage seems to be a soil stream dragon? The soil stream dragon, a subdragon species, is known for its immense strength on the ground, but its obvious weakness is its low combat ability. Its low intelligence means most of them are captured by human merchants. Yes, that's a soil stream dragon, an adult magical beast. Its strength is between mid-tier and high-tier. The driver doesn't seem simple either. Siegel glanced at the driver who could handle the soil stream dragon, but couldn't discern anything. Forget it. Let's not dwell on this. After all, this is the City of Wealth, and it's possible to elevate strength with money. Let's hurry up and buy the materials we need. With that, Lu Wei pushed Siegel into the trade district of the City of Wealth. A dazzling array of goods filled every shop, and some vendors even displayed their wares on a blanket laid on the ground. Siegel, that's the specialty from the distant northern city of Everwinter, the winter grass. Lu Wei stopped in front of a small vendor whose stall was filled with various herbs. I don't know much about materials like potions, but you can ask the owner. If you're worried about being cheated, you can quietly cast a spell to detect lies. The City of Wealth doesn't prohibit mages from using spells. As a genuinely upright man of the new era, Siegel was not interested in potions, but had a great interest and talent for various stylish weapons. Hello, shopkeeper. I am Lu Wei Green. I'd like to ask if this grass is winter grass. Lu Wei tried to maintain her politeness, especially when dealing with someone whose strength she didn't know. Oh, so you too are adventure mages. I am Durla. This grass is indeed winter grass. I collected it while following an expedition team to Everwinter, and I gathered these herbs from various places in the main plain. It turned out this vendor had quite a rich experience. Detect. Durla, human high swordsman, alignment, neutral status, injured. Wow, I didn't expect this vendor to be a high swordsman. As mages, we are at a disadvantage. It's not that Lu Wei looked down on herself and Siegel, but the gap in strength was quite significant. Even though Lu Wei and Siegel were already mid-tier mages, and despite Lu Wei's fast casting speed, her physical attributes were holding her back. Moreover, mages could be at a disadvantage against swordsmen, especially when this swordsman had a high spell resistance, meaning the spells cast by mages might completely fail against him. Be careful. Our chances of winning in a confrontation aren't great. So let's prioritize peace. Siegel didn't he expect that just a vendor in the trade district of the City of Wealth would be so powerful, even if he was injured. Don't worry, little mages. By the way, didn't you, female mage, already cast a detection spell on me? You should have seen my alignment. Don't worry. Just tell me if you want to buy this wintergrass. As a high swordsman, Durla had developed a sixth sense-like sensitivity to magical fluctuations. So Lu Wei's spellcasting wouldn't escape his notice. Yes, I need this item, but I want to know how to preserve it. Lu Wei had just checked the preservation conditions for wintergrass, and her smart brain displayed, preservation method unknown. Players need to explore on their own. Actually, this grass is not rare. It can be found deep in the cold, absolute forest in the northern part of Everwinter, so I could tell you about its growing environment. It seems this reckless human has a thoughtful side. Shopkeeper, you're so friendly. Is that really okay? Haven't you been bullied in the City of Wealth? After Lu Wei asked, Siegel, standing beside her, looked at her with a face full of black lines. Lu Wei immediately realized what was wrong with her question. Soda. Shopkeeper. I. Lu Wei, who usually had a quick tongue, now found it hard to speak. It's all right, little girl. Perhaps we could talk in another place? I think you have many questions. Durla, as a swordsman, was surprisingly sensitive and attentive. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances and nodded at each other. That works then, Sir Durla. What do we need to go to talk? Lu Wei cautiously inquired. Well, let us go to the Laisha Tavern. It's a good place. Durla suggested a tavern, but was it really okay to talk there? Would they be able to hear each other? With this question in mind, Lu Wei, Siegel, and Durla took the carriage to the Laisha Tavern. Actually, according to Durla's own words, he refused a ride in a carriage. In his view, everything was safest when it was under his control. The carriage was no exception. Only when he drove himself did he feel secure. Dear guests, we have arrived. Lu Wei looked around and noticed that the tavern didn't seem very lively. Perhaps it was still daytime? Lu Wei and Siegel followed Durla into the Laisha Tavern and found that the front desk was manned by a pair of halfling couples. Not to mention, halflings are famous foodies in the main plane. Lu Wei had long wanted to try the food made by halflings to see if it was as delicious as the legend said. Durla, you brought people to drink again? You know you still haven't paid your last tab. My tavern isn't a charity hall for those kind deities. A female halfling scolded Durla, while her husband beside her clapped in agreement. All right, Madam Owner, I'll pay Durla's tab. But we need a quiet room because we have matters to discuss with him. Lu Wei didn't expect such a small halfling to be so talkative. Unable to listen any longer, she had to interrupt. Little mage, do you know how much this human swordsman owes me in drink money? Hearing someone was paying Durla's debt, the halfling owner finally stopped talking. Chapter 50, Enchantment and Meeting the Priest 1. Siegel, I think we bought almost everything. I'm out of money. Lu Wei looked at the pile of materials in her backpack and touched her forehead. Shopping has always been a talent of women throughout the ages, regardless of age. I'm about done too. The materials I've bought for crafting weapons are enough for me to create several blue or even purple-grade weapons. Siegel also checked his backpack and found it nearly full. Then let's head back. I have an idea I want to discuss with you. Lu Wei still wanted to transform Siegel's staff into a weapon that could grow. All right, let's go back. Or we can go directly to the temple district. I remember the dwarven god of forging has a temple in the City of Wealth. So let's go there. The dwarven god of forging, Gundur, is a deity with moderate divine power among the dwarves, governing underground ores, gems, and forging. He is one of the few deities in the main plane capable of forging high-level artifacts himself. The temple of the god of forging, then, his doctrines are quite similar to some ideas in modern civilization and the interstellar era, such as productivity being the most important. Siegel, don't you think the doctrines of this god of forging seem familiar? Lu Wei asked, looking at the composed Siegel, who was pondering what kind of weapon he should forge. It does sound a bit familiar. But Lu Wei, should we go directly to Gundur's temple without telling Master Mage and the others? Is that okay? Siegel's words reminded Lu Wei. How about we find someone to send our message back? Never mind, I'll tell you and you can handle it. Then Lu Wei told Siegel to find a carriage for them to go to the temple district, and then have the carriage driver deliver their message back to Master Mage and the others. That's a good idea. I'll take care of it. After saying that, Siegel pulled Lu Wei to a small corner took out a piece of paper, wrote a message about going to the temple district, and then used a spell to create an envelope. Then Lu Wei and Siegel together placed a seal on the envelope that only Master Mage could open. All right, let's go find a carriage to the temple district. Lu Wei was pleased that Siegel understood her so well. On the carriage, Lu Wei cast a soundproof barrier and was talking with Siegel. Siegel, I want to transform your staff into a weapon that can grow. My idea is to add a self-charging enhancement device, along with some miscellaneous items, so that this thing can update itself like the automatic robots we use. Wait, I think I just thought of something. Siegel, do you have any spells related to object activation? Lu Wei suddenly trembled with excitement. The mages from the Silver Era were incredibly great beings because they invented things like tower spirits. Lu Wei's mentor, the legendary mage Igor, had such things in his mage tower. Object activation? I think I've heard of that spell somewhere. All right. I heard my mentor mention this spell before, but it has a significant drawback. Siegel pondered for a long time and finally recalled some information about this spell. Level 6 spell, Object Activation. The spell originated from a genius mage of the Silver Era, who, in order to enhance the external capabilities of his mage tower and floating island, endowed them with intelligence. However, unfortunately, the intelligence granted by this spell had a low IQ and could only follow simple commands. Later, this mage discovered that by inserting the soul of a living creature into the object, the intelligence would increase exponentially. But this also provided an opportunity for downfall, as the souls of these living creatures revolted against the mage, causing him serious harm when he attempted to break through to demigod status, ultimately leading to his demise. Later, through modifications by some mages, it became possible to enhance the intelligence of one's weapon by tearing a small piece of one's own soul without using the souls of living creatures, ensuring that the resulting spirit would not betray its master. However, while this eliminated the issue of betrayal, another problem arose. The souls of non-divine beings are very fragile, even those of high-level individuals. Forcing oneself to tear apart their soul could lead to the complete disintegration of their soul, or losing half of it, turning them into an idiot. The consequences are quite serious. Then I still want to find a way to enhance the power of your staff and add some spells that can be stored. Actually, Lu Wei wanted to directly ask Siegel if he had any divine essence, but then she thought that divine essence is rare among the beings of the main plane and outer planes, except for high-level devils and demons that inherently possess a bit of divine essence. Other species must break through to the demigod level or acquire it through some opportunity. All right then, we'll need more mithril, as this material can allow the object to accommodate more spell circuits, and it shouldn't be too cheap. Lu Wei quietly mentioned the price to Siegel. Let's first go check out Gundar's temple. After all, as a god of forging, there should be these materials in his temple. Siegel wasn't too sure if Gundar's temple had them, but a god of forging should have such materials. Hello, I'm the adventurer Siegel, and this is Lu Wei. We would like to borrow some of your forging rooms, and I would like to ask if your temple has mithril. Siegel and Lu Wei entered the grand hall of the temple without any issues and saw a middle-aged priest dressed in brown. Hello, adventurers. I am Ord, the head priest of Gundar's temple. You wish to borrow the forging room and inquire about mithril? Of course, Gundar's temple welcomes any forger. However, as you may know, mithril is quite expensive, and Gundar's temple does not give it away. You will need to purchase it. After saying this, the priest led Lu Wei and Siegel to a large building, visibly impressive. This is the materials room that all forgers can use for free. The great Gundar has made these materials available for your use as a reward for every forger. The middle-aged priest Mord said friendly to Siegel, perhaps already aware that Siegel was the true forger. However, all the items here are quite expensive and need to be purchased by the forgers themselves, including the mithril you need. Priest Mord brought Siegel and Lu Wei to a small room filled with various precious materials. Mord, will these materials just be left here? Won't they affect each other? Siegel was still not adept at discerning divine power. There's no need to worry. The great Gundar has bestowed divine power to protect these items. Each material is imbued with Gundar's divine power. Priest Mord looked kindly at the eager Siegel, without any discriminatory gaze, because Gundar's doctrine states that every forger is a scholar. Chapter 51. enchantment, and meeting the priest, too. Sorry, I am not very skilled in discerning divine power. So I'm not sure if the energy on the materials is divine power. Seagull explained his lack of knowledge. All right then, how much mithril do we need? Lu Wei interrupted the still, awkward Seagull and asked Priest Mord. I don't know how much mithril you need, the seemingly powerful yet friendly priest asked Seagull and Lu Wei. However, the awkward part was that Lu Wei and Seagull only knew they needed mithril but had not calculated how much they required. Wait a moment, Priest Mord. Let me see how much mithril we need. Without waiting for Priest Mord to speak, Lu Wei cast a spell, a level 3 spell. Minor Prophecy. We need about 5 grams of mithril, and it will cost 3,000 Sierra Leone's coins? Lu Wei was startled out of the prophetic state. Prophecy? Who are you? How can you cast spells in the temple of His Majesty God? You have committed a grave taboo. The temple is filled with faith in the deities and their divine power, and now a non-believer can actually cast spells in the temple. Guards, arrest them. I will decide whether to release them after questioning my lord. Priest Mord's expression changed instantly, turning from friendly to stern. As the power of a high priest pressed down on Lu Wei and Seagull, Lu Wei stood in front of Seagull and released a hint of her divine might, successfully countering the high priest's pressure and even pushing it back. The divine power of the good alignment? Which word are you a follower of? Sensing the divine might released by Lu Wei, it was clear that it belonged to a benevolent deity, but he could not discern which deity it was. I'm sorry. Great Nuwa, I borrow your title. This is the divine power from a supreme goddess named Nuwa, who granted me this trace of divinity to protect myself. Lu Wei revealed the name Nuwa. After all, there would be many ways to use divine power in the future. Would she really say it was the divine power she comprehended as a level 4 intermediate mage? Is it even possible? Nuwa? Mord used his mental power to sense the name of the goddess Nuwa, and was subsequently struck by her divine power. Can we buy mithril now? Lu Wei asked Priest Mord on the surface, but internally she thought, serves you right for mentioning the name of the great Nuwa. Now you've faced divine backlash, huh? Divine backlash? But the great Nuwa has not been canonized in this world. Where would the divine backlash come from? Lu Wei quickly sank into her mental sea. Great Nuwa? Was that divine backlash caused by you? Lu Wei was extremely curious. After all, the great Nuwa had not been canonized in this world and had not obtained any divine office here. This is not a counterattack made by me. It is a backlash automatically generated by the rules of this world, because my true self is comparable to the highest combat power in this world. The great Nuwa then revealed a big secret. Even though she is currently just a trace of consciousness, it is still the consciousness of a supreme goddess, possessing powers ranging from demigod to weak divinity. There is a deity residing in my body. What should I do? I am so flustered. Lu Wei was panicking internally. However, do not let your guard down. I will not take action in this world. I can teach you some things about this world, but I cannot teach you about the primordial world, as the systems are different. Even if you cultivate the techniques of the primordial world, they will be corrected by this world. Originally, the great Nuwa wanted to guide Lu Wei in this other world, but this troublesome world directly corrected it to the unique power system of this world. Understand, great Nuwa. After Lu Wei nodded to indicate she understood, she directly exited her mental sea. Oh, since you are a follower of a supreme goddess, everything can be half-priced. However, I think you should remind your goddess that my lord has been at the level of intermediate divine power for over 1,000 years. It seems that this priest Mord is indeed a devout priest. Even after facing divine backlash, he is still thinking about his deity. All right, thank you, Priest Mord, Prince Gaunt. Lu Wei quickly changed her words upon seeing Priest Mord's pupils turn golden, the unique color of a deity. Good day, Prince Gaunt. I pay my respects to His Majesty Gaunt. 2 different greetings appeared for Lu Wei and Seagull. Lu Wei possessed divinity. As long as she did not fall, she would definitely be canonized, although the timing was uncertain, while Seagull, without divinity and not transformed into a divine being, would always remain immortal. Good day, Princess Lu Wei. I came to find your Lord God. Please inform them. The purpose of Prince Gaunt's visit was simple. He wanted to meet Nuwa and find out how to elevate his divine power level. Lu Wei, wave your right hand. I need to use your right hand to open a temporary small dimension. The great Nuwa instructed Lu Wei in her mental sea. Prince Gon, please wait. Lu Wei waved her right hand and felt a surge of divine power erupting from it, which then tore a space rift. With the overwhelming divine power rushing into the rift, creating a temporary, small dimension. All right, Lu Wei, please invite Gon in. And then you could go in with Siegel as well. I will also discuss Siegel's divinity matters in the small dimension later. The great Nuwa then instructed Lu Wei on the next steps in her mental sea. Prince Gon, please enter. This is a small dimension created by my supreme goddess, isolated from the rules of consciousness, where our conversation will absolutely not leak out. Lu Wei made a gesture inviting Prince Gon. As Gon stepped into the small dimension, he looked nervous, because once inside this small dimension, Gon discovered that his divine office was in a sealed state. He had fallen from high-level true god tier to a demigod tier. There is no need to be nervous, Prince Gon. To prevent the rules of consciousness from learning the content of our conversation through your divine office, it has been temporarily sealed by me. The great Nuwa, revealing her true form, could not be resisted even by Gon, a veteran deity of intermediate divine power. Lady Nuwa, I want to know how I can break through my current level. I have been at this intermediate divine power for nearly 1,000 years. Gon hurriedly voiced his question. Only nearly 1,000 years? Prince Gon, you are really impatient. I planned for over 10,000 years for that supreme position. However, your breakthrough is quite easy to discuss. The great Nuwa sighed at Gon's impatience. Chapter 52. Suggestions from Nuwa in the Small Realm. Lu Wei and Siegel stood on either side of the goddess Nuwa, who sat facing Prince Gon. However, Nuwa had automatically elevated her position significantly, creating a scene of superiority, though Prince Gon did not object. May I ask, Your Majesty Nuwa, what do you mean? Although Prince Gon had been a deity for thousands of years, his understanding had reached its peak with his ascension. Your Majesty? It seems no one has called me that for a long time. Ahem, Prince Gon, what do you think distinguishes you from other ancient gods? The title Your Majesty brought Nuwa back to the time when she took charge of the divine race after the fall of the celestial Emperor Tai. What distinguishes me from the ancient gods? Distinction? The divine essence within Prince Gon surged wildly, countless thoughts flooding his mind. Ancient gods? Beings that control the source. Untouched by faith, the source? Faith, or a concept. It seems Prince Gon already has some ideas, but I still want to offer you a suggestion from a higher authority. Nuwa then shared her suggestion. It turned out that in the distant world of Hong Huang, the gods, as personifications of the world's laws, would not pay attention to the deified beings of faith, as it is challenging for faith-deified gods to grasp the essence of the laws. It is important to know that in the Hong Huang world, the gods coexisted with the world. They were the children of the world. But this was limited to those who grasped the source of the laws. Even those later deified gods, appointed by the celestial emperors, had no future for growth, as their paths were already occupied by the source gods. Even the gods who voluntarily renounced their divine offices would still receive protection from the world, and their concepts could be extracted as long as the concepts existed, making the chance of their fall almost non-existent. In contrast, those gods deified by faith could only boast of their might to expand their faith, similar to the faith-deified gods of this world. The ancient gods of this world were slightly better than the faith-deified gods, as some had grasped the source of their divine offices, such as the Earth Goddess, who possessed a fragment of the Earth's essence, and the four elemental ancient gods, who correspondingly mastered a bit of their divine office's source. Of course, the creator goddesses, while esteemed as the goddesses of creation, only grasped a small portion of the divine office's source, even losing their original primordial authority. The weak divine power of Yg, situated in the underworld, was one step away from being the strongest deity in this world. However, a primordial god named Io blocked Yeg's path to progress, forcibly making the gods shift towards faith gods. I understand now, Your Majesty Nuwa, but could you tell me what kind of divine authority you possess? This topic piqued the curiosity of Lu Wei and Siegel as well. According to myth, Nuwa, the ancient goddess, was the goddess who controlled the source of creation, the savior goddess, the earth goddess, and the deity of life. So according to these aspects, Nuwa at least mastered the divine offices of creation, life, and salvation. As for the Earth Divine Office, that is hard to say. Although Nuwa was revered as the Earth Sovereign in ancient times, some claimed that the Earth Sovereign was another supreme goddess, so later generations were very curious about Nuwa's divine office. My brother and I are deities who mastered the yin and yang essence of the world after the creation of heaven and earth. At the same time, I also control powerful divine offices such as creation, life, earth, salvation, creation of humans, and marriage. At one point, I held the supreme authority of heaven and earth, and I currently stand at the pinnacle of the world. That supreme position belongs to me. Nuwa was quite satisfied with her own strength. Powerful goddess, you are the goddess of the unyielding. Prince Gon was unsure how to praise this formidable goddess. Does Prince Gon have any more questions? If not, please leave. I need to speak with my child. Nuwa began to issue an expulsion order. I have no further questions, but are these two adventurers your descendants, your majesty? However, they seem not to have inherited your divinity. Prince Gon was very curious because deities are usually recognized based on their divinity. Divinity includes much information about the deity. However, Lu Wei and Seagull, one possessed divinity, but it was filled with the scent of flowers, while the other had no divinity at all. But is that possible? As such a powerful goddess, how could her descendants not inherit her divinity? They, accurately speaking, are my descendants many generations later. This time, it was merely a coincidence that I encountered them, so I wanted to help them. You should know that my descendants possess divinity and demigod powers from the moment they are born. Nuwa had quite a good impression of her descendants. Although many generations had passed, there were still those who remembered her, the Holy Mother. Then, Your Majesty, you may take your time to talk. I will take my leave. After saying this, Prince Gon prepared to leave this small realm. However, Nuwa waved her hand, and something with the characteristics of the Honghuang world chased after Prince Gon. What is this, Your Majesty? Lu Wei expressed her confusion, unable to recognize what Nuwa was doing. It's nothing. It's just sealing a part of Gon's memories. It is necessary for your safety. Nuwa explained to Lu Wei, your strength is still too low. Nuwa, the cultural ancestor, the goddess who mended the sky? Seagull seemed to have heard of the myths about goddess Nuwa. Yes, Seagull, this goddess is indeed the supreme goddess from the ancient myths of the Earth era. The one you mentioned. Lu Wei proudly said to Seagull, Greetings, Goddess Nuwa. Seagull hurriedly bowed to Goddess Nuwa, which made Lu Wei a bit awkward, as she had never bowed to Goddess Nuwa before. Lu Wei smiled shyly at Goddess Nuwa. My descendant does not need to be overly courteous. This is merely a fragment of my consciousness, not worthy of being called Your Majesty. Nuwa waved her hand to indicate to Seagull that he need not do so. I brought you here this time, not only for Gon's matter, but more so for your affairs. Nuwa slowly revealed the reason for her emergence from Lu Wei's spiritual sea. It was to significantly enhance Lu Wei's faint divinity and find a way for Seagull's divinity. Chapter 53, The Divinity of Seagull. Seagull, come here for a moment. Let me thoroughly check whose descendant you really are. The Neza bloodline within you is so weak that I can barely sense it. The goddess Nuwa gestured for Seagull to come closer. I understand, my lady. Since Seagull learned the true identity of the goddess Nuwa, he has become hesitant and fearful. Perhaps out of fear, the goddess Nuwa raised her hand, gently placing her pure white hand on Seagull's head, and then a life-filled divine power flowed down from Seagull's head. Xian Yuan's, Shen Nong's, very good. Shen Nong's bloodline is dominant. For some reason, the goddess Nuwa doesn't have a good impression of Emperor Xian Yuan. Moreover, Shen Nong, as an emperor, was a symbol of loyalty with his wife. Indeed, it is Shen Nong's bloodline that dominates. If your Xian Yuan bloodline were to dominate, I would expend all the divine power of this consciousness to wash away your Xian Yuan bloodline. The goddess Nuwa said whimsically, My lady, are you referring to the human emperor, Shen Nong? I also admire this emperor. He and his wife are simply a pair of immortal lovers. Lu Wei interjected while listening to the goddess Nuwa speaking to Seagull. That's right, it is this emperor. Back then, this emperor grew to the pinnacle existence of the primordial world with his acquired body. As for that brat Xian Yuan, if it weren't for him, our human race wouldn't have suffered so much. The goddess Nuwa still feels a bit angry when she thinks of Emperor Xin Yuan. After all, Emperor Xin Yuan was the one who unified the human race, causing countless races in the primordial world to suffer catastrophic disasters. My lady, let's not talk about that for now. What exactly do you plan to do to enhance the divine power within me? And how will Siegel obtain divine power? Lu Wei rolled her eyes at Siegel, who was being hesitant and couldn't help but ask a question. Lu Wei, your divine power issue is quite simple. This divine position is ultimately related to creation and life. So, I will bestow upon you some information regarding the divine positions of creation and life. How much you can enhance your own divinity is up to you. As for Siegel's divine power issue, am I not looking for the source of Siegel's bloodline? The goddess Nuwa said lightly, as if the matter of divine positions was something a level 4 mage like Lu Wei could easily comprehend. Also, the source of Siegel's bloodline? Isn't that Emperor Xin known? Could it be related to the divine position of herbs or food? Let me ask a question. Do you know the title of Xin known back then? The goddess Nuwa playfully posed a question. I know this. Emperor Xin known, also known as Emperor Yin, governs the human divine positions and is the head of all human deities, as well as the Southern Emperor among the 5 emperors of heaven. Lu Wei recounted the mythological knowledge she knew. Then let me add, Emperor Shun Nong should also have the title of the Ancestor of Medicine, as well as other titles like the Agricultural Emperor. Siegel supplemented some information that Lu Wei had not mentioned. Yes, you two are correct. This kid Shin Nong is the head of human deities, so he and his wife govern most of the human divine positions. Additionally, this kid has tasted all herbs, which is why he earned the title of Ancestor of Medicine. He also mastered the divine position of herbs. Furthermore, due to him being the Southern Emperor and having once governed a segment of solar divine power, Shin Nong is also referred to as the Sun God, among other titles. The goddess Nuwa roughly explained the original meanings of these titles of Emperor Shin Nong. Wow, how majestic! Emperor Shun Nong. Lu Wei became infatuated. So, my lady, does my divinity need to be extracted from the bloodline within me? Siegel asked. Yes, since you already have your own ideas, I won't say much more. However, I hope you can comprehend the divinity of Shun Nong as the sun god. The current sun in the sky is too harsh. This is not good for all beings. From this, it can be seen that the goddess Nuwa does not have a good impression of Sen Mer. Why? Isn't His Highness Sen Mer a powerful deity? The inquisitive Lu Wei raised a question, while Siegel also looked at the goddess Nuwa with a questioning gaze. What do you feel from this sun in the sky? The brilliance of this deity is far too harsh, completely losing the responsibilities of sun god. The goddess Nuwa's words reminded Lu Wei of what her mentor once said. The sun in the sky does not provide the warmth for all things to grow. It only has the harshness that comes from righteousness. Therefore, Siegel, I want you to comprehend the divinity of the sun god and grasp the essence of the sun. This world is very strange. Many deities have not grasped the laws of their belonging. Even many deities who claim to possess great divine power, for that love goddess, is simply absurd. The goddess Nuwa, who governs marriage in the primordial world, looks down upon the weak love goddess. She has not even grasped the essence of love and the essence of marriage. Yet she can still be called the goddess of love. The goddess Nuwa was simply furious. Yes, I understand, my lady. I will work hard. Siegel responded to the goddess Nuwa with great confidence. In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't comprehend the divinity of the sun god. Everything depends on yourself. I think the divine position of herbs might also be good. The goddess Nuwa comforted Siegel. Siegel, you can comprehend here. However, even if you gain some techniques related to the primordial world from your bloodline, don't use them in this world. This world has a strong resistance to external power systems. You can only enhance your strength from the power system of this world. At most, I can teach you how to transform your divine body. The goddess Nuwa suddenly thought of the ridiculous rules of this world and had to kindly remind Siegel. Lu Wei, come with me. You will only delay Siegel's progress here. By the way, don't worry. The time ratio of this small plane to the main plane is 100:1. You can rest assured to stay in this small plane and enhance your strength. The goddess Nuwa finally offered a hint. Subsequently, the goddess Nuwa took Lu Wei to the other side of the small plane and casually set up a soundproof barrier. Lu Wei, You need to hurry up and enhance your strength. I feel that the reality of this world has begun to rise. The 10 years you live now is 200 years in this world. This world will cause itself to become a semi-real and semi-illusory existence. Chapter 54. Suggestions to the goddess of wealth. Lu Wei and Seagull had only stayed in the small plane opened by goddess Nuwa for less than 10 days. But only a few minutes had passed in the divine calendar. Before they left the small plane, goddess Nuwa reminded Lu Wei of what she had previously said about how this world would be upgraded to a true multiverse and connect with the current worlds of Seagull and Lu Wei in a few years. Fortunately, they had already grasped the solar divinity during the reign of the sun god, Emperor Shinnong. The solar divinity calmed Seagull down, allowing him to think calmly about the next steps. Can we tell others about the upgrade of this world? Seagull asked, his mind racing as he became more composed. No, not even the powerful deities of this world know about the upgrade. How could two ordinary mortals with divinity know? Goddess Nuwa warned Lu Wei and Seagull. Don't underestimate the gods. They can use prophecy or other spells to find out the truth. Even if they can't discover my news, you two will still be fine. Seagull, you can ask Lu Wei about the remaining matters. She knows almost everything, Goddess Nuwa said, pushing Lu Wei forward before returning to Lu Wei's spiritual sea. By the way, Lu Wei, you and Seagull need to hurry and leave. I foresee that within 10 minutes after I leave this small plane, a void monster will come to destroy it. Lu Wei, you know how to open the passage to this plane, so hurry up. Goddess Nuwa instructed Lu Wei in her spiritual sea. Seagull, let's go. A void monster is coming. Lu Wei grabbed Seagull's hand and left the plane, with Goddess Nuwa operating behind the scenes to help Lu Wei open the plane's passage. As they crossed the plane's passage, Seagull reminded Lu Wei that they couldn't appear directly in Prince Gon's temple, but Lu Wei countered him. Welcome back, adventurers. My lord has sensed your return from this place, Priest Mage said, seemingly guessing Seagull's confusion and quickly explaining. Does Prince Gon have the divine office of prophecy? How else would he know when we would return? Lu Wei immediately retorted. My lord certainly does not possess the office of prophet. However, it seems the two adventurers have forgotten that this is my lord's temple. Crossing the plane's passage will also provoke the temple's response, but my lord suppressed that response, allowing you two adventurers to safely reach my lord's temple, Priest Mage said, showing no disdain for Lu Wei's seemingly foolish question. Crossing a spatial passage to a deity's temple. Even if the temple did not react, the priests within the temple would react, since every formal temple would generally have one or more high-ranking members or above. Is that so? By the way, Priest Mage, have you prepared the 5 grams of mithril we need? I think Prince Gon will change the price for us. Lu Wei remembered the mithril they wanted to buy and teased Priest Mage. Yes, my lord has already issued a divine decree to notify all high-ranking priests of the temples. Lu Wei and Seagull, you two adventurers will receive half price for all precious forging materials in my lord's temple from now on. As for other less precious items, they can be used for free in limited quantities. Priest Mage trembled as he spoke, since all precious forging materials would be half price. And there was no restriction on the types of materials, meaning even divine power crystals would also be half price. Prince Gon is truly generous. Then let's do it this way. Seagull and I won't be greedy. Let's just take the precious materials at half price. However, for some rarer common materials, we will still buy them at the original price. You go report to Prince Gon. Just say it's the will of the Supreme Goddess. Lu Wei was not worried about the title of the Supreme Goddess, as belief also has power. I understand. In that case, the high-level forging room will be free for you to use. There's no need to inform my lord about that. Seeing Lu Wei say this, Priest Mage had to modify the content of the divine decree, as priests who had just received a divine message still had some privileges. All right then, Priest Mage, just give us the mithril and take us to the forging room, Lu Wei said, as this matter concerning Seagull's weapon could not be taken lightly. Okay, please follow me, Priest Mage said, leading the way to the forging room in the forging temple. Lu Wei and Seagull exchanged glances and followed him. Speaking of which, Seagull, what do you think would happen if you added your divinity to your staff? Lu Wei suddenly had this idea. It wouldn't be anything unusual. It's not like no one or no god has done this before. Prince Gon has done it, but it only adds some divine characteristics to the damage, Seagull said casually. No, I think what you're considering is different. I'm thinking of using this bit of divinity to point out intelligence through the power of life. Goddess Nuwa should be able to do it, allowing it to develop its own intelligence. When your staff follows you to a higher level, it might even be able to transform into a humanoid, just like the spiritual treasures in myths. Lu Wei became more convinced of her idea, but there was still a concern. Divinity could be seen as the essence of a god. So could this staff truly become a divine artifact? It shouldn't be considered a divine artifact, but a rare weapon should be possible, Siegel replied. This method seems feasible. This multiverse doesn't have things that can transform into humanoids like in our myths. Even those extraordinary animals are the same, unless they reach the divine level. These species won't transform into humanoids. Siegel pointed out that there are examples among deities. Examples like the beast king Mara, with medium divine power, the weak divine power unicorn goddess Lari, and the orc gods, etc. Even if they transformed into humanoids, that ability is unique to the gods. It's merely a change of form. You mean if we successfully guide this intelligence to transform into a humanoid, won't it be protected by the consciousness of this multiverse? Since it would be the first? Siegel thought Lu Wei was underestimating the situation. Why don't you wait until we get to the forging room and ask Goddess Nuwa? This supreme goddess has mastered such powerful divine offices, Siegel cautiously suggested, avoiding interrupting Lu Wei's thoughts. Of course, we should ask Goddess Nuwa. After all, the power of life and creative powers still rely on this supreme goddess. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at Siegel. Chapter 55, Suggestions to the Goddess of Wealth. 2. The two adventurers arrived at the high-level forging room, and Priest Modu reminded them how to operate this forging room. All right, we got it. Priest Modu, you go ahead and do your thing. Siegel and I'll take a look inside. Lu Wei and Siegel walked into the forging room, letting Priest Modu leave first. Siegel, keep an eye on things. I'm going to dive into my spiritual sea to talk to Goddess Nuwa. After saying that, Lu Wei collapsed onto a nearby chair. In Lu Wei's spiritual sea, she was locking eyes with Goddess Nuwa. All right, what do you want to say? Why are you staring at me? Goddess Nuwa felt a bit uneasy under Lu Wei's intense gaze, even though she had experienced many stares in the primordial world. Great Goddess Nuwa. I want to know if we can infuse Siegel's divinity into his staff, and with your divine power, can we give birth to a spirit of intelligence within the staff? Later, could it transform into a human form and dominate this world? Lu Wei cleverly expressed all her and Siegel's thoughts. Wait a moment, let me calculate. If it's feasible, I'll let you know, but I feel the chances of success are rather slim. After saying this, Goddess Nuwa's hands formed into a flower shape, and she closed her eyes as if communicating with some unknown great existence. Bored, Lu Wei continued to stare at Goddess Nuwa's face. Slender eyebrows, an oval face, a divine face full of charm, and looking down, a tail full of enchanting colors, gently swaying. Wow, so beautiful, Lu Wei praised in her heart. Is it beautiful? A soft voice floated into Lu Wei's ear. Yes, it's beautiful. Lu Wei just answered the question and then realized who had asked it. Goddess, have you calculated it? I was wondering why I, a mere mortal, could see your appearance clearly, while Siegel could not. Lu Wei's mind raced as she came to her senses. Let's not talk about that for now. As for what you mentioned earlier about relying on my divine power to give birth to a spirit belonging to Siegel's staff in this world, that is feasible. However, it requires the infusion of the world's origin. After all, this will be the first spirit I create in this world. But I can use this origin to re-establish my divinity in this world. Goddess Nuwa was in a good mood. After all, she could become a deity again and act freely. Goddess Nuwa, can you really re-establish your divinity? Don't you only have a trace of consciousness? Lu Wei asked in surprise. Yes, relying on the power of the world's origin, I can give birth to my weak true form, and with the world's origin, I can become a being like the ancient gods in this world. Goddess Nuwa was quite happy that she could re-establish her divinity. Okay, I understand. Then let's go out now. Siegel is still waiting for our news outside. After saying this, Lu Wei raised her arm to invite Goddess Nuwa to leave her spiritual sea. All right, let's go. Outside, Siegel was anxiously watching Lu Wei's body. Siegel, get ready quickly. Goddess Nuwa is coming out. Lu Wei woke up and hurriedly said to Siegel, Lu Wei, there's no need for that. I'm here because of your thoughts, to put them into practice. Goddess Nuwa still spoke to Seagull in a good mood. Then let's get started. Seagull, since this is your staff, Lu Wei and I can assist from the side, but the main task must be completed by you, otherwise. Your staff will directly turn into mine or Lu Wei's. Goddess Nuwa reminded Seagull. I understand. After that, Seagull and Lu Wei took out the necessary materials from their backpacks. Fire come. The words spoken were not in the language of this world, but rather in the divine language from the era of Emperor Shinon. After summoning the flames, Seagull took a brief rest before throwing the required forging materials into the fire, waiting for the materials to slowly merge together. Goddess Nuan nodded in approval, glancing at Seagull. Lu Wei, you have nothing to do here. The next steps will be completed by me and Seagull. You need to leave a drop of blood. Later, your blood must merge with Seagull's to give birth to the spirit of the staff. Mine won't work. My blood contains divinity that would affect Seagull's divinity. Goddess Nuwa said, while watching Seagull refine the items. Okay, I'll leave a drop of my blood. After saying that, Lu Wei took out a knife from her backpack, and the drop of blood floated into Goddess Nuwa's hand. All right, Lu Wei, you can leave now. There's nothing else for you to do here. Goddess Nuwa began to issue an expulsion order to Lu Wei. Okay, I understand. I just remembered that I have something to do. Lu Wei suddenly recalled her earlier idea about the flower credit and decided to implement it. Then, Lu Wei exited the forging temple of Lord Gond and entered the adjacent wealth temple of the Goddess of Wealth. Hello, I'm adventurer Lu Wei. I need to speak with the bishop in charge of this wealth temple. This concerns whether your goddess can advance to a powerful divine power. Lu Wei spoke confidently to a priest clad entirely in gold. Hello, adventurer. I am Jean, the senior priest of this temple. You mentioned you have a chance for our Lord to advance to a powerful divine power. Please come with me to speak with the bishop. It seemed that every time Lu Wei entered a temple, she could find a senior priest. It must be some kind of fate. Then let's go. Lu Wei secretly activated the agility enhancement spell on the Igor badge. Lu Wei followed the priest Jean all the way to the highest level of the wealth temple. Bishop Jinhua. This adventurer claims she has a chance for the goddess to advance to a powerful divine power. Oh, is that so? Thank you, Priest Jean. I'll speak with this guest personally. Bishop Jinhua waved his hand, signaling Priest Jean to step back. Adventurer, you may speak now. If there is any deception, my lord's divine power is not something you can withstand. The threatening tone made Lu Wei curl her lip. I understand, but you should still summon Prince Woken down. It's more convenient for me to speak directly with her. Lu Wei released her divine power. After all, sometimes the status of divine beings is incomparable to that of mortals. Divine power. I understand. Chapter 56. Suggestions to the Goddess of Wealth 3. Bishop Jinhua, have you awakened me from my slumber for some important matter? If it's not important, you should take a trip to the extreme poverty. Extreme poverty is a small dimension created by the Goddess of Wealth specifically to punish people. There, one can experience all the poverty in the world, which is a great punishment for believers of the Goddess of Wealth. My lord, this adventurer with divinity claims that she has an opportunity for you to advance to great divine power, which is why I awakened you. Bishop Jinhua pointed to Lu Wei, who was watching from side. Oh, when did the main plane have so many mortals with divinity? As for the opportunity you mentioned for me to advance to great divine power, then come with me. With that, the Goddess of Wealth summoned brilliant divine power in her hands, tearing through space. Speaking of which, has the spatial barrier of the main plane become so fragile that even a deity of moderate power can break through? Lu Wei thought to herself, concerned about this issue. I understand, Your Highness Woken. After Lu Wei finished speaking, she stepped forward to follow the pace of the Woken goddess. Entering the semi-plane created by the goddess, tearing through the spatial barrier. Jinhua, keep an eye on this spatial passage, and don't let anyone destroy it. The voice of the Goddess of Wealth echoed in Bishop Jinhua's mind. Your Highness Woken, it seems you have sustained some injuries. Lu Wei looked at the extremely unstable semi-plane and raised her brows at the Woken goddess. Mortal, you should know that it's better not to know things you shouldn't. The Woken goddess warned Lu Wei. All right, Your Highness Woken, I came this time to make a deal with you. I will give you an opportunity to advance to great divine power, but you need to provide me with wealth. After visiting the forge hall of His Highness Gaunt, Lu Wei felt it was a bit difficult to earn money solely through her enchanting skills and needed to approach it from a new angle. The goddess of wealth was a good example. Oh, mortal, don't think that just because you possess divinity, you have the qualification to negotiate terms with me. The power of deities is beyond what mortals can imagine. As for the opportunity you mentioned, don't forget that we gods possess prophecy. The goddess of wealth looked down on Lu Wei, who was still at the mortal level. Fine, your highness woken. It seems you still haven't grasped the source of wealth. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know about the things derived from the source of wealth. This statement struck a painful spot for the woken goddess. Woken, this goddess of wealth, is not the first generation. The previous goddess of wealth has fallen for unknown reasons. And this generation of the goddess of wealth is considered a newly born young deity among the gods. However, although she is young, her divine rank has grown very quickly. It's just that the last catastrophe caused her divine power level to decline severely, from being close to breaking through to the peak of moderate divine power. She rapidly fell to moderate or even weak divine power. If the woken goddess had mastered the source of wealth like the ancient gods, then even if she were cast down from the divine realm due to the catastrophic power, the consequences would be different. The ancient gods who mastered the source, even if cast out from the divine realm and emptied of their divine power, would be inherently protected by the source, even if they only grasped a trace of it. This adventurer, it seems I do not know your name. May I ask if this esteemed one can reveal it? The statement from the goddess of wealth was just a formality. Her innate ability to understand all things already informed her of Lu Wei's name. But asking this was a subtle way to retain Lu Wei. There's no need for that. Your Highness woken. I'm just a mortal with divinity. Not worthy of your title. You could just call me Lu Wei. The power of divinity granted Lu Wei some universal skills, such as understanding languages. Lu Wei, hello. I am a second-generation goddess of trade and wealth. I would like to request you to tell me how to master the source of wealth and how I should break through to great divine power. The tone of the woken goddess suddenly softened, her mood tense as she looked at Lu Wei, as the upcoming conversation would affect her future path. Since that is the case, your Highness woken, please allow me to summon my patron deity, the goddess Niwa, as a supreme deity of another realm. She must have ways to help you master the source of wealth, and I will inform you of the opportunity to break through to great divine power. Lu Wei had no method to grasp the principles of the source. That would have to rely on goddess Niwa, the air filled with the essence of life, creation, and the earth began to stabilize this unstable semi-plane while simultaneously seizing control of this semi-plane. Lu Wei, what is it that you need? You know that the matters over at Seagull are quite important. I'll give you 5 minutes. The goddess Niwa spoke impatiently to Lu Wei, as she still had important matters to attend to on the other side. It's like this, goddess Niwa. In order for us to have a sufficient source of funding in this world, I found the goddess of wealth woken, and in exchange, I would like you to inform her how to master the source of wealth. Later, I thought it would be best not to trouble goddess Niwa with the method for breaking through to great divine power. Oh, the source of wealth? Lu Wei, do you know who controls wealth in our world? It is a few innate beings, not even innate deities. As for how to master the source, we innate deities are born knowing it. Let me show you this. It's a critical moment over at Seagull. With that, goddess Niwa touched Lu Wei's forehead, and a vast amount of information flooded Lu Wei's mind. So much. Lu Wei shook her head, feeling the information sent by goddess Niwa in her mind. It turns out that the path of wealth is a postnatal great path, and reaching its peak will not reach the level of the heavenly path. So the source of wealth is still relatively easy to grasp. Lu Wei, you can tell this esteemed woken directly. I must return now, as things over at Seagull are about to reach a dangerous moment. Oh, by the way, congratulations in advance. If successful, you and Seagull's second non-human offspring will be born. With that, goddess Niwa transformed into a ball of light surrounding Lu Wei, simultaneously transferring control of this semi-plane to Lu Wei. I bid farewell to goddess Niwa. Your Highness woken, now it's just the two of us left. Let us sit down and talk. Having gained control of this semi-plane, which was forcibly stabilized by Goddess Nuwa as divine power, Lu Wei could still perform some basic actions. For example, creating 2 chairs for herself and His Highness Woken to sit down. Chapter 57. Suggestions to the Goddess of Wealth. Final. Your Highness, Lord Wakjin. Please take a seat. Now, let's have a good chat about your matters in mind. With the half-plane control granted by Lady Nuwa, Lu Wei suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Your Highness Lu Wei, as long as you can tell me how to break through and grasp the source of wealth, I, the Goddess of Wealth Wakjin, will be your eternally loyal ally, and the Wealth Temple can provide you with future funding. However, I hope you won't ask for too much. Wakjin was still a bit afraid of Lu Wei's potential excessive demands. After all, the divine power of the Goddess of Wealth sometimes came from these very riches. I understand. Lord Wakjin, I won't make excessive demands either. Let us make a trade, since you are a deity of trade. Lu Wei then shared her thoughts with Lord Wakjin. Lu Wei envisioned that she and Seagull would enjoy certain discounts when buying from the Wealth Temple, and when selling, they wouldn't suffer from hidden deductions by the Wealth Temple. It should be noted that the priests of the Wealth Temple were very shrewd, and sometimes Lu Wei and Seagull might not be able to avoid their hidden schemes. I can agree to that. Now please tell me how to advance. Lord Wakjin eagerly awaited Lu Wei to reveal her method of advancement. It is important to note how the previous Goddess of Wealth fell. It was due to the calamity that damaged all the wealth in the main plane, leading to a significant decline in the goddess's power. Because of this decline, she could not protect her followers' wealth, causing a wavering of faith among her followers, which further diminished her power, resulting in a vicious cycle that ultimately led to the previous goddess being imprisoned by the abyssal demons for nearly 100 years before falling. The cause of this result was that the previous Goddess of Wealth did not grasp the source of wealth. Don't rush, don't rush. Does Lord Wakjin know that a new calamity is approaching? Lu Wei teased Wakjin with her words. A new calamity? The goddess suddenly displayed a fearful expression. After all, this young Goddess of Wealth had never experienced a calamity and was frightened to hear about it for the first time. Yes, according to my main deity, Lady Nuwa, the new calamity in the multiverse will arrive within a century at most. This calamity will sweep through the entire multiverse from the chaotic sea, and all gods will be stripped of their divine power and fall to the mortal realm due to the energy from the chaotic sea. At that time, the gods will no longer be invulnerable to mortals. Originally, Lady Nuwa's exact words were that the multiverse might face a crisis within a century, but it was not as severe as Lu Wei described. Your main deity is that the Supreme Majesty just now? From the Divine Warning, Lord Wakjin has already realized the immense power of Lady Nuwa, even stronger than the primal gods of this multiverse. Yes, the main deity has mastered the source of creation, possessing powerful divine offices such as earth, life, creation, marriage, and salvation. For a time, she was the ruler between heaven and earth, and is now a powerful goddess of supreme status. Lu Wei, like a cult leader, brainwashed the goddess Wakjin. Earth, life, creation, salvation. So many powerful divine offices. With each divine office mentioned, Wakjin's hands trembled. All right, let us not talk about my main deity anymore. Let's discuss your matters. Here is an opportunity for you to break through to greater divine power. Take a look. Lu Wei's hands radiated colorful light, using this power to materialize her thoughts. Lord Wakjin carefully examined this opportunity regarding her own power, and a document titled Debt, Huabei, came into view. It turned out that Lu Wei, who had experienced the pressure of debt collection from Huabei during her time on Earth, felt that the people in this world had never experienced the thrill of being pressured by Huabei and felt a sense of imbalance. Lord Wakjin, please see if there is anything inappropriate about this. I'm seeking your opinion. Lu Wei interrupted the focused Wakjin, though interrupting someone else's thoughts was not very polite. The more Wakjin looked at her own divine office, the faster she trembled, as if her divine office had sensed a method that would make her even stronger. The divine essence, offices, and divine rank worked frantically to determine if this thing was truly suitable for the Goddess of Wealth. Finally, Your Highness Lu Wei, I admit this is excellent. My divine office will undergo a transformation because of this opportunity. However, I believe that reducing the credit scores of borrowers is not good. If these people cannot repay the money, then their souls should be under my control. It seemed this plan stimulated the goddess Wak Jin, who had always remained neutral, to nearly shift to the evil camp. Please calm down, Lord Wak Jin. Have you forgotten the words of the King of the Dead? All souls belong to him. You wouldn't want to engage in a divine war with him, would you? It is worth noting that this King of the Dead was once a student of Lord Yega, who was on the verge of breaking through to the primal god level. He is also a deity who masters the source of death. Of course, I do not want to engage in a divine war with the King of the Dead. But do I have to suffer losses? When it comes to divine war, it is important to note that even a goddess of wealth with strong divine power might not win against that King of the Dead. Actually, Your Highness, you can issue a divine decree, notifying all the priests in your temple to carry out this activity. But you must inform them that if anyone comes to the wealth temple to borrow money, they must sign a contract agreed upon by you, the god of law, and the river of the underworld. Lu Wei spoke lightly, but the goddess of wealth frowned, as her relationship with the god of law was not very good. Your Highness Lu Wei, isn't there any other method? My relationship with the god of law is not particularly friendly. Lu Wei felt that Lord Wak Jin was being very diplomatic. What did it mean that her relationship with the god of law was not particularly friendly? It was clearly irreconcilable. In fact, this contract would be of great benefit to both you and the god of law. The god of law's faith is not very abundant, but through this contract, he can expand his faith, and you will also successfully advance to greater divine power because of this contract. You wouldn't want your old acquaintance to fall, would you? A shocking revelation. The stubborn god of law turned out to be the old acquaintance of the neutral goddess of wealth. That's true, but due to certain matters, I had a falling out with him. The goddess of wealth looked embarrassed. Just right. This contract can serve as a tool to ease your relationship. Lu Wei looked at the goddess of wealth with curiosity, as this kind of gossip wasn't something just anyone could hear. After hearing the gossip, Lu Wei felt her worldview was about to explode and shook her head. She then handed over the methods regarding the path to wealth that Lady Nuwa had transmitted to her, allowing Wak Jin to comprehend how to grasp the source of wealth on her own. Chapter 58. The Birth of Intelligence. After Lu Wei finished her conversation with the wealth goddess, Princess Woken, she wandered alone in the city of wealth, wearing a powerful defensive cloak taken from the wealth temple. The strong magical fluctuations made the people around her hesitant to approach. Lu Wei, come back quickly. Something happened with Seagull. Forget it. I'll directly open a spatial passage for you. After saying this, a spatial passage opened up next to Lu Wei, created by Goddess Nuwa. Crossing through the spatial passage to the forging room, Lu Wei hurriedly asked Goddess Nuwa what had happened. Lu Wei, there's no time to explain. You have two choices, to help or not to help. If you help, you will temporarily lose the ability to use spells, but Seagull will be preserved. And the second, non-human descendant of you two will successfully be born. If you choose not to help, it's fine too. Seagull will completely fall. And you should know that this world is ascending. So Seagull's fall means he can't survive even in reality, and the birth of this intelligence will fail. Goddess Nuwa spoke with great seriousness. After all, she hadn't expected that the birth of the first sentient artifact in this world would be so troublesome, requiring nourishment from a mother like an infant. And who is the mother? Of course, it's Lu Wei. The consciousness of this world recognized Lu Wei as the mother of this staff, all because of that drop of her blood. To help or not. After all, it's Seagull's staff, not her own, right? So it shouldn't matter if she doesn't help. But thinking about Seagull, I'll help. The thought of not having someone named Seagull around to chatter and adventure with was terrifying. I'm not helping Seagull. I'm helping that intelligence, right? I'm helping that intelligence. Lu Wei kept brainwashing herself in her mind. Goddess Nuan nodded beside her, watching the red thread of fate connecting Lu Wei and Seagull gradually becoming stronger. Good, Lu Wei. You need to kiss Seagull. I will infuse your life energy into Seagull's body, and he will act as a converter to channel both of your life energies into the staff. For Lu Wei, who had been single for over 20 years in her earthly womb, this was an extremely embarrassing thing. Forget it. Seeing Seagull's painful expression, his originally handsome face was about to contort, Lu Wei directly kissed him. To her surprise, Seagull's lips were surprisingly soft. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue to lick, only to feel Seagull's slightly stiff body. Subsequently, Lu Wei felt something being drawn out of her body, pouring into Seagull's mouth, which she had forcibly opened. Lu Wei, this isn't good. Seagull's consciousness has fallen into chaos now. Just do whatever I say. Goddess Nuwa's voice resonated in Lu Wei's mind. Holding Seagull's hand, they both pointed toward the staff being forged, and then Lu Wei felt something being siphoned from their fingertips, after which she fell into a state of unconsciousness. Sigh, I really can't do anything with you two. And you, is this how you treat your mother and father? Looking at the two who had collapsed together, and the staff flying around them, Goddess Nuwa raised her hand to her forehead. Life-filled divine power began to fill the forging room. The divine power from Goddess Nuwa started to improve the bodies of Lu Wei and Seagull, while also stabilizing the intelligence that had already been born in the nearby staff. The staff that had given birth to intelligence flew around for a while before settling down, quietly absorbing the divine power of life from Goddess Nuwa. Goddess Nuwa condensed a glowing orb filled with life divine power above Lu Wei, Seagull, and the staff, allowing the three of them to absorb the divine power themselves. Goddess Nuwa sat aside, pondering some questions. Strange, why hasn't the source descended? And why can't my life force be infused into the staff along with Seagull's? If only my brother were here. I really am not skilled in the ways of heavenly secrets. Suddenly, the staff that was absorbing life divine power increased its absorption speed, becoming faster and starting to snatch life divine power from Lu Wei and Seagull. Seeing this, Goddess Nuwa had no choice but to release more divine power to meet the demands of the two and staff. Is this transformation? Right? To officially possess the source's grant, this staff must transform. As long as the transformation is successful, it proves that the birth of the staff's intelligence has succeeded. Fortunately, it seemed that there were no transformation lightning tribulations in this world. The staff only fluctuated a few times before successfully transforming into a small boy. Goddess Nuwa calculated and realized that the staff's rank was insufficient for it to grow, which was why it transformed into a small boy. He looked quite cute. Spirit, what is your name? Goddess Nuwa looked at the pure, simple, round, and adorable little boy, feeling quite pleased. I have seen the esteemed Goddess Nuwa. My name is Kexwalaosi, but you can also call me Lu Junhua, a name that seems to have been thought of by my mother goddess. Since Lu Junhua was born in this multiverse, it felt quite strange when he pronounced his name. Very good. Since you have successfully transformed, what has the world granted you? Goddess Nuwa asked Lu Junhua step by step. The source had already been rewarded by the world, and besides Goddess Nuwa herself, Lu Wei, Seagull, and Lu Junhua all had it. The world has granted me the divine duty of the artifact, allowing me to oversee the birth and demise of all artifacts in this world. Please seal this divine duty. Esteemed Goddess Nuwa, as I am too weak to demonstrate the abilities of a divine duty. To her surprise, this newly born intelligence had quite a lot of thoughts, and Goddess Nuwa had the same intention. Very good. Your intelligence is quite complete. I was just about to discuss your divine duty with you. I also intend to seal your divine duty. You know that your father and mother currently lack the strength to protect you. After saying this, a sealing power emerged from Goddess Nuwa's hand. As this power appeared, a sealing divine duty was born within Goddess Nuwa. Esteemed Goddess Nuwa, please hurry. I can't take it anymore. As the divine duty was gradually sealed, Lu Junhua no longer maintained his dignified appearance, although his demeanor remained transcendent. All right, Lu Junhua, you take good care of your father and mother. I need to return to your goddess's spiritual sea to nurture my true body in this world and regain control of my divine duty. After Goddess Nuwa finished speaking, she transformed into a beam of light and dove into Lu Wei's spiritual sea. The remaining Lu Junhua staggered over to Lu Wei's side, lay down, and pulled Lu Wei's hand to let her embrace him. Chapter 59, Improvement of Strength. Seagull slowly opened his eyes and found himself in an awkward situation. In his embrace was a person emanating the fragrance of lotus flowers. He looked down and saw that it was someone he was familiar with. Seeing Lu Wei's eyelids trembling slightly, Seagull knew she was about to wake up, so he quickly closed his eyes. Lu Wei woke up and fell into a daze. She had gone mad. Who would have thought that when she woke up, she was in another person's embrace? and she was also holding someone in her arms. She stealthily glanced at the still, pale-faced Seagull, and with a slight struggle, she freed herself from Seagull's embrace while still holding the person in her arms. Mother God, you're awake. I was so worried about you. The little person in her arms emitted a cute baby voice that instantly tugged at Lu Wei's heartstrings. Who are you? Why are you calling me Mother God? I haven't ascended to godhood. The little one was adorable, but Lu Wei still needed to understand the basic situation. Mother God, I am the first sentient being created by you, Father God, and Goddess Nuwa. The world has given me the name Krosos. Of course, Mother God. You can also call me Lu Junhua. Father God, you are awake too. Lu Junhua didn't tell Lu Wei and Seagull about his divine position. After all, the fewer people who knew about such things, the better. Krosos, Lu Junhua, you have successfully been born. Congratulations. And don't call me Mother God. I am not worthy of that title. Besides, I am not your mother, so you can call me sister. Lu Wei thought it was just a matter of correcting Lu Junhua's way of addressing her. Why, Mother God, you already possess divinity. Bruce, Goddess Nuwa is currently nurturing her true form. You and Father God will ascend to godhood in the future. And I was created from the blood and life energy of both you and Father God. Why can't I call you Mother God? Lu Junhua spoke in a very aggrieved and cute baby voice, while Seagull, who had also woken up, nodded slightly. That seems to be the case. Seagull, why are you laughing? Hurry up and explain. Lu Wei nodded, thinking that Lu Junhua's reasoning wasn't wrong, but seeing Seagull laughing made her feel embarrassed and angry. Lu Junhua, right? I think what you said is correct. You were created by both me and Lu Wei, so it's fine to call us Father God and Mother God. But do you know where we are right now? We're in a main plane, so you cannot call us Father God and Mother God. But you can call us Father and Mother. Lu Wei felt that Seagull's explanation was worse than not explaining at all. The more he explained, the more confusing it became. All right, call us whatever you like, but you can't add any divine honorifics to our titles, understood? Lu Wei warned Lu Junhua fiercely. Mother God, you are so fierce to me. Father God, you are really not helping me. Lu Junhua pouted. Yes, I understand, Mother God. Oh no, dear mother. The quick-tongued Lu Junhua nervously looked at Lu Wei, only to find that she hadn't noticed his slip of the tongue. By the way, Lu Junhua, you said that Goddess Nuwa has already begun to nurture her true form? When will she successfully give birth and ascend to godhood again? Once this question was raised, even Seagull looked at Lu Junhua. Dear mother, dear father, I don't know when Goddess Nuwa will completely nurture her true form, but I think it will be soon. After all, with the reward from the world's origin, Goddess Nuwa's actions will be accelerated. Also, dear mother and father, don't you feel your strength beginning to fluctuate? Don't you feel that your strength is about to break through? Lu Junhua raised his delicate eyebrows. Yeah, it seems so. I was too shocked just now. I haven't had the chance to check myself. Lu Wei patted her small chest. By the way, Father God and Mother Goddess, you can break through right here. This place is filled with the life divine power of Goddess Nuwa, which can help you better achieve your breakthroughs. Also, when you break through, remember to pay attention to your own divinity. The reward from the origin should be on your divinity. The young Lu Junhua reminded Lu Wei and Seagull with a serious face. We understand. By the way, little friend Lu Junhua, remember to take a rest. I can sense a power within you that far exceeds mine and Seagull's. So you have a divine position, but it should be weak. Goddess Nuwa probably sealed your divine position. Lu Wei struck a pose like a famous detective child. Yes, Mother God, you are really clever. I think you could try to seize the divine position of the God of knowledge in this world, and then condense the divine position of wisdom. You should know how powerful the goddess of wisdom from ancient Greece is. The inheritance from Lu Wei's divinity allowed Lu Junhua to know a lot about the myths and legends from the Earth era. That goddess of wisdom is indeed very powerful. But how much knowledge have you inherited from me? Lu Wei caught the little Lu Junhua and brought him in front of her, staring into his eyes. Mother God, please don't stare at me like that. I will get shy. Lu Junhua pretended to be shy as he looked at Lu Wei. Mother God, don't worry. I won't reveal your secret. You should know that the command from Goddess Nuwa binds me to you. I not only won't harm you, but I will also find ways to help you successfully ascend to godhood in this world. Lu Junhua communicated telepathically to Lu Wei. How can I trust you? And what divine position do you actually have? Ignoring Siegel beside her, Lu Wei continued to face Lu Junhua. Mother God, if you don't believe me, just wait until Goddess Nuan nurtures her true form and successfully seizes the divine position of this world. You can ask her. Also, I possess the divine position of the artifact, which has always existed, and the consciousness of the world has allowed me to manage all the artifacts in this world. I will become the king of weapons in this world. As Lu Junhua spoke, he became increasingly serious, even filled with divine might. Mother God, you should stop asking me. You can no longer suppress your power. You should hurry and break through. Father God has already begun. Lu Junhua looked at Lu Wei. As he was the first weapon in this world to take on human form, so the world directly elevated his body to a divine body, granting him some abilities of a divine being, such as divine vision. All right, I temporarily believe you. After Lu Wei finished speaking, she put down Lu Junhua and began her breakthrough. Chapter 60. How to explain. Lu Wei, how come both you and Siegel have made breakthroughs? Don't you know the state of your foundation? And who is this child? Master Max was furious when he saw that Lu Wei and Siegel, who had only been gone for a few days, had their strength skyrocketing. Not to mention, they brought back a child. The child, of course, is Lu Junhua, who has transformed into a humanoid form. Here's what happened. Father God and Mother God, have you successfully broken through? That's great. I want to go out and play. Sealed from his divine position, Lu Junhua, like any normal child, loved to play around. If it weren't for Lu Wei and Siegel protecting him, Lu Junhua didn't know where he would have run off to. Go on and play. Oh no, Siegel, how long have we been out? Hearing Lu Junhua's words, Lu Wei felt a moment of stiffness. After all, she and Siegel had been out for several days, and now they had a child. Child? Lu Junhua, can you turn back into the form of a staff? I can't, Lu Junhua said with a pitiful look at Lu Wei. When the goddess Nuwa sealed my divine position, all my ways to utilize divine power were sealed. I can't turn back to my original form, and I can't summon weapons of a higher level than mine. He was born a divine spirit, yet because of his father god's and mother god's low strength, his divine position was sealed, and he couldn't use all his divine power. Being a god to this extent was truly tragic. This is our fault. Siegel, you come up with a way to explain to Master Max and the others about our strength's advancement and the issue of Lu Junhua being a child. Lu Wei felt a headache listening to Lu Junhua and ultimately decided to let Siegel figure out. Well, for the strength issue, we can say we experienced a fortuitous encounter. But regarding our descendant, Lu Junhua, what strength do you have now? The issue of strength advancement was simple. After all, there were examples of sudden rises in power in the multiverse. They had merely advanced a level, which was easy to explain. However, the issue of Lu Junhua as their descendant was a bit troublesome. In response to Father God, because my divine position and divine power were sealed by the goddess Nuwa, I currently cannot use any divine powers. However, my body is a divine body, so I am more resilient. Plus, since I am the god in charge of divine artifacts, I can use most weapons, meaning I can be a swordsman or a tank, but I can also use spells. Although my divine power is sealed, the goddess Nuwa still left me with magic power. Lu Junhua felt like crying. His divine power was sealed, leaving only low-level magic power, which was a disgrace. But for the sake of his father god, mother god, and his own safety, he had no choice. You can use spells? What is the highest level of spells you can use? Lu Wei asked curiously upon hearing Lu Junhua's words. Logically speaking, I can use all spells below legendary level, which is level 13 or lower. However, since I am currently using magic power instead of divine power, my casting level is halved. I can use up to level 7 spells, but I can only use one level 7 spell, or I will fall into a coma. Also, I actually don't have spell slots. Lu Junhua had downplayed this a bit. Due to the eternal life of gods, they could actually learn more things like music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and even professions. The difference was that after becoming a god, except for those gods who worked hard, the rest began to enjoy their eternal life, leading to the existence of both combat-oriented gods and hedonistic gods in the pantheon. However, no matter what, they were still gods. Even if they were not adept in certain areas, they could still understand them through divine calculations, which is why gods are called omniscient and omnipotent. Too high. From the moment you step out of this forge, you can only use spells below level 3, like a normal little mage. Don't cast spells infinitely like a god. Siegel seriously reduced Lu Junhua's casting level again. Isn't that gonna make him too uncomfortable? I think normal casting is fine. There is no need to compress it to below level 3. After all, he is a true god, even if sealed. You should consider the dignity of a divine being. Lu Wei felt a bit upset seeing the shock in Lu Junhua's eyes. Lu Wei, I considered his dignity as a divine being. But who knows that the king of artifacts is him? No one knows. And have you ever seen a 4 or 5-year-old boy casting level 6 or 7 spells? That would be too dazzling. Siegel's slightly cold voice echoed throughout the forge. And Lu Wei, it's because our strength is too low that our descendant cannot directly announce his divine name and faith in the main plane. Siegel's words made Lu Wei truly feel a bit pained. This is akin to a poor family having a child, wanting to give the child a good childhood, but being constrained by their circumstances, forcing the child to wander with their parents. Mother God, it's okay. Father God's words make sense, and I also want to experience low-level weapons at a low rank. This is beneficial for my understanding of my divine position. Lu Junhua comforted his mother God, seeing her upset, and shot a glare at Siegel. I know. I will definitely work hard to improve my strength, striving for you to restore your true God identity as soon as possible. By the way, Lu Junhua, what level is your divine power? Lu Wei hugged Lu Junhua and asked him another question. Mother God, you should know some things about divine levels, right? All divine levels, from low to high, are weak divine power, low-level divine power, medium divine power, strong divine power, primordial God, and supreme God. I am currently between low-level and medium divine power. Lu Junhua thought to himself. After all, with so many weapons in the main plane, every time a weapon is born, his divine power and divine position can grow a little, and the faith in the weapons will also be attributed to him. That sounds weak. Lu Wei poked Lu Junhua's little nose and teased him. I'm not weak. Do you know what level the war god strategic goddess is? She is only at weak divine power, and she has been a deity for hundreds of years. Lu Junhua implied that he had only been born for a few days. Chapter 61. The joy of a family of 3. Yes, you are the strongest. Lu Wei teased Lu Junhua like she would a regular child. But Lu Junhua understood that his mother was just playing with him. Also, how should he explain his identity? Lu Wei continued to ask Siegel. This is easy to handle. Didn't we say that our power increase was due to an adventure? Let's stick with that. We can say that during the adventure, we accidentally dropped our blood onto a green egg, and unexpectedly, the egg hatched into a human child. The rest can all be attributed to the adventure. By the way, Lu Wei, remember to let Nuwa stir up the history of this matter in your spiritual sea. After all, Master Mace's prophecy magic is very advanced. Siegel's thoughts were quite thorough. Father God, don't worry. The origin of the world instinctively hid this history from the moment I was born. This history will only be revealed when I truly regain my divine identity. Moreover, Nuwa has already forged a history to cover up the real one. And the fabricated history is basically similar to what you said, Father God. Even the true goddess of fate wouldn't see through it. Especially since the goddess of fate has already fallen, and the twin gods of fate are not powerful enough. Upon hearing Siegel's words, Lu Junhua nodded. His father didn't seem stupid. He was just a bit weak. Yes, the powerful goddess of fate has fallen, and from her fallen divine body, the current goddess of luck and goddess of misfortune were born. Well, this matter has been perfectly resolved. Let us go. Lu Wei took Lu Junhua's small hand, causing his fair little face to blush. Are you still shy? It's good that I didn't pick you up. You were so cute. Lu Wei noticed Lu Junhua's blushing process and teased him. Mother, why don't you hold Father's hand? Our family should hold hands. Lu Junhua adapted to his identity quite quickly. Master Mace, this is how it is. Siegel and I gained power from an adventure. And as a result of another adventure, we have a descendant. Lu Wei told Master Mace about the fabricated story regarding herself and Siegel. As for the lie detection spell, Lu Wei wasn't overly concerned. Master Mace wouldn't use that spell to test her and Siegel, especially since Lu Junhua was there. The green egg seems to have been left by a deity with life-giving powers. You've obtained it as your opportunity, but remember to solidify your strength. We will set off for Deepwater City tomorrow, and I don't need to say much about Deepwater City. You should already know. Master Mace looked deeply at the family of three before him, and the scene from the River of Fate made him not suspect anything. Yes, we understand. Tomorrow, it will still be Siegel and I in one carriage, and now we will add Lu Junhua. Lu Wei was quite self-aware, knowing that Master Mace wouldn't easily let her and Siegel go, so she proposed a request. You two can be in one carriage, but what about this child? It seems Master Mace didn't notice any energy within Lu Junhua. Rest assured, Master Mace, Lu Wei, and I will protect him. Besides, as the descendants of two mages, this child has magic of his own. Siegel explained to the concerned Master Mace. This isn't really Master Mace overthinking. Just look at Lu Junhua, so clean and simple. With a short stature, anyone would be worried. This child has magic of his own? How old is he? Even if he was born from divine power, he has only been around for a few days. Yes, Master Mace, Lu Junhua has the power of a second-level mage. Moreover, Siegel and I are considered strong among mid-level mages. Can't we protect a child? Besides, we want to encounter any powerful races on the way to Deepwater City. Lu Wei slowly explained to Master Mace, but she didn't expect her explanation to surprise him even more. Oh, this child has the strength of a second-level mage. Why didn't I sense that? Master Mace raised his question. Oh no, Lu Junhua's divine body automatically shielded Master Mace's perception. Lu Wei looked at Siegel, urging him to come up with a way to explain. Master Mace, you should know this child's birth is unusual. How can it be viewed with ordinary methods? Siegel, who was calm under pressure, certainly wouldn't let Lu Wei down. This reasonable explanation made Master Mace believe him. After all, even the highest-level mages have insufficient information about deities, except for information about the god of mages. All right, you can return to your room. This child should stay with Lu Wei in one room. Master Mace's words made Siegel's face darken, while Lu Junhua burst into laughter. Siegel, you should know that such a small child must stay with his mother. Master Mace noticed Siegel's dark expression and earnestly reminded him. I understand. Then, Master Mace, we will return to our room now. Siegel, with a dark face, held Lu Junhua in his arms and pulled Lu Wei away. Master Mace watched Siegel's actions with a smile. Father, don't worry, I will protect Mother well. Lu Junhua suddenly excitedly said to Siegel, while waving his small hand in Lu Wei's direction. Don't think about it. Your mother can't carry you. You should obediently let me carry you back to my room. The stern father made Lu Junhua shiver, and suddenly he began to wail. Mother, help. This bad father wants to carry me away. He wants to take me away from you. The sudden scream from the little brat left Lu Wei dumbfounded. Siegel, you should put him down. I will take him back to my room. Lu Wei felt that Siegel and Lu Junhua's behavior was simply embarrassing. Just get down and walk. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Siegel decisively put Lu Junhua on the ground. Lu Junhua, who stayed in place, ran over to Lu Wei's side, took her hand, and made a face at Siegel. Mother, let me hold your hand. Don't let the bad guys take advantage. As a naturally born deity, Lu Junhua's inheritance was still very complete. Speak properly. What do you mean by letting bad guys take advantage? Am I that weak? Hearing Lu Junhua's words, Lu Wei awkwardly glanced at Siegel, only to find Siegel looking at her and then looking down at Lu Junhua. Chapter 62. The Attack on Deepwater City. Mother, the air here is so bad. Lu Junhua saw only dust and various energy residues in his divine vision. Xiaohua, you don't need to say it. I can feel it too. The chaotic energy residues in the air seemed to indicate that a battle occurred here before we arrived. Lu Wei, with her high perception, easily sensed the remnants in the air. Don't overthink it. It's normal. Although Deepwater City is a glorious city, a miracle city of the main plane, it doesn't exclude any fights. So, the people here can start a brawl at any time. The words of Mage came from behind. Fortunately, nothing strange happened before Lu Wei and the others arrived at Deepwater City. Of course, Lu Wei and Siegel didn't engage in any battles either. Lu Wei was relieved, thinking that if a battle had occurred, Lu Junhua's safety would be at stake. Mother, please don't call me Xiaohua anymore. It sounds so embarrassing. You can call me Guai or little baby instead. The divine heritage from Lu Wei made Lu Junhua aware of some rather cheesy nicknames, which caused both Lu Wei and Seagull to break into a cold sweat. If you like it, let your father call you that first. If he calls me that, then I'll call you that too. Lu Wei was filled with black lines. Was such endearment too cheesy? Dad, you should call me that. Father God, just call me that, or I will stop you from being with Mother God. I know Mother God is not with you. Two distinctly different voices emerged, one from Seagull's ear and the other directly resonating in Seagull's mind. That's fine, after all. We are your descendants. You agree, right, Lu Junhua, little baby? You can see if your Mother God chooses me or you. Seagull was confident. He had never feared anyone. How could he be outmatched by a newly awakened intelligence, born less than 5 days ago? Mother, let's go ignore this bad father. After saying this, Lu Junhua pulled Lu Wei away, leaving behind the group of mages from Hilltown. Is everything okay? The other players and adventurers were concerned about the little boy Lu Junhua. Meanwhile, Lu Junhua's father god was watching the backs of Lu Wei and Lu Junhua with a friendly expression. It's fine. Lu Wei is already a level 5 mage, and even if her constitution is weak, Lu Junhua can bring her back. Don't underestimate this child. He is a child born of divine power. He should have been a demigod by birth, but because of me and Lu Wei, he has fallen to the level of a mortal. However, even at this mortal level, his highest spellcasting level is still higher than mine and Lu Wei's. According to this little brat, Lu Junhua, as long as Lu Wei and I reach the demigod level, he can return to his original level. The truth or lies in this conversation couldn't even be tested by the spell that detects lies. It's fine, Captain Seagull. You should believe in your and Lu Wei's talents. You two will definitely advance to the demigod level, and little friend Lu Junhua will also recover his true strength. The empathetic Casey patted Seagull's shoulder, comforting him. Mother, look, father is full of lies. How can you believe him? You should believe me. While walking, Lu Junhua stopped and shook Lu Wei's arm with his small hand. Mother, be careful. In my divine sense, these few people around us have looked at us several times. Watch out for traps. Lu Junhua extended his arms to signal Lu Wei to hold him. Mother is worried you can't carry me. I am a divine body, okay? Even though I have sealed my divine position and power, my divine essence is still there. My divine essence has already calculated the most suitable weight for you to carry me. This was a message transmitted to Lu Wei. Otherwise, even with 7 lives, he wouldn't dare to mention his divine matters in a crowded place. Oh, baby, are you tired? Come here and let mommy hold you. Lu Wei replied to Lu Junhua's words on the surface, while also sending him a message. All right, you little brat. After all, Seagull played a part in your birth. Stop mocking him. But I never knew Seagull had this side. Lu Wei found it amusing to see Seagull calmly speaking half-truths in front of his companions. By the way, little baby, help me find a half-elf thief named Keegan Yade in Deepwater City. Your mother had a contract with this half-elf before to kill someone in Deepwater City, and now it's just a few days before the deadline of his task. Lu Wei suddenly remembered the half-elf thief who had come to Deepwater City with her. Due to Yade's caution, Lu Wei, who didn't use spells, couldn't find him at all. Mother God actually has an appointment with another man outside. I must tell Father God. Lu Junhua continued to transmit messages to Seagull. Slap, slap, slap. 3 sounds came from Lu Junhua as Little Bottom. After hearing Lu Junhua's message, Lu Wei took advantage of his moment of inattention and picked him up, giving his Little Bottom 3 smacks. Mother is a bad egg. I won't pay attention to Mother anymore. Oomph. Lu Junhua turned his head away proudly. Although his body didn't hurt, and he was a bit worried about Lu Wei's hand. Being spanked in public made Lu Junhua feel this would be a part of his black history. He had to act proud, or else Mother God would definitely take advantage of him. Be careful. Level 4 spell, Protective Barrier. Lu Wei sensed something and directly cast a level 4 protective barrier around Lu Junhua and herself. Thankful that her spellcasting speed had improved and, under Mage's guidance, she had now mastered the specialty of silent casting and moving casting. Daggers and bows? Extraordinary weapons from the mortal realm? Interesting to use these low-level weapons in front of a deity who governs divine weapons. Divine decree. All weapons will fall to the ground. Lu Junhua, be careful. These are weapons used by thieves, rangers, and other professions. Lu Wei raised her voice, finally waking Lu Junhua, who was still standing there in a daze. Awakened, Lu Junhua hid in Lu Wei's barrier, muttering something under his breath. Chapter 63. Mother and son battle. Why is this happening? Mother Goddess, why can't I command these low-level weapons? Lu Junhua, who was staying in Lu Wei's protective barrier, asked Lu Wei frantically, not expecting to embarrass himself in front of his Mother Goddess. Little fool, all your divine powers and abilities have been sealed. Your strength now is just a magic power within you. What divine commands? What spells? Right now, I will protect you in front, and you will cast the teleportation spell from behind, directly transporting us to Seagull. Even though Lu Wei was inside her own barrier, she communicated with Lu Junhua telepathically. This can't be. I should be the one protecting my mother. Lu Junhua shouted in response to Lu Wei's words, as his divine pride made it hard for him to stay behind her. Stop talking nonsense. With just the two of us as intermediate mages, can we withstand so many enemies? Hurry and cast the teleportation spell. I don't have a long-range teleportation spell memorized, so whether we can escape now depends on you. My child. Lu Wei's moment of strength brought a hint of tears to Lu Junhua, a being who originally had no tears. I understand. Mother, I can quickly locate myself next to father. Just give me half a minute. Half a minute was the fastest casting speed for the little guy, considering he was only a few days old. Even though he was born a deity, deities still need to learn. On the other side, Seagull suddenly stood up, sensing that two people crucial to him were in trouble. He took out a spare staff, preparing to cast a teleportation spell directly to Lu Wei. Seagull had already marked Lu Wei, allowing him to quickly determine her location. Then Seagull froze, receiving a warning from his divinity that he should not go out now. If he did, Lu Wei and the others would lose their ability to pinpoint his coordinates. Damn it, what should I do now? Level 4 spell, Source Call. This spell's feature is to connect with those who share the same bloodline. At other times, it may not be useful, but at this moment, it was incredibly useful for Lu Junhua to sense Seagull's coordinates. After all, as a descendant of both Seagull and Lu Wei, Lu Junhua had Seagull's bloodline, which even suppressed Lu Wei's bloodline to some extent. Mother, I have sensed father's exact location. Just hold on for 30 more seconds. 30 seconds was still Lu Junhua's conservative estimate. He had only been born for a few days, although he was recognized as a deity from birth. His short existence meant he had not yet fully digested the inheritance from divinity and the world's consciousness. He could only passively recall, so Lu Junhua was unsure about the success rate of casting this spell. I understand, just be careful. Lu Wei dodged the enemies rushing towards her while advising Lu Junhua. Level 5 spell, Spatial Blade. Power from the space. Please grant me supreme spatial power to form blades to slay the enemies before me. As Lu Wei cast this level 5 spell, she nearly lost her strength. But her unique bloodline and the artifact allowed her to recover her magic power much faster than those of the same rank. Level 4 spell, Chain of Space. Lu Junhua finished casting the teleportation spell and hurriedly used this level 4 spell to pull Lu Wei back to his side, also helping her avoid a fatal injury. Mother, are you hurt? These people are unforgivable. Upon pulling Lu Wei to his side, Lu Junhua suddenly felt the injuries on his Mother Goddess, particularly on her left arm. Level 7 spell, Weapon Blast. When Lu Junhua cast this level 7 spell, Lu Wei felt a sense of dread. A level 7 spell was considered advanced in Deepwater City. It would be bad if Lu Junhua's identity were exposed now. The weapons in Deepwater City sensed the summoner more intimately than their own master. Flying towards Lu Junhua's position, a swarm of various weapons danced in the air, including those that had attacked Lu Wei and Lu Junhua. Explode. Let them pay for my mother. After Lu Junhua said this, he fainted. Seeing this, Lu Wei quickly held her child close to her. Amplification spell. Anyone who attacks us. Listen, if you're not convinced, go find the legendary mage Igor. My mentor surely has a lot to say to you. If you have the ability, follow us into the spatial passage. After saying this, Lu Wei took Lu Junhua into the spatial gate that Lu Junhua had opened, connecting to Seagull's location. Among all professions, only mages could enter the spatial passage at the intermediate level, Other professions needed to reach high-level strength to withstand the pressure of the spatial passage with their bodies. Moreover, if they didn't know the coordinates, they could get lost in space. Outside the spatial passage opened by Lu Junhua's spell, Mage Max and Mage Cordis also teleported into Siegel's room. Siegel. Lu Wei was about to speak, but collapsed while holding Lu Junhua. Siegel hurriedly caught them, carefully placing Lu Wei and Lu Junhua on his bed. Max, do you know who attacked Lu Wei and Lu Junhua? Siegel suppressed his urge to kill and anxiously asked Mage Max, don't interrupt me. Lu Wei is injured, and your dear son is exhausted. You need to take good care of them first. As for those who attacked Lu Wei and Lu Junhua, I will soon find out. Mage Max's pupils turned deep silver, shining brightly. Mage Guild and Thieves Guild? Through the river of time and fate, Mage Max saw Lu Wei struggling to protect Lu Junhua, and that Lu Junhua could use a level 7 spell. This is a bit troublesome. I need to go inform Lu Wei's mentor, Lord Igor. Siegel, take good care of this mother and son pair. By the way, Mage Cordis, you better strengthen our defenses. I saw that soon the Mage Guild in Deepwater City will send people to attack. Mage Max's words informed Siegel of an organization responsible for injuring his future wife and descendant. However, the Mage Guild of the God of Mages? I cannot defeat the God of Mages, but even some high-level priests might not be able to defeat me. From now on, Siegel's primary target emerged. All the priests of the Mage Guild. Chapter 64. The arrival of Igor. No, our healing spells as mages are insufficient. It must be a healing priest who treats Lu Wei. An accompanying high mage cast a healing spell on Lu Wei and concluded, why not? Lu Wei only has this one wound. Siegel asked the high mage while half-holding Lu Wei. And why hasn't Lu Junhua woken up either? No. The wound on Lu Wei has divine power. As mages who have not reached demigod status, we cannot counteract divine power. As for Lu Junhua, it's even stranger. He has no wounds and isn't under any spell. He has just fainted from exhaustion, and this child harbors divine power, so my healing spells have no effect. The high mage shook his head and explained to Siegel, Yard, please go to the forest goddess's temple and find a high priest to come. Just say it's Siegel and Lu Wei looking for him. Don't worry about me and Lu Wei having dealings with the forest temple. Siegel thought for a moment and spoke to the silent half-elf thief beside him. The handsome half-elf thief did not reply, but directly melted into the shadows and went to the forest goddess's temple. Please, you all go out first. Master Max, stay for a moment. I have some questions for you. Looking at the sleeping Lu Wei and Lu Junhua, Siegel even forgot the usual courtesies. The other mages exchanged glances, shook their heads, and left the room, leaving only Master Max and Master Codes. Master Codes, do you have anything else to say? Siegel looked up and noticed his mentor still lingering in his room, asking, I came to explain why the Mage God is targeting Lu Wei, as well as the relationship between our Mage Guild and the Mage Church. After all, he was present when Lu Wei first had a conflict with the Mage Church. Then Master Codes recounted the events involving him, Master Max, and Lu Wei in the Labda tribe. Max, do you remember what the Bishop of the Mage Church said at that time? Master Codes inquired of Master Max beside him. I certainly remember. He said you must never be alone, or the consequence would be that you would be offered to the gods by our Mage Church. Master Max recalled the bishop's words and simplified it into a direct statement. Wait, why would they offer Lu Wei to the gods? Does Lu Wei have some secrets? Siegel felt something was off. Why would the priests of the Mage Church want to offer Lu Wei to their deity? It's simple. Haven't you noticed the pure, divine aura emanating from Lu Wei after spending so much time with her? And you should also know that Lu Wei possesses divinity. Not just you, but Lu Wei and that child over there all have divinity. Master Max's pupils shone with a silver light. How do you know? Siegel looked warily at Master Max and Master Codes, clutching Lu Wei and Lu Junhua in his arms. I know because the forces of fate told me. However, there are deeper powers preventing me from viewing you through fate. That force was something Master Max had never encountered and could not rival. Yes, after going through certain events, the three of us were rewarded with a thread of primordial power by the world. With this thread of primordial power, we have all comprehended our own divinity. Speaking halfway, the matter of Lu Junhua possessing a divine position must not be disclosed. This is your business. I have no right to know. Let's continue discussing the sacrifice of Lu Wei. The Mage God's priests want to sacrifice Lu Wei to allow their deity to gain more powerful strength. After all, human mages can only reach a weak divine power level through the initial preacher. Master Max continued from Master Codes' words. Huh? Isn't the Mage God a subordinate deity of the goddess of magic? How dare he violate the goddess's will to attack a mortal? Siegel became increasingly confused. He is a subordinate of the goddess of magic, but not this generation's goddess of magic. He is from the previous generation. After the fall of the last goddess of magic, the Mage God initially wanted to seize the power of the magic web to rapidly ascend to a strong divine power. But he ultimately failed. The magic web chose the current goddess of magic, who was still a mortal mage at that time. So the Mage God is not very close to this generation's goddess of magic. As a mage, you should know what the magic web is. Master Max rambled on about the Mage God and the goddess of magic. It's a layer of net, a protective barrier enveloping the main plane, and also a form of restriction. Siegel answered Master Max's question. Siegel, we're here. Quickly open this protective barrier. Yard stood outside the door, accompanied by a priest dressed in green robes, knocking on the door. Master Max twitched his mouth and waved his hand to open a passage in the barrier at the door. Hello, I am Siegel, and this is Lu Wei. Please cast a powerful healing spell on her. I will pay the reward. Siegel carefully placed Lu Wei back on the bed and said to the priest, 7th level divine spell, powerful healing. A life force completely different from that of Goddess Nua filled the room. Although it was a life force, it felt somewhat ethereal. Green light enveloped Lu Wei, and soon the priest stopped the healing. All right, as long as she rests well, she will wake up tomorrow. By the way, I found something repulsive in her body during the healing. It seems to be a force of divine power and divinity. The high priest could certainly distinguish which god this divine power and divinity belonged to, but could not comprehend it. By the way, the reward. Wait a minute, Mr. Siegel. This divinity can be considered the reward. Recently, the followers of the Mage God have destroyed many parts of the goddess's forest, and this divinity is just right for the goddess to study. In fact, I came here regarding the matter of you and Lu Wei's fairy descendants. The priest generously offered this divinity as a sacrifice to his deity. Oh, what happened to that tree? Siegel hurriedly asked, as that tree was indeed their first descendant. What happened to my apprentice? The sudden appearance of a spatial passage and the sudden appearance of a person startled everyone. Chapter 65. The matter of the fairy descendants, my lord Igor. Lu Wei is fine now. The priest from the forest temple has already treated her, Siegel explained to Igor, who was still a bit confused after just crossing the spatial portal. That's good. What were you just saying? What about descendants? It's like this. When Lu Wei was in Falling Leaf City, she was very interested in the sacred trees, so she went to the forest temple to buy one. The condition was that she had to personally plant a tree, which is what the priest referred to as a descendant, Siegel briefly explained. Oh, by the way, priest, you just mentioned something about my descendant. What happened? Igor interrupted, causing the priest to pause. Well, the tree you planted with Lu Wei has already gained sentience. However, it's quite strange. It gained sentience too early, about 40 years ahead of our calculations at the forest temple, which predicted it would gain sentience at 50 years old. According to the contract signed back then, once it gains sentience, you can take the tree home, the priest said, looking puzzled and troubled, as the tree's sentience meant they hadn't received any compensation from Lu Wei and the others. No need. We can't take it back just yet. Let it stay at your forest temple for now. I will compensate you later. As for the early sentience, is there any downside to it? Siegel remained calm. Downside? On the contrary, it might lead to rapid growth in its power. Anyway, I came here to discuss some matters with you. So now I need to return to the temple. After all, the matters there are important. With that, the priest turned and walked to the door. Oh, Siegel, I should tell you that the little boy has already woken up while I was treating Lu Wei, the priest said before leaving. Woken up? Lu Junhua, come here. I have something to ask you. After making sure Lu Wei was comfortable under the blanket, Siegel cast a soundproof barrier and moved to the other side of the large room. Father, what do you need? Lu Junhua trembled as he followed Siegel closely. Tell me carefully what happened. Did you use a high-level spell? Although Mage Max had already seen the events through the River of Fate, Siegel still wanted to ask. I'm sorry, Father. I didn't protect Mother well. I used a 7th level spell because Mother was hurt by that group of people. Lu Junhua felt ashamed. As a deity, even if his powers were sealed, he couldn't protect his mother, and she got hurt because of it. A group of people? Wasn't it just the Mage Church? Siegel exchanged glances with Mage Max, who hadn't seen anyone other than the Mage Church from the River of Fate. Yes, besides the Mage Church, there were also people from the Thieves' Church. I heard it from Mother, and I felt the divine power of shadows. Lu Junhua's cute little face became serious. I am sorry. If I had been with you, your mother wouldn't have been hurt, Siegel said, holding Lu Junhua in his arms, feeling guilty. In fact, Mother never thought of you, except when locating. Lu Junhua shouted in his heart. Divine power of shadows? The Lord of Shadows has intervened? The Lord of Shadows. This seasoned deity with medium divine power was the reason Mage Max didn't see anyone from the Thieves' Church in the River of Fate. The Lord of Shadows controls the divinity of shadows. Theoretically, he can penetrate any place that has shadows to gather information. He is one of the fastest and most accurate deities in obtaining information. Rest assured, we haven't been penetrated by divine power, but Siegel. Don't you plan to explain to me why you and my apprentice have 2 descendants? As a legendary mage on the verge of breaking into demigod status, Mage Igor had some understanding of divine power. Here it comes, the Inquisition. Lu Junhua shrank in Siegel's arms. He couldn't talk to these people, or they would be crushed by the characteristics of deities. The characteristics of deities, the powers granted to them by the world. Make any officially deified god a treasure of the world. Whether evil or good, as long as they are true gods, they can promote the world's development to some extent. Therefore, the world grants deities a noble status. If a deity falls in rank, it can crush anyone who calls out their name, except for those of the same lineage. For example, if Lu Junhua were to call Mage Igor grandfather, then Mage Igor would be crushed by the world's power. And if Mage Igor called Lu Junhua grandfather, then Mage Igor's autonomy would be entirely Lu Junhua's. Father, you must not let me call these people. Otherwise, they will be crushed by the world's power. After all, deities are the favorites of the world. Lu Junhua secretly communicated to Siegel. Then just sleep quietly in my arms. We can't disturb your mother right now, Siegel said, holding Lu Junhua tighter to make him feel more comfortable. About that tree spirit descendant, you already know, right? As for this child, it was a chance encounter between Lu Wei and me, born with the life divine power of a certain deity. As for why it is a descendant of Lu Wei and me, it should relate to our blood, Siegel explained briefly. This makes sense, but my apprentice is so young and already a mother. This seems a bit. Mage Igor looked conflicted. After all, this was a matter between 2 adventurers. Mage Igor, shouldn't you think about how to take revenge for Lu Wei? The Mage Church and the Thieves' Church. Siegel quietly shifted the topic, and it indeed changed. Revenge can wait. Since the Thieves' Church and the Mage Church are working together, let's issue some quests to both churches and increase the rewards. For example, we could issue a bounty to the Thieves' Church specifically to hunt down members of the Mage Church. There are many powerful individuals in the main plane who lack wealth. This quest will definitely attract them. As for whether the Thieves' Church will agree, that's our concern. The cunning mage Igor reminded Siegel. Chapter 66. The Divine Staff ad. I heard from Lu Wei that you are a half-elf thief. Do you have any contact information for the Thieves Guild and the church in Waterdeep? I need to take care of a few things. Siegel asked Ad with a cold expression, as he planned to take matters into his own hands to avenge Lu Wei and Lu Junhua. Well, I do have the contact information for the Thieves Guild. I even have a task that I haven't completed yet. However, you know that we adventurers aren't really into gods, so I don't have the contact information for the Thieves' Church. The task Ad mentioned is the assassination of a certain official in Waterdeep, which was agreed upon with Lu Wei earlier. Ad was right. People from the interstellar era aren't really into gods because they had advanced technologies like interstellar mechas to measure power. All right, give me the contact information for the Thieves Guild. As for the Thieves' Church, I'll go there personally. Siegel said somewhat seriously, since he was about to do something dangerous that could even jeopardize his life. Just go directly to the Thieves Guild and tell them about your task. They have the right to protect your privacy. In the end, Ad didn't provide any contact information, and Siegel still needed to reach out himself. It's good that magic can be used in Waterdeep. This makes things easier, and teleportation spells will facilitate my travel. Lu Junhua, take good care of your mother. I'll be stepping out for a bit. Siegel was about to leave the room when he suddenly remembered to remind his descendant. I understand. Father, I will ensure my mother's safety. Father, can you call that half-elf out alone? Just come down for a moment. Two voices rang in Siegel's ears and mind. Don't you have a task to assassinate an official in Waterdeep? Go investigate the official's system in Waterdeep. I suspect this matter is related to the high-level officials. After a long time of reflection, Siegel finally understood why he felt something was off. The person who injured Lu Wei was very familiar with her, knowing when they would arrive in Waterdeep, and was aware that Lu Wei and Lu Junhua had gone out. If that's the case, it seems there are also problems within our party. Could it be that some people in the team dislike Lu Wei and leak her information? I was just about to tell you this. I have a few days left to complete my task. I need to go out alone. Originally, Lu Wei wanted to accompany me, but this incident happened unexpectedly. Ad was still regretting that Lu Wei couldn't go out with him, as having a mage around would make many things easier. All right then, you go execute your task. Forget it. You wait for me at the door. I'll go with you to carry out the task. Siegel's words startled Ad. You want to go with me? It's not that I underestimate you. Your strength is not on par with Lu Wei, and more importantly, your casting speed is much slower than hers. Ad cautiously replied to Siegel, fearing that he might say something wrong and get eliminated by him. Forget it, I'll go alone. I originally called Lu Wei because of her battlefield control and high spell damage. Now I can go alone, but it will just take some time. After saying that, Ad dashed out of the room. At the moment Ad ran out, Siegel saw a spell filled with a holy aura rushing towards Ad. Speak, my child. What do you want to tell me? Siegel cast another soundproof barrier, enveloping himself and Lu Junhua. Father God, don't you want to ask what spell I just cast? What's there to guess? It's just some blessing-type spells. You should know about Lu Wei and this half-elf's relationship. Siegel raised his eyebrows and said to Lu Junhua with a slight smile. Yes, that was a blessing-type spell that protects that half-elf from low-tier weapon damage. Also, I know about the relationship between the Mother Goddess and this half-elf, as I inherited many things from the Mother Goddess, while I inherited very little from you. Siegel felt that Lu Junhua was implying that he was lacking, but couldn't find evidence. All right, what do you want to say? I still need to avenge your Mother Goddess. Siegel didn't want to waste time here. Father God, what I want to say is this. I found that I can simplify my divine arts and cast them using magic power, although the effect may not be as good as using divine power. Right now, I want to bestow you a blessing, and I can use a bit of divine power. According to Lu Junhua's divine inheritance, he could directly speak to bestow a blessing-type divine art, but now he had to use divine power or magic power. Oh, then hurry up, as this is about your Mother Goddess and your revenge. Siegel was not curious at all about Lu Junhua being able to use a bit of divine power because, in the realm of gods, Siegel felt he wasn't yet qualified to inquire. I understand. Father God, please pay attention to the sensations and let me know if anything happens. Lu Junhua reminded Siegel, as this was his first official use of the blessing. In the name of me, Krosos, King of Artifacts, I bless the person before me, protecting them from any weapon damage. Extraordinary weapons will only deal half damage to the person before me. A powerful surge of divine power, filled with various weapon auras, rushed from Lu Junhua to Siegel. Father God, do you feel anything? Lu Junhua looked nervously at Siegel, fearing that his divine power would harm Siegel. Oh, by the way, Father God, take this. It's a staff I condensed with divine power. Since I can't temporarily revert to my true form, you have to make do with this. Lu Junhua took out a staff that was as tall as he was from his demiplane. As for Lu Junhua's demiplane, it could only be said to be a reward from the world, because after Lu Junhua successfully transformed into a humanoid, he felt the presence of this demiplane, which belonged to him. Identification spell, divine staff, purple, casting speed, 3 mana recovery speed, 3 active skills, level 1 spell, Mage hand, level 2 spell, disruption, level 7 spell, artifact explosion strike. Note 1. This is a staff created with great effort by a deity, which can only be used by those recognized by the deity. Note 2. Due to this deity's influence, this staff can only be used for 1 hour each day, and multiple active skills cannot be used at once. Using a level 7 spell will deplete the staff's energy. I understand. You must protect your mother goddess, all right? I will return soon. Seagull patted Lu Junhua's head. Chapter 67. Action. After Seagull stepped out of the room, he instructed Lu Junhua to cast a divine barrier. Because of this divine barrier, Lu Junhua almost fell into a coma along with Lu Wei. I am here to issue a task. Disguised using a transformation spell, Seagull, dressed in black, arrived at the Thieves' Guild mentioned by the half-elf thief, Yard. The guild gave Seagull a feeling of darkness and foreboding. This way, to prevent your identity from being exposed. Please follow me. The speaker, dressed in a black outfit similar to Seagull's, but resembling a ninja outfit that covered half of his face, revealing only his eyes. All right, lead the way. Seagull silently followed this man dressed in black. They walked in silence until they reached a place similar to a meeting room. Here, a spell from the realm of space was cast, ensuring that no one or deity could know the content of their conversation. This person assured Seagull with utmost confidence. Can I go in now? Yes, you can go directly in. The lord in charge of issuing tasks is already waiting inside. Upon entering the Thieves' Guild, the thief seemed to relax entirely. Seagull did not look at this guy. He pushed the door open and walked in, after which the door closed automatically, and the man outside shrugged and left. I am here to issue a bounty task. Upon entering the room, Seagull's expression was cold, lacking the softness he usually displayed when speaking with Lu Wei. Oh, a bounty task. I wonder what the identity of the person you need to hunt is. Strangely, the lord in charge of issuing tasks had a calm expression, but it was merely superficial. The killing intent radiating from him was almost tangible. This is actually a demigod thief. When did demigods become so cheap? Followers of the god of mages and the lord of shadows. I need to issue a bounty to hunt these 2 divine priests. Killing a low-level priest will earn 300 lays. Killing a mid-level priest will earn 900 lays plus a level 4 weapon. And killing a high-level priest will earn 2,000 lays and a weapon from the god of forging. If someone kills a legendary priest, just send me a message. Seagull calmly laid out his rewards. You want to kill the priests of 2 gods, severing their divine power completely? Our Thieves' Guild can certainly issue this task, but if someone bids higher than you, we will no longer issue your task. Also, you need to pay a deposit of 10,000 nars to guarantee us. The demigod thief nodded in agreement to Seagull's authority. The Thieves' Guild is not afraid of angering these 2 gods or facing their divine punishment. According to some ancient records, the Thieves' Guild used to be called something else. It was a church dedicated to a deity overseeing thieves, rangers, and poisons. However, one day, the Lord of Shadows attacked this deity when he ascended to medium divine power, injuring him and seizing the divine position of thieves. In the subsequent divine wars, the Lord of Shadows continued to take away the remaining divine positions of this deity, leading to his fall. Although this deity fell, his followers and priests loved him dearly, and not many turned to the Lord of Shadows. Instead, they became adversaries and established the Thieves' Guild in opposition to the Thieves' Church. So, this relationship is similar to that between the Mage Guild and the Mage Church. However, it is worth noting that the Mage Guild was established by a group dissatisfied with the God of Mages, while the Thieves' Guild was born out of animosity towards the Lord of Shadows. Your task, we will issue it without requiring too much from you. Your current strength should be between level 5 and 6 as a mage, so you should go to the Thieves' Church and kill a mid-level priest as proof. This requirement is quite excessive unless you find a lone priest and secretly kill him. This proof is not urgent. As long as you hand it to me before you leave Waterdeep City, you can bring the proof back, and I will issue your task. The demigod thief comfortingly proposed his final deadline for the task. I understand, I will go now. Seagull didn't wait for the person to finish speaking and walked out, preparing to kill a priest from a Thieves' Church. Outside the Thieves' Church temple, Seagull felt that completing this task would be a bit challenging. Hope for success. Level 4 Mage. Mental Suggestion. Level 3 Spell. Charm Human. Combined spells are known for being greater than the sum of their parts. Very well. These 2 spells successfully landed on a priest positioned at the edge. The suggestive spell took effect first, followed closely by the charm human spell. The priest, struck by the spells, shook his head, suddenly feeling a call from deep within his soul, stumbling out as his companions were blocked by him, explaining that his parents had arrived. What this priest did not expect was that instead of his waiting family, a man dressed in black appeared before him. And the sudden change made the priest calm down. Level 4 spell, Hold Person. This spell is still quite effective. Useless. Your deity cannot break this barrier. Siegel invited the hurried priest inside. He even kindly explained a bit. Divine Restriction Zone. All deities enter this lower city of comprehension. In the Divine Restriction Zone, all deities cannot use any divine power or divine positions. Otherwise, they will fall into a deep sleep. This kind of zone also affects the priests of the deities, suppressing all their divine spells until they cannot be released, leaving only a body that has been enhanced by divine spells. Priest, please do not move randomly. If you accidentally harm any esteemed individuals, it would be a grave offense. Please follow me. After saying this, Siegel opened a spatial passage leading to the Thieves' Guild. Please enter. Esteemed priest, your master is waiting for you on the other side. Siegel wondered why his teleportation spell could now penetrate the barrier of the god's temple. Demigod, I brought back this fool. Still fresh. Siegel suddenly made a super cold joke. Very well. I didn't expect you to bring a mid-level priest from the Thieves' Church so easily. All right, your task will be issued tomorrow. Of course, you can also check it yourself on the list, and you can even take this task. Chapter 68. Lu Wei wakes up, not to mention the actions on Siegel's side. In Lu Wei's mental sea, she was staring blankly at the white egg in her mental sea. The patterns on the egg quite peculiar. I said, how long are you going to stare? This eggshell is to protect my still-developing true form. You can contemplate the patterns on it. They record the information about the divine positions I will seize in this world. Nuwa could not help but feel uncomfortable with others looking at her developing true form. It is known that gods are most vulnerable when nurturing their true forms. In the primordial era, there were protective formations, but this world is different. There are very few innate gods here, and some have already died. There are almost no gods who understand the method of nurturing true forms. Perhaps the goddesses of creation and the earth goddess know, but why would they share this method with others? This contains information about Nuwa's divine position. Let me see. The divine position of creation filled with the aura of creation and the life divine position beneath it. There's also a mysterious aura. I wonder what divine position that is. Amirigd Nuwa, because her body was expelling the divine power of the god of mages. Lu Wei could not control her body for now and had a chat with Nuwa in her mental sea. Basically correct. Lu Wei, you should know that creation gives birth to all things. Theoretically, I can attempt to control all divine positions in the world. As for the divine position you mentioned with the unknown aura, it is simple. That is the divine position of reincarnation. The souls of the beings in this world are too pitiful, and the few death gods in the underworld do not care. Except for the domain of the king of the dead and the fatalism of the record keeper, the other death gods are practically evil gods. Therefore, I plan to establish a place of reincarnation in this world to propose a new way for all beings. Nuwa seemed to have forgotten that this is a game world, albeit one that is transforming reality. Do you still understand the divine position of reincarnation, Nuwa? According to ancient myth records, the controller of reincarnation is not another supreme goddess, is it? Also, Nuwa, you seem to have forgotten that this is a false game world. According to what Lu Wei has seen in myth records, in the ancient primordial era, reincarnation was established by the earth goddess, not by the current supreme goddess of creation. You are not wrong. The reincarnation in the primordial era was established by my enemy, the earth goddess. But so what? In the end, the earth goddess's reincarnation still relies on my protection. Also, Lu Wei, it seems you still do not understand what I mentioned last time about the world transforming reality. Indeed, this world is still the virtual game world you mentioned. But according to my estimation, the probability of this world successfully transforming into reality has already reached 60%. As long as I successfully establish a place of reincarnation in this world, the success rate will reach 80%, which is almost certain. The more Nuwa spoke, the more excited Lu Wei felt. So, When will you truly ascend to the divine position in this world and become a true god? Lu Wei's question seemed to suddenly strike a painful spot for Nu Wa, leaving her momentarily stunned. I do not know either. It may take years or hundreds of years. Although this world is open to outsiders and gods, its natural spiritual energy is quite scarce, and during this time before the Great Calamity, it has dropped to a low point. However, I am certain that when you become a god, I will definitely become a true innate god who masters the source of creation. Nu Wa set a flag. Are you urging me to become a god quickly? No. On the contrary, I need you to be as slow as possible, just before the calamity arrives. Nu Wa's next words made Lu Wei's spiritual body shiver. Lu Wei, we were wrong. This world is a real existence. As for why it has become what you call a game world, that is the special nature of this world. This world is constructed by spirit. When you are on Earth, you also read novels about crossing into other worlds. This world was formed by the consciousness and beliefs of all races, successfully opening up. Nu Wa's words left Lu Wei very confused. A world constructed by spirit is not a virtual world. Enough, Lu Wei. I will go out with you. I have something to say to you all. After Nu Wa finished speaking, she shot out a beam of light from the egg, and Lu Wei regained control of her body. Wow, it hurts. Why is my body in so much pain? Lu Junhua, did you take advantage of me not waking up to torture my body? And I remember you cast a 7th level spell to exhaust yourself, and I was the one who relieved the pressure in space for you. Lu Wei immediately lashed out at Lu Junhua upon coming out. But what she did not expect was that Lu Junhua possessed a true divine body, with strength far exceeding hers. I'm sorry, Mother Goddess. Setting aside everything else, admitting fault first was important. Everything could be explained later. All right, Lu Wei. You should consider that Lu Junhua's body is a divine body. Would he be injured by spatial pressure? Nu Wa, watching Lu Wei's unreasonable behavior, spoke up to explain for Lu Junhua. Seagull was issuing a bounty task at the Thieves' Guild when suddenly he heard Nu Wa's voice in his mind. Seagull, come back. I have something to tell you. Is Lu Wei awake? Seagull excitedly tightened his grip on his staff. That's it, Your Highness. I have matters to attend to. Seagull bid farewell to the demigod thief. I have nothing else to do here. You can go back first. Seagull was cautious, not revealing any information to the demigod thief during their conversation. As for why the demigod thief did not use divination to probe Seagull's information, it depended on Nu Wa's intentions. 5th level spell, position teleportation. Seagull used a teleportation spell, but there was a slight deviation when he teleported, and he was blocked outside, prevented by Nu Wa's divine power. In the end, Nu Wa swept through the dimensional space and realized that Seagull was blocked outside. Lu Wei, you finally woke up. Don't worry, I avenged you. Seagull excitedly stepped forward and hugged Lu Wei tightly before telling the others what he had done. Father God, well done. This way, it won't implicate us, and it can greatly undermine the foundations of these two churches. After hearing Seagull's news, Lu Junhua clapped his small hands vigorously. It is known that in this world, the divine beings who are worshipped are fundamentally based on their followers and the priests in their churches. Seagull's action will weaken these two gods. As for the god of mages, let's forget it. The Lord of Shadows, an old middle-tier divine power, should not be greatly affected, as this god, born from the shadow plane, still masters the shadow essence of that plane. However, the god of mages, having been sealed for many years, should have long forgotten that he was once a mage. I wonder if he will even be able to cast spells after falling from his divine position. Lu Wei was still more rational than Lu Junhua, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the two divine beings. Lu Wei, you are mistaken. Although the instinct of gods makes them rely more on divine arts, the basis of how they became gods will not be forgotten over time. As for what you just said about the god of mages, if he falls from his divine position, he will still be a top-tier mage, far surpassing you now. So do not let hatred blind your eyes and heart, or it will prevent you from seeing your enemies clearly. Nu Wa furrowed her brows and warned Lu Wei. As she saw the hatred in Lu Wei's eyes, a hatred for why she had become a vegetative state, why she was the one sacrificed, and so on. Lu Wei. Seagull looked at Lu Wei nervously, determined to stay close to her from now on, while Lu Junhua also stared at Lu Wei. I know your thoughts, Lu Wei. But this is one of your trials. You must understand that I watched my own brother fall, reduced to a mere wisp of soul. And it took a long time in the cycle of hoodoo to restore his soul. Nuwa was referring to that legendary battle, which nearly shattered the primordial earth. I understand now. Thank you all. Lu Wei closed her eyes, organizing her thoughts. After all, before her rebirth, Lu Wei was just an ordinary human girl, and she had never experienced such things. By the way, does Nuwa have anything to instruct us? Siegel asked, looking at the now normal Lu Wei and turning to Nuwa. I almost forgot. Come with me. After speaking, Nuwa summoned a bit of divine power from her fingertips, opening a spatial rift. And then another wave of divine power surged into the rift. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances, each taking Lu Junhua's small hand and stepping into the spatial rift together. This place is so comfortable. There's no feeling of suppression. Lu Wei blurted out, causing the others to stare at her. What are you looking at me for? Isn't it true? Here, because of the divine power created by Nuwa, I don't feel suppressed like in the main dimension. Even my divinity is much happier. Lu Wei felt her divinity yearning to fly out and smiled slightly. It's fine. There's no magic net suppressing magical power here. Lu Wei's feelings are quite normal. You all sit down first. I will lift Lu Junhua's seal. Nuwa's words made Lu Junhua very excited. Chapter 69. Explanation by Goddess Nuwa Hai, a divine office. My divine power, I have finally been unsealed. Successfully unsealed, Lu Junhua recklessly flew around in the small dimension. His temperament was too poor. It seemed that in this world, all professions, except for a few like mages that would train their mental strength, were simply about how powerful one could become. All right, Lu Junhua, hurry up and come here, or I will seal your divine office and divine power again. Goddess Nuwa looked at Lu Junhua, flying around in her small dimension, showing no signs of stopping, and couldn't help but threaten him. I understand, Your Excellency Nuwa, I'm coming now. Regardless of whether Lu Junhua was still a newly unsealed deity or had been a deity for a long time, he couldn't defeat Goddess Nuwa, the supreme goddess. All right, what I want to talk about now is about this world and myself. For the next little while, Lu Wei and the others listened to Goddess Nuwa's explanation. First, let's talk about the issue of this world. When Goddess Nuwa was nurturing the true body of this world, she inadvertently fused with the world's origin and saw many things from the source of the world, including the matter of this world advancing to a real world. From Goddess Nuwa's observation, the promotion of this world will be guided by the most powerful deities of this world, including an original god, as well as Yeg, the ancient king of endings, the earth goddess, and the lord of radiance. These few deities are the closest to the original god and will guide the advancement. Wait, Goddess Nuwa, why can't the twin goddesses of creation be the guides for this universe's advancement? Prince Surin did not mention it. But the night goddess is also a powerful deity. Why can't she be a guide? Lu Wei felt very strange as she listened. After all, this world was born from the conflict between the two goddesses, and even they couldn't become guides? Mother Goddess, your question is actually easy to explain. Do you know if the divine offices of the current night goddess and moon goddess are still complete? Are their creation authorities and initial powers intact? I can explain this for you. Their powers are not complete. During the struggle between the two goddesses, many deities appeared, and these deities, to varying degrees, tore apart the goddess's powers. The magic goddess tore apart part of the night goddess's powers. Originally, spells could only be cast with the night goddess's approval. As for the moon goddess, she fared even worse, having once fallen to a weak divine power. Though these two goddesses are powerful deities now, unfortunately, their divine powers are entirely supported by various divine offices. Lu Junhua no longer had the unstable temperament he had moments ago. Yes, Lu Junhua is right. The original powers of these two creation goddesses are not preserved intact. The original dark power of the night goddess, Shul, is on the verge of disintegration and is still supported by many of her divine offices. As for the light goddess, her bright power was taken by the Lord of Radiance, and her natural power was occupied by the nature gods. Goddess Nuwa continued to explain to Lu Wei and the others. As for why the original god, Yeg the earth goddess, and the Lord of Radiance are the ones to guide, it's because these four deities have a high level of control over the world's origin. For a time, the gods still remember how Yeg, the ancient king of endings, caused 3 death gods to perish with just one sentence. It wasn't that they were killed by Yeg, but rather because Yeg had a profound understanding of death, even shaping new divine offices with his divine power. This is because Yeg has almost completely mastered the essence of death, and the other 2 powerful deities are similar. Their mastery over the origin is not inferior to Yeg's calm contemplation. In the original god, this deity is easy to explain. From the time he became the original god, all time is ineffective for him because this original deity can grasp his own timeline. Therefore, the world has calculated that with these 4 deities guiding the world's advancement, the success rate reaches 50%. Now let's talk about my true body. Lu Wei should already know, but Siegel and Lu Junhua do not. That is, the moment I truly nurtured my true body was when Lu Wei successfully became a deity. Goddess Nuwa reiterated what she had said to Lu Wei before, but this time it was clearer. According to Goddess Nuwa's speculation, if she wants to successfully nurture her true body in this world, she will need various heavenly materials and treasures, as well as the world's origin. Moreover, if Goddess Nuwa wants to successfully confer divinity in this world, she will need even more of the world's origin. Therefore, what Goddess Nuwa mentioned about waiting until Lu Wei confers divinity is just a conservative estimate, and at that moment, Goddess Nuwa will seize the divine office of this world in the instant Lu Wei becomes a deity, becoming an ancient godlike existence. So how do we cooperate with you, Goddess Nuwa? Do we need to quickly increase our strength to reach the level of deities? Siegel, being a man who likes Lu Wei, asked a question that was exactly the same as Lu Wei's. This question, in fact, Lu Wei already knows the answer. There is no need. You just need to become demigods when this multiverse catastrophe arrives. Also, because both of you currently possess divinity, you can now train your divinity. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use your divinity, as it is very fragile. So fragile that I only need to gently pinch your divinity for it to explode. Goddess Nuwa looked at Lu Wei and Siegel, 2 mortals with divinity, with disdain. Goddess Nuwa, we understand your reasoning, but how do we train our divinity? Siegel raised his question with frustration, as he was unclear about this matter of training divinity. It's very simple. As long as you merge your mind into your divinity and diligently comprehend the operational patterns of divinity and the essence of divine power, you can rapidly increase your divinity. Actually, the method Goddess Nuwa mentioned is the worst. The fastest way is to kill deities with the same divine office as yours and then seize their divinity to integrate it into your own. This method actually has drawbacks. You must know that every existence that successfully becomes a deity has very strong soul power or mental strength. Powerful deities are a tremendous disaster for those with weak wills. This is because those with weak wills can easily be possessed. Once possessed, if it's someone like Lu Wei, the soul of the possessed person will merge with Lu Wei. Conversely, if one side has a strong will, it can directly devour this type. Goddess Nuwa, what you said seems very normal, but we will take it seriously. Also, Goddess Nuwa, I have a separate question. Why do we need to become powerful mages before the catastrophe arrives? Lu Wei couldn't hold back and asked this question. This question, Lu Wei, I actually explained before. The situation when the catastrophe arrives. If you are not mistaken, it is as you think. Goddess Nuwa looked at her with a hint of annoyance. Actually, Nuwa really wants to say that in this world, at the end of every calamity, there will always be a fallen goddess of magic. Either she's killed by someone or experiences the fall of a magical world. Therefore, during a calamity, it is best for wizards to turn into mystery wizards. Although they are still wizards, they're different from ordinary wizards. This mystery wizard never suffers from the limitations of spell slots because all mystery wizards obtain their spells directly from the source of the world, similar to blue bar wizards in other online games. They have no limitations on spell slots and can cast spells infinitely, unless their magical power is exhausted. Lu Wei, you can actually try to take on the role of a mystery wizard part-time. The potential for this wizard is immense. You have to understand that although the magic net protects the harmony of the main plane, its existence makes it difficult for many gifted individuals to pursue higher goals because their aspirations have already been pulled away by the magic net. Niwa earnestly spoke to Lu Wei and Siegel. As for why she didn't speak to Lu Junhua, it's because the divine energy for casting spells relies entirely on one's divine power. All right, let's set this aside for now. The next thing we need to discuss is about Lu Junhua. Lu Junhua, don't you feel like you've grown up a bit? Niwa threw out a topic to capture the attention of the two young people who were still deep in thought. Yes, Lu Junhua, how have you grown up a bit? It was obvious that Niwa's ability to change the topic was excellent. Really? How would I know? After saying that, Lu Junhua quickly used divine magic to create a water mirror to look at himself, posing as he looked. So why would Niwa say that? What are the pros or cons for Lu Junhua? Siegel, on the side, did not revolve around Lu Junhua like Lu Wei did. His rationality was still intact. There's no problem. The reason Lu Junhua seems to have suddenly grown is that his divine position is beginning to grow. Because of the growth of his divine position, Lu Junhua also needs to start growing. In Lu Junhua, you need to properly control your faith, Niwa explained to Siegel from her seat. Sorry, everyone. My father had surgery a few days ago, so I didn't have time to think things through properly. Chapter 70. The Obstruction of Deepwater City. All right. That's mainly what I want to say this time. You all be careful when you go down, especially you, Lu Wei. Your physique is not suitable for heavy damage. Although your spirit is strong, and I have my spirit C protecting you, do not be careless and risk injuring your spirit. If you suffer severe damage, it is likely that only a deity with life power can save you, and it must be a strong deity. At the end of her summary, Niwa specifically pointed out Lu Wei's name. She had already seen that on the journey ahead, Lu Wei would face an attack threatening her life. And this crisis came from underground. Niwa secretly thought about the deities beneath the multiverse, which seemed to be the abyss, hell, the underworld, and the dark regions. Could something from these four places attack the main plane, coincidentally running into Lu Wei? Niwa once again wished her brother was here. He was the master of celestial calculations. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Niwa. But aren't you a powerful deity with life and creation as your domains? You could just help me heal when the time comes. Lu Wei's words made the other three frown. Give up. After you leave this minor plane, I will fall into a deep sleep to accelerate the gestation of my true self. When I am asleep, unless someone invades your spirit C, I will not easily awaken. And Lu Wei, do not rely too much on others. This is a truth I have realized over thousands of years. Niwa once again warned Lu Wei. After all, after her brother reincarnated, Niwa had been at a disadvantage for several thousand years because she relied too heavily on him. I understand. I will always be vigilant, Lu Wei assured Niwa, though it seemed she hadn't fully grasped what Niwa was saying, yet she still agreed. Siegel, you and Lu Junhua must pay attention to Lu Wei. Also, Lu Junhua, when you leave this minor plane, your divine powers will be sealed by me once again. Only when you stabilize your temperament will some of your divine powers be unsealed. After saying this, Niwa began to dissipate into light spots. Lu Junhua, don't let Lu Wei avoid this calamity. I know you can see some future events in your divine state, but you must not speak of it, or Lu Wei will face an even greater disaster. At the last moment, Niwa transmitted a message to Lu Junhua, who was about to inform Lu Wei about the future, forcing him to silence. Really can't say it? Niwa, the mother goddess will suffer serious injuries. Lu Junhua anxiously questioned Niwa. Cannot say it. Since you have helped Lu Wei this time, her next calamity will be doubled. Forget it, I will show you this. After saying this, Niwa sent a light point to Lu Junhua's forehead in front of Lu Wei and Siegel, merging it into his forehead. The law of time was written by the great candle dragon, the deity who governs the path of time, and it recorded future events that are known but cannot be changed. Then let's go out. It's a pity that my little treasure will have to seal its divine powers and fall to the mortal level again. Lu Wei hugged Lu Junhua's head and said to him with some discomfort, It's fine, mother goddess. Look at me. I am now a deity, but know nothing. I will start learning from scratch. This will benefit my growth in my divine domain, and I felt that when I am unsealed, there are several divine powers probing into my information in the river of fate. So, falling back to the mortal level will also help with my concealment and growth. Lu Junhua's claim that someone was probing his information was true. Fortunately, Nua's divine level was relatively high, and Lu Junhua was careful, so he wasn't detected. That is fine then. After you go out, follow Siegel to learn weapon forging. As the king of divine artifacts, how can you not even know how to forge weapons? Lu Wei decisively determined what Lu Junhua should do next. But, Mother Goddess, how can I protect you after I follow Father God? It was clear that Lu Junhua, in his divine state, was thinking faster than the still mortal Lu Wei and Siegel. We'll talk about that when we encounter it. I'm not so easily harmed. After all, I'm a level 5 mage and a student of a legendary mage. It's not that easy to be attacked. The more Lu Wei spoke, the more she felt she was right. Just think if there were any indigenous people with a mid-level mage, they could be the lord of a small town. All right, Mother Goddess, you must be careful. After all, Nua just said you would face a calamity. Father God, you must keep an eye on Mother Goddess wherever she goes. You should follow her. If such a situation occurs again, and we are both not there, it will be terrible. Lu Junhua vaguely hinted to Siegel, implying something in his words. I understand. I will definitely keep an eye on Lu Wei. Let's go out now. This minor plane is about to be destroyed. Siegel understood Lu Junhua's words and nodded to him, indicating he understood. You all, just do as you wish, but this minor plane is indeed on the verge of destruction. Let's go out first. Lu Wei looked around and noticed that the surroundings of the minor plane had begun to show signs of collapse. Still in Siegel's room, Lu Wei and the others had not been out long when Mage Maze and Mage Codes led the other mages to find them. Because this room had a barrier, Mage Maze and the others could not directly break through the barrier, so they had to knock on the door outside. Lord Maze, Codes, and all the senior mages. Hello to my companions. Lu Wei signaled Siegel to lift her barrier, and she also lifted the one set by Nua. Nua had already told Lu Wei how to do this before she fell asleep. Lu Wei, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you okay? Lu Wei opened the door to welcome everyone in. Fortunately, Siegel's room was big enough, or they wouldn't have been able to fit so many people. Thank you for your concern. I'm better now. But is there something you all came here for? Lu Wei smiled slightly at everyone, indicating she was almost fine before inquiring about their reason for coming. Oh, it's like this. Mage Maze observed that something big is about to happen in Deepwater City, which may endanger everyone's safety. So we came to inform you that we will set off tonight. We will directly use the teleportation array of Deepwater City to reach Thousand Tower City to avoid any accidents. The speaker was the senior mage who had treated Lu Wei, and his gentle voice gave him a sense of lack of authority. Hearing this, Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances. Lu Wei shook her head to signal Siegel that she was fine before continuing to speak to Mage Maze and the others. Lu Wei and I are already aware, and we are preparing. We will leave Deepwater City with you tonight. Siegel answered the senior mage on behalf of Lu Wei. During the conversation, Lu Junhua kept looking at Mage Maze and Mage Codes, seemingly very curious about the two. All right then, you all prepare well. Mage Maze will call for you when the time comes. Lu Wei, just rest well, as we will face many challenges from mages of different regions once we reach Thousand Tower City. The mage nodded and smiled at Lu Wei. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, I will do my best. Lu Wei didn't know what else to say and could only make a verbal promise. After Lu Wei finished speaking, Master Maze took the group away again, but it was unclear what the others were following for. Were they just a background? Little treasure, what's wrong? Why are you staring at Master Maze? Lu Junhua had already been noticed by Lu Wei for looking at Master Maze repeatedly. Mother, I am observing how high the talent of this mage, named Maze, is in the field of prophecy. However, I have already seen clearly through my divine eye that this mage named Maze has a very high talent in the field of prophecy. What he just said is not much different from what I saw before, and that was seen while I was in a divine state. This mortal level mage really has a high talent. Lu Junhua explained to Lu Wei in an admiring tone. Lu Wei smiled, but said nothing, turning to get into bed to rest her eyes. Lu Wei, who had just recovered, was actually not in good spirits, but it was just because there were too many people earlier. The remaining father and son watched Lu Wei fall asleep again and shrugged helplessly, each finding a place to do their own things. Siegel was studying how to enhance Lu Wei's safety, while Lu Junhua was engrossed in reading the law of time in his mind. As they were about to leave, Master Maze suddenly communicated with Siegel. Siegel, we don't need to rush to leave. All our mages have been stopped. It seems that Deepwater City doesn't want us to leave so easily. You all wait for me and Mage Kodesh to talk to them. What's wrong with father? Has something happened? Lu Junhua asked Siegel as he suddenly stood up. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that the officials of Deepwater City don't seem to want us to leave easily. Now Master Maze and the others have gone to talk, Siegel explained. Chapter 71. Successfully arriving at the city of 1,000 towers. In Master Mace's room, all the wizards from Hilltown were gathered. What's going on with Master Mace? Why are the officials of Waterdeep City preventing us from leaving? And why haven't I seen any members of the Waterdeep City Mage Guild? What is happening? As soon as Lu Wei, who had just recovered, entered the room, she asked Master Mace. Now that you are all here, I will begin to explain. Master Mace then recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that a high-ranking official in Waterdeep City had suddenly died in his own residence. According to the official statement from Waterdeep City, it was said that a wizard and a thief had teamed up to commit the act, and these two were of considerable level to breach the official's residence, which was protected by guards. Wait, Master Mace, are you saying that a wizard and a thief teamed up to kill that high-ranking official? Lu Wei asked with confusion. After all, she had previously planned to assassinate an official with Yade, but was ambushed and did not participate. Only Yade went alone. Yes, it was indeed a wizard and a thief. Master Mace nodded affirmatively, knowing what Lu Wei was worried about, as the half-elf thief named Yade had been with them the entire time. And Master Mace was aware of what this thief was planning to do. Could you all wait for a moment? I need to find someone. He is from the Thieves Guild, and I think he might know more about this matter than we do. Master Mace temporarily interrupted what he was about to say next. That's fine. Have that half-elf thief come over. I happen to have something to ask him. Master Mace originally wanted to stop Lu Wei from looking for someone. But although they wizards possessed extraordinary abilities, their speed in gathering information was no match for the Thieves Guild. Lu Wei then took out the partnership contract she had signed with Yade, which happened to have a summoning function. By the way, Master Mace, remember to open the barrier. I'm worried that Yade might teleport in and crash into the barrier. At the last moment, Lu Wei suddenly remembered that these wizards particularly liked to set up barriers. So she had to remind Master Mace. Master Mace nodded to indicate that he understood. In accordance with the supreme contract, under the witness of eternal time and space, I, Lu Wei, your partner, summon you now, my partner, Yade Kagan. In fact, after Lu Wei signed the contract with Yade, she had studied the contract carefully. This contract, rewarded by the intelligence brain, was governed by the supreme god, meaning it did not require the just god to be informed. In a treehouse filled with life, Yade was working hard to recuperate, as attacking an official in Waterdeep City was quite troublesome, and now another companion had been discovered. While Yade was lost in thought, he suddenly heard some voices. Supreme contract, under the witness. I travel. Yade Kagan. Wait. Lu Wei. Is Lu Wei summoning me? Yade looked at the summoning array beneath him with a strange expression. Oh no, why is this summoning array in such a high place? It almost made me fall to my death. Who are you? Suddenly spit out by the dimensional passage, Yade fell from the sky. When he regained his senses, he found many people staring at him. All right, stop the banter. You know these people, so I won't introduce them one by one. Yade? I came here this time to ask you about the assassination of the high-ranking official in Waterdeep City and why they want to keep us here. Lu Wei sat next to Siegel, looking at Yade with a face full of black lines. Master Mace, Master Cod, and this group of high-level wizards, as well as you low-level ones. How could I not know you? And what you said is true. The official Jader of Waterdeep City was found dead in his bed today, and some priests and wizards who were close to him cast spells. However, their actions did not locate the two murderers. From the Great Prophecy, it was only known that it was a wizard and a thief, which is why the order was given to temporarily seal off Waterdeep City and prevent others from leaving. Hey, what kind of gaze is that? Do you suspect it was me? Yade babbled about what he knew, and after he finished, he noticed that everyone except Master Mace was staring at him. Even Lu Junhua was looking at him like that. How could it be you? With your strength, you can't even defeat me. Yet you dare to break into a high-ranking official's residence? Don't joke around. Lu Wei looked at Yade with disdain, making Yade feel quite fortunate. After all, someone still believed in him. Wait, speaking of this, I think I can contact that demigod from the Thieves Guild. Siegel, listening on the side, felt he could help too. Actually, I did assassinate an official in Waterdeep City, but this official's position was relatively low and not taken seriously. Ye then recounted how he indeed assassinated a Waterdeep official. This matter was actually a commission given to him, because this official had abandoned a lady, leading to a wealthy woman offering a bounty for him. And Ye had taken this bounty. A strong presence is coming. Everyone, lower your heads and do not make eye contact with this person. Master Mace suddenly stood up and warned everyone, and they obediently did so. Mace, you're still so boring. It's been so many years. Oh, Cod is also here. The demigod from the Thieves Guild, Lord Andy, crossed space to arrive. My lord, I summoned you here because I want to ask what the Thieves Guild thinks about this incident. Siegel stood up and asked Andy. Oh, it's you? I was wondering why I was summoned to this place. In fact, this matter is greatly related to you. Lord Andy casually found a chair to sit down, showing no sign of being a demigod. Wait, it really is us? The Mage Guild of Waterdeep has betrayed us. Upon hearing Lord Anne's words, Master Mace subconsciously used divination to probe into the news, and the result confirmed it. It must have been because of this demigod's divine light dispersing the mist over the river of fate. Mace's divination is indeed becoming more accurate. I merely hinted at it. And you already knew. Lord Andy, sitting in the chair, swayed and smiled at Master Mace. Andy, oh Lord Andy, since you already know the origin of the matter, may I ask how the Thieves Guild views this? I not only saw the betrayal of the Mage Guild, but I also saw some idle red glows. The red glow, which is the color of the divine power once held by the deity of thieves and other divine offices. I know that the River of Fate warned me before, saying that our Thieves Guild would face a division. Lord Andy was no longer smiling and became serious. The serious Lord Andy still had a commanding presence. Wait, someone is coming to visit us, a wizard and a thief. Lord Andy frowned and said to Master Mace, bring them in. If you can't even catch two legendary figures, what use are you? Master Mace ordered Lord Andy, without hesitation, to bring these two people in. Speak. Who instructed you to do this? And by the way, don't try to use any space-related spells. The space here has already been anchored by me. Master Mace looked at the two with a serious expression. You. All right, I'll talk. The one speaking is the mage. The mage's rational nature did not panic upon hearing that the space had been anchored. Instead, he calmly conversed with Master Max. It turns out that the instructions given to them came from their deity, the god of mages, who now seems to be on the verge of falling into evil. Due to some previous events, these two deities issued a divine decree to stop Lu Wei and the others. If that's the case, then we are the important figures being stopped, and that high-ranking official is a fake? Lu Wei was a bit confused upon hearing this. Actually, this matter is quite understandable. You just need to know that you are the main figures being intercepted by the deity. That high-ranking official is merely an excuse, Siegel briefly explained to Lu Wei. All right, enough of this. These matters will naturally be addressed by others. What is most important now is how we can leave this city. The teleportation array is not an option. The surrounding space is definitely anchored. Mage Kodesh suddenly raised an important question while listening. How do we get out? It's simple. We just walk out directly. I will follow you, replied His Highness Andy. Upon hearing His Highness's words, Master Max, Mage Kodesh, and the other high-ranking mages looked at him with strange expressions. Rest assured, I happen to need to go out for a bit. The issue with the Thieves Guild doesn't require my intervention. Someone will handle it, His Highness Andy explained briefly. All right then, let's follow His Highness Andy. This was not a proper solution, as the space here is anchored. Teleportation would definitely get stuck in some space. For several high-ranking mages, it was not a big problem, but the adventurers, who were sitting, had bodies only slightly stronger than Lu Wei's and could not withstand prolonged spatial teleportation. Thus, Master Max and the others had no choice but to follow His Highness Andy out of Deepwater City, and they were stopped for quite a while at the city gates. Chapter 72. The Battle Outside Deepwater City. Everyone, we have a problem now. We can no longer use the teleportation array at Deepwater City to reach Thousand Tower City, and the remaining teleportation arrays have been unilaterally shut down by Thousand Tower City. Therefore, we're currently facing the issue of being unable to reach Thousand Tower City. Once everyone had settled down, Mage Maze spoke to the group. Actually, I was just thinking, why do we need to come out? Why not directly use the semi-plane of you high-level mages to take us through the teleportation array? Lu Wei voiced her doubts, a question she had just thought of. That's an idea, but not all of us have a semi-plane. Moreover, although it is a semi-plane, the environment inside is not suitable for you. Only my semi-plane can allow you to survive for a short time. Now let's go. After speaking, Mage cast an attack spell toward the tree, one of the few attack spells he possessed. As expected of Maze, your perception is still so strong. As the speaker revealed his form, nearly 20 people followed suit, including mages, thieves, and a few rangers. Speak, what do you want? You're not here to reminisce with me. With Mage May's words, the others took out their staffs, each shimmering with magical light. Of course, we just want the divinity of these little ones. You should know that this newly born divinity is the easiest to seize. Yes, divinity can be taken before one becomes a deity, but few can defeat demigod-level beings, so those with lower strength are excellent prey. Oh, you want our family's divinity? Let's fight first. Upon hearing that someone wanted to seize the divinity of herself, Siegel, and Lu Junhua, Lu Wei couldn't hold back. After all, divinity is the foundation of the three of them. It cannot simply be taken away. 5th level spell, Mass Hold Person. 4th level spell, Web. Siegel also cooperatively cast a control spell towards the direction where Lu Wei's spell had missed. However, the sudden spell had an effect. At least 3 slow-moving mages were held in place, while the others, such as thieves and rangers, were quick enough to dodge. All right, a mere mid-level mage dares to challenge me with his divine power. Let us get started. The leader signaled his subordinates to act. 6th level spell, Protection Barrier. 4th level spell, Hold All Objects. Now, a very strange scene appeared. A massive protection barrier released by the Kodesh Mage enveloped Lu Wei and the others, while many arrows from the rangers and weapons from the thieves lingered outside the barrier. This scene stunned everyone present, even Lu Wei and Siegel, who had never seen Lu Junhua cast a spell before. Stop using weapons. Mages, cast spells directly. Use high-damage, wide-area spells. Don't be stingy with your spell slots. The leader issued the final command. 7th level spell, Meteor Swarm. 1st level spell, Magic Missile. Multiplied by 12. Meteors floating in the astral realm appeared directly above everyone's heads. And another spell that only recorded Magic Missile would create 4 magic missiles per cast, 12 times, resulting in 48 magic missiles. Unstoppable. Cannot be blocked. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances, then nodded to each other. 5th level spell, Mass Teleportation. 5th level spell, Mass Teleportation. 7th level spell, Magic Arrow. Lu Wei and Siegel each took 4 people, and the remaining high-level mages were no longer within their protective range. Fortunately, Lu Wei and Siegel cast their spells quickly, aided by artifacts, and teleported the remaining people to safety, avoiding the meteor attack. However, they still couldn't dodge the 48 magic missiles. Everyone, use any protective spells you have. It's a race against our casting speed now. Lu Wei and I can cast quickly, but we can't block so many magic missiles. Siegel quickly shared his thoughts. 4th level spell, Lesser Protection Barrier. 5th level spell, Enhance. Lu Wei was the first to cast a spell, and Siegel followed closely with a very special blessing spell. The other adventurers desperately cast their protective spells, but unfortunately, most of their spells failed, likely due to a lack of combat spellcasting or mobility spellcasting proficiency. On Lu Wei's side, they endured 48 magic missiles, and the Kodesh mages were also in a dire situation. 5 high-level mages were surrounded by 3 high-level mages, 1 high-level thief, and 1 high-level ranger, with 1 high-level mage about to break through to the legendary tier, likely one of the main targets for divinity. Cash, do you really want to oppose my mage guild? Mage Maze asked this high-level mage who was about to break through to the legendary tier again. Maze, don't say anything to me. I'm set on that divinity. Those with low strength are unworthy to speak to me. The mage named Cash's expression turned cold as many unpleasant memories resurfaced. 8th level spell, Greater Dispel. 7th level spell, Finger of Death. 7th level spell, Command, Stop. The power of high-level mages is indeed formidable, especially with such ancient-level spells. Mage Maze and the others exchanged glances. 8th level spell, Greater Prophecy. I say, the spells before me are ineffective. 8th level spell, 5th level summoning. 7th level spell, Energy Transfer. 6th level spell, Solar Flare Explosion. 7th level spell, Command, Stop. Mage Maze also began casting his spells one after another, either defending against the opponent's spells, counterattacking, or interfering. Be careful. Light without bounds. Lu Wei suddenly sensed something and used her staff to cast a high illumination spell, which was also not a high-level spell. There are thieves hiding in the shadows. Everyone, be cautious. Seagull, being quite bold, directly used his staff to force the opponent out of the shadows. Not bad. Seagull, your strength is impressive. Everyone, use any enhancement spells you have. Since the opponent wants to fight us head-on, let's do it. With enhancement spells, we can match their speed and strength. Also, make sure to cast an antidote or poison detection spell on yourself. Lu Wei didn't want to fight openly or covertly. Under her spells, there were no shadows. And except for high-level thieves who could enter shadows directly, the other thieves had to rely on shadow mediums. Including our side, everyone had black lines on their foreheads. This female mage's thinking is extraordinary, but it gave Seagull an idea. 5th level spell, Combat Awareness. This spell was developed by a mage who enjoyed close combat and was rewarded by the God of Battle. Any mage who can use this spell can summon a fragment of the God of Battle's awareness to assist them in combat. Strength of the Ox. Agility of the Cat. Great. Under Seagull's leadership, all mages summoned their courage and displayed their fierce sides, igniting extraordinary willpower in everyone, including the 2 female mages. However, Lu Wei did not directly join the fray. Instead, she took on a supportive role because she had comprehended a spell from her divinity. Revitalization. A group healing spell that can continue as long as Lu Wei's magic power is not exhausted. However, Lu Wei's recovery speed of magic power was faster than that of a high-level mage. 2nd level spell, Courage Aura. Then Lu Wei took out her spellbook and used the only 2nd level spell in it. Lu Wei's face was beaming with joy, while the thief, ranger, and several mages opposite her looked as if they were facing death. Lu Wei's rejuvenation spell only targeted her allies and actually harmed the enemies. Get her. Kill that woman first. A group of fragile mages dared to compare themselves to close combat with them, wanting to show them a lesson. Among the remaining people, there seemed to be a small commander directing everyone in battle. Want to kill me? Lu Wei laughed when she realized the enemy's intentions. 6th level spell, Weapon Gathering. Lu Junhua, who had been standing beside Lu Wei, directly used the spell to summon the enemy's weapons. There was a divine aura in Lu Junhua's spell and the weapons. Sensing the call of the king of artifacts, detached from their owners and flew toward Lu Junhua's position. One thief couldn't hold back and let go of his weapon, which flew directly to him. 3rd level spell, Charm Human. Seeing that there were still people resisting Lu Junhua, Lu Wei planned to charm them into letting go. The enemies, focused entirely on Lu Junhua, couldn't resist Lu Wei's charm, and one by one, they relaxed their consciousness and released their grips, even if there were a couple of stragglers. Seagull directly knocked them out with a club. All right, Seagull, tie these people up, Lu Wei said wearily to Seagull, shaking her body as if she were about to faint. Seagull nodded to the others. 3rd level spell, Binding Spell. Seagull and the remaining 8 people used this spell. Luckily, they could directly release it as a spell slot. Lu Wei, are you all right? After seeing everyone bound, Seagull rushed to Lu Wei's side and hugged her. Seagull, before she could finish, Lu Wei's vision darkened, and she fainted again. Lu Wei just overexerted herself. We can't relax yet. Let's check ourselves. We've used up all our spells. We need to find a hidden place to hide with this group. Seagull turned to command the 4th level mage, Gage, who had just fought using divination spells and was quite furious. Chapter 73, Lu Junhua's Personal Show. Chapter 73, Lu Junhua's Personal Show, Card Chapter Cash. Do you still want to continue opposing us? We can have a peaceful ceasefire, and I can give you a prophecy about something you most want to know for free. Mage Maze proposed his request for a ceasefire. In fact, there was no need for Mage Maze to propose a ceasefire. The other side would stop fighting anyway. as they couldn't defeat Mage's side. You say ceasefire, but how can we trust you? Swear on the river of the underworld, otherwise we will fight to the end. The one speaking was a mage dressed in a black robe, seemingly determined to win this battle. Meanwhile, among the mages present, Cash, the most powerful one, quietly activated a spell that no one noticed. Mage seemed to sense something and looked at Cash. Let's cease fire. Continuing to fight won't yield good results. Cash's voice finally put an end to the battle. No one knew what effect the spell Cash had quietly cast would have. Let's sit down and talk. Mage waved his hand and brought over several smooth stones, all flattened by their spells. We need to use the teleportation array of Deepwater City. As a reward, I can give you a prophecy about what you want to know. As for Cash, I can tell you directly, it is not in the main plane, but in the outer domain where you will encounter things you have changed. However, it will be very dangerous, and I can overlook the spell you secretly used. It seems Mage already knew about that spell, or perhaps he saw it through prophecy. Since you mentioned danger, why should I go? Right now, I'm just short of those two mid-level mages with divinity, so I won't have to go to the outer domain, Cash said while urging his spell. It turned out that the spell was a clone created by Cash, with abilities half that of his main body, which is to say, at the level of a mid-level mage. You will not succeed. Mage shook his head with a confident expression. It seems he didn't know that Lu Junhua possessed divinity within. After all, if a deity was sensed like this, then that deity would be close to death. Mage thought about Lu Junhua's fair and cute face. Level 4 spell, Shadow Manifestation. Lu Junhua seemed to sense something and cast a spell that enveloped everyone. Father God, someone is coming. The aura is very similar to the one who led before. This should be a spell clone. Lu Junhua looked up in a direction and conveyed a message to Seagull. Now it's up to you to protect your mother goddess. I've almost used all my spells. Through Lu Junhua's spell, Seagull also sensed the position of the incoming person, but he had no way to handle it. Now, they could only rely on Lu Junhua. Father God, no problem. I have only used 3 or 4 of my spells. In terms of my spell slots, I still have many spells available. Also, Father God, it seems I can transform back into my original staff form. Lu Junhua raised an eyebrow. With his level 7 spell list, he still had many spells left to use, and it seemed he could revert to his original form. No need to revert to your original form. I can't protect your mother goddess if you do, so it's up to you. Seagull was not surprised that Lu Junhua could revert to his original form. Since he currently had no spells available, Lu Junhua was more useful. I understand, Father God. Watch me. After sending the message, Lu Junhua called everyone to stop and cast a protective spell that enveloped everyone. Level 4 spell, Sunfire Explosion. 2 fireballs radiating intense fire elements spun toward Cash's clone, forcing it to reveal its true form. It turned out to be just a small, mid-level spell clone. Seeing Cash's clone, Lu Junhua smiled. After all, mid-level mages are much easier to deal with than high-level spells, and he wouldn't have to reveal too much of his strength. Level 5 spell, Chain Lightning. Level 5 spell, Howl. Cash's clone said nothing and directly cast a level 5 spell, shocking Lu Junhua for a long time. But Lu Junhua did not stop his casting. He opened his mouth to the sky. Invisible sound waves spread from his mouth toward Cash's clone at the speed of sound, causing everyone present to feel dizzy and waking Lu Wei from her unconsciousness. Seagull was very happy to see Lu Wei wake up and hugged her tightly, so she could better watch Lu Junhua's battle. Still coming? You can't defeat me. Lu Junhua said arrogantly to Cash's clone, as he had sensed that Lu Wei had woken up and wanted to end this battle quickly. Level 6 spell, Firebranding. What answered him was a large fire disk with a diameter of more than 1 meter, directly covering the direction of Lu Junhua and the others. The Cash clone, after casting the spell, shook its body, seemingly struggling to suppress its fatigue. Level 7 spell, Fire Element Protection. Seeing the attack position of this spell, Lu Junhua and Seagull quickly changed positions because the attack position included Lu Wei and others within the protective barrier, scaring Lu Junhua into using a level 7 spell, which also directly exposed Lu Junhua's strength as a high-level mage. Fortunately, Lu Junhua's spell was cast in time. Otherwise, he would have been left with a charred corpse. However, This spell caused Cash's clone to dissipate immediately, stopping further attacks on Lu Wei and others, leaving them very puzzled. Mother! Lu Junhua's words were not finished when his vision went black, and he fainted just like Lu Wei, collapsing from exhaustion. Level 0 spell, Mage Hand. An invisible hand carried Lu Junhua to Seagull's side and kept him floating in the air, forming a scene where Lu Wei, looking weak, was held tightly by Seagull, while an invisible hand held Lu Junhua floating in the air. The other adventurers looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Hey, Seagull, you're still awake. That's great. You guys come over here. On the other side, Mage, having already discussed things, activated his mental power to locate Lu Wei and the others, coincidentally colliding with Seagull's mental power, who had just cast a spell. I understand, Mage, but we lost our way. Can you sketch a map in my mind? After hearing Mage's message, Seagull immediately asked the others and found that after being disturbed by the group of thieves, they had already lost their direction and were in an unknown place. Okay, release your mental power. I want to enter your mind to sketch a map. Also, you all come over quickly. I've checked, and there are no magical beasts around us. They should have been scared away by our spell fluctuations, so hurry over. After speaking, Mage's mental power awaited Seagull to relax his mind. Ugh, Seagull shook his head. It felt uncomfortable to have a foreign entity invade his mind. However, fortunately, Mage meant no harm, and Seagull was able to accept Mage's mental power well. However, during the sketching process, Seagull maintained a dazed state, scaring the others into thinking Seagull was being attacked or cursed by something strange. All right, everyone, Mage just provided me with a map. Let's head back quickly. I'll lead the way in front. You all just need to follow closely behind. Although there are no magical beasts on the way back, we still need to stay alert. In fact, when Seagull said to stay alert, he seemed particularly unconvincing. Just look at Lu Wei in his arms, and then at Lu Junhua floating beside him. Everyone remained silent. Let's go. Seagull, holding Lu Wei and letting Lu Junhua float beside him, took the lead and walked on. After a journey of more than 10 minutes, Seagull and the others finally reunited with Master Mace, along with a group of thieves bound by Kage and others, though not everyone was present, as a few had been affected and killed during the battle between Lu Junhua and Cash's avatar. What happened to Lu Wei and Lu Junhua? Why are they both unconscious? Master Mace looked at the one in Seagull's arms and the one floating beside him, and without using divination to investigate, he directly asked. It's nothing. Lu Wei exhausted herself while using a buffing spell, and Lu Junhua fainted from exhaustion after fighting this gentleman's avatar. Seagull glanced indifferently at the Cash Mage opposite him. Mace, you really have a wealth of talent here, with a master of buff and healing spells, and a young mage capable of casting advanced spells. Of course, Cash felt Seagull's gaze, but he did nothing. He had felt similar gazes countless times during his time as a high-level mage, but no matter how many times he saw, it had no effect on him. Of course, they are talented. This one is an apprentice of Mage Cody's, and the one in his arms is an apprentice of the legendary mage Igor. And this little fellow is born from divine life force. This one called Kage is my apprentice, and his divination skills are quite good. That Kaisi has a connection with earth elements. Master Mace rattled off a long list, his pride almost unbearable. He really impressive. Cash looked at this adventurer with a rather wicked gaze. Enough. No matter how you look at it, our mage guild won't hand over anyone to you. Let's get down to business. We need to borrow the teleportation array of Waterdeep City to get to the City of Thousand Towers for convenience. Master Mace looked at Cash with a very proud gaze. I know what you're going to say. Your Waterdeep City isn't an impenetrable fortress. I've already seen red flames heading towards Waterdeep City from the south, and they'll reach the outskirts in just 10 days. I believe you know what those red flames are. Will you still try to stop us? The other divination mages won't see it as clearly as I do. Master Mace looked at Cash with a mysterious expression, waiting to see how Cash would react. The mid-level divination mage Kage looked at Master Mace in astonishment, as he had only seen a flicker of flame. Cash's expression changed several times. All right, I agree to your terms. You can use the teleportation array of Waterdeep City, but Mace, you must provide a solution. Cash's expression changed several times, but he still agreed to Master Mace's request because everything he had was in Waterdeep City. Family, loved ones, wealth, status. If Waterdeep City were gone, he would become an ordinary high-level mage. Okay, by the way, Kage, come observe the River of Fate with me. I know you also saw a flicker of flame. Master Mace agreed to Cash's request and also brought Kage along. Master Mace and Kage sat facing each other, closing their eyes to observe the River of Fate, while the other high-level mages surrounded them. Then Kage and Master Mace opened their eyes simultaneously. Their pupils turned silver, differing only in the depth of the color. Fire is approaching Waterdeep City from the south. Kage spoke in an ethereal voice, stating what he saw, and then was forced out by the River of Fate. Master Mace also opened his eyes, nodding to Cash to indicate that Kage's prophecy was correct. You just need to set up a maze outside Waterdeep City and change all defensive formations to fire-resistant ones. Additionally, go and ask the priest of the God of War in the Temple District and tell him that the attacking forces are from the God of Battle. Master Mace said to Cash in a very weak voice, as the opponent was a deity with weak divine power, it would cost a little to see. You actually observed a deity. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Cash exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing, just let us pass. Master Mace thought it was also acceptable to pretend to be weak when necessary. Finally, they arrived at the city of Thousand Towers. After a day of rest, Lu Wei and Lu Junhua finally regained consciousness, though both were still in a weakened state. Siegel led the two weak individuals around the city of Thousand Towers. Siegel, let's check out the trading area. This is after all a sanctuary for mages, and there should be things we need. Lu Junhua can also see how mages create their own weapons, Lu Wei said while walking, but she didn't notice the person ahead. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Before Siegel and Lu Junhua could remind Lu Wei, she had already bumped into someone. I'm fine, miss. Just be more careful next time. The voice of the person who was bumped into sounded so familiar, Lu Wei thought as she looked up. You. Lu Wei was startled. How could you run into him here? Chapter 74, Big Brother. In a quiet tavern in the city of Thousand Towers, Lu Wei held Lu Junhua in her arms, while Siegel sat next to her, facing a handsome man who even made Siegel feel a sense of crisis. Big Brother, what are you doing here? Are mother and father here, too? It turned out that the man sitting across from them was Lu Wei's biological older brother, Major Lu Wei of the Lu family. The Federal Army had achieved victory in interstellar space, and the bigwigs in the military had given them a long vacation, while another group was stationed there to guard. But let's not dwell on my matters. What happened to you? Why are you so weak? And who is the child in your arms? Lu Wei's sharp gaze, like that of an eagle, shot directly at Siegel. This is a long story. Our mage guild from Hilltown came to the city of Thousand Towers for an event and was chased by officials from Deepwater City outside the city. Everything is fine now. As for this child, Lu Junhua calls me uncle. Lu Wei awkwardly explained Lu Junhua's origins to Lu Wei. Let me explain. This child is a descendant of Lu Wei and me, quite literally. This child has our bloodline and heritage. Siegel casually dropped this shocking news, causing Lu Wei to quickly cover her face with her mage robe in embarrassment, not daring to look at her brother's expression. Wait, why should I be embarrassed? I didn't do anything with Siegel. This child was born out of necessity. Is that so? You come out with me. Lu Wei, you and the child in your arms are not allowed to come along. Lu Wei's expression didn't change much, but his eyes became even sharper as he called Siegel out. Siegel didn't refuse and directly followed Lu Wei outside, telling Lu Wei, wait here. You and Lu Junhua are still very weak. It's not safe to fight in this tavern, so it's safe for you to eat something here. After saying that, Siegel followed Lu Wei out. Mother, will father and uncle fight? I feel like father will be at a disadvantage. In Lu Junhua's perception, there was something very familiar about his uncle, divine power. It was the power of an evil god. Moreover, this uncle's strength was about to break through to level 7 and reach the level of a high-level mage. Friendship between men is forged through fighting, so don't be afraid. However, your father will probably be at a disadvantage, considering he let me, a young girl, have a child who is like 4 years old and still calls me mother, but there's an unsettling aura about my older brother. Lu Wei said, frowning slightly. Mother, father will definitely be at a disadvantage. Uncle is about to become a high-level mage, while father is still at the level of a level 5 mage. And the unsettling aura you mentioned is because Uncle has the aura of an evil god. However, in my perception, Uncle has not lost his sanity due to the invasion of the evil god's power. Instead, it has made him even stronger. And I must say, besides being a mage, Uncle also has a side job as a blasphemous priest. Lu Junhua frowned and said to Lu Wei, "Don't say such things carelessly." Lu Wei shook her head, glancing around, relieved that she had opened the soundproof barrier when talking to her brother earlier. "Mother, I'm not saying this carelessly. Uncle has something that makes the gods uncomfortable, and my divine heritage tells me that Uncle is indeed a blasphemous priest." Lu Junhua said seriously to Lu Wei, "After all, who is most familiar with the profession of blasphemous priests? It must be the gods themselves. Whether they are evil gods, good gods, or neutral deities, they're always most familiar with the things that blaspheme the divine." Lu Wei quietly searched through her memories about her brother's side job. Blasphemous priests are those who despise the gods. Some of them can use divine arts without believing in the deities because they steal a portion of the divine power granted to them by the gods every day. To avoid drawing attention, priests never steal too much divine power from the same deity. And for their safety, blasphemous priests rarely cooperate with others or hold gatherings. On the other side, in another space, Siegel and Lu Wei stood facing each other. "Klaus's little brat, my little sister's fiancé, I didn't expect you to meet so soon. It really is the favor of the gods," Lu Wei said to Siegel coldly, far from a smile he had when facing Lu Wei. And when mentioning the favor of the gods, Lu Wei looked disdainful, seemingly not believing in the gods at all. "I think so too. Lu Wei and I really have a connection. Let me tell you another piece of news. Lu Wei and I have another descendant who is still in the womb." Siegel was definitely stirring the pot, further provoking Lu Wei. "Let's talk. Let us fight." After saying that, Lu Wei began to unleash his spells, unable to understand how his obedient sister could be taken away so easily. Level 5 Mage, Earthquake. A violent tremor came from beneath Siegel's feet, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Level 5 Mage, Wings. White wings spread from Siegel's back, flapping and lifting him off the ground. Siegel was surprised to find that this uncle's spells were unusual. They felt like divine power. Evil divine power. You actually fell to the point of believing in an evil god. "Major, this is not your style." While dodging Lu Wei's magical attacks, Siegel provoked him further. "Believing in the gods? Never. The gods are a bunch of hypocrites." It seemed that Siegel's words provoked Lu Wei, causing his magical attacks to become more intense. Siegel had no choice but to cast a spell to enhance his agility to avoid being hit. As for counterattacking, that was impossible. This guy was Lu Wei's older brother, and thus his own brother-in-law. Siegel thought it best to stay alive. Divine Art, Air Rift. The divine art of the wind element god. This spell creates a rift in the air that the caster controls. Wind element god's divine art? Aren't you a follower of an evil god? How could you possibly use the wind element god's divine art? Siegel was shocked but slowly calmed down, carefully comparing. "Lu Wei, you have some nerve. You dare to blaspheme the gods." With his extensive knowledge, Siegel quickly realized why Lu Wei was able to use the divine arts of different gods. This situation could only be due to the abilities of a blasphemous priest. While Siegel was lost in thought, he became distracted and was struck down by Lu Wei from the sky. Blaspheming the gods? Why should I respect them? If it weren't for... Lu Wei seemed very averse to the gods, and he had unfinished words. "What was it?" "Forget it. I'm not going to fight anymore. If I hurt you..." Lu Wei would definitely cause a scene. Once Lu Wei regained his rationality, he announced that the fight was over. Siegel, in a defensive state, was relieved that the fight was called off. Back in that quiet tavern, Lu Wei and Siegel walked in, chatting and laughing. As for whether they had truly made peace, only Lu Wei and Siegel knew in their hearts. "Big brother, Siegel, are you done fighting? I thought you would be at it for a long time." Lu Wei looked at Lu Wei and Siegel with a smile, but in her heart, she wondered if the two had been injured. Knowing her brother's temper, Lu Wei wasn't sure. He must have gone hard on Siegel. "My brother and I just had a friendly spar. We are not enemies, so why fight for so long?" After sitting down beside Lu Wei, Siegel explained, choosing to forget about the tavern floor that had almost been smashed by Lu Wei. By the way, Lu Wei's parents are currently in a small city in southern mainland. They said they wanted to enjoy their time together as a couple, so they kicked me out. However, my parents are on their way here now, so be aware that they will come directly through the teleportation array in Deepwater City. Think about how to explain to my father, and especially my mother, that you have 2 kids. After saying that, Lu Wei's figures scattered into light spots, seemingly leaving. Huh? Both my father and mother are coming? Why didn't my big brother tell me earlier? Lu Wei completely forgot that she ran into her big brother on the street this morning. Lu Wei looked serious. Lu Wei, did you and Lu Junhua feel anything from Lu Wei? Siegel cautiously probed Lu Wei and Lu Junhua. Well, both of us know. It's just that we picked up a part-time job as a desecration priest. What's there to understand? Lu Wei calmly watched as Siegel moved her from the intelligence brain to another place. Yes, the abilities of a desecration priest are indeed not to be underestimated. When I was just fighting Lu Wei, I found that his combat awareness was extremely high, which matches his rank as a major. A desecration priest makes a part of the priests temporarily lose their divine spells every time they appear. Lu Wei was still deep in thought, realizing that her big brother was a desecration mage, and a mage who was about to break through to level 7. Lu Wei suddenly felt very anxious. She currently felt like a small piece of garbage, still hovering around level 5. All right, we don't want to think about this for now. Anyway, what Lu Wei wants to do is his own business, and we have no right to interfere. Let's go out and take a look. This is the city of 1,000 towers, the holy land of mages. Siegel interrupted Lu Wei's thoughts, and Lu Junhua, in Lu Wei's arms, shook her arm, indicating that he didn't want to sit here anymore and wanted to go out and see. Chapter 75, The Arrival of Family. Siegel, who won between you and my elder brother? Lu Wei, holding Lu Junhua, was munching away when she suddenly saw Siegel walking in with her elder brother and couldn't help but ask. Of course, Brother Wei won. I can't compare to him in magic at all. Siegel didn't mention that Lu Wei was a blasphemous priest, but speculated that Lu Wei must have known about Lu Wei's other profession with Lu Junhua around. Of course, my brother is the strongest. But, darling, you set up a divine power barrier. I have something to say to the 2 of them. As for Lu Junhua's divine power being sealed, Lu Wei certainly knew about it, but after Lu Junhua cast a 7th level spell, a divine power aura gradually emanated from him. Fortunately, the priesthood was not exposed. I understand, mother. Lu Junhua waved his little hand, and a small soundproof barrier appeared. Brother, did you take on the despised profession of blasphemous priest in this world? Lu Wei first let Siegel sit beside her, and then asked Lu Wei seriously. Lu Wei, Lu Junhua, and Siegel all stared at Lu Wei with serious faces. I say, the 3 of you, is it necessary to be like this? There's nothing wrong with me taking on the profession of a blasphemous priest. It's just a game world. Lu Wei temporarily did not plan to tell Lu Wei and the others about his experiences, still believing that this world was just a game world, and at most, he would just stop playing. Lu Wei, the 3 exchanged glances, and Lu Junhua nodded. Uncle, did you encounter something in this world and sought help from the priest of the gods, but when no priest helped you, you became so hateful towards priests and deities? Lu Junhua, relying on his youthful face, directly revealed what Lu Wei wanted to hide. Lu Wei erupted with a killing intent aimed at Lu Junhua, but fortunately remembered that this was his sister's descendant and needed to give his sister some face. Brother, what's wrong? Do you want to kill us? Lu Wei frowned. Cough. Sorry, it's a reflex. Those who know about my other profession are basically dead. Lu Wei casually said this with a fierce tone. Oh, this little guy seems unusual. Carries divine power. Lu Wei spoke to Lu Junhua with a strange tone, even licking his lips at the end, as if wanting to claim the little guy for himself. Lu Junhua nestled into Lu Wei's arms, not even looking at Lu Wei. This is your matter. Although I can use prophecy to see what happened to you in the past, I still hope you can tell me in person, brother. I won't stop you from giving up this profession, but I hope you won't use it to indiscriminately kill innocents. I won't stop you from that either. After all, we're the closest people. Lu Wei also showed her cold side. Yes, Lu Wei wouldn't feel close to the people of this world, except for those she accepted herself. As for the rest, who cares if they live or die? Yes, this is the style of our Lu family. Oh, by the way, Mother sent me a message earlier, saying they had already arrived at Deepwater City. They should be here now. Here they are. Lu Wei's tone suddenly changed, and his eyes fixed on the tavern door. Seeing Lu Wei's changed expression, Lu Wei and Siegel also turned to the door, and upon looking, both Lu Wei and Siegel's faces changed. Only Lu Junhua appeared to be in a state of shock. Little guy, open the barrier and let your grandparents in. When it came to this title, Lu Wei's face twisted, and he glared at Siegel. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lu Junhua waved his little hand. Lu Wei looked at her parents. Her father is a swordsman? The level seems not low, but why does her mother have an aura of life divine power? Lu Wei furrowed her brows again. Father, mother, how are you? Lu Wei placed Lu Junhua into Siegel's arms and saluted her father with a gesture passed down from the Earth Goddess. Uncle and Aunt, hello. I'm Siegel from the Klaus family. Siegel also followed Lu Wei's lead and saluted, casually mentioning his identity so that Lu Wei's parents would know who he was. So you're the son of that old ghost Klaus. Hello. I adventured with him before. I wonder where he has run off with your mother now. Lu Shangjiang looked at Siegel with a face full of smiles. They bought a house in Leaf Fall City and planned to settle down. They mentioned wanting to take care of me and Lu Wei's other descendant. Siegel suddenly revealed the matter of him and Lu Wei having descendants. Very good, descendant. Lu Shangjiang suddenly raised his voice, causing the other patrons in the tavern to look over. Lu Shangjiang felt something shatter within him, looking bewildered at Lu Mu, who was also staring at Lu Wei with a serious expression. Lu Wei apologized to the other patrons in the tavern, and then pulled her parents into the small private room she had reserved. Lu Junhua, soundproof barrier. Lu Wei commanded Lu Junhua with a hint of embarrassment and anger. I understand, mother. Lu Junhua's call of mother caused Lu's two elders to feel dizzy again. Once Lu Junhua set up the soundproof barrier, the two elders of the Lu family sat next to Lu Wei. Klaus's kid, you speak. Lu Wei and the child in your arms, be quiet. And don't use telepathy or anything. I can sense everything. Lu Mu took out her staff, which turned out to be a legendary level staff. Is that the staff of the seer? Lu Junhua looked at the staff and compared it to the one he inherited from the world, finding it very similar. Kid, don't interrupt. Wait until I finish asking before you speak. Lu Shangjiang said sternly to Lu Junhua, then turned his gaze to Siegel, trying to threaten him with his eyes. Then I'll say Lu Wei and I have a total of 2 descendants, to be precise. The child in Lu Wei's arms is the one that Lu Wei and I conceived. We provided our blood, life, energy, and our divinity, along with some methods to bring him into being, while the other one is just now developing its own consciousness. Siegel revealed the matter of their 2 descendants while looking at Lu Wei with a resentful gaze, as if looking at a scumbag. You both have divinity? You didn't take that step? The voices of the 2 elders of the Lu family sounded together. Then they looked at each other, prompting Lu Wei to answer her mother's question while they watched from the side. Mother, what are you thinking? How could I possibly take that step with Siegel in the game? Siegel and I agreed to wait until my real body is fully restored before discussing matters like marriage proposals. So for now, Siegel and I are still just very close friends. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at her mother before explaining her relationship with Siegel. So that's how it is. Siegel is really a good kid. Lu Mu's impression of Siegel changed in an instant, so fast that Lu Wei widened her eyes to look at her father, while Lu Shangjiang rubbed his forehead, unsure of what to say to his wife. All right, now it's my turn to ask, Lu Wei, do all 3 of you have divinity? For some reason, Lu Shangjiang was fixated on whether Lu Wei had divinity. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged a few glances and then turned to look at Lu Junhua. Little darling, is your soundproof barrier secure? Mother Goddess, this is a soundproof barrier for deities. Plus, your mother won't be able to sense our telepathy. The greatness of a deity cannot be judged solely by a legendary staff, especially when your Mother Goddess's staff is still sealed. Well, actually, if you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. General Lu glanced at Lu Wei, Siegel, and the child's silent faces and suddenly felt he might have asked the wrong question. Siegel and Lu Junhua nodded to Lu Wei, indicating that everything was up to her. Lu Wei made up her mind. Yes, father, mother, elder brother, the 3 of us have each gained our own divinity due to certain opportunities. But as for what kind of divinity, I cannot disclose that to you. Lu Wei had her own bottom line. She couldn't reveal everything and had to consider Siegel and Lu Junhua as well. General Lu and the others nodded in agreement. They supported Lu Wei's approach. Even with close ones, one cannot reveal everything about oneself. Don't blame your father for asking. It's simply because your constitution is special, and I believe that knowledge of divinity would greatly help you. General Lu explained his reason for pursuing the topic of divinity. Lu Wei understood and nodded. Family knows their own matters. All right, now it's my turn to ask you. First, I will ask Mother. Seeing the three of them deep in thought, Lu Wei had to interrupt. You may ask. Lu Mu elegantly raised her hand. So, Mother, what is your profession? What is your current strength? Why do you possess life divine power? Lu Wei asked 3 consecutive questions directly. Lu Junhua, in Lu Wei's arms, looked curiously at Lu Mu, as she was also unsure of her mother's profession. It seems my daughter is very curious about me, asking so many questions at once. I am a natural druid and a spellcaster, currently at level 4 and nearing level 5. Lu Mu answered Lu Wei's questions gracefully. Mother Goddess, your mother isn't being completely honest. She's hiding something. If she were a druid, I would have noticed it long ago. Lu Junhua expressed out about Lu Mu's answer and quietly transmitted a message to Lu Wei. Little darling, do you know why I only said a little just now? It's because even with your closest ones, you should keep some little secrets for yourself. Lu Wei educated Lu Junhua. I understand now. As for father, there's no need to ask. A level 5 storm swordsman is obvious at a glance. Lu Wei looked at her father's eager expression and poured cold water on it directly. Hey, General Lu shook his head helplessly. By the way, father, mother, elder brother, do you have a place to stay? Do you need me to arrange something for you? Lu Wei suddenly remembered she hadn't asked her parents about their accommodation. No need, your father, and I just came to Enchanting City to take a look and visit you. Later, we will go to Lu Wei City to find the Klaus couple and see your other descendant. As for your elder brother, he is here to participate in the magician competition in Enchanting City, and he might even be your opponent. Lu Mu replied to Lu Wei with a smile. Hearing this news, Lu Wei quickly looked at her elder brother, who nodded in response, looking quite desperate. Chapter 76. Before the competition in the city of Thousand Towers, after bidding farewell to their parents, Lu Wei and Siegel also said goodbye to Lu Wei. Siegel took Lu Wei and Lu Junhua to wander around. They had originally planned to go to the trade district, but ended up running into Lu Wei's older brother and parents. However, things worked out well, as Siegel got to meet Lu Wei's family. Lu Wei, holding Siegel's hand, said cheerfully, seeming much more at ease with Siegel now that he had met her family. Fortunately, we met Brother Wide here, Siegel replied with a smile, holding Lu Wei's hand tightly. With one hand holding Lu Junhua and the other holding Lu Wei, Siegel felt as if he were surrounded by family. Mother, I want to hold your hand too. Lu Junhua, with his keen perception, sensed the smile on his divine father's face and forcefully broke free from Siegel's grasp. Squeezing himself between Lu Wei and Siegel, one hand on each, Lu Wei and Siegel looked down at Lu Junhua simultaneously and found him sneaking a grin. Let's go. We'll explore the trade district of the city of Thousand Towers and then visit the library. I heard that the books in the library are written by the mages themselves, containing a lot of knowledge about other planes and the mage's understanding and perspective on deities, Siegel said with a smile to Lu Wei. It is worth mentioning that the library in the city of Thousand Towers does not have the divine power of the God of Knowledge. Everything is maintained by the mages themselves, which is one reason the God of Knowledge is somewhat hostile towards the city of Thousand Towers. As a deity who governs knowledge in the main plane and has a library as a sacred domain, it is quite embarrassing that there is a library that he cannot control. Let us do it. I also want to see this library without divine protection. I heard that if the city of Thousand Towers is attacked, the library will automatically hide in a certain place in the astral realm. Lu Wei became increasingly excited, her eyes sparkling. Let us go. The trade district is just ahead. I feel something powerful. Lu Junhua interrupted the affectionate exchange between Siegel and Lu Wei. However, he was not wrong. The city of Thousand Towers possesses many artifacts collected by various mages over the centuries, and it is said that even the staff of the prophet, an artifact of the god of prophecy, is here. Wait, you all follow me. Lu Wei suddenly felt her creation pearl tremble slightly within her, as if something of the same origin was attracting it. But how could that be? The creation pearl was personally crafted by Lu Wei. Could it be that there are fragments of the creation pearl in this world? Lu Wei suddenly remembered that the creation pearl had been severely damaged when it brought her through. Could it be that there are fragments here? Merchant, do you have anything good here? Lu Wei stopped at a rather shabby stall with Seagull, as the creation pearl trembled intensely. Adventurer, hello. The items here are all strange things I obtained during my travels in the main plane. In an instant, a high-level pressure descended upon Lu Wei and the others. This merchant was actually a powerful mage. Esteemed mage, I mean no offense, but there is something here that is attracting me, and this attraction compels me to come over. If I miss it, my intuition tells me I will regret it for a lifetime. Lu Wei quickly responded under the intense pressure, realizing that the city of Thousand Towers truly is a sanctuary for mages. Even a shabby stall owner is a powerful mage. With this thought, Lu Wei's expression grew more respectful, while Lu Junhua's anger flared. As a deity, even in a sealed state, it was outrageous to have a mortal exert pressure on him. Lu Junhua also radiated a powerful pressure, directed solely at the stall owner, and his pressure was even more formidable. Esteemed mage, how much for this small white pearl? While Lu Junhua was competing in pressure with the stall owner, Lu Wei quickly summoned the small white pearl into her hand, using it to let the creation pearl explore its fragment of the same origin, ultimately finding a small white pearl with a crack. This cracked item isn't worth much. You could give me 5 Lu coins for it. The mage's gaze remained fixed on Lu Junhua, seemingly curious about why he had a pressure higher than his own, as well as about the small white pearl Lu Wei was holding. He had previously used his mental power to investigate it, and felt only a refreshing aura, nothing else. It was a pity he had a divination technique to investigate this. Here, this is 5 Lu coins. Please take it and stop staring at my child like that. As if you're from an evil faction, Lu Wei was very aware of Lu Junhua's hidden abilities. If they continued to compete, his identity would be exposed. Madam, please don't speak carelessly. This is the city of Thousand Towers. The mage emphasized the significance of the city of Thousand Towers. All right, we've finished our shopping, so let us go to the next stall. Lu Wei was genuinely frightened by the mage's gaze. It was too terrifying, staring directly at her, as if trying to see through her. Okay, mother, let us go. Lu Junhua was also very happy, as he no longer had to compete with the old man in pressure, seeming to have forgotten that it was he who insisted on matching the mage's pressure. Thus, the family began to walk towards the next stall again. Hey, you all. The mage stretched out his hand, ready to stop Lu Wei and the others, but then seemed to think of something and shook his head, deciding against it. Lu Junhua walked in the middle, with Lu Wei and Seagull on either side of him, creating the appearance of a harmonious family scene. Yet Lu Junhua wore a face full of fear. Mother, please don't be angry, okay? I know I was wrong. I won't dare to compete in pressure with others again. Coming back to his senses, Lu Junhua looked fearful. If he exposed his true identity under someone else's pressure, he would be directly exposed to the gods. With his weak divine power, he could not withstand the gods' competition and might even perish in the fray, losing his divine position to another god, especially since he was the staff of his father, born from the bloodline and life energy of his divine parents. The more Lu Junhua thought about his recent actions, the more he felt they were extremely dangerous, causing him to lower his head even more. All right. Mother isn't purposely trying to scare you. You just need to be mindful of the consequences before doing things. Moreover, you are a natural deity, and having these instincts is normal. However, Nuwa sealing your divine power was also considering that you were born not long ago and lack common knowledge. If someone or some god angers you, you might end up like just now, losing control due to your divine aspect. Lu Wei looked at Lu Junhua's remorseful expression, feeling a bit sad, but still telepathically reminded him to pay attention to his divine aspect. However, Lu Wei's point about being controlled by his divine aspect still existed. The higher the level of a deity, the more law information they come into contact with, the more law information they encounter, the easier it is for them to be controlled by their divine aspect, as seen with the former night goddess. The night goddess Shar, having just been born as a powerful goddess at the pinnacle of divine power, was unable to perfectly control her divine aspect due to her immense power. leading her to wreak havoc in the main plane for several thousand years. I understand, Mother God. I will be careful to control my own divinity in the future, but please lend me a hand when necessary. In case I really can't control myself, you can awaken my personality through the shared bloodline. Subsequently, Lu Junhua cautiously transmitted a method of awakening through the shared bloodline to Lu Wei. Ahem, let's not chat anymore. Master Mace is calling us back. Siegel looked at his fiancée, and their descendant happily communicating via telepathy, and felt unbalanced. He also wanted to chat with the two of them. Huh? Master Mace is looking for us? Is there something going on? Lu Wei, who was happily chatting with Lu Junhua in the mental channel, suddenly came to her senses and had no idea what was happening. Lu Wei, how is your body recovering? Master Mace said we might be participating in the Mage competition organized by the City of Thousand Towers tomorrow, and he asked us to return to the inn to discuss what to do tomorrow with everyone. Siegel looked at Lu Wei's confused expression, a smile in his eyes. I see, then let's go back. I originally wanted to find a few new spell books in the library to learn some new spells. Lu Wei replied to Siegel, a bit unhappily, because she realized that the spells she was currently using were too ordinary and did not reflect the appearance of a knowledgeable mage at all. Actually, Lu Wei, your thought is incorrect. As a mage, you must have a skeptical mindset about everything. Even if something has been verified by predecessors, you must still maintain a state of skepticism. Otherwise, you will always be walking the path that other mages have taken before. Siegel, hearing Lu Wei's words, couldn't help but seriously warn her. Although Lu Wei had fainted a few times during battles, Siegel could clearly feel that the diligent Lu Wei from before was gradually disappearing, revealing the current Lu Wei who relied on others at the slightest provocation. Siegel, you. Chapter 77. In Master Mace's demiplane, Siegel quickly returned to the inn where the mages of Hilltown stayed, bringing Lu Wei and Lu Junhua with him. They were now in Master Mace's room. The spacious and bright room seemed to have been enhanced with spatial expansion spells, making it look incredibly large. Cough, don't be surprised. It's just some illusions and a minor spatial expansion spell. Master Mace's power is not enough to sustain such a large space. Lu Wei, who had an understanding of spatial forces, broke the illusion of the room. After she spoke, Siegel, Gidge, and Casey all nodded in agreement, as they were also feeling the same. Siegel relied on his divine perception, while Gidge, being of the same profession as Master Mace, had a good understanding through comparison. However, Casey was different. He discovered the flaws because he attempted to absorb the earth elemental power of this space. Good. It seems your perceptions are quite sharp. But that's not enough. I've gathered you this time mainly to assess your strengths, especially the two of you at level 5 and the two at level 4. Master Mace said, glaring at Lu Wei and Siegel, as the presence of divinity in these two made it difficult for him to gauge their strength in the usual way. Divinity could cause their powers to fluctuate, making them hard to estimate. Now Lu Wei, Siegel, Lu Junhua, Gidge, and Casey, come with me to my demiplane. This place can't withstand the battle of all 5 of you. Master Mace seemed to sense something and hurriedly wanted to take Lu Wei and the other mid-level mages away. Lu Wei and the others exchanged glances and decided to follow Master Mace into his demiplane. In the demiplane, in a beautiful location, Master Mace engaged in conversation with Lu Wei and the other 5. As for the other adventurers, of course, Mage Codes was providing guidance. Here, I truly want to see where your real strengths lie. A mage, especially one of mid-level or above, has hidden cards that no one can guess. So I can only pull you into my demiplane to fight, allowing me to truly feel your real strength. Master Mace had his reasons. After all, he had 3 with divinity on his side, 1 closely linked to earth elements, and 1 who had walked a different path in divination than Master Mace. All right, I can tell you a bit about my spells. My divinity is related to life, so the spells it grants me are mostly about life. Although there are 1 or 2 attack-type spells, but their effects are not significant. Would Lu Wei directly reveal what spell she had? No way, that would be impossible. Lu Wei was also quite rational. Since Lu Wei has already spoken, then I will too. My divinity is related to fire and medicine. This divinity grants me the power to be close to flames, and I can analyze the effects of plants and provide slight healing to others. Siegel was of course referring to the divine power he comprehended from Emperor Shinnon, which he could grasp due to his high talent, directly understanding this special divinity from a bloodline memory. According to Lu Wei, Siegel's talent was actually quite high, especially regarding divine paths. My divinity can't be disclosed to you. I can only say that my divinity comes from the world. It's a reward from the world. If you want to ask, go ask the world yourself. Furthermore, my divinity allows me to be immune to some low-level weapon damage, but it seems my divine power has no effect in this mage competition. Oh, and I can temporarily detach other staves from their control and have them fly into my hands. But if I do that, you'll have to slowly explain to others. Lu Junhua, the clever little guy, certainly wouldn't reveal his secrets. If he easily disclosed his own details, would he still be able to be a divine being? All right, I've understood your divine situations. Your endurance is long, but your attack power is quite lacking. Lu Wei, you and Siegel should be interconnected in your divinity, both capable of healing. But is there any difference? After listening, Master Mace looked at the black sky of his demiplane, dotted with some void scenery. Difference? I can heal people and animals, but I haven't studied whether I can heal magical plants. Magical plants, also known as magical flora. Lu Wei herself hadn't thoroughly explored her divinity, which she had stumbled upon from Lu Wei's divine power. However, in her heart, Lu Wei thought she could heal magical plants. I can quickly analyze the elements within plants and heal them, but I can only medicate other races. I cannot heal. The divine power learned from Emperor Shinnong would always differ from him. At least Siegel couldn't currently recognize all plants like Emperor Shinnong. As for Lu Wei and Siegel's divinity, metaphorically speaking, Lu Wei was like a Western doctor who could directly use instruments, divine power, to heal patients, while Siegel had to treat illnesses through herbal medicine like a traditional Chinese doctor. As for you, little guy, it's best to keep your divine power under wraps for your own safety. As for your parents, they'll have to rely on their own protection. Master Mace definitely liked children. We understand. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances, realizing that Master Mace's thoughts aligned with theirs, and they quickly agreed without much thought. All right now, Gidge, you tell us about your divination. Don't hide anything from me. I can see your matters directly from the river of fate. Master Mace then spoke sternly to Gidge. The starkly different attitude made Gidge roll his eyes involuntarily. I'll say this. My divination is based on some rules of our world, which Lu Wei and Siegel should understand. In our world, everything has its fundamental source, and following this source makes it easy to deduce the future of that thing. Moreover, in our world, there are various methods to survey the future. What Gidge said was basically nonsense, just taking advantage of the fact that the people of this world had never seen fortune-telling. While Master Mace was lost in thought, Gidge shot a glance at Lu Wei and Siegel. Indeed, in our world, some people can rely on a deck of cards to predict the future, while others observe a person's face or hands to survey their future and luck. Of course, Lu Wei understood Gidge's look and directly brought up tarot card divination and fortune-telling from ancient Earth. However, surprisingly, Master Mace actually believed it. I really want to visit your world and talk with those who can observe the future, Master Mace said, lost in thought. But curiously, Master Mace didn't use any lie detection spells on Lu Wei and the others, nor did he probe into others' memories. Gidge, why don't you combine the divination techniques of our two worlds? You should know that after the fall of the god of divination, no one has taken up that divine position. Coming back to his senses, Master Mace remained rational and even developed a kind of admiration for Gidge. He hoped Gidge would fight for that position. Cough. Now it's your turn, Casey. Show us your powers. I also feel that your physical attributes have undergone significant changes. Master Mace once again wore a puzzled expression, sensing that this group of adventurers not from this world had frightening talents. Yes, my physical attributes have changed greatly, especially the strength of my body. Unlike Cager, who teased Master Mace, Casey directly revealed his deeper secret. It turned out that while Master Mace and the others were not paying attention, Casey had activated the power of the earth element himself, using it to refine his own body, causing him to begin transforming towards the earth element race, although it was not yet apparent. When Lu Wei asked why Casey did this, he said, I previously read novels on StarNet and found that many flying novels abandoned the profession of body cultivation. I think that's not right. The body is the residence of the soul. If the body is gone, how can one protect the soul? without one's own body, how can one enjoy delicious food? Casey added, although in the novels, after the protagonist successfully flies, there will be other powers to refine or directly exchange for a new body, I still find it very annoying. Very good, just in time. Our spells usually depict a frail body. Now that your method has appeared, it should produce a meat shield type mage, not one that uses spells for defense. Master Mage said, all right, now you come to my half-plane to compare a level 5 mage with a level 4 mage. Lu Junhua and I will act as judges. After Master Mace finished speaking, he signaled Lu Junhua to come to his side, leaving the area for the other 4. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The 2 who get the same will form a team. Lu Wei used this method to avoid hurting her partner's pride. Rock, paper, scissors. Lu Wei chose rock. Casey chose rock. Seagull chose paper, while Cager directly did not choose, seemingly predicting the situation. Very good. Casey and I will be on the same team, Seagull. You and Cager will be on the same team. Let's rest for 10 minutes. After we finish resting, we will formally ask Master Maze for the competition format for our 2 teams. Lu Wei's words made everyone present instantly unhappy. By the way, Casey, how is your body strength? Lu Wei was most concerned about Casey's body defense. Chapter 78. The first day of the competition by the time Lu Wei and the others finished their match in Master Maze's demiplane. Master Maze had already gained a clearer understanding of their abilities. Welcome to the competition venue in Thousand Tower City. Talented mages from various mage guilds. I am Ryder. Standing on the stage was a follower of the Goddess of Joy, who had previously mentioned that the Goddess of Joy oversees the etiquette of the main plane. The host's opening remarks could also be considered a form of etiquette before the competition, and they were indeed the most suitable individuals for the role. I will be hosting the first Mage Elite competition organized by Thousand Tower City. Now, without further ado, let's go over the competition rules, the promotion mechanism, and the final rewards. Lu Wei felt that this follower of the Goddess of Joy was less talkative than the one in Hilltown, but it was already quite good. Competition rules. Mages of the same level will compete against each other, with different venues for each level. Mages can use any spells except for instant death spells, and they may also use their spellbooks. Additionally, the competition is divided into individual matches and team matches. In individual matches, everyone has the opportunity to challenge others or be challenged, but each person can only either challenge or be challenged twice a day. Winning earns 1 point, while losing deducts 1 point. Each competition venue will have a designated area, and exceeding that area is considered a surrender for that round. Team matches will take place after individual matches, composed of adventurers from various mage guilds. Each team must select a captain to lead their team in the competition. Similarly, each team can only challenge or be challenged twice a day. Instant death spells are also prohibited, and no death is allowed. Individual match rewards. Basic reward. Each participating mage or team will receive a reward from Thousand Tower City, but the items are random. They might include some currency or a spell book, among other things. Intermediate reward. The top 100 mages in the individual matches will receive spell insights from high-level mages of the Mage Guild, along with some study materials and a staff. Advanced reward. The top 3 mages will receive guidance from legendary mages and may even be taken as apprentices. The first place will receive a fragment of divinity from the mage god. This final reward was indeed a bit daunting. Can divinity be given so easily? Does Thousand Tower City have the ability to block the divine summons of the gods? This reward made Lu Wei and Seagull exchange glances, but they both shook their heads simultaneously. The divinity of the mage god was not something they could obtain, or else they would definitely be pursued by the mage god. Mother Goddess, this divinity cannot be taken. In my perception, the entire Thousand Tower City is surrounded by a protective barrier known as a maze, forming a protective layer around the city. This layer blocks the probing of divine beings. Of course, powerful gods will not be hindered, but all gods below that level will be intercepted. This means that once someone obtains this divinity, they absolutely cannot leave Thousand Tower City, or they will definitely be hunted down by the mage god. Lu Junhua frowned as if he was sensing something and conveyed his thoughts to Lu Wei. However, Lu Junhua actually wanted to say that this protective layer seemed to be a powerful maze lock. While Lu Junhua was communicating with Lu Wei, an old man with a pale beard standing on the stage turned to look in Lu Wei and Lu Junhua's direction. I know this divinity cannot be taken. My own divinity is still growing. If I were to gain another divinity now, it would only lead to chaos in my own divinity. Besides, the mage god is a living deity, right? Just because he is a god of low power doesn't mean he is weak. You must understand that he is a genuine mage. With my current will and etiquette, I cannot resist him. So, this divinity cannot be taken. Lu Wei was also self-aware. Given her 20-plus years of experience, how could she compare herself to a god who has existed for hundreds of years? Was she asking for trouble? In fact, Lu Wei suddenly forgot that there was a supreme god in her spiritual sea, but relying on someone else's power isn't a good thing. Seagull, we cannot take this divinity. We can't afford it. Lu Wei conveyed her thoughts to Seagull with a serious expression. Lu Wei, you have a lot of confidence in us. Don't forget that Brother Weeder is a high-level mage. Splash! A bucket of cold water fell from the sky, waking Lu Wei up directly. That's right. My brother is a high-level mage. Whether I can even make it into the top 50 is a question. Why am I considering the first-place reward? Team match rewards. Basic reward. Each team receives a small reward. Intermediate reward. Each team member will receive a participation badge crafted by Thousand Tower City, which can negate one spell from a high-level mage. Advanced reward. The top 3 teams will gain access to the upper levels of the Thousand Tower City library, with varying qualifications for the top 3, as well as exclusive weapons. Alright, since everyone is now familiar with the competition rules, promotion rules, and rewards, please proceed to stand in the light rings corresponding to your levels. Several high-level mages will open demi-planes for everyone to compete. Additionally, this royal light ring can help match you with opponents of corresponding strength. Of course, you can also refuse to seek an opponent yourself. Ryder, the host of the competition, continued to mention some precautions regarding the competition. Be careful, don't push yourselves. Our mage guild doesn't care about that little honor. The main thing is to expand your knowledge. As the competition approached, Master Mage instead comforted everyone in a friendly manner. Then let's go. Lu Wei walked to Seagull, took his hand, and moved forward. The remaining adventurers, Kaiga and Casey, along with another newly advanced mage, walked together, while the other third-level mages formed their own small groups and headed towards their respective light rings. Seagull, I will choose to match my opponent using this light ring. Challenging someone on my own isn't a good idea. Just as they were about to reach the light ring, Lu Wei suddenly shared her thoughts with Seagull, wanting to test her limits. Alright, be safe. I will also choose to match my opponent using the light ring. Let us compete. Whoever has more points can command the other to do something. The other party cannot refuse. Seagull had no choice but to give up the idea of staying together with Lu Wei and propose his own request. Deal. You're bound to lose. I will definitely make you wear a maid outfit to serve me. Unknowingly, Lu Wei had revealed many things besides Seagull, which was quite embarrassing. Lu Wei, a mage from Hilltown. Here is your identity badge. If you lose it, you can only rely on your luck. Remember, this identity badge contains everything about you, so please take good care of it. After preparing, Lu Wei slowly stepped onto her path. Suddenly, everything went dark and then brightened again. Lu Wei found herself standing on unfamiliar flat ground. Hello, I'm a mage from Thorntown's Mage Guild. My name is Mater. Mater, standing at the other end of the venue, saw a female mage and wanted to rush over to greet Lu Wei, but was stopped by a barrier. I am Lu Wei from Hilltown. Lu Wei coldly introduced herself to the other party. Please both participants nod to confirm. Once confirmed, the match will officially begin. A voice suddenly echoed in Lu Wei and Mater's minds, resembling the intelligence of a game brain. Level 1 spell, Light Flash. Level 5 spell, Minor Barrier. After Lu Wei confirmed with her opponent, she immediately cast her offensive and defensive spells. Lu Wei believed that as long as she could launch a surprise attack before her opponent reacted, victory would be within her grasp. You actually ambushed me. Her opponent's face darkened at Lu Wei's actions. In his view, a mage was a more refined profession and would not resort to such underhanded tactics like a thief. Level 4 spell, Flame Bomb. Unfortunately for her opponent, his casting speed was too slow. Lu Wei used the artifact, the source of all magic, to counter his spell. The flame bomb formed a projectile the size of an egg and shot towards Lu Wei, exploding upon contact with her barrier, nearly shattering it. Lu Wei shook her head. Despite her opponent's slow casting speed, his spell's attack power was indeed high. Not bad. To win, one must have a few tricks up their sleeve. The benefits of casting first are evident. Your level 4 spell can't break my barrier. Lu Wei spoke cheerfully to her opponent, leaving the spectators outside speechless. Who talks to their opponent during a match like this? Level 4 spell, Earthbind. Level 4 spell, Human Immobilization. Lu Wei, for some reason, always favored control spells. Coincidentally, her binding spell actually worked. The immobilization spell also took effect. Lu Wei was surprised and carefully examined her opponent. It shouldn't be, as a mid-tier mage. Her opponent had no protective barrier or similar defenses. 0 level spell, Mage Hand. Lu Wei controlled the invisible hand to throw her opponent outside the area. As long as she could toss him out, victory would be hers. Great, he got entangled and immobilized. He indeed did not resist Lu Wei and was directly grabbed and thrown out by the Mage Hand. Lu Wei won, just like in a match at Hilltown. Due to lacking protective spells, her opponent was controlled by Lu Wei's magic and tossed out. Lu Wei returned to the viewing area through the aura and found Siegel, complaining to him about her opponent and the one from Hilltown. Siegel looked at Lu Wei with a smile as she vented. Chapter 79. The match the next day, Lu Wei felt fortunate because after her match with the first opponent, no one came to challenge her, giving her a chance to catch her breath. However, Siegel was not so lucky. After defeating his opponent matched by the Halo, he faced a mage who was about to break into level 6, but ultimately won thanks to the divine staff given to him by Lu Junhua. The mages from Hilltown generally had a good start, but based on Lu Wei's observations, most of the mages from Hilltown ended up losing, including herself. Mother, how do you feel? Lu Junhua rushed to Lu Wei as she stepped out of the Halo and asked. The reason he didn't participate in the individual competition was that he felt it was beneath a deity to compete against mortal mages, so he opted out. Although Mage Max didn't know the full reason, he agreed to Lu Junhua's request to let him stay by his side to watch the other mages' matches. Sweetheart, I'm Fine. Don't you know how powerful your mother is? I encountered a level 5 mage with no protective barriers, and I won quite easily. But your father's situation is not so good. You should have seen that. For some reason, Lu Junhua had grown accustomed to Lu Wei's endearing terms for him. Yes, I noticed. Father's second opponent seems to be a mage deliberately suppressing himself from breaking through, likely aiming for a good ranking among level 5 mages. Also, Mother, I think the competition rules are flawed. Lu Junhua had also noticed his father's situation, but he had blessed him and given him a staff imbued with a hint of divine power, which should be enough for him. The competition rules are flawed? Lu Wei's mind was still trying to catch up. It should be said that the reward mechanism is flawed. Mother, think about it. In the individual competition, mages are divided into different levels to compete. How should the final rewards be distributed? Should it be from highest to lowest mage level? That would be very unfair to level 3 mages. The divine rank accelerates the owner's brain processing speed, but Lu Junhua's was sealed, reducing the effect. Yet he could still identify the problems. What you mentioned, Lu Junhua. The organizers of the City of 1,000 Towers have long thought of it and should announce corrections tomorrow. Although the City of 1,000 Towers had several demigod-level mages, the excessive number of demigod mages led to internal disharmony, causing this issue to be overlooked for a long time. Mage Max, listening to Lu Junhua and Lu Wei's conversation, couldn't help but interject a few comments, also revealing some internal situations of the City of 1,000 Towers. Lu Wei looked left and right, finding no one paying attention, then turned to Lu Junhua. Mother, don't look around. Outsiders can't hear us. Mage Max set up a rather complex soundproof barrier while we were talking, just for the 3 of us. Although Lu Wei possessed divinity, her perception was still not as sharp as Lu Junhua's, who held divine authority. I didn't expect your perception to be so strong, little guy. You can even sense the soundproof barrier I've set up. Mage Max had known about Lu Junhua's outstanding abilities, but he was surprised at just how exceptional they were. All right, let's not get sidetracked. Let's continue discussing the internal discord of the City of 1,000 Towers. Lu Wei noticed that Mage Max had been staring at Lu Junhua for quite a while and felt it was not good, so she quickly changed the subject. In fact, these matters can be partially known by any capable divination mage. To be precise, there are 4 demigod-level mages in the city of 1,000 towers, 2 of whom are grand archmages. Let us not talk about the latter 2 grand archmages. Let us focus on the 4 demigods. This is quite understandable. What comes after demigods, Lu Wei? Answer me. Mage Max was teasingly withholding information. Of course, after demigods comes the level of true gods. Perhaps even pseudo-gods are in that category. Wait, true gods? Mage Max, you don't mean to say that these 4 demigod-level mages have chosen the same domain or prefer the same divine authority, do you? At this point, if Lu Wei still didn't understand, she would be ashamed of her high intelligence. It seems you've also studied the paths of deities. Yes, the domains, divine authority, and even divine spells chosen by these 4 are the same. Because they chose the same path, it nearly led to the division of the city of 1,000 towers. Mage Max sighed, saying it was better to be an ordinary, unambitious demigod than a step into the realm of deities, which was akin to courting death. Mother Goddess, Mage Max is right. The competition among deities is that cruel. Even I, a newly born deity, have rivals. Lu Junhua quietly conveyed his thoughts to Lu Wei, as Mage Max's words were not incorrect. Once 2 deities choose the same divine authority, one must either remain perpetually weak or fend off the other's attacks. Or they must engage in a divine war, where one side wins and the other falls. The world of deities is indeed that brutal. Oh, little darling, you also have rivals? Isn't your divine authority bestowed upon you by the world? How can there be rivals? Clearly, Lu Wei's understanding of deities was still insufficient. Of course, Mother Goddess, every deity has their competitors. The difference lies in the world's elemental forces that grant them power. Take the god of war, Tempest, and the god of combat, Kargath, for example. Both are deities overseeing war and combat. When Kargath ascended, Tempest had already fallen, allowing Kargath to take advantage and quickly ascend to great divine power. However, good times didn't last long. Tempest returned to the main plane with the help of his remaining followers and ascended again. With Tempest's successful ascension, Kargath's war throne and divine authority were torn apart. The result is obvious. Kargath, who had only been a deity for less than 1,000 years, was unable to control his divine authority as well as Tempest, leading to Kargath's fall and Tempest's return to great divine power. This account was shown to me by the world. Lu Junhua rarely spoke so much. Although the content wasn't so pleasant, Lu Wei listened with great interest. All right, Mother Goddess, just know that the competition among deities is very cruel. Lu Junhua glanced at his mother's story-listening expression and rolled his eyes, needing to remind his somewhat out-of-touch mother. Now that I've said what I needed to Lu Wei, you should focus on your matches in the coming days. Mage Max noticed Lu Wei and Lu Junhua had fallen silent, and, not thinking much of it, withdrew the soundproof barrier and returned to his residence in the city of 1,000 towers. Mother Goddess, you don't need to worry about my divine authority because you know this deity. He is the god of forging, so there's no need to worry. What I'm concerned about are those combat-oriented deities in the war god system. Their threat level is even higher. Upon mentioning the war gods, Lu Junhua's fair face darkened, as he, the master of all divine artifacts, overseeing all weapons, would not have a good impression of the sword god and blade god. Well, we'll talk about future matters later. Now, let us find your father and then go back to rest. Lu Wei subconsciously felt that she shouldn't aspire too high and think about future deity issues. She was still just a mortal mage who hadn't even reached the legendary level. Sorry, Mother Goddess, I shouldn't have talked to you about deities right now. The consequence of speaking too quickly was that Lu Junhua now felt the need to apologize to Lu Wei. It's fine. I want to see Seagull. Let us go to the inn. Seeing that Lu Wei seemed to not take this matter to heart, Lu Junhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, welcome back everyone. Today we will announce the revised rules. According to later speculation from the organizers, our current reward mechanism is not perfect, so we will make some modifications now. Then, the guy named Ryder began to rattle off the revised reward mechanism, which was quite similar to what Lu Junhua had guessed before, and added an elimination system. If your point is negative, then you will be eliminated. Lu Wei, go for it. Just as Lu Wei was about to enter the spotlight, Seagull rarely cheered for her. I know, Seagull, you have to do your best too. If you get eliminated before me, then your impression in my heart will decrease. Lu Wei reminded Siegel with a smile. That's right. Lu Wei is also here. If he sees me get eliminated before Lu Wei, then the Lu family will have a lower impression of me. Thinking of this, Siegel's face changed. Absolutely not. I can't be eliminated before Lu Wei. Hello, I'm the companion of the person you defeated earlier. My name is Cage-chan. The speaker had a head of golden hair and a handsome, sunny boy appearance. Hey, handsome, hello. I'm Lu Wei from Sierra Town. When encountering a handsome guy, especially one whose strength matches her own, of course, she had to tease him. Oof, such a tsundere look. Level 4 spell, Fossil to Mud. Level 5 spell, Wing Technique. Level 4 spell, Solidify. Lu Wei took the initiative again, and the opponent clearly noticed that Lu Wei liked to start with control spells, so he stepped aside. However, unfortunately, Fossil to Mud is an area spell, and the opponent fell right into the mud pit. But he reacted quickly and tried to use Wing Technique to fly out. But how could Lu Wei let this opportunity go? She cast another spell to solidify the mud pit, completing the awkward situation where Cage-chan was half buried in the dirt and half above it. Thinking of trapping me is not that easy. Level 5 spell, Coexist with Light. Cage-chan's body scattered into a ball of light, then reformed into a human shape beside it. What a bold move, not afraid of breaking your own body. After saying this, Lu Wei set up a control-type trap where Cage-chan had gathered into human form. Level 5 spell, Wall of Space. In the space I control, if your mental power exceeds mine, you can break out of this space. Originally intended for defense, the spell was used by Lu Wei as a controlling spell. Mother's understanding of spatial power is getting higher and higher. Lu Junhua said happily while standing next to Mage Max. Indeed, Lu Wei's understanding of spatial power is indeed improving. Mage Max was also pleased with Lu Wei's increase in strength. So, Cage-chan handsome guy, do you want to submit to me? Lu Wei secretly increased her control over the small space, but kept teasing him verbally. Sure, it's an honor to be with such a beautiful woman like you. How shameless can one be? Lu Wei was stunned. Not bad. The handsome guy has good awareness. But I'm a mother of 2 kids. Do you mind being stepdad? Lu Wei continued to tease, but secretly strengthened her control over the small space again, as Cage-chan was about to break free. Level 5 spell, Compulsory Immobilization. Very good. It's effective. Cage-chan, who was struggling against the small space, was thus immobilized by Lu Wei. Goodbye, handsome. With the mage's hand again and the same method, Lu Wei won again. Chapter 80. The third day of the competition, Lu Wei once again won the match and was happily preparing to leave the spotlight when unexpectedly, someone challenged her. The challenger appeared to be a newly promoted level 5 mage, seemingly hoping to earn some points from Lu Wei. All right, I accept your challenge. Lu Wei confidently replied. After all, she still had spellbooks she hadn't used, and even the Igor badge wasn't utilized yet. Lu Wei took a moment to mentally organize herself and realized she had many hidden cards left. Remember your challenger. I am Dor from Jelos City. The challenger looked at Lu Wei with a smug expression. I am Lu Wei from Hilltown. Lu Wei generally didn't have a good attitude towards such self-introductions, especially since this person was rather unattractive. Level 4 spell, Winter Snow. The competition area instantly transformed into a winter scene, with swirling snowflakes hiding a strong killing intent and a determination to control her opponent. Level 4 spell, Cold Barrier. A blue barrier appeared around Dor to resist the cold, but unfortunately, it was ineffective. Level 4 spell, Flame. The scene shifted from winter to the sweltering heat of summer. A fusion of ice and fire created an explosive damage above Dor's head. Dor was unable to cast a spell in time and was blown away by the force of the explosion. Level 3 spell, Feather Wings. Do you still want to fight? With your current strength, do you think you can win against me? Do you not understand the phrase, there's always someone better? Massive wings sprouted from Lu Wei's back, carrying her to Dor's side, who had been blown away. Don't underestimate me. Dor stood up and looked at Lu Wei flying in the air, defiantly responding to her. Level 5 spell, Forced Immobilization. Lu Wei had always been the one casting immobilization spells on others, but she never expected someone would cast it on her. She was curious. But curiosity could be dangerous. With her fragile body, no amount of protective barriers or spells could withstand it. The massive white wings gently flapped, taking Lu Wei out of doors' spell range. Level 5 spell. Command. Come on, let's see whose mental strength is stronger. Lu Wei, standing in the air like an angel, shed her humble demeanor and became increasingly arrogant. Oomph. Door clearly felt a mental force trying to invade his mind and hurriedly closed his eyes to fend off the invading mental force. But by closing his eyes, didn't he give Lu Wei an opportunity? Level 4 spell. Human immobilization. Just as Door struggled against the mental force in his mind, Lu Wei was ready with another spell. Great, this immobilization spell worked. Seeing Door's stiff body, Lu Wei smiled. Young man, do you know that at your age, I had already survived in the wilderness? Although your strength is similar to mine, your combat awareness is even worse than an ordinary militia. After immobilizing Door, Lu Wei started giving him a lecture, along with some taunting. Goodbye. Level 0 spell. Mage's hand. Once again, an invisible hand lifted Door and tossed him outside the competition area. Mage's hand is quite useful. I should memorize more Mage's hands for tomorrow. 2 isn't enough. Lu Wei thought to herself. Mother, you are amazing. Standing outside the spotlight, Lu Junhua came to welcome Lu Wei back with his father. Of course. You should see who your mother is. Lu Wei replied with a proud expression, causing Siegel to shake his head and smile. Then mother. Do we still have time to watch others compete now? I'm a bit uninterested. Of course, Lu Junhua didn't want to watch. What was interesting about a bunch of mortals competing? If they were going to watch, they should watch battles above the legendary tier. This little guy, being a natural demigod, didn't think much of weak mortals. For him, who resembled an ancient god, he could survive without mortal worship, so he wouldn't focus much on them. If it weren't for Lu Wei and Siegel, who, although possessing divinity, still belonged to the mortal soul level. Let us just watch 2 or 3 matches and then go shopping. Lu Wei didn't really want to leave just yet. She wanted to see how strong the other level 5 mages were. Mother, do you want to see how strong the other level 5 mages are? Don't worry. Aside from the one father encountered that suppressed his breakthrough, the rest aren't worth watching. They lack combat awareness and only know how to stand their casting spells. Lu Junhua pouted, looking down on these people. I say, little darling, have you lost control of your divinity? How can you say such things? Hearing Lu Junhua's boastful words, Lu Wei could only send a thought to check on him. Mother Goddess, what are you thinking? Who am I? I'm a natural demigod. What's wrong with looking down on these mortals? Except for the Mother Goddess and Father God. You two have been rewarded by the world after giving birth to me. So you don't quite count as mortals anymore. Still the same boastful words, but quite polite towards Lu Wei. All right then, since you say so, we won't watch. Siegel, what do you think? Lu Wei turned to ask Siegel, who was staring at her in a daze. Well, actually, I think there's nothing much to see. Opponents? It would be interesting to watch battles between unknown people, completely unfamiliar to me. So let us go shopping instead, and let's buy some materials. I've already studied those weapon blueprints I bought in Deepwater City. So let's go shopping and then forge some weapons. After all, we don't have much money left. Lu Wei thought the last point was crucial. This man always silently contributed beside her, and she didn't expect his money to be spent so quickly. Lu Wei slowly recalled her past with Siegel. Hey Siegel, I want to buy this. This is so beautiful. I really want it. Wow, this is too cute. I want to buy it. I need this material. I want to buy it. It seemed that Lu Wei was the one making Siegel spend too much money. Looking back now, Lu Wei felt a bit embarrassed. Don't worry, Siegel. If you run out of money, I still have a lot. Siegel looked at Lu Wei with a strange expression, wondering where her mind was wandering. Father, where do we have time to forge weapons now? If you run out, you can tell me. I can make your staff for you. The most important thing now is to accompany me and Mother to shop. Lu Junhua felt that as a god in charge of artifacts, he was a bit negligent after hearing Siegel wanted to forge weapons. Haha, all right. Then I'll accompany you two, Mother and Son, to shop. But Lu Junhua, I think you should give me new staff. The one you gave me before is hindering me from casting higher-level spells. Siegel was charmed by these two and readily agreed, also offering his opinion to Lu Junhua. Really? Then after we finish shopping, I'll show you. Lu Junhua found it quite incredible that his father would ask for suggestions on the divine staff he created, but he didn't take it to heart. Let's go, let's go. We're going shopping. Lu Wei, being a woman, was very interested in shopping. After all, it was in a woman's nature, so she quickly stood beside a carriage. As for why she didn't use spells to go directly, it was because Lu Wei said she wanted to experience the culture of the City of 1,000 Towers. The trade area of the City of 1,000 Towers was still bustling, with all kinds of mage materials displayed at roadside stalls, waiting for others to choose. Wow, mother, isn't this the forest cake from Leaf Falls City? I really want to eat it. Lu Junhua was suddenly attracted by a pastry shop. Looking at the green pastry that looked delicious, Lu Wei suddenly felt hungry. Eat. Anyway, eating one tea make her gain weight. So Lu Wei took Seagull and Lu Junhua into the shop and ordered 3 different pastries. 3 types of pastries meant 3 different flavors for the 3 of them, which is a good deal. Mom, this red rose cake isn't that great. I like the forest cake. It has a natural flavor. Being praised by a deity shows that the forest cake is indeed delicious. Not bad. Tasty. Seagull, you should eat too. Lu Wei saw the black chocolate cake in front of Seagull, snatched Seagull's spoon, scooped a spoonful of the forest cake, and handed it to Seagull. Seagull looked at the pastry brought to his mouth, smiled, and opened his mouth to eat. Mom is biased. You're not feeding me. Watching the increasingly strange atmosphere between Lu Wei and Seagull, Lu Junhua calmly broke the awkwardness. All right, I'll feed you. Do you like that flavor, little darling? The forest cake? Lu Wei had no choice but to turn to deal with Lu Junhua, her little ancestor. When Lu Wei turned her head, Lu Junhua clearly saw his father's face darkened, glaring at him. As long as it's fed by Mom, I like it. Lu Junhua completely ignored what he just said about the red rose cake being bad. Uffed, you little rascal, just know how to ruin my relationship with your father. Then I'll feed you the red rose cake. I think it's delicious. To get back at Lu Junhua for ruining her moment with Seagull, Lu Wei fed Lu Junhua the red rose cake she had previously deemed not tasty. Watching Lu Junhua frown as he ate the red rose cake he disliked, Lu Wei felt much happier. Mom is bad, knowing I don't like red rose cake and still feeding it to me. Lu Junhua was throwing a small tantrum. Who said that whatever Mom feeds me, I like? Doesn't T my little darling like Mom anymore? Lu Wei, with a playful spirit, followed Lu Junhua and acted in a little play. How could that be? How can I not like Mom? Am I not obediently eating what you feed me? Lu Junhua was not having it and snuggled into Lu Wei's arms, comforting his dramatic mother. Seagull watched Lu Wei and Lu Junhua perform their little play, smiling all the while. Just then, sunlight streamed in from outside the window, creating a serene and peaceful scene. Chapter 81. 4th day of competition, level 5 spell, Stonefall. Level 5 spell, Amplification. On the 4th day, Lu Wei's first opponent had already put her in a difficult position. This guy seemed to be specifically targeting Lu Wei's spells, dodging all her control spells with ease. No more tricks, Women should always submit to men. This seemed to be a male chauvinist player, and his words made Lu Wei frown. Hearing this man's words, dissatisfaction was written all over Lu Wei's face. Divine power, mutation. Suddenly, Lu Wei remembered that her divine power was like that of a doctor. Since she could heal others, she could also make others sick. She unleashed a burst of life energy into her opponent's body. Have you lost your mind? You think you can defeat me with mere life energy? At first, the man was tense and on guard as Lu Wei's life energy surged into him. But when he realized it was healing him, he began to boast loudly. 3, 2, 1 down. Lu Wei silently counted in her heart, and to everyone's surprise, her opponent actually collapsed. This not only shocked him, but also everyone watching from the sidelines. What's going on? What did you do? The man cried out in pain, his face contorting with agony. You know what a human body is made of, right? Life spells are so magical. If a part of your body is suddenly enhanced and your whole body can't support it, what do you think will happen? Lu Wei smiled at him, while he looked at her with eyes full of fear. All right, enough talk, get lost. How dare you underestimate women with your kind of ability? Trash. With that, Lu Wei created a whirlwind beneath him, sending him flying out of the arena. Phew, that was exhausting. I didn't expect this sleazy man, apart from his weakness and the urge to make me think of him, to be quite reliable in strength. Lu Wei thought to herself as she walked away. Wow, mother, you're amazing. That is how you should defeat this scoundrel. Lu Junhua, watching from the sidelines, saw Lu Wei being underestimated by someone. And if it weren't for Mage Max holding him back, he might have rushed in to beat that damned thing to death. I know I'm great. You don't need to praise me. And you come here. Who taught you those dirty words? At such a young age, you're learning to curse like others. Originally, Lu Wei was quite happy, but upon hearing Lu Junhua's curse words, her anger flared up again. Mother God, have you forgotten? I inherited your divine power. I have all your basic etiquette, so everything I say is from your memories. Lu Junhua looked at Lu Wei with innocent eyes and even sent her a message. Lu Wei felt a bit embarrassed. Since Lu Junhua inherited her memories, and curse words occupied a large part of those memories, it was no wonder he learned them. What is wrong, Mother God? Lu Junhua still looked innocent, his big eyes blinking at Lu Wei. In nothing. Let us go see your Father God. Lu Wei awkwardly changed the subject, fearing that if Lu Junhua continued to ask, her secrets would be exposed. All right, whatever Mother God says goes. Lu Junhua used his cute appearance to once again deceive Lu Wei, and she fell for it. My little baby, you're so cute. Lu Wei rubbed Lu Junhua's little face, squeezing it as she did, almost deforming it. What are you doing? Seagull, not waiting for Lu Wei to approach, came over himself, looking at his fiancée and child in a bizarre posture, curiously asking, Father God, help me. Lu Junhua sent a distress signal to Seagull. Unfortunately, Seagull failed to respond. Seagull, you're here. I'm just rubbing my little baby's face. Look at his chubby little cheeks. It feels so nice to rub. Would you like to try to? Lu Wei explained her strange interaction with Lu Junhua while inviting Seagull to join in the face-rubbing activity. No thanks. Let's go back and rest. The recent matches are getting more intense, and I'm almost out of mental energy. Seagull pretended to be weak while looking at Lu Wei with a pitiful expression. Lu Wei looked at the two faces beside her, her mouth twitching a few times. Lu Junhua was fine, but Seagull, this big man, was actually acting spoiled towards her. Acting weak? Then let us go back to the inn. Just in time. I have new insights into my powers. The result was that Lu Wei was pulling one child by the hand and had another resting on her shoulder, struggling to head towards the inn. I have a teleportation spell. Why am I not using it? Wait. I don't seem to know the exact coordinates of the inn. Lu Wei looked troubled, and she cast a speed-enhancing spell and a strength-enhancing spell on herself, fearing that the three of them would make it back before dark. Just as Lu Wei was struggling to walk, Lu Junhua suddenly lifted his head and looked in a certain direction. Level 6 spell, Intensity Protection. Lu Junhua's sudden spell startled Lu Wei, who quickly took out her staff and looked around. Seeing that his hands were not free, Lu Junhua seemed a bit angry, but didn't think too much about it, as he needed to guard against his surroundings. Come out. It's not good if I have to force you out. Lu Junhua looked in a direction where he sensed the strongest energy fluctuations. It must be a strong opponent. Isn't this the one who made me submit to you? Why did you come looking for help? Lu Wei's mental scan also detected the familiar presence of someone she had previously defeated. Less talk. Today you will submit to me. Who knows what kind of spoiled rich kid this is, wanting to show off his male chauvinism. You said it yourself, less talk. Lu Junhua, once again enraged, felt his magical energy starting to go out of control. Level 7 spell, Group Binding. Enraged, Lu Junhua began to use his magical power and casting level that far exceeded that of a normal mage. Level 7 spell, Sword Pierce. Originally, this spell could only condense 4 or 5 swords, but in his fury, Lu Junhua tapped into his divine power, summoning over a dozen swords. Each sword pierced through the spoiled rich kid, causing no wounds, only pain. Oh no, Lu Junhua is about to lose control. Lu Wei quickly set Seagull, who was leaning against her, down and sent a message to Mage Max before embracing the still furious Lu Junhua. All right, my little baby, be good, mother is here. Lu Wei had never attempted to calm an enraged Lu Junhua before, so she could only gently hug him like her mother used to comfort her when she was angry, whispering soothing words. And mother? Lu Junhua's red eyes gradually returned to normal, and he fearfully clung to Lu Wei, burying himself in her embrace. Mother, am I very weak? This is already the second time I've lost control. Lu Junhua's muffled voice came from Lu Wei's arms, trembling slightly with fear. Lu Wei looked at the group of people bound by Lu Junhua and lowered her head to pull him out of her embrace, making eye contact. In every mother's eyes, her child is always the best. In every mother's eyes, her child is the greatest, even if you are a born deity. Lu Wei added this as a mental message. The less people know about the matter of innate deities, the better. Lu Wei, what is wrong with you? Suddenly, a spatial passage appeared, and Mage Max arrived next to the struggle with Mage Kodesh. He glanced at Lu Wei, who was still comforting her child, and at Siegel, who was lying on the ground unconscious. He prepared to investigate the matter himself, and the more he looked, the darker his expression became. What's going on? Mage Kodesh, who was not proficient in divination, was too lazy to investigate on his own and directly asked Mage Max. Mage Max remained silent, took out a crystal ball, and handed it to Mage Kodesh. He feared he would lose control of his thoughts and rush over to cast a few high-level spells on them, making them wish they were dead. Curious, Mage Kodesh extended his mental energy into the crystal ball, and like Mage Max, the darker his expression became. Eventually, his fingers gripping the staff began to turn white. You bastards! I will banish you to the abyss. Let you remain in your lowest form forever. Mage Kodesh seemed to act impulsively like Lu Junhua, speaking without thinking. Wait, Kodesh, if this matter. All right, I understand. I will write to these people tomorrow. Let us wait for the organizers from the city of 1,000 Towers and those mage guilds to make a judgment. Then we can enjoy the pleasure of compensation. Just as Lu Wei was chatting with others, the organizers suddenly teleported over. What's going on? The person who arrived was the nominal governor of the city of 1,000 Towers. In the urban area, the intensity of the spells should not exceed what a level 6 mage can withstand. If it happens, then you can expect to be turned away from the city of 1,000 Towers. The newcomer looked seriously at the previously arrived scene of the battle. Mage Cole, I don't want to say anything else. Go see for yourselves. After you finish, tell me your thoughts and the punishment method. If you don't believe me, do you think there are few divination mages in the city of 1,000 Towers? Mage Max angrily threw the crystal ball to the person from the city of 1,000 Towers. Make sure to take a good look. Mage Max was still very annoyed. Level 5 spell, Strong Binding Spell. Chapter 82. The 5th day of the competition. As the competition progressed, more and more mages were eliminated, leaving only the last 50 5th level mages. Lu Wei's ranking was precarious, sitting in the 40s, as she had been targeted in consecutive challenges, forcing her to surrender and resulting in a loss of points. Fortunately, Siegel would always challenge those who targeted Lu Wei again and defeat them. Moreover, due to the ongoing battles, Lu Wei and Siegel once again reached a breakthrough state, especially Siegel, who had been suppressing himself to remain at the 5th level mage tier. After all, once he broke through to the 6th level, he would face mages who had been at that level for a long time. Mother God, you can't continue fighting. Although your divinity can heal some of your injuries, several days of continuous battles have caused your bodily functions to decline. You can compete at most 6 more times, and 6 is already the maximum. My suggestion is 3. That night, Siegel and Lu Junhua stayed in Lu Wei's room to check her condition. Although neither of them were healing mages, Lu Junhua was a sealed deity with an intact divine body, significantly stronger than Lu Wei. So checking her body was well within his capabilities. Has it really deteriorated to this extent? Lu Wei said with a bitter smile. In her most recent match, she had accidentally been hit by an opponent's spell and, after the match, used her divine essence to check her body, realizing the damage was more severe than she had expected. All right, Lu Wei, we will tell Mage Maze that we are withdrawing from the competition tomorrow. After all, we've already made it into the top 100. That's enough. Siegel concluded, and they decided to withdraw from the competition. No, Father God, you don't need to withdraw. You should continue competing. Haven't you noticed that your spell casting is becoming smoother? Mother God is withdrawing because her body can't handle it anymore, but your body is healthy, so why withdraw? Besides, if Mother God withdraws, that means you'll have a dedicated healer. You can also train Mother God's divine power. Lu Junhua rolled his eyes at Siegel and shared his suggestion. In fact, Lu Junhua had his own plans. What easily fosters feelings? Of course, it's the handsome injured party and the sweet doctor. Such a great opportunity. Lu Junhua wanted to create chances for his father, as he was quite frustrated with his father's slow progress. A dedicated doctor? That doesn't sound bad. Then it's settled. Lu Wei, you will withdraw from the competition tomorrow, and I will go tell Mage Maze. Siegel seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly left Lu Wei's room, and Lu Wei couldn't stop him. Lu Wei made a gesture of despair. Forget it. Mother God, Father God is doing this for your own good, Lu Junhua interjected, blocking his mother to prevent her from stopping his father. Suddenly, a spatial passage appeared in Lu Wei's room, and Mage Maze stepped out with Siegel. Lu Wei, how is your body? I've called Lu Wei over. Lu Wei was a healing mage from the high-level mages in Hilltown. Although his healing abilities couldn't compare to a priest's divine spells, they were still quite good. Lord Maze, my body is okay. But I was hit by a spell in the last match, and continuous participation in competitions has caused some serious damage. Lu Wei calmly explained her condition to Mage Maze. Deteriorated to this extent? Even if our mages are in poor condition, it shouldn't be like this. Also, every time we advance, our bodies are tempered by magical power, making it easier for us to cast spells. So while our bodies may not be as good as melee classes or priests, they are comparable to rangers, Mage Maze said, frowning tightly after hearing about Lu Wei's severe injuries, rambling on about Mage's physical conditions. Maze, why did you call me here? Asked the gentle Lu Wei as he entered Lu Wei's room, inquiring about Mage Maze. Oh, Lu Wei, you're here. This is the apprentice of Lord Igor, but now she's injured. I asked you to come see how her body is doing. Mage Maze was even more enthusiastic about Lu Wei than about his own apprentice. When comparing his apprentice to Lu Wei, his apprentice might just cry. An apprentice of Lord Igor? Then please lie flat on the bed. I need to use magic to diagnose your body. Upon hearing that Lu Wei was Igor's apprentice, the senior mage's expression changed. Igor was a legendary level archmage, and his apprentice should have great talent. All right, thank you, Lord Lu Wei. Lu Wei obediently laid down on her bed, while Siegel moved closer to the bed, and Lu Junhua simply climbed onto Lu Wei's bed. As he climbed, a surge of energy flowed from where Lu Junhua touched Lu Wei into her body. Climbing up is fine. It doesn't matter. The senior mage seemed to understand the relationship between Lu Wei and Lu Junhua and did not stop his actions. 7th level spell, Insight. This spell was developed by a mage who studied priest healing spells a century ago. It could clearly examine a person's or other race's physical condition, corresponding situations, and solutions. However, due to the high casting level required, few mages learned or remembered this spell. A light green glow enveloped Lu Wei, and Mage Lu Wei closed his eyes to carefully examine her physical condition. Half a minute later, Mage Lu Wei opened his eyes with a frown and looked at Lu Wei with a complex expression. Your body has suffered more than one injury, at least 3 times, and you fainted several times due to excessive spell casting. Your body is so damaged that if a small spell hits you, you will fall into a dangerous state. Therefore, my suggestion is that you should not use spells for a period of time until your body can once again cast high-intensity spells. Mage Lu Wei's advice was quite similar to Lu Junhua's, but more detailed. I'm also a mage, and I know it's hard not to use spells for a while, but there's no choice, otherwise, your body will be in real danger. Mage Lu Wei began to comfort this promising talent. During his examination, he had already assessed Lu Wei's talent, except for her mental C, which he couldn't probe into. But everyone has their secrets, don't they? Lord Lu Wei, I would like to ask if Lu Wei can break through. She has already reached the threshold for breaking through to the 6th level. Siegel spoke up, recalling Lu Wei's impending breakthrough. Yes, breaking through will allow magical power to further temper her body, so it is beneficial. Moreover, the flow of magical power within Lu Wei is very smooth, so there is nothing to worry about regarding the breakthrough. However, even if she breaks through to the level of a 6th level mage, Lu Wei still shouldn't overuse spells, except for 0-level spells, which basically don't consume much. Mage Lu Wei still offered suggestions, noting the benefits of the breakthrough and the level of spells she could still use. 0 level. I understand. Thank you, Lord Lu Wei. Lu Wei thanked Mage Lu Wei and exchanged a glance with Lu Junhua. I want to ask, can divinity heal my mother? Lu Junhua understood the meaning behind Lu Wei's gaze and, relying on his youthful appearance, posed a question. Why do you ask that? Well, Master Mage knows that I am born from divine power, and I naturally carry some fragmented heritage. My heritage suggests that the divine essence of life might be able to heal my mother. Everything seems to point to the deity that brought Lu Junhua into being. I think it should be possible. The divine essence of life would make a person with such divinity healthier, but I don't possess divinity myself, so I'm not entirely sure. However, since you're asking, do you have divinity? This question put Master Lu Wei in a difficult position. Divinity is something that can be encountered but not sought, and only the one that suits oneself is the best. Therefore, he himself did not know if the power of divinity could heal Lu Wei's situation. All right, stop asking. Let's go out and let the family have a good talk. Oh, by the way, Lu Wei, you don't have to compete tomorrow, but Siegel, you must continue to compete. Master Mage, seeing Master Lu Wei asking questions left and right, directly pushed him and led him to the door, exiting Lu Wei's room. Mother Goddess, what this mage said was quite good. If I hadn't hidden your divinity and isolated your spiritual sea with divine power, he would have known everything about you. Lu Junhua waved his hand and set up a soundproof barrier, adding, this is the downside of that spell. It can probe into various parts of a person's body and secrets. Yes, I understand, my little treasure. I'll rest well in the hotel tomorrow. I've been so restless these days due to the competition, and now I finally have time. Simply put, Lu Wei wanted to sleep in. Unlike other mages who meditate all day, Lu Wei preferred to be comfortable. All right, Mother Goddess, I'll keep you company while you sleep tomorrow. Lu Junhua suddenly appeared excited, finally having the chance to be alone with the Mother Goddess. No, tomorrow you need to watch your Father God's competition, and make sure to keep an eye on your Father God. Without a second thought, Lu Wei rejected Lu Junhua's excitement and insisted he must go watch Siegel's competition. Hey, I say, why don't you two ask me anything? For a moment, Siegel felt a bit superfluous. Chapter 83. Personal competition finals among the top 50 mages. Excluding Lu Wei and a few others who withdrew from the competition for various reasons, there are now 40 participating mages left. The organizers of the City of Towers began the finals after noting that there were still 40 mages remaining. Coincidentally, the number of mages at the 4 lower to mid-level ranks, 3, 4, 5, and 6, was perfectly balanced, with one from each rank participating. The purpose of this final was simply to determine their rankings. Go, Father God. You must secure a good rank and bring glory to us. Lu Junhua's words carried an underlying meaning. Father God, do your best. You must achieve a good rank to impress Mother God. Go, Siegel. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. I've made great progress in healing others, and my divine power is stronger now. Lu Wei's words were not very encouraging, leaving Lu Junhua with a dark expression. What kind of Mother God is this? All right, I will remember your words. Just cheer for me and get ready, Siegel said, looking at the pair before him, his heart racing with thoughts of wanting to hug them. City of Wealth, Heidel. Town of Hill, Siegel. To his surprise, the opponent was a mage from the City of Wealth. Would he use money to crush his opponents like the mages from there? Siegel recalled seeing other mages in the City of Wealth casting spells, throwing out several spell scrolls in a flash. What a money burn. They had more money than they knew what to do with. I know you. You're always followed by 2 burdens, one big and one small. Who plays a game while dragging their family along? Heidel looked at Siegel with disdain, thinking that Lu Wei and Lu Junhua were Siegel's family. But he didn't consider that the game's intelligence rules stated that minors could not enter the Chronicles of the Gods. He didn't even think about how a child as young as Lu Junhua came to be. Level 5 spell, Flame Thorns. Fiery thorns surrounded Heidel, gradually moving closer under Siegel's command, only to be stopped by Heidel's defensive equipment. This young master is never afraid of flames. Heidel was indeed strong, at least able to block the divinely empowered flames. It could be said that Siegel's divine power was relatively weak, and the strength of the blessing was insufficient. Level 5 spell, Ice Storm. Blue ice appeared around Heidel, and this dual assault of heat and cold forced the first piece of Heidel's defensive gear to shatter. Heidel was secretly frightened. Fortunately, he had several defensive pieces of equipment. Otherwise, he would have been knocked down by Siegel long ago. Level 5 spell, Great Stiffness. A spell filled with death energy surged from Heidel's staff towards Siegel. This was an unholy spell. You actually remember an evil spell. Seagull finally spoke for the first time in this competition, but unfortunately, this first sentence made Heidel very happy. You actually still distinguish between good and evil in a game? Seagull, young master of the Klaus family, how naive can you be? This is just a game. Heidel seemed to know Seagull's surname in real life, indicating they had met before. Seagull remained silent, his attacks becoming more intense. Give up, Seagull. You can't defeat me. Heidel looked down at Seagull with an arrogant expression, pulling out a scroll glowing with magical light. Level 6 spell, Brief Time Stasis. A level 6 spell scroll. One of the rare scrolls with time powers. Its cost must be high. But can Seagull withstand it? Lu Wei mentally marked a cross for Seagull. Oh no, it's time stasis. But even a level 6 time stasis lasts only 10 seconds. As long as I can endure, Heidel must be out. Seagull's spell analysis was even higher than Lu Wei's, and he recognized this spell as soon as it was cast. However, despite his understanding, Seagull was still immobilized by the time stasis. Everything except Heidel was frozen in place. Ha ha ha, Seagull, hope of the younger generation of the Klaus family. You are now frozen by me. Heidel suddenly became arrogant. A button on Seagull's outfit began to glow, surrounded by a green light that protected him from Heidel's control and harm. Mother, how can you do this? You know this will harm your life. Lu Junhua shouted anxiously at his mother from the sidelines. He knew exactly what this spell was, shared injury. This was a spell Lu Wei had comprehended from her divine powers. It allowed the caster to share the damage taken by the target, using their own life force to create a protective barrier for the target. It's fine. Your mother is gifted and will recover soon. Don't forget our goal is to become divine beings. In truth, Lu Wei had her worries about using this spell. But once she thought about the possibility of losing someone close to her, her heart felt heavy. After saying this, Lu Junhua placed his hand on Lu Wei's hand, transferring his life force to her body to offset her life force loss. Mother God, don't worry. I am for the divine. I am eternal. Lu Junhua comforted his mother telepathically and further infused his life force into Lu Wei to help her. Level 5 spell, Forceful Stasis. Level 4 spell, Human Stasis. Level 3 spell, Bind. Upon feeling the protective power from Lu Wei, Seagull anxiously cast all his control spells at Heidel. Heidel, who was still immersed in the applause of imminent victory, was thus controlled. After about 10 seconds, once Seagull completely regained his mobility, he remembered, Lu Wei and Lu Junhua are not burdens. They are my closest people, just based on your family's third-tier status. How can you compare with the Klaus family and the El Green family? After saying this, Seagull learned Lu Wei's last move. Level 0 spell, Mage Hand. With an angry invisible hand infused with Seagull's power, Heidel was thrown up and then slapped away, resulting in Seagull's victory in this round. However, after delivering that slap, he stumbled and collapsed onto the arena. Seagull. Lu Wei stopped her spell, activated the agility boost on her equipment, and rushed to the halo area, waiting for Seagull to come out. Mother, how can you run around like this? And you can't use such high-level spells. Although Lu Junhua's words were somewhat excessive, they were still true. After casting Shared Injury, Lu Wei was already feeling dizzy. Seagull slightly recovered in the arena before stepping out of the halo. Seeing Lu Wei's swaying body and Lu Junhua's anxious expression made his heart race, and he quickly rushed to Lu Wei's side. Lu Wei, how are you? Are you okay? That spell was yours, right? Anxious people tend to ask many obvious questions, and Seagull was no exception, perhaps even going overboard. I'm fine. Everything went black, and she fainted. Hey, Lu Wei. Lu Wei, wake up. Seagull anxiously pulled Lu Wei into his arms to prevent her from falling. Get away. Because Lu Wei fainted, the three of them were surrounded, and the crowd closed in tighter. Unexpectedly, relying on the pressure from the high-level mage, Lu Junhua, those present felt a tightness in their chests and automatically stepped back, allowing Lu Wei's family of 3 to move freely. In Lu Wei's room, Seagull sat on the side, while Lu Junhua sat on Lu Wei's bed, holding her hand to provide her with some necessary energy. After all, Lu Wei and Lu Junhua had a connection from the same source, and Lu Junhua could directly wake Lu Wei in her spiritual sea. Lu Junhua and Lu Wei sat facing each other in Lu Wei's spiritual sea, but Lu Wei appeared to be in a drowsy state, on the verge of falling asleep. The Mother God has woken up, and the Father God is still waiting for us. Lu Junhua gently tried to pull Lu Wei, who was about to doze off. Huh? Little darling, why are you here? Is this my spiritual sea? Although she was about to fall asleep, she wasn't fully asleep yet. Yes, yes, yes. Your Father God has entered the competition. I'm afraid he will go straight to the underworld to find me. Lu Wei said nervously, as the underworld was a realm of death, difficult for ordinary people to enter. Outside the spiritual sea, Seagull watched as Lu Wei's eyes slowly opened. He quickly leaned closer to her, looking at Lu Wei with deep affection. Lu Wei, are you all right? You're so silly, I can break free by myself. You have to believe that we have divinity. My divinity has already started to break free from the damage caused by the stasis of time. I can stop it myself, but I want to test my limits. For a boy who loved to fight, Seagull's approach was simply the right one. Limits? Father God, you can't test your strength limits right now. Lu Junhua directly interrupted his unreliable father's explanation, preparing to speak for himself. Mother God, actually what Father God said is also correct, but it's not useful at this stage. Lu Junhua comforted Lu Wei by holding her hand. All right, I'm fine now. Seagull, I ask you, what is your ranking now? The awakened Lu Wei seemed completely out of it. Chapter 84. The 4 Steps of Divinity. All right, Seagull. I'm fine now, so don't be so unhappy anymore. I still want to ask you what place you got. Lu Wei looked at Seagull, standing by her bedside, and Lu Junhua on her bed, both with a look of confusion. This tension is just too much. Mother God, this isn't just a minor issue. This is about your life. I can already faintly sense things from another world, so if you were to die now, there's a good chance you wouldn't resurrect. Of course, this only applies to someone whose physical body hasn't fully awakened yet. Lu Junhua said this to Lu Wei very seriously. As someone granted divine authority by the world, Lu Junhua understood the changes in the world's origin very well. From his perception, the world of Chronicles of the Gods is gradually coming into contact with another great world. According to the analysis of the world's origin, the origin levels of these 2 great worlds are not far apart. It's either you devour me, or I devour you, with no other possibilities, though there might be. They're extremely slim. You can already sense another world? Lu Wei looked at her son in surprise. This son is too closely tied to the world's origin. That is not a good thing. Yes, Mother God, as the divine being granted by the world, the innate deity, I, Krosos, cannot escape this fate. I can only help this world achieve victory and seize the information regarding my divine authority from that world to grow quickly. Perhaps when I become a being like Enhua, I will be able to wander freely across various universes. Lu Junhua spoke to Lu Wei in a drifting tone. Wait, Lu Wei, your physical body hasn't completely revived yet. You entered this world purely with your spiritual power, but your body's attributes. Seagull seemed to understand something towards the end and didn't continue speaking. Yes, Seagull, you're right. My physical body hasn't revived at all. I entered this game relying on pure spirit. According to the information I received, I need to successfully become a deity in this world to completely revive my body. Lu Wei said to Seagull, but by the end, she didn't dare to look at him anymore. Mother God, the situation is different now. Your body's revival will be combined with your soul, and then your soul will promote your body to become a divine body. Of course, this will only happen after you successfully become a deity. Lu Junhua weakly explained from the side. Lu Wei, don't worry. We already possess divinity. We have already taken the first step towards becoming deities. I will accompany you to become a deity. At this moment, Seagull was filled with a special aura, but unfortunately, the good show lasted only 3 seconds before Lu Junhua interrupted. Father God, you're mistaken. You too haven't even fully taken the first step towards divinity. You've merely stepped half a foot in. Divinity is just the first step, and moreover, your divinity isn't strong. Lu Junhua seriously poured a bucket of cold water on his father and mother gods. I say, kid, are you deliberately looking for trouble today? Why do you have to pour cold water on us? After hearing Lu Junhua's words, Lu Wei felt a bit exasperated. She knew that becoming a deity was troublesome, but she used to have a lot of fantasies about it, which were now completely shattered by Lu Junhua. Oh, then Lu Junhua, tell me what the key to becoming a deity is. Seagull remained rational, not at all embarrassed by being exposed. Fadir Goji. Wait for me to sort through my inheritance memories. I haven't clarified the things in my inherited memories yet. After speaking, Lu Junhua closed his eyes and began to organize his memories. And fortunately, he had a divine rank supporting his brain's rapid operation. While Lu Junhua was organizing his memories with his eyes closed, Lu Wei and Siegel didn't idle either. They sat together and continued chatting. I say, Siegel, you still haven't told me your ranking in the finals? For some reason, Lu Wei was fixated on Siegel's ranking in the finals. Well, it was because I sensed your power attribute during the competition that I ended the match as quickly as possible and brought you back. I didn't participate in the subsequent matches. Siegel's voice grew quieter, while Lu Wei's expression became increasingly complex. What did you say? You didn't participate in the subsequent matches? Lu Wei asked again, feeling she must have misheard. This can't be true. Siegel had a chance to win first place as a level 5 mage. This was what she had seen in her prophecy, but unfortunately, she hadn't seen that because of her actions, Siegel didn't participate in the competition. Really, I didn't participate in the later matches. I was just worried about you. Siegel still spoke cautiously to Lu Wei, afraid he might accidentally touch on a sore spot. You, forget it. That's your business. To be honest, Siegel, as a young master of the Klaus family, a highly respected young master Siegel, are you okay with being ordered around by me? Lu Wei sighed and asked Siegel, knowing that the Klaus family is one of the top families in the Interstellar Federation, famous throughout the galaxy. She felt she might not live long after using him like this. What are you thinking? I, Siegel Klaus, although a direct descendant of the Klaus family, have an elder brother and an elder sister above me. I only manage a small part of the family business. The rest is overseen by my brother and sister. However, Lu Wei, don't worry about my family being complicated. In reality, our family is very harmonious. So harmonious that we hardly see each other throughout the year. Siegel ended up laughing as he spoke about his family's quirks. So, the reason I said all this is to reassure you. I am very willing to follow your orders, my divine highness. After saying this, Siegel hugged Lu Wei tightly, lifted her chin, and slowly lowered his head. Mother God, I found it. What are you doing? Seeing Siegel about to kiss Lu Wei, Lu Junhua felt like he had missed something. But openly showing affection like this was absolutely unacceptable in his eyes. Cough, my dear, what did you find? Upon hearing Lu Junhua's surprised voice, Siegel quickly pushed Lu Wei away and asked Lu Junhua in a daze, while Siegel looked at his eldest son with a face full of complaints. Cough, Mother God, I found the 4 key points to becoming a deity. Then Lu Junhua shared the information he had obtained from his inherited memories with Lu Wei and Siegel. First and foremost is divinity. This is quite obvious. It relates to deities. Divinity is the most fundamental aspect of deities. It defines the starting point of a deity. For example, Lu Wei's divinity, filled with the breath of life, determines that her future path will definitely be related to life. This is also the easiest aspect to obtain, through personal comprehension, bloodline inheritance, or divine grants. Ultimately, divine grants are mostly given by deities of weak divine power and above, as weak deities hardly have enough divinity themselves. Next is divine fire, the burning within the soul. Igniting one's soul and burning away the impurities of the soul makes it more pure, ultimately giving birth to one's divine fire from the divinity. Divine fire can be considered the first step to becoming a deity. With divinity, one can be called a demigod, which grants the ability to be addressed as Your Highness. At this stage, one can bestow their followers with divine techniques of levels 0 to 3. Furthermore, with divine fire, one can absorb their own divine power from various parts of the universe, although a large portion will be lost in the process. And one can also sign various contracts between deities. The third step is the concept of divine office. A divine office is essentially the duty assigned to deities. Every deity that has successfully attained divinity will have their own exclusive divine office, whether they're a righteous god or an evil god. However, at this stage, the competition among deities becomes increasingly ruthless. Among deities with the same divine office, only one can exist. Some domineering higher deities even prevent other deities from occupying the realms derived from their own divine office. In this context, deities are not defined by gender. Rather, They are essentially genderless beings. They merely manifest a particular gender based on their preferences. Regardless of the gender, if two deities occupy the same divine office, a conflict is inevitable unless one voluntarily downgrades to a weaker divine power or a demigod and declares that they will no longer pursue the divine office. In that case, only one can survive. Finally, there is the divine status, which can be accurately described as the materialization of the divine office. The divine status can assist deities in processing various computations, including prophecies and strategizing their future paths. There is a theory suggesting that the computational speed of a deity's brain far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Their brains are constantly processing information every second. Of course, the computational capacity varies among deities of different ranks. If a deity attempts to perform computations beyond their rank, the result will be a catastrophic explosion of their divine status, the destruction of their divine office, and ultimately their fall. There are examples of this, such as the demigod Mage, who relied on his talent to seize the divine office of the goddess of magic. He perished due to his brain's inability to support such extensive computations, resulting in a self-detonation. Mother gods and father gods. You should understand that deities are not as magnificent as mortals imagine. They merely possess greater power and eternal life compared to mortals. Especially for those deities who attain divinity through faith, whether they can preserve their original consciousness without being distorted by that faith is a significant issue. After Lu Junhua finished speaking, he once again reminded Lu Wei and Siegel for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, indicating that they understood. Chapter 85. The team competition begins. Father God. Mother God, you must remember that the world of gods is not as simple as mortals think. I've said enough for today, and now we should go watch the award ceremony for Father God's individual competition. After a serious summary, Lu Junhua proposed the next task for Lu Wei and the others. Right, I almost forgot there is an award ceremony for the individual competition. Let us go, Siegel. Let us join the fun. Lu Wei instantly became cheerful, jumping off the bed and grabbing Lu Junhua with one hand and Siegel with the other. Wait a minute. Mother God, don't you know Father God? Didn't he participate in the later competition? Isn't it awkward to go see Father God now? Lu Junhua still had to consider his father's feelings. What if they ran into an enemy later? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Junhua, your mother's matters are the most important. Besides, the reward for first place is divinity. Who among us needs the divinity of the god of mages? Since Lu Wei wants to see the excitement, let us go see who has the talent to stand before me and Lu Wei. Siegel comforted Lu Junhua, telling him not to worry too much. Father God, what's wrong? Mother God, Father God is broken. Lu Junhua seemed to see something strange and hurriedly hid behind Lu Wei. What's wrong, little darling? Lu Wei pulled Lu Junhua out from behind her, softly comforting him. Mother God, Father God is broken. Father God actually called me Junhua gently. Lu Junhua looked at Siegel with a face full of fear. Siegel, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. Puffed. Ha ha, Siegel, did you hear that? The little darling is scared of your gentle side. It's clear you're usually very fierce to my little darling. Lu Wei laughed so hard she almost fell into Siegel's arms, forcing him to hold her, giving her a gentle look before turning to glare fiercely at Lu Junhua. That is more like it. This is the Father God I know. Lu Junhua smiled widely, making Lu Wei giggle beside him. All right, stop joking. Let us go watch the award ceremony for the individual competition. Lu Wei took Lu Junhua's hand and Siegel's hand and walked out of the room. Wow, there are so many people. Even those who withdrew from the competition are here. Lu Wei looked around in awe, and Lu Junhua covered his face, pretending not to know her and subtly moving to the side. Oh, you little brat, you're already starting to be embarrassed by your mother. Siegel, I feel so pitiful. Lu Wei dramatically leaned into Siegel's arms, playing the pity card. Not just Lu Junhua, but even those standing next to Lu Wei couldn't bear to look at her theatrics. All right. Isn't there still me? Let us ignore this little brat and quietly watch the award ceremony. Siegel smiled as he held Lu Wei in his arms, comforting her. Okay, let us watch the award ceremony. Forget about this little brat. Lu Wei suddenly regained her energy, bouncing out of Seagull's embrace and running into the crowd. Lu Junhua, create a protective barrier around your mother. I can't cast spells as fast as you. Seeing Lu Wei dash into the crowd, Seagull quickly called Lu Junhua to his side, telling him to protect Lu Wei while he squeezed through the crowd to her side. Level 6 spell, Close Protection. This spell is considerate in that it can change the protective range based on the recipient's size. So it can protect Lu Wei without provoking other mages due to an overly large protective area. Alright, now, let's South welcome the third place winner among level 5 mages. Heal. It was the same stage, the same host. As the host finished speaking, a female mage surrounded by fire elemental power walked onto the stage. Lu Wei used her detection spell and found that this female mage was almost at level 6, just like Seagull, suppressing her own power. Heal. A female mage from Del Town is different from ordinary mages. She has given up on other elemental spells and specialized in fire elemental spells. Of course, this choice was hers to make, and we cannot interfere, so let us congratulate Mage Hell. Lu Wei thought the host was very unprofessional for revealing a mage's mysterious nature. Little darling, do you think her choice is correct? For the later realms, of course, Lu Junhua, the sealed deity, is more familiar. So Lu Wei directly communicated with Lu Junhua without any embarrassment. Mother God, this actually won't work, unless she absolutely never becomes a weak or higher level deity. The god of fire elements will definitely cause her trouble. Of course, she has another path, which is to follow in the footsteps of previous mages and become a great archmage, but it's very difficult. However, her choice is not bad. After all, fire elements are among the strongest in terms of attack. As long as she is not targeted, she can live well, but just now, that host has already revealed her secrets. Lu Junhua finished speaking and cutely shook his little face. Ah, my little darling, you're just too cute. Lu Wei looked at Lu Junhua, shaking his face with sparkling eyes. Mother, the second place is your companion. Seeing the sparkle in Lu Wei's eyes, Lu Junhua felt something was off and quickly changed the subject upon realizing the second place was Lu Wei's companion. Alright, after seeing such a charming female mage, let us now look at a handsome male mage. Now, let us welcome the handsome mage from Hilltown, Gage. Upon hearing this, Gage, dressed in a silver prophecy robe, walked onto the stage. With black hair, a handsome face, tall and straight figure, proper attire, and most importantly, his silver glowing eyes, everything about him was so attractive. Gage? ISNT, he only a level 4 mage? How is he already level 5? Lu Wei expressed her confusion, wondering if many things had happened while she was unconscious. Mother, during your unconsciousness, most of the people in your team have broken through. The 2 level 4 mages had already broken through to level 5 not long ago. If it weren't for Father suppressing his power, he would have already reached level 6. Lu Junhua explained to his mother, feeling exasperated since Lu Wei had been unconscious for a while. Oh, I see. But this prophecy mage seems different from Mage Max. Why isn't his brilliance purely silver? Lu Wei frowned. Looking closely, she noticed Gage's aura was no longer the pure silver light of a prophecy mage, but mixed with other elements. Mother, everyone has their own secrets, and we have no right to know. Lu Junhua looked seriously at Lu Wei, reminding her that in the main plane, many self-important mages think they are amazing and recklessly pry into others' secrets, with predictable results. I understand. This mage from Hilltown is the apprentice of Prophecy Mage Max, and has carved his own path, a mage with great potential, perhaps due to warnings from other mages. The host suppressed the desire to elaborate further and simply introduced him without saying much. I think Gage has a bright future ahead. Seagull communicated from his side, and Lu Junhua attentively spread his mental energy into a net, enveloping Lu Wei and Seagull, allowing them to communicate mentally like a group chat. I feel the same way. Previously, the Master Mage Max seemed to have mentioned that Kai Gu might have a chance to take that position of the prophecy god. Lu Wei then came to the spiritual network to publish her own news. Mother God, this person called Kai Gu does indeed have a good talent for prophecy, but it's still too early to say whether he can become a deity given his current strength. Lu Junhua is not very optimistic about him, but Kai Ji's talent in the field of prophecy is truly impressive. This is something even the deity Lu Junhua would agree with. All right, everyone. Don't just focus on this handsome prophecy mage. There's also the first place. Now, let's South welcome the first place in the grand finals of the level 5 mages. Lack. The host actually doesn't want to introduce this first place called Lack, because it's just a bit hard to watch. A hunched figure, messy hair as if it hasn't been washed for days, wearing a tattered mage robe. 2 words, slovenly. I can't take it anymore. How can this person be so ugly? Siegel, quickly turn the camera so I can see. Lu Wei slightly broke down and started shouting in the spiritual network. Hearing Lu Wei's words, Siegel quickly found himself in front of Lu Wei, facing her to let her see clearly. Who would have thought? Even Mother God can make mistakes in judgment. Lu Junhua looked at Lack on stage with an appreciative gaze, as if he were admiring something beautiful. Get off. You're too ugly. Get away. You're hurting my eyes. You lower the quality of our mages. The mages in the audience shouted in unison, as if this mage called Lack had truly dirted their eyes. Mother God, you are indeed all superficial people. This guy called Lack has used a spell that even the lowly followers of the Lady of Joy cannot recognize to hide his face. This guy's true face, well, how should I put it, according to what Mother God said, should be considered cute. Lu Junhua said in a rather strange tone about this person's real appearance. All right. Now everyone knows the top 3 among the level 5 mages. The fire element spell Master Hell, the one with strong offensive prophecy spells, Kai Ge, and the uniquely looking Lack. Now let me announce one last thing. The day after tomorrow, we will hold a team competition for mages. Please, the esteemed members of each mage guild, prepare your contestants. I will still be the host for the level 5 mages team competition. However, everyone can go and watch the matches of level 6 mages and above, as their individual matches are not finished yet. After saying this, the follower of the Lady of Joy left, allowing the remaining mages some free time. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was dragging Siegel and Lu Junhua to find that mage called Lack. Chapter 86, Team Competition 1. Lu Wei takes Siegel and Lu Junhua to my room. We need to discuss the upcoming team competition. After the host announced that the team competition for level 5 mages would be held tomorrow, Master Mace conveyed this message to Lu Wei through telepathy. Mother God, what did that old man Mace say to you again? It's worth mentioning that after leaving the competition venue, the mental network enveloping Lu Wei and Siegel did not dissipate. So Master Mace's telepathy could also be felt by Lu Junhua. Oh, my little darling. Lord Mace has asked me to take both of you to his room to discuss the team competition. Lu Wei chuckled as she touched Lu Junhua's face, but unexpectedly, Lu Junhua suddenly blushed. I understand. Let's go then. I'll use teleportation to take you there. Father God and Mother God probably haven't carefully observed the things within the spatial passage, right? Lu Junhua took Lu Wei and Siegel to a secluded spot and opened a dimensional barrier. Strange. Why is the dimensional barrier so weak? After opening the dimensional barrier, Lu Junhua looked at his hand in confusion, unable to comprehend why the barrier of Qiantazi City had become so fragile. Seal open. With Lu Junhua's action, a surge of divine power suddenly emanated from him. Let's go. Father God, Mother God. Lu Junhua made a gesture inviting Lu Wei and Siegel to enter. Glancing back at a certain direction behind Lu Wei, seemingly catching sight of something unpleasant. Behind Lu Wei, in a hidden spot, a mage clad in a black robe was carefully observing the crystal ball in his hand. Suddenly, the crystal ball shattered, and the image froze on a pair of children's eyes looking back. Oh, I've been discovered, but it should be fine, right? This child. The mage thought, strange. When did the Mother God and Father God attract such a person? A high-level prophecy mage? Is there something about them that draws attention? Lu Junhua appeared deep in thought. This is what the spatial passage looks like. So beautiful, right? A long corridor leading to an unknown direction, surrounded by enchanting colors. Yes, Mother God. This is the spatial passage that I've slowed down using divine power. If it were you, you would have been rapidly drawn to the other side of the passage and wouldn't be walking so leisurely within it. And look, those surrounding enchanting things are worlds of small dimensions attached to the main plane, where divine beings also exist. Lu Junhua pointed at the colorful surroundings, explaining to Lu Wei and Siegel. Really? I want to see it too. I wonder when we can go. Lu Wei looked at those small worlds, seemingly entranced, as if gazing at sparkling diamonds. Mother God, actually, once you reach the level of High Mage, you can traverse some not-so-strong dimensional barriers to small worlds. However, these small worlds generally don't hold significant opportunities. Once you reach legendary or demigod status, you could traverse some intermediate worlds. After you become gods, you can freely travel through these worlds. However, divine beings usually don't act in person. They send their avatars to explore these worlds to safeguard their names. After all, who wants to fall after becoming a divine being? Lu Junhua chattered on, but all this information was indeed necessary. Is that so? Now we understand. Let's hurry to Master Mace. Siegel finally spoke up. Father God, let me teach you one last piece of knowledge. You should know that gods like me have infinite lifespans, so we don't mind the passage of time. Similarly, within the spatial passage, the passage of time is also not important, because everything in this passage remains in a state similar to time stagnation. Lu Junhua's words left Lu Wei and Siegel dumbfounded. But as long as they thought about it being related to the future of divine beings, it seemed quite reasonable. Now I will begin to seal my divine power again. Father God, Mother God, please take care not to be harmed by the pressure within the spatial passage. After saying that, Lu Junhua started to seal himself, a method that had just appeared in his mind. Lu Wei and Siegel looked at each other and manually set up defensive spells around the three of them. This feels so uncomfortable. After sealing his divine power, Lu Junhua expressed his feelings. This was normal. No god would quickly adapt to falling from a high-level divine being to a lowly mortal. Fortunately, Lu Junhua often had to seal his divine power and duties. All right. No more complaints. I see the end of this passage, but it seems something is blocking our way. Lu Wei focused her gaze and noticed a barrier blocking their progress at the end of the passage. That's Master Mace's defensive barrier, protecting against remote attacks from other worlds. After Lu Junhua finished speaking, he shot a point of light at the barrier, and then a gap appeared, wide enough to accommodate Lu Wei and Siegel. Okay, that old man, Mace, has allowed us to enter. Let us go. After saying that, Lu Junhua pulled Lu Wei and Siegel and transformed into a beam of light, rushing toward the opening of the barrier. Inside Master Mace's room, he was holding a brief meeting with some people. 8 adventurers from Hill City and 5 high mages were present. Just in time, you all arrived as we were getting to the main point. Master Mace glanced at Lu Junhua with a strange expression, then spoke to Lu Wei and Siegel. Master Mace and esteemed guests, greetings. Hello, companions. Lu Wei felt a bit flustered with so many eyes on her and could only greet everyone. Now that the last 3 main characters have arrived, I will continue. Lu Wei, you don't know, so you should look at it yourself using prophecy spells. Master Mace glanced at Lu Wei. Good. Fortunately, Siegel hasn't broken through to level 6, and Lu Wei's strength has also improved. It should be relatively easy for you to achieve victory in the level 5 mage team competition. Besides the defensive mages led by Casey and the supportive mages led by Gu, all remaining high-attack mages will be led by Siegel, with Lu Wei assisting him. Everyone should trust Siegel's leadership, right? Master Mace summarized, while Lu Wei still appeared confused. Wait, Master Mace, why did you finish just as I arrived? Lu Wei looked at Master Mace in confusion. Lu Wei, I already said you need to look at our previous discussions through prophecy spells yourself. As for you, little one, don't help your mother. I need to see how well your mother comprehends prophecy spells. Master Mace turned and pulled Lu Junhua to his side, not allowing the little one to assist Lu Wei. But Siegel has the right to know too. Can I let Siegel use prophecy spells with me? Lu Wei had no choice but to approach Siegel. That's fine. After all, Siegel is also your partner. Master Mace kindly allowed Siegel to help Lu Wei. All right, Siegel, you and I will use prophecy spells together. Lu Junhua, come over and protect us from interference. We absolutely cannot be disturbed. After all, this will be the first time I'm using such high-level prophecy spells. Lu Wei hurriedly arranged the situation and pulled Siegel to her side. Then, with their hands pressed together, Lu Wei and Siegel closed their eyes and began to visualize in their minds. Lu Junhua thoughtfully cast a 7th-level protective spell around Lu Wei and Siegel, and apart from a few high-level mages like Max. No one else present could break this barrier to interfere with them. When Lu Junhua cast this 7th level spell, everyone except Mage Codes and Mage Max furrowed their brows. All right, this little guy won't do anything to us, so stop looking so serious. Mage Max spoke up to help relieve Lu Junhua's momentary awkwardness. After all, Lu Junhua was now also an asset. Siegel, do you see it? I feel something is pulling us. Lu Wei and Siegel were communicating in the mental network. I also feel something is attracting me. Why don't we go take a look together? Besides, this pulling force feels so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Siegel said, equally puzzled, as his mental energy reached out to grasp Lu Wei's, rushing towards the place in the river of fate that attracted them both. What is this? Lu Junhua's divine power? Lu Wei looked curiously at the place drawing her in, which was covered by a layer of divine power. A peculiar divine power that resembled flames, but was not flames, very similar to the divine power on Lu Junhua. Don't think too much about it. We'll know if we go in and take a look. After saying that, Siegel's mental energy charged directly into the area, and seeing Siegel's action, Lu Wei also rushed in. Congratulations to Kaiga for achieving 2nd place, but don't be complacent. The upcoming team competition will reveal whether you're suited to live in this world. One person, no matter how powerful, cannot match the strength of a group. The scene that suddenly appeared before Lu Wei and Siegel narrated something. Lord Max, I feel that my 2nd place is undeserved. Siegel is clearly stronger than me, but unfortunately, I ran into Lu Wei, this sickly person, Kaiga said with an uncomfortable expression, clearly dissatisfied with Lu Wei. Kaiga, this is what I wanted to tell you. Since you left Hill Town, you have not integrated into this group. You only appear as an observer. In contrast, Lu Wei and Siegel have helped each other to get to where they are now. Outside the scene, Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged a smile. Chapter 87, Team Competition, Part 2. Master Max, you think too much. How could Siegel and I not participate in the competition? Don't underestimate me. I'm also a level 5 conjurer, and my casting speed is even faster than theirs. Lu Wei began to refute the words of Master Max as seen in the joint spell with Siegel. Oh, is that so? After you participate, we'll still need to spend other people to specifically protect you. What use are you? A newly advanced level 4 adventurer mocked Lu Wei. However, this adventurer was right. If Lu Wei really participated, it was indeed possible that someone would be sent to protect her, wasting manpower. I think, Master Cassie, you're overthinking. I'm not trying to be harsh, but in a battle among a group of level 5 mages, what can you level 4 mages do to protect me? Your protective spells are not even as strong as my own. So what use are you? Lu Wei retorted. And these questions ignited the anger of the level 4 adventurers and mages. How dare you say that about us? Think about who has been holding us back all this way. Who is it that drags Siegel into disappearing every time we reach a city? The one speaking seemed to avoid using foul language and could only speak to Lu Wei in a very serious tone. What is there to say? Let us have a match first. What qualifications does a woman have to lead us? Is that so? I have no qualifications. Level 5 spell, Mass Hold Person. 0 level spell, Mage Hand. Hearing someone belittle her as a woman, Lu Wei instantly erupted in anger and took action. However, considering the presence of Master Max and several other high-level mages, Lu Wei didn't use any aggressive spells. Using Mage Hand, she moved a comfortable sofa from Master Max's room and sat down majestically. Then beckoned the other mages who hadn't participated to sit on the other side and watch. With your slow reaction speed, what face do you have to be noisy in front of me? I tell you, even if I stand still and act as a turret mage, I'm more useful than any of you. Lu Wei strongly mocked the few who were held in place by her spell. How could it be so fast? We haven't even reacted you. The few adventurers held by Lu Wei looked unwilling, their eyes darting around, but found no one to rescue them. All right, Lu Wei, no need to say more. When the team competition comes, you will occupy the rear. I need your casting speed and attack power. Among all the contestants here, only your casting speed and spell strength are the fastest and highest. Siegel interrupted Lu Wei's continued mockery toward these confused individuals. I know, but I also want to say, Kaiga, you will need to work hard in the upcoming competition. I need to know the enemy's position accurately. Otherwise, I can only use area spells to clear out the excess personnel on the field. Lu Wei stopped joking and seriously assigned the task to Gai Ge. What Lu Wei said is exactly what I wanted to say. Cassie, in the upcoming competition, you and Gai Ge will team up. You're responsible for protecting Gai Ge, while Gai Ge is responsible for predicting for the whole team and clarifying the enemy's position. Siegel also spoke up, agreeing with Lu Wei's words. By the way, Miss Della, I remember your major is in illusion and control spells, right? Lu Wei first waved her hand to release the hold on the unfortunate adventurers, then asked another female mage in the team. Yes, my major is indeed in illusion and control spells. But right now I can only charm others if they can see me. Miss Della seemed to be frightened by Lu Wei's earlier demeanor. You'll follow me around and use charm spells. I'm not asking for much, just charm one person. Speaking of which, didn't you call Siegel brother earlier? Lu Wei looked at the beautiful woman. Yes. My family is related to the Klaus family by blood, but my branch has already left the Klaus family. Now I'm just related to them, so I call Siegel brother. Della seemed genuinely frightened, hurriedly explaining her relationship with Siegel. Oh, so you're a distant sister, huh? No problem. From now on, I'll protect you. You, Gai Ge, Cassie, and Siegel come to my room later. Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. As for Lu Junhua, you will just follow Lu Wei around. You also have your flaws. I hope Lu Wei can help you out later. Both Siegel and Lu Wei understood Lu Junhua's flaws. You remember, don't use spells exceeding level 5, okay? There will be many high-level mages watching the competition. And if you slip up, you, the sealed deity, might be taken away for research. Siegel secretly transmitted this message to Lu Junhua. You guys, just attack randomly later. Siegel didn't know what to say to these few and how to let them act on their own. Alright, that's it. Everyone, go back and rest for a bit. Oh, the ones Lu Wei just called, stay behind. And you too, Della. Siegel finally finished speaking and quietly waited for the unrelated personnel to leave. Very good. Lu Wei and Siegel did well. It's necessary to show their authority when needed. After all, strength is everything, and strength is the voice of power. Master Max only spoke up after unrelated personnel had left, agreeing with Lu Wei's approach. However, Master Kodesh had a strange expression, strict yet kind. Since you all have your own ideas, we old folks won't need to point fingers at you. But I need to remind you that it's not good to tear the face among our own people at this stage. Master Max's words almost made Lu Wei laugh. Not good at this stage? That just means it's fine later. I understand, Master Max. If you have nothing else, I'll take them back to my room now. Lu Wei nodded, indicating she understood. Go on. We old folks need to discuss the upcoming major calamity. Master Max waved his hand without mercy, signaling Lu Wei and the others to leave. With that, Lu Wei took Siegel and the others back to her room. Originally, Lu Wei wanted to teleport them directly to her room, but she forgot that this place was covered by Master Max's barrier and was unsuccessful. Alright, now that those annoying people are gone, let us relax and chat casually. As soon as she returned to her room, Lu Wei completely relaxed, making Siegel shake his head and smile, walking over to help Lu Wei knead her shoulders. By the way, Miss Lu Wei, not sister-in-law, is Lu Junhua really your Siegel brother as child? Why doesn't he look much like you? After all this, Della still gave Lu Wei the impression of being very innocent. Well, according to bloodlines, this child is indeed mine and Siegel's, and there's more than one. There's another fairy child. Lu Wei reached out and hugged Lu Junhua in her arms, happily rubbing his little face. There's another one? X3 speaking of this. Why don't you all go to the forest goddess's temple to plant a tree? If you plant a tree with your own hands, you can get a fairy offspring in 100 years. Lu Wei encouraged the 3 people in front of her. I would like to, but there should be conditions and requirements, right? Della, being a woman, naturally had no resistance to cute things. To make this tree become your offspring, you must have a trustworthy male, then drip your blood together, and that's it. After that, just keep paying, and after a while, you can have a powerful fairy offspring. Lu Wei casually said, by the way, what will happen to the players after Lu Junhua's world merges with ours? Will they all disappear from this world? Lu Wei suddenly realized this issue. Mother God, what are you thinking? The world still needs this group of adventurers to provide some energy. How could they just disappear? According to my speculation, after the 2 worlds merge, players will be able to bring their physical bodies here, but they will lose the right to respawn freely as before. If they die, they die. Moreover, since your world lacks a realm of the dead, upon death, they will all enter the underworld of this world, be reborn here, and become people of this world. Lu Junhua also knew some plans of the worlds, so he could only briefly share some information with Lu Wei. All right then, by the way, I have a partner contract here. Do you want to sign it? Lu Wei smiled and took out the contract signed by the half-elf thief for Sangu and the other two to see. In fact, Lu Wei also wanted to form her own team, but her standards were a bit high. She only chose those she liked. This looks good. I want to sign it, but I prefer to be free. After looking at Lu Wei's contract, Sangu felt a bit tempted. After all, the prophecy magic required too many resources, and it seemed he couldn't continue learning it on his own. I say, Sangu, you're a prophecy mage, yet you still have this attitude. The contract clearly states that I won't force you. You just need to help others when necessary. Moreover, because of this contract, everyone will not betray each other, meaning that having this allows us to share what we know. Lu Wei's last words were already quite tactful. Got it. So can I sign the contract now, Sister Lu Wei? Delrith thought for a moment, feeling he understood, and then began to inquire about signing the contract. Sure, you can sign it if you've thought it through. If you don't want to, just leave it to Siegel. I need to go calm down those adventurers who were talking about me. Lu Wei suddenly paused, and then spoke to Siegel before walking out of the room. Chapter 88, Team Competition 3. Welcome back, everyone. This is the competition site for the Level 5 Mage Team competition. Any team with Level 5 mages and no Level 6 mages can participate. Now, let me announce the rules of the competition. First, each team must consist of 10 members, with 5 on the field and 5 as substitutes, with the active members chosen by the team. Second, the team leader must be a Level 5 mage. This is a strict requirement, and all 5 active members must be no lower than Level 4 mages. Third, all teams can only deal damage to others and cannot use instant death spells. If any team uses such spells, they will be considered to have forfeited. Fourth, all participating teams will be in a separate space, allowing participants to seek out opponents on their own. Each team can be challenged twice a day. Reward mechanism. 1. All participating teams will randomly receive a book on spell comprehension written by the City of Thousand Towers. 2. The teams that rank in the top 10 will randomly receive a Level 5 spell book, containing powerful offensive spells, practical spells, and some useless spells, all depending on the luck of the team leaders. After all, luck is also a form of strength. 3. The top 3 teams will have their participants receive pets raised by the City of Thousand Towers. 4. Every participant or spectator will receive blessings from the 4 demigod mages of the City of Thousand Towers. This, Siegel. I feel like these rewards are not very useful. After the host finished explaining the rules and reward mechanism, Lu Wei frowned. These rewards are trivial compared to the colossal City of Thousand Towers. It's fine, actually I'm quite interested in these spellbooks. Our current number of spells is indeed a bit low. Siegel was somewhat speechless about this world of spell slots. Mages in that world are restricted so much compared to mages here. Siegel is right. I'm also interested in those spellbooks. Our prophetic spells indeed have inherent deficiencies in offense. I need those spell books to protect myself, but relying on luck? I think Gage, as a prophetic mage, has a lot of grievances to express. Historically, prophetic mages have many survival spells, but offensive spells are pitifully few. High-level prophetic mages often carry several spell books. All right, the participants for this round are me, Lu Wei, Gage, Casey, and Lu Junhua. As for Della, I'm very sorry, but she'll have to be a substitute. By the way, you all can't just sit idly by. Observe the spells of other teams outside. Siegel frowned and reluctantly chose these few people. Lu Wei and Siegel as the main attackers, Gage using prophetic spells to assist, Casey as the shield with defensive spells, and Lu Junhua as a trump card. Lu Wei nodded at Siegel's team arrangement, thinking it was good since she could also act as a healer. I understand, Brother Siegel and Sister Lu Wei. I'll help you watch the spells of other teams outside. Miss Della readily agreed, having noticed the expressions of the other 4 Level 4 mages, but it didn't matter. Winning was the most important. At worst, she would explain to those 4 Level 4 mages herself. Mage Max, you have to keep an eye on them. I'm really a bit worried about them. Siegel glanced at the 4 level 4 mages and had no choice but to say to Mage Max, "All right, everyone, let's go." Siegel led the way to the team competition area, which was a large halo. Mother God, do you feel it? It's a different dimension. Lu Junhua, who stepped into the halo, transmitted to Lu Wei. As for the seal on himself, do these mages who have not become true gods think they can see through his true form? Is Nuwa's authority ineffective? I understand, and this dimension seems quite complete. Lu Wei recalled the dimensions that Nuwa casually opened and found that this world is relatively intact. Everyone, hold hands. No one knows if this teleportation array will separate us. Gage frowned and said, as his prophetic spells were failing here, it seemed that space and time were distorted. No, Mother, let's hold hands. The space and time here seem to be twisted by something. To prevent any accidents, let's hold hands. Lu Junhua also looked serious, sensing that they seemed to be in another world. Then let's go. Siegel held Lu Junhua's hand. Lu Junhua held Lu Wei's. Lu Wei held Gage's, and Siegel held Casey's. The 5 of them stepped into the teleportation array together. After a brief dizziness, Lu Wei and the others arrived in a forest. This seems to be far from the main dimension. Lu Junhua sensed the divinity within him and found that the divinity, which was previously quite active, now had little vitality. But there was still a trace of primal energy coming through. We are now in a dense forest, and it seems there are some other humanoid creatures here. Gage, upon awakening, used prophetic spells. It's all right. Although this place is far from the main dimension, the principles of prophetic spells are universal and can still be applied here. There is also, it seems there is a pseudo-deity of primal divinity here. We might be in someone else's territory. Mother, Father, quickly, reveal your divinity. The divinity on you can suppress this pseudo-deity. In the forest, Lu Wei and Siegel's divinity became very active. Is this world still in its infancy? The forest domain has yet to be occupied. After revealing their divinity, Lu Wei and Siegel found that their previously suppressed divinity became very vibrant. Siegel's divinity leaned towards natural herbs, while Lu Wei's divinity was a direct manifestation of nature itself. Let's go. Let's check out this pseudo-deity's place. Since we haven't encountered other teams, we'll treat this as exploring a secret realm. After organizing the current information, Siegel gave an order. Perhaps this pseudo-deity has some information about this world. Lu Wei tried to think positively, but she had a bad premonition. Let's go. Gage sensed the direction and led everyone deeper into the forest. The tranquil forest, influenced by Lu Wei and Siegel's divine powers, did not target Lu Wei and the others, and it seemed to subtly assist Lu Wei, who possessed natural divinity. The energy density in this world is so low, it shouldn't be. According to the assumption that this world has just been born, the energy density should be very high at this time. Gage, a prophetic mage, looked like a mad researcher, recklessly staring at the surroundings. All right, Gage, retract your evil gaze. The flowers and plants around are crying out that your gaze frightens them. Lu Wei frowned and said to Gage, in her consciousness, these plants seem to be making a huge uproar. Everyone, I think we've arrived. Lu Junhua looked around and saw golden plants beginning to appear. In the main dimension, gold is a color of nobility. This world seems to follow the same principle. Who disturbed the great Talua? A divine power shot out from an unknown place, transforming into a mass of gas in front of Lu Wei and the others. Pseudoditi, put away your disguise. An existence that cannot even master divinity is a blasphemy to the gods. Lu Junhua, a proper deity, looked down on this pseudo-deity. Even if this false god eventually becomes a true god, his deeds as a false god will forever be ridiculed by the gods. Wait, I'm thinking about a question right now. This world is far from the main plane. So can the high-level mages in the city of 1,000 towers perceive us using other abilities here? Lu Wei came back to her senses and asked Zhaijie and Lu Junhua. Well, I know a bit about this. I saw from the river of fate of this world that it is currently in its infancy. But the primal energy of the entire world has been drained by some unknown force. And this unknown force is something from our main plane. So I speculate that in some places, the high-level mages of the city of 1,000 towers, specifically those proficient in prophecy, might be able to see a part of what is happening to us. Kaiga has been using his mental power to connect with the river of fate of this world. And perhaps because the river of fate has just been born not long ago, it did not reject Kaiga's access. In that case, divine art, materialization. Lu Junhua was the first to materialize this gaseous being into a physical form. And a physical form means it now has fatal weaknesses. The materialized Taoyuo was stared at oddly by Lu Wei. Divine art binding. The divine art from a deity of a higher rank is something this false god cannot resist. And just like that, Lu Junhua immobilized it. Kaiga, you and Kashi use a language comprehension spell on your own. The three of us can understand what this guy is saying. Now I need to ask him some questions, and you two should listen. In case we miss something, you need to supplement us. Lu Wei turned to look at Kashi, who was already in a daze. Huh, we got it. Level 3 spell. Language comprehension. Level 3 spell. Language comprehension. Taoyuo, do you know where we are right now? The first question is to know where we currently are so we can make relevant plans. We are now in the Koval Forest, the territory of the great god Taoyuo. It seems you still haven't recognized your position. You, Taoyuo, I command you in the name of Krosos, tell us everything you know. Although gods rarely do this to someone like Lu Junhua, as they all have complex relationships behind them. What does a false god have to fear? Chapter 89. Team Competition, Part 4. You. Just moments ago, the arrogant Deluya was now frozen in place, the divine level pressure and command rendering him speechless. A deity? This kid, Lu Junhua, is a deity? Gage frowned as he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Junhua, a force far surpassing that of Mage Igor, causing both Gage and Casey to freeze as well. I'll explain Lu Junhua's situation after this is over. Our focus now is to extract information about this world from the mouth of this false god. Lu Wei also furrowed her brow. Although she shared the same origin as Lu Junhua, the pressure of a deity was still the pressure of a deity. Even with her divine nature, Lu Wei and Siegel found it difficult to resist. Lu Junhua was provoked by the existence of the false god, awakening his suppressed divine nature. Siegel also wore a frown, but as he carefully observed Lu Junhua's expression, he noticed a cold indifference. Completely different from the playful kid he had known earlier. I noticed it too, but the divine pressure surrounding Lu Junhua is too intense. I can't get close to him at all. Lu Wei also unleashed her divine power, but unfortunately, she couldn't approach Lu Junhua. The pressure of a true god was just too heavy. Lu Wei kept resisting the pressure radiating from Lu Junhua, but her efforts were too forceful, resulting in her injuring herself. Mother God? Lu Junhua's gaze fixated on the red liquid at the corner of Lu Wei's mouth, his absolute divine nature beginning to fade, and his kind-hearted side started to return. Ultimately, his golden eyes transformed into black pupils inherited from Lu Wei. Mother God? What's wrong? Did I lose control again? Did I hurt you? With the return of his kind side, Lu Junhua began to worry about Lu Wei's condition. After all, her body wasn't in great shape. No, you didn't hurt me. This is just the consequence of my resistance against divine might. By the way, since you've regained your humanity, why don't you interrogate this false god? Lu Wei tentatively took a few steps forward, realizing that Lu Junhua's divine might was starting to dissipate. She finally reached Lu Junhua's side and embraced him. As for when Lu Wei's strength increased, that relied on the constant spell Lu Junhua cast on her. I understand now. Mother God, leave the next matters to me. You and Father God, along with your companions, should rest over there. This forest will not harbor hostility towards Mother God or Father God. Lu Junhua also reached out with his short arms to embrace Lu Wei, then urged her and the others to step aside, as what was to come wasn't suitable for them to witness. We understand. It's just right that we need to inform them about your situation. Don't worry. They have already signed an alliance contract with me and will not leak any information. Lu Wei gently patted Lu Junhua's head, comforting him. Then Lu Wei led the remaining people to another side, waving her hand to let the plants form chairs and tables. This was something she automatically comprehended after entering the forest, requiring no magical power, while Siegel took out food and drinks from his backpack. Now you can ask your questions about Lu Junhua. As long as it's not too secretive, Both Siegel and I can share it with you. Lu Wei walked over and sat down beside the chairs. Oh, Lady Lu Wei. We want to know why a true god like Lu Junhua would remain in the main plane. According to the rules, gods of weaker tiers and above should be expelled by the plane's consciousness. Actually, Gage initially wanted to directly ask why Lu Junhua was a deity. But thinking about how easily he could know the myth of a deity's birth was perhaps unrealistic, so he turned to this question. You don't need to call us lady. We are unworthy of such a noble title. As for why Lu Junhua remains in the main plane, it is because he possesses a unique seal within him, one granted by the world at his birth. According to the thoughts of the three of us, the world must have something for this little guy to accomplish, which is why he can stay in the main plane. Speaking requires a blend of truth and illusion. That's the art of conversation. But that doesn't make sense? Then may I ask what the divine domain of Lord Crosos is? At this moment, Casey's mind was racing, and he directly asked the key question. Well, I'm not too sure about that. Siegel, you take it from here. Lu Wei hesitated for a moment, but decided to let Siegel explain Lu Junhua's divine domain. Actually, after the world seals him again, you won't need to call him Lord anymore. That will only alert the inhabitants of the main plane. Also, regarding Lu Junhua's divine duties and domains. If I'm not mistaken, his primary divine duty should be related to weapons or artifacts. I remember he once referred to himself as the king of all artifacts. As for the domain, it is likely related to objects, and he should also have a spell domain since he can still cast advanced spells. Siegel unexpectedly spoke a lot, but he was mistaken. Lu Junhua's domain was not related to objects at all. Oh, I see. That's why all the hostile weapons were attracted to Lord Lu Junhua back on the plains. I have one last question about the two of you. Do you both also possess divinity? Shouldn't you be on the path to becoming deities? Casey pondered and asked the final question, which had also been mentioned earlier in the half-plane of Mage Masfa. Well, Casey, have you forgotten that previously Siegel, and Gage, along with Lu Junhua, were called to his half-plane by Mage Masfa? At that time, we already discussed that the three of us possess divinity. Lu Wei prompted Casey to recall their previous meeting with Mage Masfa. And Siegel and I, our divine domains are different. I can only say my divinity is the world. Casey and Gage immediately recalled what had happened that day. I have one last question. I want to know what the key or steps to becoming a deity are. Gage used his prophecy technique to glimpse his future again, but it was vague. Just like the saying goes, a healer cannot heal themselves. I can answer that. Lu Junhua mentioned this to us before. Lu Wei replied excitedly, noticing they had not pursued Lu Junhua's divine matters further, and guessed they had no more questions. First, divinity. Secondly, divine fire, burning essence. Divine duties, exclusive to deities. Responsibilities, divine rank, materialization. Lu Wei shared a lot of information, leaving Gage and Casey feeling dizzy, but they didn't ponder too deeply, just taking note of the general ideas while chatting and eating with Lu Wei and Siegel. Back on Lu Junhua's side, after seeing Lu Wei and the others move aside, he waved his hand to create a soundproof barrier with divine power and continued to release his pressure. False god, you should know the consequences of being hunted by all the gods in the universe. Now I give you two choices. One, just go die. The other, follow me and become my subordinate god. And I will teach you how to shed your identity as a false god and become a true god. Choose for yourself. Lu Junhua maintained a serious demeanor. Although it was quite strange to see such a serious look on his cute face, Delia dared not meet Lu Junhua's gaze. Deities are mysterious. Do I have any other choices, Lord? Delia was also curious about why a true god would come to such a remote plane. Swear allegiance. I can feel that the river Styx still exists. I swear to the river Styx that you will forever follow me and never betray me. Otherwise, the divine fire will extinguish, and the divine soul will fall to the bottom of the river Styx. Lu Junhua closed his eyes and sensed the location of the river Styx, realizing that he and the others had not left this multiverse, but had merely arrived at a very remote plane. Wait, don't swear yet. First ignite your divine fire, and then swear. Having divine authority and power, but lacking divine fire and divine rank makes one a false god. One cannot even possess eternal life as a deity. As long as the divine fire is ignited, one can escape the constraints of time, maximizing the use of the river Styx. Yes, your majesty Crosos. How do I ignite my divine fire? This thing is not in my inherited memories. Delia looked at Lu Junhua awkwardly. Right? If he knew how to ignite the divine fire, he wouldn't be a false god. Lu Junhua thought of this and then reached out to tap Delia on the forehead, filling Delia's mind with vast knowledge. As Delia closed his eyes to organize his memories, Lu Junhua cast a spell on him, ensuring that once Delia ignited the divine fire, he would be trapped by Lu Junhua. He then lifted his foot and walked toward Lu Wei. Mother Goddess, I asked, and we are currently in the Keela Plane, which is a plane deviating from the main plane. Here, everything looks as if it has just been born. Lu Junhua walked to Lu Wei's side, wrapped his arms around her, and shared the information he learned from Delia. Greetings, His Royal Highness Crosos. Shiga and Kashi suddenly bowed to Lu Junhua, startling him so much that he quickly hid behind his father god. I said before, no need for formalities. Just act as usual, Lu Wei said, exasperated, looking at the two who bowed, feeling that her words were utterly ineffective. All right, Mother Goddess, don't blame them. It's my fault for not sealing myself yet. Now they are forced to bow due to the divine might they sense from me. Lu Junhua waved his hand, allowing Shiga and Kashi to stand up, and then he set up a barrier around them to isolate most of his divine might. By the way, what about that false god? Shiga gazed at Delia, who had closed his eyes to organize his memories. Chapter 90, Team Competition 5. While Lu Wei and the others were talking, Lu Junhua suddenly broke into a smile and turned to look at the other side. Hey, what's making my little treasure so happy? Come on, share it with your mother so we can be happy together. Always on guard against Lu Junhua being controlled by divine forces, Lu Wei noticed a smile on Lu Junhua's face. To be honest, with that little face of his, when he smiles, it's simply adorable to the extreme. Lu Wei immediately reached out and started pinching Lu Junhua's cheeks. Mother God, wait to rub my face. There is something worth celebrating right now. Let us go together. Lu Junhua slightly broke free from Lu Wei's grasp and led her and the others toward Taluya's position. Strange? Why does Taluya's aura feel different? The pressure emanating from him had become even stronger, and this pressure seemed similar to Lu Junhua's, but weaker. Aside from Lu Junhua, the strongest in the room, Siegel, furrowed his brows and voiced his confusion. Yes, Father God, you're not mistaken. Taluya, this pseudo-god, oh no, I should say His Highness Taluya has indeed become stronger. It seems he has ignited his divine fire. Lu Junhua's mental power swept over Taluya, and the more he scanned, the deeper his frown became. Congratulations, His Highness Taluya, on becoming a member of the Eternal. Now, please tell me your divine office and domain. Lu Junhua's sudden seriousness startled Lu Wei, who nervously glanced at Lu Junhua and realized he wasn't being controlled by divine forces. Your Majesty Crosos, my divine office is grass. I can control all surface grasses, and my domain is nature, grass, and earth elements. After igniting his divine fire, His Highness Taluya's intellect had greatly increased. However, when Lu Junhua heard his divine office, he frowned. This office had limited development potential, mainly because grass types had too low of an intelligence to provide Taluya with substantial faith. Moreover, Taluya wasn't like Lu Junhua, an ancient god whose divine office was bestowed by the world. Wait, His Highness Taluya, did you say your divine office is grass? So, you are a member of the nature gods? Lu Wei, listening to the conversation between a god and a demigod, found it somewhat strange. Yes, Princess Lu Wei, I am a lord of grass, the master of all green plants. Taluya replied to Lu Wei. Lu Junhua, check if there is anything about Greek mythology in the memories I passed on to you. There is a master of green plants here. To be honest, his divine office is also decent. Just think, you only control surface vegetation. What if he controls the grasses of the underworld, or the grasses of the heavens? Lu Wei figured out why Lu Junhua frowned at Taluya's divine office. Mother God, are you talking about that deity born from the myrrh tree? That makes sense. Who pays attention to grass, whether they are people or gods? It's a good helper for exploration. Lu Junhua recalled the divine heritage from Lu Wei and indeed found that master of green plants. He also thought of the future development of Tuluya's divine office. Ahem. Now isn't the time to talk about this. His Highness Tuluya, do you remember what I told you? After you ignite your divine fire, you will always follow me. I will grant you my protection. Lu Junhua didn't want to explain too much about divine offices to this newly birthed demigod, wanting to see if he could comprehend other uses of his divine office himself. His Highness Tuluya nodded. He certainly knew what he possessed, especially since as a demigod, he had gained a divine office. What would happen if other deities found out? I, Tuluya, Lord of Grass, Master of all green plants, swear to the ancient river of Hades that I will always follow the present your majesty Crosos. I will never go against this oath. Otherwise, I will extinguish my divine fire and fall to the depths of the river of Hades. His Highness Tuluya remembered how Lu Junhua had said it initially, but thought it was not very rigorous, so he rephrased his vow. Very well. Welcome His Highness Tuluya to my pantheon. Now, there are only you and me in this pantheon. Lu Junhua was quite happy that he had come to this remote realm and gained a divine subordinate. His Highness Tuluya, let me introduce you. This is my mother god, Princess Lu Wei, and this is my father god, His Highness Seagull. These two are my mother and father as companions. Before Lu Junhua could finish, a force descended from the sky, completely transforming the recently freed Tuluya into a demigod, and Lu Junhua was also surrounded by a force. This is the blessing of this realm? Because I caused this realm to give birth to its own deity? Lu Junhua sensed it slightly and didn't think much more about it. After all, he hadn't lacked the blessings of the realm. The status of the realm's master? His Highness Tuluya was quite lucky. He had just ignited his divine fire and was rewarded as the realm's master. Lu Junhua, being a born deity, could sense any energy fluctuations. I, Tuluya, Lord of Grass, Master of all green plants, Master of the Kila realm. Tuluya announced his existence to the world once more. Oomph. Lu Junhua snorted coldly, startling His Highness Tuluya into immediately closing his mouth. All right. Stop scaring His Highness Tuluya. Tuluya, I want to ask you, since you've become the master of this realm, can you sense other people in this realm? Lu Wei pointedly tapped Lu Junhua's head, signaling him not to go too far. Yes, the green plants tell me that in the four directions of this realm, north, south, east, and west, there are some very strange people. However, many are rejected by the realm's consciousness from entering this realm. His Highness Tuluya closed his eyes and carefully sensed, and finally, the realm's consciousness revealed the truth to him. Well, Mother God, what he said is correct. When I unsealed my seal earlier, I had already scanned this pitiful little realm. However, I didn't expect the realm's consciousness to be so active, directly rejecting others. You must know that even invading outsiders take away their unique origins, which would greatly enhance the realm's growth. Yet they were rejected. Lu Junhua looked curiously at the sky of this realm. Lu Wei and the others basically couldn't understand what Lu Junhua was saying, looking at each other in confusion, preparing to speak. Let me tell you. Suddenly, the aura on His Highness Tuluya changed abruptly, transforming from one filled with nature into a vibrant aura. Oh, it turns out the realm's consciousness has descended personally. But why are you descending upon me? A god, what do you mean? Aren't you afraid I'll destroy this realm? Lu Junhua exclaimed, feeling increasingly powerful as he spoke, waving his hand to send Lu Wei and the others to another place. Great Master of all divine artifacts, the Master of Weapons salutes you. I am the consciousness of the Kila realm. I mean no offense to your majesty, but this matter concerns the survival of this realm, and I must personally descend to speak to you. The realm's consciousness, using Tuluya's body, made a request. Oh, go on. As Lu Junhua listened to the realm's consciousness, his expression grew more serious, and his divine might became increasingly powerful, nearly reaching the level of moderate divine power. His divine office was being articulated by an awareness. Actually, before you arrived, an outsider, let us say an arm, had already come to this realm, and because of this arm, this realm has been unable to give birth to its own deity. Your Highness, if you look underground, you'll know what I mean. The consciousness rambled on, without getting to the important points, only mentioning that a piece of an arm fell from outside the realm, which affected this world. Hearing this, Lu Junhua instinctively probed his mental power underground. This probe actually revealed something, a severed arm, filled with the aura of an evil god. An evil god's arm? The consciousness of this plane has quite a nerve. It actually didn't expel this severed arm, but allowed it to fall into the core of this plane. After gathering the information, Lu Junhua sarcastically remarked to the plane's consciousness with a mix of anger and laughter. I know this is a severed arm of an evil god, but I can't expel it myself. The power I can wield is extremely weak and can inflict effective damage, so I can only let it stay here. The plane's consciousness made a bitter expression using Talua's body. Well, I understand this matter. In fact, after my probe, I was thinking that this arm is at most a weak divine power arm, and moreover, it's just a severed arm. So let's have my demigod take care of it. Lu Junhua said somewhat solemnly to the plane's consciousness. Protecting the world is the main duty of all righteous gods in this universe. Are you saying to let Talua eliminate this evil god's arm? But his power is very weak, just a demigod. How could he possibly defeat it? Do you want me to forcibly enhance his strength? Talua's body frowned. Even the plane's consciousness found it difficult to enhance someone else's power. Just let him eliminate this evil god's arm, but not now. Wait until His Highness Talua officially becomes a true god. Only then will he be qualified to do this. Success would benefit both you and me, while failure would generally be detrimental to both you and him. Also, don't think about enhancing his strength. That would harm the world's origin and prevent His Highness Talua from perfectly controlling his suddenly increased divine power. Originally, with Lu Junhua's strength, he could easily eliminate that evil god's arm. But what would be the point of doing so? This, I understand. Chapter 91. Team Competition 6. As time passed, the conversation between the consciousness of the Kila plane and Lu Junhua was nearing its end. By the way, my last question. Do you know how we can return to the main plane? It's strange that with my divine rank, I can't find the passage back to the main plane. Lu Junhua asked the question he was most eager to know. He couldn't find the passage back and was even unable to use divine power to open a spatial passage. This situation posed a significant threat to deities. This, Your Highness Crosos, I don't know either. As you know, this plane has only recently come into existence, and I haven't sorted out all the laws yet, so I cannot answer your question. The body of Prince Deluya, possessed by the plane's consciousness, shook its head. All right then, you can go. I need to say something to my subordinate. Lu Junhua began to issue an expulsion order to the plane's consciousness. With the domineering nature of deities, how could he trust that his subordinate would easily allow something else to possess him? The body of Prince Deluya closed its eyes and then opened them again. Master, what was that consciousness just now? It seemed that the plane's consciousness had not given Deluya any memories of its possession. Otherwise, why would Deluya ask such a question? It's nothing. That was the consciousness of this world's plane possessing you because it needed to convey something to me. But don't worry. It won't attach to you at any time. Once you reach the rank of true god, you will coexist with the plane's consciousness. But first, help me mark the more dangerous areas of this plane. Then you need to work hard to increase your strength and strive to become a true god as soon as possible. You still have a task to complete. Lu Junhua asked Prince Deluya for several relatively dangerous areas, which would serve as places for Lu Wei and the others to train, as their strength was still too low. Oh, and you should drive all the outsiders of this plane to the east side of the plane. They must not be harmed. It's best to subtly guide them to the east side of the plane. Lu Junhua wanted to quickly end this competition because he felt he was about to break through. Once he broke through, the seal on the Nuwa statue would no longer be effective, and Lu Junhua could then raise his divine seat and become one of the gods in the heavens. However, there was one problem. Lu Junhua was born a deity and did not have his own divine kingdom. So now he was walking in his true form in the main plane, and if he suffered a fatal blow, he could fall. I understand, Your Majesty Crosos. I will do as you say. Deluya nodded. All right, you may go. After saying this, Lu Junhua's body transformed into light spots and floated towards Lu Wei and the others, while Prince Deluya also leisurely transformed into green light spots and disappeared into the grass. Is there something I forgot to say? Lu Junhua murmured to himself as he walked towards Lu Wei. Mother God, I'm back. Seeing Lu Wei anxiously waiting for him, Lu Junhua felt a sudden sadness in his heart as if he had done something wrong by sending Mother God and the others far away. My little treasure, you finally returned. I was so worried. Lu Wei hugged Lu Junhua and checked him from top to bottom, finding no wounds, which relieved her greatly. Mother God, this matter is something you cannot know right now. When you reach demigod status, I will explain another part of the matters concerning deities to you. Lu Junhua shook his head. He should focus on his own matters first, since Mother God and Father God were still too weak. Lu Wei looked dejectedly at Siegel. Oh dear, let us not talk about this. Let us go on an adventure together. Although this plane has just been born and the energy concentration is not high, there are still some good things. Moreover, this was the territory of Prince Deluya. Lu Junhua tried to cheer up his Mother God. He didn't want to see her sad. All right, let us go. Just now, I used divination and found something I need here. Lu Wei was quite daring, using divination so recklessly, which could easily deplete her life force. Lu Wei can also use divination? The true divination mage, Gage, expressed his doubts. Divination. This spell relies heavily on talent as one progresses. Some mages with lower talent get stuck at the intermediate mage level and can never advance. I can. It was your mentor, Mage Mace, who taught me. However, I usually use divination to search for what I need. I don't often look into others' futures. Lu Wei nodded. This habit was formed from her past experiences. All right, we have time to exchange ideas about divination. I need to look at it from a new perspective. Gage also nodded, not pressuring Lu Wei. Let us go, follow me. But I think our journey won't be peaceful. We will encounter many strange things. Lu Wei couldn't specify what, just sensing through divination that they might encounter danger, though it wouldn't be life-threatening, but would still cause injuries. Saying this, Lu Wei took the lead and walked forward, and the more they walked, the more strange things they encountered. Is that a griffin? How could this plane have such a species? Gage changed into the appearance of a perverted researcher, staring at a creature that looked just like a griffin from the illustrations. That's not a griffin. It's a zinc lion, an animal that feeds on edible minerals. Because it feeds on minerals, the zinc lion, which could originally fly, has now degenerated into a burrowing creature. Lu Wei used her detection spell to explain everything she knew. Degeneration? Wait, everyone, there's something suspicious. Siegel murmured the word degeneration, seemingly recalling something that made everyone stop. Everyone, think carefully. How could a plane that has just been born possess such degenerated creatures? Shouldn't everything be in a primitive state? Therefore, I suspect there's a trick. Siegel said, while moving himself. Level 3 spell. Intermediate web spell. A large spiderweb shot from Siegel's hand toward the location, quickly trapping several people that jumped out from that place. Who are you? How dare you ambush us here? Lu Wei instantly moved to Siegel's side, drawing her staff. So it's the mage from Collins? Why haven't you been controlled by my divination yet? I can foresee all your information. Gage seemed to recognize this person and had seemingly defeated him using divination before. Gage, don't be so smug. You're going to die now. The person, Casey, had a peculiar appearance. Level 5 spell, Insect Swarm. This mage was strange. He did not directly attack Lu Wei and the others, but instead threw his spell in another direction, and then swarms of insects erupted. Insects? Am I really afraid of you? Lu Wei, Siegel, you both throw all control and delay spells to your left and right. Casey, can you use fire element spells? If not, I'll do it myself. In an instant, Gage displayed what a divination mage should do by guiding his confused partners on where to attack. Following the instructions, all the summoned insects were burned by fire, and Lu Wei and Siegel even captured 2 people as hostages. Lu Wei, you use mass immobilization to freeze them all. This time, I'll personally interrogate them about why they keep targeting me. Gage's pupils glowed with silver light, flickering, revealing his extreme agitation. Level 5 spell, Mass Bind. Level 5 spell, Nullification Barrier. Lu Wei's casting speed was so fast that even Mage Max had to praise her, so the opposing spell did not succeed, and instead, the mage suffered a backlash. It's done. Kaiga, you can interrogate now. Lu Wei clapped her hands and walked over to Siegler and the others, looking as if she was enjoying a show, because she seemed to already know the reason. It's hard to repay romantic debts. Was it her who sent you over? Haven't I already told her that we are not suited for each other? In my prophecy, her true fate is another wealthy young master. And he has a noble title. Kaiga looked at the few people in front of him with a slight headache. The princess said she could instantly grant you a lot of wealth and bestow you a title. So isn't what you said about true fate referring to yourself? The person was a bit argumentative, but there was no wrong in the intent. It's simply unreasonable. What use is such a foolish princess? Kaiga's head was filled with symbols of a grid. What great audacity to speak like that about the princess. A casual mage who heard Kaiga's words was infuriated today. Enough. Don't come looking for me anymore. Mage Kaiga placed his hand on the person's head and gently said to them, but this gentleness made Lu Wei's scalp tingle. Level 5 spell, Memory Alteration. This spell is generally used to make others lose a bit of their current memory without harming their life. Let's go quickly. Leave his place. Kaiga suddenly exploded with anger, urging Lu Wei and the others to leave. Your confinement will automatically lift in 10 minutes. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Wei was pulled away. Ha ha ha, Kaiga. You also have your day, chased all the way here by your pursuer. Lu Wei slumped in Siegler's arms, laughing heartily at Kaiga. The originally spirited Kaiga was now sulking, looking like he wanted to give up on life. Do you know, I just saved someone during a mission, and as a result, I got entangled. You can imagine how terrifying that is. Kaiga burst out, crying to Lu Wei. Chapter 92, Team Competition, End. After Lu Junhua ordered His Royal Highness Taria to secretly guide the other contestants towards the eastern side of the dimension, Lu Junhua also quietly led Lu Wei and the others eastward. Wait, it seems someone is watching us. Lu Wei, throw a low-level fireball spell to your right front. Kaiga, the prophecy mage, frowned and looked around warily. Level 1 spell, Fireball. Lu Wei's spellcasting level had reached level 5 and was about to break through to level 6. And the intensity of the fireball she cast was already close to that of a level 3 spell. Suddenly, several mages flashed out from the grass, with magical fluctuations indicating some were level 5 mages and others level 4. Oh, so they are mages from Mage. Kaiga's eyes sparkled with silver light as he directly revealed their information. Mage? A mage guild from a remote area? Lu Wei tilted her head, leaning against Siegel, looking quite relaxed, while in reality, the magical power in her hand had already begun to gather. Kaiga, Siegel, and Lu Wei, you are mages from Hilltown. Given that we are all mages, can we be a bit friendlier? The opposing level 5 mage seemed to have encountered Lu Wei and the others before, and seeing them, their faces were filled with fear, as if they were reminded of something. Are we that famous? Why are you so afraid of us? Lu Wei found it a bit funny. Were they really that terrifying to make them so scared? Stop with the nonsense. Come out. Release the magical power in your hands. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. I am a mid-level prophecy mage. Kaiga interrupted Lu Wei, directly prompting another person to come out, who had been silently gathering their magical power, seemingly wanting to kill someone. Camille, what are you doing here? Siegel frowned slightly upon seeing the person who walked out, as this person was a distant relative of his family. Brother Siegel, I just wanted to be by your side, but everything changed when this woman appeared. She took my place. The moment this woman appeared, she stared fiercely at Lu Wei, as if her gaze could kill. Lu Wei would have been dead by now. Oh, Siegel, don't speak yet. Let me talk to this sister first. What's wrong? Do you want a duel or gang up? You choose. You're not even enough for me to practice on. Lu Wei used her detection spell to check Camille's information. Just broke through to level 4 mage, still unstable. With a mage like this, Lu Wei could probably stand still and they wouldn't be able to break through her defenses. You. How dare the waste of the El Green family speak like that? A duel. I don't believe a useless woman like you can defeat me. Camille's sudden confidence changed the expressions of her teammates, as well as Lu Wei and the others. You? Is your brain okay? Lu Junhua suddenly laughed. Just based on an unstable level 4 mage? Where did this little brat come from? How dare you speak to me like that? Camille looked at Lu Junhua with a very disdainful expression, as if he were very dirty. This action made Siegel frown and prepare to say something. Is your mouth that foul? Lu Wei took out her staff, pointing the tip at Camille's pretty face with her magic gathering at the top. The overwhelming magical power, close to that of a level 6 mage, made Camille sweat profusely. Level 0 spell, Mage Hand. An invisible giant hand grabbed Camille and forcefully threw her to another place, one covered in beast droppings. How could I be pointed at by trash like you? You're lucky to be alive. That's my greatest mercy. Lu Junhua's authoritative voice exploded beside Camille. You, this bastard. Camille looked at Lu Junhua in shock. How could you be thrown out by a little brat? The little brat you mentioned is my child. It seems you don't want to live. The dark aura around Lu Wei made even Siegel and Lu Junhua silently inch away. So it's the spawn of that bitch. Truly a thing without upbringing. Shut up. Siegel couldn't bear to hear Camille mention Lu Wei. Could he still endure this? Brother Siegel, how could you be so fierce to me? Camille pretended to be shy. Making Kaiga beside, Lu Wei want to vomit. Level 4 spell. Human binding spell. Unable to tolerate further, Siegel directly cast a binding spell to immobilize the pretentious woman. Watching Lu Wei shake her head in disapproval. Siegel, this is your beautiful peach blossom. How could you do this? As Lu Wei spoke, she gathered magical power on her staff. Divine spell, transformation. The divine power from Lu Wei rushed into Camille's body. A force full of life surged directly into Camille's body. Ha ha, Lu Wei, you shameless woman, you're out of tricks now? You seduced Brother Siegel with this kind of filthy thing. Brother Siegel, I can also heal. Don't let this woman heal you. My stomach hurts so much. What have you done to me? The once arrogant person was now rolling in pain on the ground. This scene changed the expressions of the other 8 people on both sides. Even the usually calm Siegel's expression changed. I didn't do anything. I am healing you. Your brother Siegel loves it when I heal him. He even said I'm his exclusive healer. Lu Wei looked at Siegel with a pretentious expression while still stepping on Camille's hand, making Siegel's eyelid twitch. This should be good now. Let us go and ignore this crazy woman. Lu Junhua remained as sharp-tongued as ever. All right then, let us go. Just leave your father to deal with this. Lu Wei nodded, took Lu Junhua's hand, and began to leave with Kashi and Kaiga. Just leave, and leave me here. Siegel felt a bit wronged, turning around to look at Camille, who was rolling in pain on the ground. Lord Siegel, are we just going to leave Miss Camille like this? The opposing team leader's eyelid was twitching, unable to help but speak up for Camille. I can't help it. Lu Wei's divine power is always higher than mine. I can't solve it from this side, but I checked Camille's physical condition, and aside from the pain, this will be beneficial for her. Siegel had no choice. It wasn't he that he favored Lu Wei. But Lu Wei's divine power was truly so strong that even Siegel couldn't resist. Lu Wei suddenly sensed something and smiled. Well, all right. The opposing team leader felt a bit helpless. All right, you all just watch her roll. I have things to do, so I'll leave. After saying that, Siegel used a space teleportation spell to arrive beside Lu Wei and the others. Oh, aren't you going to take care of your beautiful peach blossom? Lu Wei said with a sarcastic tone. Could it be that my father wants to find me a mortal stepmother? Lu Junhua said pitifully. All right. You two stop being so dramatic. Don't you know my thoughts? This woman is just a distant relative of ours who has disappeared somewhere. Besides, my taste isn't that bad. Siegel smiled bitterly as he explained to everyone, emphasizing how good his taste was, making Lu Wei beam with joy. All right, Mother Goddess. Don't talk anymore. I know how to avoid those old men from Mage and return to the main dimension. But this is a bit difficult and requires both you and Father God to complete. Lu Junhua interrupted Lu Wei and Siegel's affectionate gaze once again. Avoid the mages from Mage? Are you talking about directly tearing through space, walking from the astral realm, and then entering a place in the main dimension? Kaigo instantly understood Lu Junhua's plan. I thought about this too. We can return from the astral realm to the main dimension, but we don't know the exact coordinates. Who knows where we would end up? Lu Wei also considered this issue, and indeed, while this method might work, the success rate is too low. Mother God, it seems you forgot that I am a deity. Although I am a sealed deity, I still possess some characteristics of deities, such as precise dimensional teleportation. Lu Junhua looked at his somewhat unreasonable Mother God with a speechless expression, then shot a fierce glare at his Father God. leaving Siegel puzzled. Oh, that's right. I forgot some characteristics of deities. Sorry, my little darling. Let Mother God give you a good kiss. Lu Wei looked as if she had just realized something, then accurately hugged Lu Junhua and kissed her chubby little face. Then you can open the passage to the astral realm. I seem to remember some coordinates of places in the main dimension. Siegel watched the interaction between Lu Junhua and Lu Wei, his eyes nearly popping out. Lu Junhua stuck out her tongue, then extended her right hand to swipe through the space, but nothing happened. In disbelief, Lu Junhua tried again and found it still didn't work. How could this be? Is the barrier of this space so strong? I could tear through the main dimension in an instant. Lu Junhua looked at her hand in astonishment. Princicrosos. It seems this dimension uses a teleportation array for transport. I think as long as we find the teleportation array, we can do it. Kaiga timidly spoke up from the side, feeling anxious at the thought of Lu Junhua's true identity, even though she usually played around with her. It seems that's the case, but Kaiga, you don't need to call me Prince. Lu Junhua thought for a moment and realized that wasn't wrong. And she seemed to remember how the teleportation looked. Lu Junhua's small hand moved through the air and soon drew out a diagram of a teleportation array. As soon as this diagram appeared, it emitted a wave of magical energy, enveloping Lu Wei and the others. Chapter 93, Attack. Strange. The teleportation coordinates of this teleportation array are a bit odd. This doesn't seem to be in the direction of returning to the main plane. Back in the Star Realm, Lu Junhua completely unleashed his divine power, but his divine office was still sealed. However, Lu Junhua could directly locate any position in the main plane from this level of the Star Realm, of course, excluding the towers of various mages, as the direct arrival of a deity's avatar at a mage's tower is still somewhat dangerous. Although deities are considered the most noble, they are not necessarily the most powerful. Among female deities, there are only about 10 who are capable fighters, yet female deities occupy a large portion of the divine hierarchy, as only females can possess divine offices related to childbirth and similar responsibilities. I also find it strange that the route we are taking in my prophecy technique is not like this at all. Although the accuracy of the prophecy technique is not very high due to Prince Crosos, it still has some accuracy, but now we have deviated too much. It seems someone is deliberately guiding us this way. At the critical moment, Kang called out Lu Junhua's divine name. After speaking, he looked at Lu Junhua apologetically. Really, Kang? You don't need to show me such respect. I am just a mortal with divine power right now, facing someone trusted by his mother goddess. Lu Junhua was still very friendly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed his true divine identity in front of Kang and Casey. Reflexes after all. There are many gods in this world, and let's not digress. We were discussing how our teleportation coordinates have deviated too much. We are now on the way to the abyss. Lu Junhua was surprised to find that the aura of the abyss around him was becoming more and more intense. No, we cannot proceed any further. We might be teleported into the abyss next, which is a forbidden zone for humans and even for neutral and good gods. Mother Goddess, be careful. I'm going to use divine power to destroy the teleportation array to change our teleportation direction. The divine power suppression might be uncomfortable, so please bear with it. After speaking, Lu Junhua directly released his divine power, and the overwhelming power close to that of a middle-tier deity fainted Lu Wei and the others. Lu Junhua glanced at them and waved to bring Lu Wei and the others into his exclusive small plane. Come out, I know you're nearby. Lu Junhua's expression suddenly changed, and his divine powers surged. Even the sealed divine office of Nuwa began to awaken. Truly, a born deity, Prince Crosos has such strong perception. A figure in a black robe enveloped himself, but his divinity and aura revealed an evil scent. The god of thieves, and there's also the Prince of Lies. You two, one with weak divine power and the other with middle-tier divine power, dare to hunt me, a deity who hasn't proclaimed my throne? Are you not ashamed? Lu Junhua sensed a threatening signal from the aura of these two deities. He might fall here. This newly born prince. You should know that as a deity who has not promoted faith in the main plane, you cannot compare to deities like us. If you're sensible, hand over your divine essence and divine office, and I can spare your life. The words of the Prince of Lies made Lu Junhua furious. Hand over my divine essence and divine office? What is there left for me to live for? Since both princes want it, then let's fight. At this moment, Lu Junhua's fighting spirit surged. Divine technique, return of the artifact. Vast divine power surged from Lu Junhua, connecting with an inexplicable existence. Suddenly, several divine swords flew out from the God of Thieves, while the Prince of Lies had even more flying out. The Helm of Death, the Cloak of Night, and even the Hammer of the God of War. At this moment, eyes from all over the multiverse turned towards them, seeing the items flying out from the God of Thieves and the Prince of Lies. A few couldn't help it. One by one, the most powerful beings stepped out from their divine realms and rushed toward Lu Junhua's position. The peak of weak divine power, Prince Crosos really has great skills, reaching the verge of middle-tier divine power without realizing it. Should I say you truly are a born deity? Once a deity with powerful divine power, the Prince of Lies still had some discernment. No more talk. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Lu Junhua, full of fighting spirit, declared war on the Prince of Lies and the God of Thieves. Lower being, let me teach you the nobility of deities. The Prince of Lies, seeing Lu Junhua repeatedly declare war on him, could no longer hold back. Divine technique, Storm of Lies. Divine technique, Sword Slash. Two different divine techniques were unleashed from the Prince of Lies and the God of Thieves, but Lu Junhua just laughed. He sensed a powerful divine being was approaching. Divine technique, Return of the Sword. Divine technique, Mental Protection. The casting speed inherited from Lu Wei significantly accelerated Lu Junhua's casting speed. And using a sword in front of a deity like Lu Junhua, it seems the God of Thieves still hasn't learned his lesson. The Storm of Lies clashed violently with Lu Junhua's mental protection, and Lu Junhua's shield cracked, but held, supported by his divine power. Divine technique, Axe of War. A massive axe fell from the head of the God of Thieves, scaring him into transforming into a sword and fleeing quickly. And this sword is the legendary God-slaying sword. You dare to use a sword in front of me? Can Prince Tampus help me hold off the Prince of Lies? In return, I will help upgrade your divine army's combat equipment, and I will cover all expenses. Lu Junhua saw the God of Thieves transform into a sword before him, and it was still an artifact-level sword. Didn't this mean he had entered his realm of divine office? Prince Tampus nodded, agreeing to Lu Junhua's deal. He wanted to upgrade his divine army's equipment. I am a master of all artifacts. Therefore, the king of instruments. Everything within my domain is under my control. Return the God-slaying sword to my domain. Now, Lu Junhua's divine power surged to the level of middle-tier divine power, and the overwhelming divine power charged towards the sword transformed from the God of Thieves. The transformed God of Thieves darted around, while the Prince of Lies did not help, as he was blocked by the powerful divine power of Prince Tampus. God-slaying sword, return to your true form. Break free from this evil and weak God of Thieves. I vow by my divine office that I will help you return to your peak form. Lu Junhua spoke some grandiose words while his consciousness communicated with the God-slaying sword on another level. Then, the sword transformed from the God of Thieves flickered in and out, unable to maintain its sword form, reverting back to its divine body form. The God-slaying sword then joyfully flew in front of Lu Junhua, flapping up and down. Divine technique, amplification of artifacts. Lu Junhua saw the God of Thieves turn and run without saying a word and did not pursue. He could only rely on his true form to contend with the transformed God of Thieves, which was not beneficial. He turned to see the battle between Prince Tampus and the Prince of Lies, and the Prince of Lies was indeed once the most powerful deity. Even though he had now fallen to middle-tier divine power, he could still fight fiercely with the powerful divine power incarnation of the God of War. Sir Cyric, do you still want to fight? Are you not afraid that I will find your divine realm and directly wage divine war? Speaking of Sir Cyric's divine realm, it is the fastest moving among the gods, and it constantly changes location. However, now that it is known that Lu Junhua has the ability to summon artifacts, it seems Prince Tampus feels he can use this to locate the divine realm of the Prince of Lies. Tampus, do not be too arrogant. Carlgos is still coveting your throne. Zerk mentioned that this Kalgos is the deity who previously competed with His Highness Tampus for the position of the god of war. And now he has been brought down to the level of weak divine power by His Highness Tampus. Just based on that waste. Zerk, you were once a member of powerful divine power. Do you not understand why I want to keep a Kalgos? Tampus is an ancient god of war, born from the first war in the world, and he is the most favored god of war by the source. How could the powerful Zerk of that time pay attention to these matters? At that time, it was already a good thing for him to maintain his original consciousness. Divine art, artifact enhancement. His Highness Tampus, I have bestowed the ability of amplification and enhancement on your artifact. Now you can demonstrate the power of the ancient gods of this world and let this deity, eroded by faith, see clearly with these words. Lu Junhua positioned himself as an ancient god of the world, existing through the source rather than through faith. Ancient gods. Then let these new gods see what it means to be a deity favored by the world. As Lu Junhua's divine art empowered him, Tampus's attacks became increasingly fierce, until with a crack, Tampus, you wait for me. A desolate place in the world shook slightly. Thank you, His Highness Tampus, for rescuing me. As for the equipment upgrades for your divine army that I mentioned, I will visit your divine realm in a while. After seeing the Prince of Lies defeated, Lu Junhua did not feel relieved. He knew what his divine position meant for a war god system. His Highness Krosos, congratulations on becoming a deity favored by the world. Rest assured, we ancient gods will not arbitrarily strip a deity of their divine position. We are the guardians of the world, not its destroyers. Seeing Lu Junhua looking a bit uneasy, His Highness Tampus smiled and comforted him. That is true, besides the two pairs of sisters who are fighting fiercely. The other ancient gods favored by the world are quite harmonious, except for personality conflicts. Aren't you coming out? His Highness Tampus looked around at the places where divine power fluctuations were felt, calling out to His Highness Mishra, His Highness Surin, His Highness Shar, His Highness Shuni, and the two Princes of Fate. Chapter 94. The Divine Council Prince Krothos. Congratulations on becoming the ancient god favored by the world. We ancient gods await your arrival in the divine realm of His Highness Mishra. After this stimulating stop, Lu Junhua officially entered the realm of medium divine power, but unfortunately, this medium power deity does not even have his own divine realm. The already diminished Prince Surin paid his respects to Lu Junhua, making him realize that all the ancient gods were waiting in His Highness Mishra's divine realm. I understand, Prince Surin. Once I finish my business in the main plane, I will come to find you. After bowing to Prince Surin, Lu Junhua turned and attempted to teleport to the main plane, only to be rejected by the consciousness of the main plane. Outside the sparkling main plane, Lu Junhua awkwardly halted before the barrier, and with a shake of his hand, Lu Wei and the others appear before him. Mother God, Father God, I'm sorry, but I cannot continue to accompany you. My whereabouts have already been discovered by the gods, and I've been pushed a bit. I am now a medium divine power deity, so I cannot easily enter the main plane, but I will wait for good news from you in my divine realm. Lu Junhua said with a hint of discomfort, looking quite sad. Little treasure, you are already medium divine power? Congratulations on finally breaking free from the realm of mortals. This truly confirms your identity as a deity. Lu Wei nestled in Siegel's arms, looking at Lu Junhua with tearful eyes. I'm sorry, Mother God, but it won't be long before I manifest an avatar to return to the main plane. At that time, I won't be able to appear before you at any time. Lu Junhua's mood slightly improved. Divine technique. All things invulnerable. Divine technique. Object integrity. The power from the gods filled the surroundings of Lu Wei and the others. After using these two divine techniques, Lu Junhua's divine body surprisingly started to sweat. Something that shouldn't exist. That's enough, little treasure. We've already received plenty of enhancement. You don't need to add more divine protection for us. Just focus on establishing your divine realm, and I will promote your faith in the main plane. Lu Wei interrupted Lu Junhua's actions as she saw him about to cast another divine technique, expressing her plans to support him in the future. Mother God, Father God, and you two mortals, there is no need to promote my faith for me. I am an ancient god favored by the world, not a newly born one infected by faith. When it came to the topic of new births, Lu Junhua's face was filled with disdain. Newborns are nothing more than pests of the world. However, this was not something Lu Wei and the others could know right now. Well then, my little treasure, I wish you to become the way you envision yourself soon, and then we can travel through various worlds together. The idea of traveling the world was something only Lu Wei and Lu Junhua knew about. These words of encouragement from Mother God are appreciated. Father God, you must work hard too. Your divine power has always been much lower than Mother God's. If by then, both Mother God and I are in the heavens, while you're still in the main plane, how embarrassing would that be? The sharp-tongued Hua was back at it again, taking a jab at his own father. I understand. You should take care of yourself. Neither Lu Wei nor I understand the world of deities, so we can only offer you our sincere blessings. Siegel's words were what a father should say, with Lu Wei being the nurturing mother and Siegel the stern father. I understand, Mother God, Father God. I will now send you back near the city of 1,000 towers in the main plane. You can go in by yourselves. My current identity makes it inconvenient for me to go to the city of 1,000 towers. Without consulting Lu Wei and the others, Lu Junhua pointed his hand, and a teleportation token appeared at their feet. Deities can teleport precisely to any location. Father God, Mother God, you must take care. And that prophecy mage beside Mother God is not simple. The force of destiny has begun to favor this mortal mage. After sending Lu Wei and the others away, Lu Junhua released all his divine power, from weak divine power to the initial stage of medium divine power. As the divine power was released, Lu Junhua's form also grew taller. Eventually, the short Lu Junhua disappeared, replaced by a handsome young deity clad in silver divine robes. According to the inheritance passed down from Mother God, the concept is a good thing. As long as I can define myself above the concept of tools, I will dominate the power of that concept and live forever. All things begin. The spirit of tools is born. I hold the office of the divine artifact, and all things in the world that possess the concept of tools will have me exist forever. Lu Junhua proclaimed to the world with his deep voice. As expected of a deity favored by the world, he has come up with such a conceptual method. A mysterious existence in the world turned its gaze toward Lu Junhua's position. Subsequently, the divine realms of various ancient gods echoed with similar proclamations as Lu Junhua's, elevating their existence to a conceptual one. Ironically, a deity of faith who declared himself a god was struck by a lightning bolt from the world as a reward, causing him to be reduced to weak divine power. Lu Junhua closed his eyes, carefully sensing his state. He discovered that from all over the world, a weak power was being transmitted into his body. Tools, instruments are objects. Swords and blades are objects. Anything usable can be considered a manifestation of objects. As long as mortals bring up the concept of objects, Lu Junhua can gain a portion of power, which greatly accelerated his growth. After thoroughly feeling this out, Lu Junhua found that he had not suffered any negative effects, and he flew toward the heart of the spell of His Highness Mishra. How balanced the elements are. This was the first impression the heart of the spell gave Lu Junhua. Master Ancestor, go welcome a distinguished guest. The magical goddess His Highness Mishra opened her eyes, surrounded by various magical fluctuations, and looked toward Lu Junhua's position. Yes, understand. The Master Ancestor flew out from around His Highness Mishra and turned his gaze back to the distant magical goddess, silently observing the deity subordinate to the previous magical goddess. Greetings, Prince Krothos. On behalf of the magical goddess His Highness Mishra, I come to welcome your arrival. Upon seeing that Lu Junhua was a medium divine power deity, the Master Ancestor could only bow to him. So it's the god of mages. I've long admired you. One should not strike a smiling face, especially since this is the subordinate of the magical goddess. One must consider the master even when scolding the dog. Lu Junhua silently scoffed in his heart, but on the surface, he still wore a bright smile. Following the steps of the Master Ancestor, Lu Junhua entered the divine palace of the magical goddess His Highness Mishra. His Highness Mishra, greetings. Prince Krothos, greetings. The divine scent in the air made both of them aware of each other's divine nature. Master Ancestor, please step out for a moment. Prince Krothos and I have matters to discuss. His Highness Mishra gestured for Lu Junhua to sit on a throne while sending the Master Ancestor away. I understand, Your Highness Mishra. The Master Ancestor bowed to both Lu Junhua and His Highness Mishra before leaving. Now, as a deity favored by the world, I believe Prince Krothos should understand what kind of deities the world needs, right? His Highness Mishra led Lu Junhua deeper into the divine palace, where several ancient gods were present. The first was the god of war, Tampus, the first earth goddess, Tishanya, the moon mother goddess, Surin, the goddess of the night, Charl, the fate twins, the four ancient elemental gods, and the lord of all things End, Yg, among many others. All these ancient gods radiated their divine light here. Having met you all, my name is Krosos, the master of all artifacts. Lu Junhua introduced himself while bowing. Welcome, newly ascended princes. I believe you already know what kind of deities the world needs. The Earth Goddess, a kind and elder deity, descended from her throne and led Lu Junhua to her seat. I understand that when I became a deity, the world had already informed me that the deities favored by our world, the masters of the world, need to help it through this upheaval, allowing our universe to ascend to a higher existence. However, now a group of pests have interrupted this progress. The youthful Lu Junhua confidently shone on a stage surrounded by beings more powerful than himself. Yes, the world needs to ascend, but it has been interrupted and even hindered by a group of pests. Princess Shar, the goddess of the night, harbored hostility towards the new gods, as they disrupted the peace and tranquility of the world. I understand. I can help you all enhance the power of your divine artifacts. But you must protect me until my divine kingdom is successfully established. Lu Junhua took the opportunity to voice his request, which was not unreasonable. I can help you with that. I can even ensure the safety of your shell for 100 years. But you must assist me in completely upgrading my divine army's equipment, as what they currently use is still too inferior. The war god Tampus was willing to do anything to enhance his divine army strength. I wonder if Lord Krosos can forge divine artifacts. Lord Jaeger, the master of the end of all things, suddenly asked a question, seemingly pondering something. Yes, Lord Jaeger, as long as there are materials and models, I can create more powerful divine artifacts. Lu Junhua looked confidently at the assembled deities. Well, I can provide you with some materials and models, and you help me forge a divine artifact, and I can also guarantee protection for 100 years. Lord Jaeger added, hinting at something related to the upcoming changes in the underworld. Chapter 95. Return to the City of 1,000 Towers. After Lu Wei and the others were sent back to the main plane by Lu Junhua using divine power, they stayed in place. Lu Wei couldn't hold back her emotions. She was crying in Sieg's arms. "Whoa, my little baby," Lu Wei lamented, saying that she had never left Lu Junhua's side since his birth. And now they were separated by the heavens and the earth. All right, we need to work hard too. Look, we have already taken the first step towards becoming divine beings, haven't we? Moreover, Lu Wei, your divine power has been constantly growing. So we will reunite with Lu Junhua soon. Besides, we have a descendant to look forward to. Seeing the one he cared for crying in front of him, Sieg felt uneasy, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Junhua was a born divine being, destined for a divine world, and all they could do was strive to catch up with him. I know, I just can't understand it. Lu Wei suddenly felt a surge of maternal instinct and continued to cry. Sieg and the other three quietly stayed by Lu Wei's side to comfort her. All right, stop crying for now. Age, you and Kaisi figure out where we are in the main plane. How do we get to the City of 1,000 Towers quickly? Sieg issued a task to the remaining two while holding Lu Wei. We understand. Is Lu Wei going to be okay? She's really not feeling well. Zeke, you need to be careful. If Lu Wei falls, it won't be good, Age said seriously to Sieg, as Lu Wei's current state was quite concerning. Excessive sadness could lower Lu Wei's soul defense, making her susceptible to the demons and devils from the abyss or hell, leading to temptation and potential fall. Zeke nodded, acknowledging that he understood, but for now, he could only comfort Lu Wei. Okay, Age, you go locate while I look around for any important landmarks or villages. If we find one, it will be easier since there are basically teleportation arrays everywhere now. Kaisi knew that Lu Wei's situation was very dangerous and didn't say much. obediently go to search for a location. Sieg found a place to sit down with Lu Wei in his arms, carefully comforting her. He quietly stayed by Lu Wei's side without saying a word. Sieg, do you think I will become a divine being? We will meet Lu Junhua in the sky, right? With our other descendant. Lu Wei asked Sieg in a daze. Yes, we will become divine beings, and our family will reunite. I am waiting for you now. Sieg took this opportunity to share his thoughts with Lu Wei. Lu Wei remained silent, gazing blankly at the trees around them. Sieg also stayed quiet, holding Lu Wei tightly. Cough, is Lu Wei okay? I have pinpointed our location. Age suddenly emerged from the nearby woods, looking quite excited, but upon seeing Lu Wei and Sieg's position, he couldn't help but cough. Oh, it's Age? So where are we now? Is it far from the city of 1,000 towers? Lu Wei's spirits lifted as she hurriedly asked Age, realizing that everything depended on strength. If she were stronger, Lu Junhua wouldn't have forcibly broken through to the level of a mid-tier divine being. Lu Wei, you've recovered? We are at the southernmost point of the main plain, and the city of 1,000 towers is to the north. We need to cross the entire main plain to get there. Age brought some bad news. What the hell? The southernmost point? Are there any villages or towns nearby? Do those towns have teleportation arrays? Upon hearing that she was at the southernmost point of the main plain, Lu Wei furrowed her brow. It was too far. I don't know, but I have a feeling that Kaisi will bring good news. Age confidently stated, as his prophetic abilities allowed him to sense certain things more deeply. Speak of the devil, Kaisi is back, and he looks very cheerful. Everyone, I have good news. There is a small village nearby that has a teleportation array leading to the main city of the Kalan Empire. Kaisi excitedly told the others. Kalan Empire? That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. Lu Wei tilted her head and thought, but couldn't recall anything. Then let's rest for a moment and head to this small village. Kaisi, you lead the way so we can save some spells for what's to come. Age issued the task, sensing that their journey wouldn't be smooth sailing and that some disasters awaited them. All right, I'll lead the way. I'll cast a defensive barrier on us to avoid any unexpected situations. Kaisi nodded and suggested. The others, except for Lu Wei, nodded in agreement. Lu Wei frowned, seemingly sensing something, and kept looking toward the woods. Lu Wei, what's wrong? Is there something in the woods? Sieg asked, noticing the confusion on Lu Wei's face. It seems like something is watching us. I just felt a ripple of magical power, Lu Wei explained to Sieg, which puzzled her since her mental power hadn't detected anything. Is there something? Age's silver eyes brightened, and suddenly his gaze fixed on a certain spot. Level 5 spell, Deluge. Age took out a spellbook. A level 3 spellbook gifted by the city of 1,000 towers. In the area where the spell was cast, several figures appeared. Seeing them, Lu Wei and Sieg frowned simultaneously. They were level 5. Assassins, rangers, mages, priests, and swordsmen. On their side, Lu Wei had the strength of a level 5 mage, but couldn't cast 2 high-level spells due to certain circumstances. Sieg was an all-around mage, but had a slow casting speed. Age, without mentioning it, relied entirely on the spellbook for damage, and Kaisi was not capable. As a protective mage, his attack spells were pitifully low. Who are you? What are you doing here? After Lu Wei asked this question, she instantly felt how foolish she was. In the wild, surrounded by a group of people, what else could it be? That's right, mages from Hill Town. Your bounty in the main plain is quite high. It seemed that a leader among them spoke, and his words left Lu Wei and the others utterly confused. Wait, how long has it been since the mage tournament in the city of 1,000 towers? Sieg suddenly thought of something, realizing that the flow of time differed across various planes, not to mention that Lu Wei and the others had been in the astral realm directly before this, which caused a time distortion. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over your lives. The leader of the group had no intention of letting Sieg explain anything and directly retreated into the shadows of the world. Level 5 spell, Lesser Lord's Barrier. By observing the abilities of the Abyssal Lord, the mages of the main plane developed this protective barrier, but due to insufficient power, they couldn't directly cast a Lord-level barrier. Divine spell, Grass Frenzy. Sieg also unleashed his divine power for the first time, causing the grass surrounding Lu Wei and the others to grow wildly, along with dealing damage. it can do this, then my divinity should work too. Lu Wei, seeing Sieg's divine ability, prepared to try her own divine spell. Divine spell, life drain. Strange. Isn't this the ability of a necromancer? How could I possibly cast it? However, in the next moment, Lu Wei was slapped in the face as she sensed the enemy's life force was incredibly strong. Even life absorption can only draw a portion of the less bloodied. Level 5 spell, spell isolation. Level 5 spell, divine light of prophecy, for victory. Gaoge and Keisai have fought alongside Lu Wei and others, so they have developed a mutual understanding. As a defensive mage, Keisai directly added a layer of the highest level spell he could currently cast to Lu Wei's barrier. Huh. Coming again? Not afraid of death. Siegel suddenly felt like he was underestimated while holding Lu Wei's hand. Level 5 spell, Heaven's Dawn from the First Heaven, forcing the assassin who had already slipped into the shadows out. Level 5 spell, Chain Lightning. Unlike Lu Wei and others, Siegel knew he wasn't the type to cast supportive spells. Attacking was the best choice. The chained lightning struck above the heads of the mages and priests, amusingly splitting into equal amounts of lightning for each. The struck mages trembled and looked foolish as they were shocked. Divine Art, Mass Heal. Divine Art, Healing Aura. After the opposing mage cast these two divine arts, their faith in their deity was completely revealed. The Mass Heal instantly restored the fallen members. Moreover, the healing aura appeared under each member's feet. Oh no, it's a healing divine art. Is there anything to dispel this? Lu Wei anxiously asked Siegel, as her spell analysis wasn't strong, and she couldn't quickly come up with a solution. Yes, I know this. Let me handle it. Gao Gu suddenly appeared from behind, standing next to Lu Wei, and took out his staff. Level 5 spell, Great Prophecy. I say, healing needs to be dispelled. Someone has cast this spell before. Gao Gu suddenly remembered this method could dispel some effects. Sure enough, the opponent's healing aura was slowly disappearing. Level 5 spell, Meteor Strike. A large meteor suddenly fell from the sky, directly smashing onto the opponent's head. Chapter 96, Ambushed. Wait, leave him behind. I need to ask them something. Lu Wei rationally interrupted the attacks of others, and the battle ended with Lu Wei's immobilization spell. Divine Art, Plan Control. When Siegel saw Lu Wei immobilizing those people, he knew that she was going to ask questions next. So he proactively used his divine power to control the surrounding plants into chairs. Siegel, your control over your divine power has improved. Lu Wei was a bit surprised to see Siegel easily controlling the plants to form what he wanted. Siegel didn't speak, but nodded to let Lu Wei know that he had greatly improved his control over divinity, and he also helped Lu Wei sit down. Okay, you should have a lie detection spell, right? Cast it on them. Lu Wei glanced at Kage, seemingly asking, but actually confirming that Kage had a lie detection spell. Yes, I do. I didn't expect you to know so much about divination spells, Lu Wei. I haven't told anyone about this spell. Kage was very surprised that Lu Wei could directly predict something about his spell. After all, Lu Wei had bypassed a divination wizard to predict a spell from the divination school. Level 0 spell, Detect Lies. Don't even think about lying. Under my divination wizard's lie detection, you will have nowhere to hide. Kage cast the spell on several of the opponents. Immediately, Lu Wei sat down with the other three on the plant chairs controlled by Siegel. Speak. How did you know we would be here? Lu Wei's magical fluctuations were very intense, almost breaking through to level 6. But she was pulled back to her senses by Siegel's hand. No one spoke. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Very well, no one is speaking, right? Lu Wei suddenly smiled, looking very pretty, but terrifying in the eyes of her opponents. Divine Art, Plan Control. Lu Wei could also use the same nature divine art, and her ability was even superior to Siegel's. She controlled several small grasses to sneak into the shoes of all the opponents, sliding slowly. You know, you melee fighters have low resistance to spells, and I can see that you are very sensitive. Lu Wei's eyes shone with silver light, similar to Kage's, but this silver light revealed some golden glow. The traits of the divine had already appeared on Lu Wei. The small grasses slowly slid back and forth under the feet of the opponents, and soon a swordsman couldn't hold back, laughing painfully as he pleaded with Lu Wei for mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. Can you please stop tickling us? The speaking swordsman looked very young, probably around 21 or 2, with a face above the average line, as Lu Wei described. TSK, TSK. Someone really can't hold on. Lu Wei smiled and directly began to ask. Actually, we don't know where you landed, but some strange things appeared in my mind. You know that we swordsmen can't resist mental skills at low levels. So this is all I know. The swordsman cried out while speaking. Oh, by the way, at the end, an old man appeared in my dream. His aura was even higher than yours. Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances and asked another question. But this time, it was based on Lu Wei's memory of a certain divine aura. Can you see if this aura and presence belong to him? Lu Wei silently mimicked the aura of a certain god from her memory. It's similar, but your aura is too weak. The swordsman pouted, but revealed a significant piece of information. Siegel, what do you think? It turns out that it was the god of mages who revealed our information. But how did he know our exact location? Lu Wei asked Siegel, who was sitting nearby, for his thoughts. Siegel said nothing, only glared coldly at the few people in front of him. Lu Wei, we can't ask any further. This is already related to the divine. If we continue to ask, it will be something he should know. Siegel frowned and urged Lu Wei to stop questioning. Given Siegel's status as a level 5 mage, Lu Wei, also a level 5 mage, could never match up to a god. I'll ask one last question. How do we get to the city of 1,000 towers from here? What's the shortest route and the fastest speed? Lu Wei understood the seriousness of what Siegel was saying. Matters concerning the divine were far beyond her current knowledge. However, it was still okay to ask for directions. The city of 1,000 towers? The holy land of mages? I'm not really sure. I can't safely reach there at all. It suppresses other professions too much. The swordsman shook his head, not answering Lu Wei's question, but instead mentioning the suppression of other professions in the city of 1,000 towers. All right, I understand. You are of no use to me now. Now let's talk about what you should do. Do you want to be tortured to death by me? Or do you want to exchange something for your safety? After speaking, Lu Wei's fingers emitted a bit of green light that shot toward all of them. Okay, now you all have something of mine inside your bodies. If I accidentally trigger something, a beautiful flower will bloom on you. Lu Wei said with a smile to the few people in front of her who looked in pain. Lu Wei, don't go too far. What if they have a background we can't afford to offend? Siegel transmitted a message to Lu Wei, urging her to tone it down. After all, Lu Wei was still a mortal living in the main plane. Well, if I choose to give you something in exchange for my safety, what will your fee be? This swordsman finally gave up and desperately stated his request. Very simple. I will give you a list of things I need, and it doesn't have to be a lot. You 5 can complete them separately. Lu Wei really did this to stir up their relationships. Also, you need to swear by the river of the underworld that you will never disclose Lu Wei and the others' information in the future. You also cannot retaliate against us. To complete what I said, I agree. After the swordsman finished speaking, he decisively made the oath, and then Lu Wei released him, letting him sit on a plant chair provided by Siegel. Here, this is your list. Just prepare what's on it for me. Lu Wei smiled with a merchant's demeanor. Siegel, look how amazing I am. I got this out in one go. Lu Wei actually didn't want them to prepare too many things, just a few items. So, Miss Lu Wei, can I leave now? This swordsman, tortured by Lu Wei to the point of wanting to go mad, wanted to distance himself from Lu Wei and the others. Wait a moment. After I finish questioning these people, I need to remove the things inside you before you can go. You don't want something to stay inside you forever, right? Lu Wei glanced at the somewhat anxious swordsman and signaled Siegel to create a few more chairs for this poor swordsman to sit on. What about you guys? Do you still want to be tortured like this? Lu Wei patiently spoke to the remaining 4. As it was easy to send a message to Mage Maze from the southernmost point of the main plane. Lu Wei, I think you won't get much out of them. With silver light in his eyes, Kage interrupted Lu Wei again, but he saw that someone else was coming in the river of fate. This news left Lu Wei dumbfounded. What? Someone else is coming? Kage, cast a spell on them to prevent them from escaping. Lu Wei gave a command to Gage. Although Lu Wei also remembered the spell, she was not very keen to act. Since Gage was casting spells for them, Casey, you should use the greater teleportation spell to take all of us to the location of the village you saw earlier, and Lu Wei and I will follow shortly. Siegel saw Lu Wei talking to Gage again, So he announced the news to Casey, who knew the village's location. Siegel, how many people are we talking about? Excluding you and Lu Wei, there are 7 others. How could I possibly take them all? Casey jumped up, rebutting Siegel's statement. I know the number is a bit high, but you can give it a try. Your potential is definitely more than this. Besides, I've already noticed that you're hitting a bottleneck now. Once you get past it, you'll be a level 6 mage. During the conversation, Siegel's eyes also shimmered with silver light, but it was very faint. Lu Wei looked at Siegel, surprised. Siegel could already use prophecy spells so fluently. All right, I got it. Casey reluctantly agreed to what Siegel suggested, took out his staff, and used it to cast a teleportation spell that could accommodate 7 people. Level 5 mage. Fixed point teleportation. All right, Siegel, I've opened the spatial passage. Let's go. Casey, panting, looked at Siegel, who was smiling at him, and in a moment of anger, he walked up to Siegel and kicked him. All right, Lu Wei, let's go. Just let the others follow behind you, and you all be careful. There are strange things in this passage. Casey spoke to the rest, feeling a very strange presence in the passage. Okay, I understand, now follow me. And you few, behave yourselves if I accidentally let you fall out of the passage. You'll have it coming, Lu Wei said with a look that made those people suddenly become inexplicably serious. Siegel, let's go too. Lu Wei walked gracefully to Siegel's side. Chapter 97. Arrival at the village Lu Wei. We have arrived. This is the village I found. Casey stepped out of the dimensional space with his companions and spoke to Lu Wei, who was frowning. But I feel a bad vibe here. Lu Wei sensed the unsettling pulse of divinity, furrowing her brows as she observed her surroundings. Siegel, what do you think? Kaiga, does your divination reveal anything here? Lu Wei asked Siegel and Kaiga in succession, and unsurprisingly, both of them were also frowning. The divine warning indicates there is danger here. Even the divine presence feels danger. Before Siegel could finish his sentence, something flew down from the highest point of the village, something that seemed to possess great power. This doesn't seem like a good thing. Kaiga also sensed something ominous from his abilities. Detection spell. Lu Wei used this long-and-used spell to probe the incoming entity, only to have it blocked by something. It was blocked, but I learned part of the truth. Everyone, things are not looking good. This entity is something akin to a totem, which means it is a false god, not even a demigod. Lu Wei's detection spell revealed these details, but deeper insights were inexplicably obstructed. A false god? That seems difficult to handle. Though she said that, Siegel's fighting spirit grew stronger. Perhaps encountering a deity of medium power made Siegel feel a bit buoyant. Then how about this? Kaiga and Casey, you two temporarily withdraw. You won't be able to handle the upcoming battle without divinity. Lu Wei directly ordered Kaiga and Casey, who knew they wouldn't be helpful in this fight, so they retreated. Your Excellency, are you not going to show yourself? After Kaiga and Casey left the village, Lu Wei and Siegel simultaneously launched an attack on the entity, infusing it with their divine power. Using faith as the source of energy and blood sacrifices for worship, false god, are you not afraid of the punishment of true gods? Siegel positioned himself in front of Lu Wei. Die mortals! The false god truly believed itself to be a deity. How dare it refer to 2 divinely endowed mages as mortals? Divine art, purification of all. This was a powerful divine art that Lu Wei unintentionally comprehended, especially effective against entities like false gods, which generally shrank in size before Lu Wei's divine art. Die for me. Lu Wei seemed to be venting her frustration, and this attack was incredibly powerful. Divine art, energy amplification. Siegel also used his divine power, enhancing Lu Wei's purification even further. Stop, I beg you. The false god seemed quite intelligent and sensed its life was in danger, so it began to plead for mercy from Lu Wei and Siegel. Evil beings die. Without waiting for Siegel to speak, Lu Wei increased her attack output, causing the false god to perish under her assault. Lu Wei, what's wrong with you? Why have you become so brutal lately? After Siegel saw Lu Wei eliminate the false god, he sent a message to Kaiga and Casey, then turned back to directly question Lu Wei. Lu Wei, please don't move. Siegel slowly approached Lu Wei then. 5th level spell, forced immobilization. Siegel cast his spell at a speed that greatly exceeded his previous casting speed, immobilizing even Lu Wei unexpectedly. "Siegel, what are you doing? Let me go." Lu Wei, suddenly bound by Siegel, was enraged and struggled against his immobilization spell. "Lu Wei, look at me. Take a good look at me. You've changed." I know it's hard for Lu Junhua, who was forced to become a deity of medium power, but aren't we working hard now? Striving toward the divine path. So let go of your brutality. Siegel earnestly comforted Lu Wei, who had suddenly become violent. "How can I relax? Just the thought of Lu Junhua, a child who hasn't even been born for half a year, being thrown into the cruel world of deities makes my heart ache." Lu Wei's words made Siegel fall silent. Yes, Lu Junhua is a deity, but he was born only half a year ago and suddenly thrust into the world of divine beings. Siegel felt uneasy too, but there was nothing to be done. After all, Lu Junhua was born at the level of a true god. Though he was sealed by Nua's true form had yet to be fully realized. So she couldn't completely assist Lu Junhua. Moreover, as a deity, even an omniscient and omnipotent one. Siegel, you've defeated that thing. But my sense of crisis hasn't been alleviated. Kaiga walked in from the village gate and spoke to Lu Wei and Siegel. I also felt it lifted. My divinity is still warning me strongly. Lu Wei sensed and realized her sense of crisis was still present. Could it be the hand of the false god behind that? Lu Wei and Siegel exchanged glances and began to speculate about various possibilities. "Wait, I seem to sense something." Kaiga suddenly interrupted Lu Wei's words, and Siegel also appeared. "Lu Wei, I feel we cannot proceed further. I can sense my time of death approaching." Logically, beings like Siegel and Lu Wei, possessing divinity, could slowly recover as long as they weren't dealt a fatal blow. But there are no other villages nearby. Kaiga and Casey also spoke to Lu Wei from the side. "Are you saying we must enter this village and use its teleportation array to leave this cursed place?" Siegel, listening to Kaiga and Casey, couldn't help but ask. "Yes. According to the information about the earth element here, there's only this one village, and the teleportation array exists only within this village." Casey spread out his palm, and a small, adorable earth element appeared on it. "And I think Kaiga knows some things too." Casey turned to ask Kaiga. "Yes, Casey is right. There's only this one village here. But suddenly encountering a village in such a wilderness may not be very safe," Kaiga said, suddenly shifting the conversation to a supernatural scenario. "All right, enough talk. Let us go in and take a look, even though my divinity warns me that it's very dangerous here." Lu Wei steeled her nerves and walked into the village. As soon as Lu Wei stepped in, Siegel followed, and Casey and Kaiga also entered with Siegel. "Lu Wei, can you cast a few life-related divine arts on us?" Siegel requested life divine arts from Lu Wei. Lu Wei didn't hold back and directly cast several life divine arts to ensure the safety of the others. "Wait, Siegel, cast a powerful control spell to our left." Lu Wei suddenly instructed Siegel, who hadn't reacted to what was happening, and he immediately unleashed a group control spell. Then, dramatically, as Siegel's spell was cast, a few people suddenly jumped out from that area, stepping right into Lu Wei's web spell. Divine art, mutation. The life energy-filled divine spell surged into several people's bodies. At first, they were in a panic, but when they discovered that their injuries had suddenly healed, they all stood there laughing wildly. "I really don't know how you've leveled up your spell casting. To think you would cast healing spells on the enemies of your enemies. It seems that the nature of Lu Wei's divine magic is known to the other party as well." 1, 2, 3, pain. Suddenly, the opponents felt pain. Some had foot pain, some had stomach pain, and some had headaches, various kinds of pain. "Speak. Why did you ambush us here? Honestly, you have no chance of victory." Lu Wei had a terrifying expression, still controlling her divine power to continue tormenting them. I said we'll talk. Don't torture us anymore." A few people, tormented by Lu Wei, began to plead for mercy, and in the face of such a situation, those who had surrendered earlier looked relieved, thankful that they had surrendered early and avoided this torment. "In fact, we received a mysterious mission earlier, and then a white-bearded old man appeared in our dreams, looking like a mage. He told us to hunt you down and said that your trump card had already left. He also told us your location. The group exchanged glances, and then a person who seemed like the captain made the final statement. Then I ask you, how many people received the mission? Siegel interjected, asking a crucial question that related to whether Lu Wei could enter the city without being stopped. We're not sure. But I remember that many high-ranking individuals came to the mission guild on the day we received the task. The other party shook their head, indicating they didn't know. But there were many high-level individuals watching the task when they accepted it, so it's possible that several people have already taken it. It's a bit dangerous. We can't just directly enter the city like this. There might be even more people in the city right now. After listening to Siegel's explanation, Lu Wei suddenly thought of something. All right, I understand. After Siegel finished answering, Lu Wei also figured it out. Chapter 98, Methods. So what should we do now? Should we head directly towards the city of Thousand Towers? But we're being hunted now. Is it really wise to go through the city? How about we directly inform Mage Maze, Mage Kodesh, and Mage Igor and see if they have any solutions? Lu Wei noticed that the others were also looking worried. But the current situation is such that they are not suited to go through the city. Does anyone remember the coordinates of Hill Town? Let's use long-distance teleportation to bypass the city and go to Hill Town, where my mentor will be. Lu Wei's suggestion is not without merit, but it has its downsides, which is that Lu Wei and the others must contact Mage Maze and the others. Unfortunately, a big problem now is that Lu Wei and the others cannot find information about Mage Maze and the others in the world. That's a good idea. Lu Wei, keep in touch with Mage Igor. I'll contact Kodesh, and Gidge, you contact Mage Maze. I think you all have your mentor's emergency contact information. After issuing the commands, Siegel turned to look at the captured individuals. As for you few, swear by the river of Hades that you will forget everything you heard today and cannot speak of it. I will watch you swear. Siegel looked at them seriously. It's somewhat amusing to say, with melee, ranged, and tank already, they still ended up being immobilized by Lu Wei and the other spells. The few of them looked at each other and reluctantly nodded in agreement to Siegel's request. One by one, they wanted to swear by the river of Hades. Siegel listened carefully to their oaths, afraid they would find some loophole. Speaking of this news, I was thinking since both Lu Wei and I have divinity, can we inquire about some non-human things? Siegel's words puzzled everyone. Siegel, your words reminded me. Lu Wei seemed to remember something. Divine spell. Communicate with plants. Lu Wei's body emitted some green light spots, which then scattered into the air for the plants to absorb. A massive flow of information rushed into Lu Wei's mind, causing her a severe headache. Hurry, Siegel, use your divine power on Lu Wei to share her pain. I remember your two divinities can complement each other. Gidge suddenly shouted to Siegel. As this news was what Gidge saw from the divination spell, Lu Wei would blow her mind. Divine spell. Information diversion. This is too much information. Lu Wei, reduce the dissipation of your divine power. Otherwise, both our heads will explode. Siegel's voice suddenly appeared in Lu Wei's mind. Because Siegel shared part of the information, Lu Wei's consciousness finally became a bit clearer. And then she relied on divine power to sort through the memories from the plants over the years. Luckily, I did not greedily seek the plant's memories from the past 30 years. Otherwise, outside, there would only be two corpses with exploded heads. Lu Wei sarcastically thought in her consciousness. In recent years, have mages come over? This plant's record seems to indicate a relatively powerful mage, and one with fate powers. Due to the information diversion, Lu Wei and Siegel were each looking at the information. This seems to be Mage Maze's figure, so this could possibly be Mage Maze's trace. Siegel saw a figure resembling Mage Maze in a tree's memory, but because it was from a plant's perspective, Siegel couldn't see it clearly. Lu Wei, cancel the divine spell. I know what to do. Siegel shouted in Lu Wei's consciousness, then exited her mental sea. After Siegel exited Lu Wei's consciousness, he opened his eyes and looked at Lu Wei, anxiously waiting for her to withdraw her divine spell. The small green light filled with life energy no longer emanated from Lu Wei, and she slowly opened her eyes, looking at Siegel. I remembered a spell. When I have been recalling, this spell is called Traces of the World. Before Siegel could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Wei, who also praised him. We can rely on this spell to search for information about Mage Maze and the others in the world, and then contact them based on that information. Actually, speaking of this, I also thought of a method. Isn't Mage Maze a divination mage? Can Gidge leave a message for Mage Maze in the River of Fate? Lu Wei suddenly realized that both Gidge and Mage Maze, being divination mages, should be able to see some things in the River of Fate. I can give it a try. I think Mage Maze is also looking for our news in the River of Fate. Gidge nodded, indicating he understood this method and found it useful. Then let's take action. By the way, Casey, remember to protect us. We should be careful of our surroundings when we contact our mentors. The last command was directed to Casey, the protective mage. There was really no other way. After Siegel finished giving orders, Lu Wei, Siegel, and Gidge each found a position to prepare to contact their mentors and send messages to them. Lu Wei's body emitted a faint white light, which drifted towards an unknown place. Suddenly, the frown on Lu Wei's face relaxed. It seemed she had found information about her mentor, Igor, and had even managed to contact him. Lu Wei, you all, don't go to the city of Thousand Towers. The Mage God has suddenly issued a divine decree to attack the city of Thousand Towers, and now, you should not return. Bang. Lu Wei's connection with Mage Igor was suddenly cut off. Mentor, Lu Wei suddenly shouted, and then opened her eyes. The city of Thousand Towers is under attack. The divine decree from the Mage God. We cannot return to the city of Thousand Towers. The messages from Lu Wei, Siegel, and Gidge combined into a complete message. What now? We can't return to the city of Thousand Towers. And Mage Igor didn't say where to go instead. Lu Wei suddenly panicked, startling Siegel and the others. Lu Wei's question is indeed worth discussing. Then Lu Wei and the others gathered together to think about this issue. Let's stay in this village for now. We can make a decision after we find out more news about them. Right now, protecting ourselves is the most important thing. Once Lu Wei calmed down, she led everyone to the only inn in the village. Upon arriving at the inn, Lu Wei immediately booked the entire first floor. There were only 5 rooms. And after the others settled into their rooms, they came to Siegel's room. Things are urgent now. We are being hunted. The city of Thousand Towers is under siege. And we probably can't return to Hilltown either. The best option is for us to quietly improve our strength here. If we become stronger, we won't be so passive. Siegel started the discussion, letting Lu Wei and the others discuss their next actions. My focus now is on my spellcasting level. I won't push too hard to improve my divine power. What I want most is my spellcasting level, as my spell slots are still too few. Only by raising my spellcasting level can I have more spell slots. Lu Wei shared her future plans. In fact, given Lu Wei's spellcasting speed, she could use high-level spells. But they would be very unstable and might carry backlash. Very well, what Lu Wei said is correct. Lu Wei, your divine power is too urgent for you right now. You haven't realized that your divine power is gradually controlling you. So you should stop and raise your spellcasting level. And by the way, Lu Wei, you should also improve your mental state. It's a bit lacking. Siegel nodded and then offered his suggestions before turning to the prophecy mage, Ganj. Well, how should I put it? Actually, I can also possess divinity, but this divinity comes from the rewards of the River of Fate and aligns well with my profession. I also need to improve my spellcasting level and speed. My casting speed is very slow, and a prophecy mage can only have some powerful attack spells when they reach a high level. So I think I need to focus on both aspects. Enhancing my spellcasting level and divinity. Ganj shared his thoughts with Siegel and mentioned that his divinity comes from the power of fate, which allows Ganj's spellcasting level to increase rapidly. Now Ganj's level is also about to break through to level 6, which is the level of a high mage. Very good, Ganj. I'm not very familiar with prophecy mages, but what you said seems fine. Just a reminder, divinity is a very powerful force and can easily lead to losing oneself. So you must maintain your rationality, or you'll be the one who suffers. Siegel reminded Ganj with the demeanor of someone who has been there. After all, divinity is not something that is easy to control. After Siegel finished speaking, he looked at Casey, the protection mage. I don't have the fortunate opportunity you all have with divinity. So I need to work hard to raise my spellcasting level to significantly enhance my defensive capabilities so that I can protect more people. Casey's wish is not weak. In fact, it is very strong. Well, we all understand that, but you should also study some offensive spells, just in case we are not around in the future. Siegel lightly reminded Casey. Chapter 99. Heading to Green Pocket Forest. Since you all have shared your plans, let me share mine. Actually, my thoughts are quite similar to Sage's. I want to pursue two things simultaneously, to improve my casting level and to enhance my divine power, while also advancing my forging skills. Furthermore, I want to train separately. Siegel's words shocked the others. Given the current situation, wanting to train separately seemed reckless. Siegel? What are you talking about? Lu Wei asked in surprise. Yes, that's right. I want to train separately. Although my strength is improving quickly, so what? Without rich combat experience, having high power won't matter. Siegel's words struck a chord with the others. Indeed, their combat experience was lacking. Previously, they had relied on Lu Junhua, confident in his high strength to protect them, but now things were different. With Lu Junhua gone, they could no longer take things lightly, and the previous panic resurfaced. Actually, I think the four of us should separate. Lu Wei, I won't say much to you, but think about it. Since we met, how have you changed? You hardly think for yourself anymore. Siegel spoke seriously to Lu Wei, but he was right. It was true. Lu Wei reflected on how she had become since meeting Siegel and Lu Junhua. Weak. She would immediately ask Siegel or Lu Junhua whenever something happened. Thinking about this made Lu Wei blush. It seemed she hadn't relied on herself to accomplish anything for a long time. Our fate line has changed. It seems we've found a glimmer of hope, just when Siegel mentioned separating. Sage's pupils emitted a faint silver light, indicating he had just used a divination spell and seen the future choices of Lu Wei and the others. Then, I'll go first. I can't just stay here while you all leave me behind. Lu Wei looked at Siegel with red eyes. How about this? Let's make a pact. 5 years from now, regardless of the circumstances, we will meet in the city of 1,000 towers. Now, let us stand back to back. I'll count to 3, and we'll leave together without looking back. Siegel didn't want to see Lu Wei cry. He feared that if he softened, he would follow her, and she would never grow. All right, for the future, let us leave back to back. Sage, whose eyes were also slightly red from emitting weak silver light, nodded in agreement with Siegel. The remaining Lu Wei and Casey also nodded, indicating their understanding. Thus, the four of them turned their backs to each other, and Siegel began to count. 3, 2, 1, go. Don't look back. Siegel's words made Lu Wei suddenly shed tears, but she couldn't look back. If she turned around, the promised training would be lost, and she might never see her child, Lu Junhua, again. Lu Wei took steps forward, trembling slightly, until she entered a dense forest. Turning around and discovering that there was indeed no one behind her, Lu Wei squatted down, hugging her legs and crying. Lu Wei's crying made a passerby think she was lost in the forest. Such high strength, but so helpless. Miss, why are you crying? The woman looked really beautiful. Lu Wei squatted there, hearing 2 different meanings in her ears and heart, and she looked up in confusion. I'm the legitimate daughter of a small family from the north, out training, and now I'm lost. Lu Wei composed herself and feigned a timid look, fabricating a story about her family. This wealthy lady, do you want to get out of the forest? I could take you out. So it turned out to be a foolish rich girl. What good could come from deceiving her? 2 different voices echoed around Lu Wei. Hearing the other layer of meaning, Lu Wei lowered her head and pretended to be scared, but once she did, her expression turned cold. However, she didn't let the other person know. Really? Poor person. Do you really know the way out of the forest? Lu Wei feigned skepticism while putting on a proud demeanor, perfectly portraying the haughty daughter protected by her family. Really? Trust me. Just come with me. What a gullible person. This individual not only looked down on Lu Wei's innocence, but also had ulterior motives. Thank you. I will reward you. Lu Wei shivered slightly, revealing a bit of her body wrapped in a mage's robe. After speaking, Lu Wei gazed at the person before her, who had malicious intent. The person also looked at Lu Wei, subtly sizing her up from head to toe and nodding. Lu Wei followed this person step by step, deeper into the forest, but she remained vigilant, summoning her staff and transforming it into a cane. How much longer until we arrive? Lu Wei nervously asked, quietly casting a protective spell on herself. Poor person, what is your name? Where do you live? Bored on the way, Lu Wei asked questions, causing the person to frown in annoyance. Wealthy lady, my name is Corjin, and I'm a farmer. The person with malintent revealed his information, and Lu Wei cast a lie detection spell on him, discovering that he was indeed telling the truth. So she dropped the act. Corjin, you really didn't lie to me. You are indeed a farmer, a rather poor one at that. Lu Wei shook her staff and cast another spell on him. Corjin, you're quite bold. How dare you deceive a mage and a noble lady? Lu Wei looked at Corjin sternly, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Master Mage, I really didn't mean to deceive you. I had no other choice. The cruel lord took many things from my family, and now we have nothing left. So I had to deceive such a beautiful and innocent lady. Corjin's words made Lu Wei feel a pang of sympathy. All right, wait for me a moment. Then take me to your home. Lu Wei suddenly thought of something and instructed him. Level 3 spell. Charm Animal. This spell was originally used by mages for self-protection, but now Lu Wei used it to attract small rabbits. This truly left people speechless. Level 0 spell. Mage Hand. The things I catch are all trivial. You can take them back and eat them. Lu Wei said shamelessly. Trivial? Don't you realize that what you just caught is even less than some found in schools? Lu Wei slowly observed Corjin, making his cold sweat appear once more. No, miss, you're the best. So please come back to my home. Corjin realized he had really gotten into something. If Lu Wei was unhappy, he might not live. Miss, we've arrived. Lu Wei followed this person named Corjin to a rather dilapidated place. Our place is quite run down, so please bear with it. Corjin felt a bit flustered. It was his first time bringing someone home at this age. It's fine, I won't mind. Upon seeing the shabby house, Lu Wei suddenly felt a surge of dramatics within her. Well, as long as you're happy. By the way, Miss Lu Wei, please give me what you just hunted so I can process it. Kirkin, drenched in sweat, saw what Lu Wei had just caught. Oh, I'll give this to you. I'll take a look around. As for the reward, you can keep it for yourself. Lu Wei flatly refused the request and walked aside by herself, preparing to observe the location. After saying that, Lu Wei headed in a certain direction and found a place to sit down. Divine Art, Plant Manipulation. Lu Wei used this divine art once again. In her view, it was very convenient, at least allowing her to find a resting place anytime and anywhere. And it also added some plant guardians. After the grass wrapped around her, forming a large sphere, Lu Wei sat inside the sphere, and she didn't remain idle. She was using her divination technique to observe some necessary things, such as the control of divine power over herself in the river of fate and the release of her own power. This battle involves beings with legendary strength. Aside from the city of Thousand Towers, other cities wouldn't show Lu Wei the things she wanted to see. What Lu Wei wanted to see was simply the kind of conflict that could lead to a great battle. Am I going to be in life-threatening danger next? Lu Wei suddenly saw a message in the river of fate indicating her impending downfall, wanting to observe it carefully again. But the river of fate suddenly surged with great waves, drowning the message she saw and throwing her out of the river of fate. Lu Wei focused and tried hard to recall what she had seen. A sword, not under Lu Junhua's magical control, flew directly towards Lu Wei and pierced her chest. Lu Wei was wounded before she could counterattack, and because her body was at the mortal level, the sword went straight into her heart. It was time to add a few layers of protective spells to herself, the kind that wouldn't break with a single hit. Lu Wei thought to herself. Chapter 100, Strong Enemies. Corkin, do you know where I could take on bounty missions? After resting for a night at Corkin's house, Lu Wei was preparing for her upcoming tasks. During her rest, Lu Wei cast a protective barrier to avoid any disturbances, and fortunately, no one came to interrupt a mid-level mage's rest. I'm not sure about that, but I heard there is an Adventurer Guild in Finder, which is supposedly established by adventurers themselves. I think you can check it out, but you really stand out like this. Corkin gently reminded Lu Wei, noticing her exceptionally beautiful face. I know. Just take a look. Lu Wei smiled, as this kind of thing had become very common for her. Previously, with Lu Junhua and Siegel around, Lu Wei didn't even want to hide her striking face anymore. Level 3 spell. Transformation. This level 3 spell doesn't directly change one's body or race. It can only alter small aspects like a tiny part of the face. Suddenly, after casting the spell, Lu Wei became less eye-catching, her overall appearance seeming quite ordinary. Even her aura turned quite dull. Is this the power of a mage? Corkin looked at Lu Wei's face with curiosity. In his impression, mages always had an air of nobility and arrogance, never like a down-to-earth mage like Lu Wei. It's just a small spell, Lu Wei patiently explained to Corkin. Here, take this, your family relies on you. Don't keep scaring the other adventurers. What if you run into someone formidable? You must practice this thing I'm giving you. Lu Wei left Corkin a knife and a book, which she had deduced based on some things from her world. It should be useful, Lu Wei thought to herself, feeling a bit guilty. Thank you, Miss Lu Wei. I can finally stop relying on those lowly methods to make a living. Corkin didn't expect Lu Wei to see through his thoughts and even hint at them. Suddenly, Corkin realized the issue. Then it's settled. I'm off to seek my path. We'll meet again if fate allows. After Lu Wei finished speaking, she directly used a teleportation spell and disappeared before Corkin's eyes. We will meet again, Corkin thought to himself. After leaving Corkin's house, Lu Wei prepared to step out of the dimensional space, but unexpectedly, she was stopped by someone. It was someone with a deep understanding of spatial powers. Level 5 spell, Spell Reflection. Lu Wei's level 5 spell was used to deal with unavoidable situations. The spell barrier would automatically reflect back any incoming spells, making it perfect for this moment. No one expected Lu Wei to remember this spell. Truly worthy of being Igor's student. The memory spells are so unique. The speaker did not reveal themselves, but directly used spatial power to transmit to Lu Wei's side. Little tricks. You think you're the only one who can use spatial spells? I can too. Lu Wei felt underestimated, surprised that a low-level mage was using spatial spells in front of her. Divine spell, Spatial Rupture. When Lu Wei got angry, she became quite fierce. She directly used her divine power to unleash high-level spatial strength. Although this spell consumed a lot, it was still very useful. Layers of space shattered before Lu Wei, and she appeared in the main plane. Igor's apprentice? This person seems to know Master Igor. I say, are you targeting me like this? Aren't you afraid Master Igor will come looking for trouble? Lu Wei tentatively said. To her surprise, her words seemed to have ignited a fuse. Spell, Astral Stone. What Lu Wei didn't expect was that the opponent directly summoned an astral meteor from the astral plane, and her expression suddenly changed drastically. Divine spell, Command, Return. Lu Wei's divine power was wildly consuming itself, but finally, at the cost of her divine power, she successfully sent the astral meteor back. Are you insane? How dare you summon astral things in the main plane? Don't you know that astral objects carry strange radiation? Do you want the main plane to experience another catastrophe like hundreds of years ago? Lu Wei couldn't believe it. The opponent was so reckless just to deal with her, an apprentice of Igor. What are you afraid of? I sent to your master here? The opponent seemed indifferent, as if causing trouble from Master Igor made him very happy. You, truly worthy of being someone targeting the master. After all this time, you're still at the mid-level mage position. Lu Wei used a detection spell to check the opponent's strength and found he was just a mid-level mage. But because he had been around for a long time, his spells had such strong offensive power. Wait a minute. How would a mid-level mage summon something from the astral plane? Lu Wei suddenly realized this must be due to some spell book or similar item the opponent possessed. What do you know? If it weren't for Igor shattering my energy core 30 years ago, would I still be stagnating at the mid-level mage stage? Lu Wei's words seemed to have stimulated the opponent again, causing the damage Lu Wei received to intensify. Lu Wei, hold him off for a moment. I'm crossing the plains. Lu Wei's spiritual sea suddenly received a message from Master Igor. Lu Wei suppressed her agitation and once again subtly attracted the opponent's attention, ensuring they didn't notice the movements in the dimensional space. Oh, is that so? You should know that Master Igor is a neutral and kind person. He wouldn't shatter your energy core for no reason. You must have done something to provoke Master Igor's punishment. Lu Wei spoke in various directions to keep the opponent's attention. Neutral and kind? What a good excuse. No, you're trying to extract information from me. Tell me, what are you waiting for? The opponent suddenly realized that Lu Wei's actions were a bit strange. Level 6 spell, Death Cloud. Yet another spell of a higher level, but Lu Wei couldn't resist this one and had to rely on her divine power. Divine spell, Purification of all. Life spells have strong targeting against death spells, as long as the power of life is strong. The power of death wouldn't cause any damage. Conversely, if the power of life is weaker than that of death, then the death power would be suppressed. So Lu Wei was gambling now, betting that the opponent's Death Cloud spell wouldn't be too powerful and that her master, Igor, would arrive in time. Once Lu Wei's divine spell activated, the scene became very peculiar, half filled with the breath of life, while the other half was surrounded by the power of death. However, Lu Wei's situation wasn't very good. The power of life was being suppressed by the power of death. Master, Igor, where are you? Your student is about to be finished. Lu Wei shouted in her heart, once again increasing the output of her divine power. Oof, you think I can only use this spell? The opponent really understood what Lu Wei was trying to do this time. Level 7 spell, Death Finger. Was Death Finger downgraded? Isn't it a level 9 legendary spell? Lu Wei thought to herself, but her hands didn't stop. Level 3 spell, Level 1 summoning spell. Lu Wei casually summoned a small animal. Why did she summon this little creature? Of course, there's a reason for this. Previously, a mage accidentally discovered that if the opponent used a death-type spell, as long as it hit a living target, the spell could be avoided. So this mage suddenly thought that as long as he used a harmless living being to block the spell for himself, he could escape. Thus, for many years, this habit has been passed down, and it has become a key to avoiding this spell for some lower-level casters. Because of using another spell, Lu Wei's divine power suddenly decreased significantly, to the point where the power of the Dead Cloud spell was about to directly affect Lu Wei. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lu Wei suddenly realized something bad had happened. The protective spell on her was shattered. Now, the only safe area for her was the range covered by the purification of all things, spell's life aura. Lu Wei, put away your spell. I will take control here. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared next to Lu Wei. Mage Igor, the legendary high-level mage, has appeared. Ku-air, you still dare to use such a large area pollution spell in the main plane. It seems you don't remember what happened 30 years ago. After Igor's spell appeared beside Lu Wei, he did nothing. His body automatically rose with a protective barrier, blocking all of Ku-air's attacks outside. Lu Wei also lazily stood behind Mage Igor. Igor, you still dare to bring up what happened 3 years ago. Ku-air suddenly became furious. He took out a book filled with an evil and corrupted aura. Level 8 spell, Isolation. Upon seeing the spellbook that Ku-air took out, Igor's face changed. It was directly an 8th level spell that was just a bit shy of being legendary. Igor, why are you so afraid of that spellbook? Lu Wei asked Igor with some confusion. That is an evil book written by the Prince of Lies, filled with corruption. Mage Mai's face became very serious. Chapter 111. The Book of Lies. Hundreds of years ago, after the Prince of Lies became a powerful deity, his confidence soared, so he wrote a book himself. The content of the book stated that there is only one true God in the world, which is the Prince of Lies, and all other deities are false gods who must respect the Prince of Lies as the supreme god. However, this book was used by the Prince of Lies to deceive mortals, and the first victim was none other than the Prince of Lies himself, the original author of the book. The Prince of Lies was enchanted by his own source of divine power and lost himself in boasting about his greatness. Just when the Prince of Lies was sanctioned by a council composed of other powerful deities, a follower of the Prince of Lies managed to awaken the prince's consciousness. After awakening, the Prince of Lies naturally would not agree to the council formed by the powerful deities. So he relied on his power close to that of a supreme god to break out of the council. However, during his escape, the underworld also initiated a reform against the Prince of Lies, and in the end, the King of the Dead was succeeded by a lucky specter. Having lost his death divinity and wrath divinity, the power level of the Prince of Lies dropped significantly, reaching the level of a mid-tier deity. However, the other gods still could not catch up with the Prince of Lies' divine realm, as his divine realm constantly changed its position like a high-speed rocket. Here, Since you know the final outcome of the Prince of Lies, why are you still using this book? Are you not afraid of being devoured by the Prince of Lies' divine power? Listen to me, give up this book, and I will share everything I know with you. Igor the Mage did not understand why he was being so humble towards such a person, why he had to approach him. Mentor? What are you saying? Why let this person go? Lu Wei was taken aback by the information revealed by Igor the Mage, looking at her mentor in shock. Realizing that her mentor was looking very seriously at the other party, making her feel that the relationship between her mentor and this mage was quite unusual. Here, are you really not going to give this book to me? My brother will take you back to this wonderful world. Igor the Mage said something that shocked Lu Wei to the core. What? Kier the Mage is actually Igor, the Mage's brother. This makes the current situation quite awkward. Yes, Lu Wei, Kier is indeed my brother. Igor the Mage explained to Lu Wei while defending against Kier's attacks. In fact, this matter is not easy to talk about. It was simply that their parents died, leaving behind two brothers. The one who was tested to have a high aptitude for magecraft was taken away. But how could the brother allow his younger brother to beg alone? So he begged others to take his younger brother along. The two brothers came to a mage guild to learn everything a mage should know. The elder brother, due to his high aptitude, learned quickly. But the younger brother's aptitude was not as good, so he had to work hard every day to possibly catch up with his brother's speed. Thus, the younger brother turned dark. Why should two brothers born of the same parents have different talents? Why should he be the one who is inferior? Why should his brother be praised by others while he suffers from others' disdain? Thus, the brothers formally fell out. Leaving his brother's protection, the younger brother faced this cruel world. Relying on his meager mage position, he was quickly tempted and fell into depravity. Since his fall, the younger brother's spell level did rise, but his path became increasingly evil. After obtaining the Book of Lies, which was left behind by the Prince of Lies, Kier's confidence and ambition grew larger and larger. Igor, you don't have to say anymore. If it weren't for this book, how could I survive? Kier shouted at Igor and Lu Wei with a heart-wrenching roar. How do you want to live? Of course, healthily and soundly with me. Igor replied, but Lu Wei felt this was just nonsense. Stop thinking about it. Lu Wei felt Kier's anger growing larger. Divine art. All things silence. The flavor of divine magic. Lu Wei thought to herself. But Igor the Mage was in a headache. His younger brother was actually involved in such an evil profession and spells. You actually took the profession of blasphemous priest. Igor the Mage was furious. Those who take this profession are enemies of the gods, whether evil gods or good gods. Igor the Mage, let me handle this. Lu Wei stood in front of Igor the Mage and directly displayed her divine power. Do you think you can be invincible by usurping the power of the gods? Lu Wei silently cast her divine art. Igor the Mage, pay attention. After I cast this divine art, I will be exhausted. You need to quickly control Kier. Lu Wei then spoke to Igor the Mage. Divine art, all things stop. A vast, natural divine power surged from Lu Wei, and in an instant, everything around Lu Wei came to a halt. Finally, Kier, unable to match Lu Wei's casting speed, was directly frozen in place by Lu Wei. The most insidious thing about Lu Wei's divine art is that as long as the divine power does not exceed Lu Wei's, it cannot break free from Lu Wei's divine power control, unless Lu Wei's divine art duration passes. But now there is still Igor, the mage nearby. How could Lu Wei's divine art duration pass? Igor, mage, you hurry. Lu Wei had not finished speaking before she directly knelt down on the ground. Igor the mage, seeing Lu Wei fall, panicked and increased his control over Kier. Although Kier's body was forcibly controlled by Lu Wei's divine power, his spirit remained active. Kier's mental power surged from within, showing great anger. Igor, you must make your student release me. Kier did not expect that Lu Wei, this low-level mage, would actually have her own divinity, and her divine power was so powerful. Come back to me. Igor the mage decided not to let this person go this time, and planned to personally capture him to keep a close watch, at least to prevent him from being discovered by the gods. 8th level spell, Spatial Prison. This 8th level spell is an upgraded version of the spatial spell Lu Wei used before, directly invoking the spatial power of the main plane to form a prison that traps people. The peculiarity of this prison is that even if the person inside breaks the spatial barrier, a new layer of spatial barrier will continuously regenerate. According to this principle, gods can also be trapped in this prison, but it is difficult. Gods have some immunity to spells, and moreover, gods are experts in using spatial power. As Igor the Mage continuously strengthened his spell, the spatial prison surrounding Kier gradually shrank, slowly transforming into a sphere that Igor the Mage received into his demiplane. Lu Wei, are you okay? After placing the spatial prison that trapped Kier, Igor the Mage turned to look at Lu Wei, inquiring about her condition. I'm fine, Mr. Igor. It's just that the battle with Kier the Mage consumed too much divine power. I'm just exhausted now. Lu Wei carefully answered Igor the Mage's question, which was actually a bit of a lie. Lu Wei's divine power was related to nature, so her divinity was constantly nourished by the elements of nature. However, how could she say such things to Igor the Mage? These past few days, by the way, we can no longer return to Hilltown. Let's go to the outer planes to hide for a while, and by the way, enhance your power. From the looks of you, it seems you want to improve your spellcasting level and divine power, right? Master Igor, looking like an old man deep in thought, gazed at Lu Wei. However, he was not wrong. Lu Wei indeed thought so. Yes, ever since Lu Junhua left, I've realized I have many problems that I need to solve myself. Lu Wei casually revealed that Lu Junhua was no longer by her side. Lu Junhua has left. It seems that the divine level war that erupted in the astral realm before was caused by you. So Lu Junhua is really a prince? Master Igor suddenly shifted the topic to Lu Junhua's identity, but there were no more concerns now. Lu Wei could say some things. Yes, Lu Junhua is a deity named Krosos. He is a deity of medium divine power who governs weapons. In fact, Lu Wei had her own intentions in doing this. When a deity is mentioned by others or by divine thoughts, the source of the world will remind the deity of who their believers are or who else is talking about them. Medium divine power, huh? You all hit it really well back then. However, Prince Krosos's divinity seems to be a newly born divinity? Or perhaps it existed before, but was occupied by Lu Junhua. Master Igor seemed very interested in Lu Junhua's divinity or birth. Master Igor, there's no need to ask me anymore. I won't answer those questions. But I can tell you that my little treasure Lu Junhua's divinity comes from the world's reward. He is a deity born from the blood of me and Seagull. So Lu Junhua can be said to be the child of me and Seagull, as well as the child of the world. But I think Lu Junhua himself considers himself the child of me and Seagull. Lu Wei chattered on and on. The world prompted Lu Junhua's birth. It seems the world is about to undergo a huge transformation. Master Igor suddenly thought of this. Chapter 112. Outer domain, where are we going now, Mentor Igor? Lu Wei maximized her spiritual perception and found that her mentor was taking her across space, away from the main plane. Due to the Mage god, it wasn't very convenient for them to stay in the main plane, so they were heading to an outer layer plane that Lu Wei had once traveled to. As Igor led Lu Wei through space, he explained the place they were going to. Mentor Igor, will there be any followers of the Mage god in that place? Lu Wei asked worriedly. It wasn't that she was overthinking, but because the Mage god, with the help of the powerful goddess of magic, had spread his influence beyond the main plane. Don't worry, the place we're going to also has a deity. It's impossible for the Mage god's followers to break in, Igor said confidently, which made Lu Wei raise her eyebrows. She silently used her divination technique and indeed discovered something. The deity seemed to be an acquaintance of hers, or rather, an acquaintance of Lu Junhua. Your Highness Taluya, Lord of Grass, Master of Greenery, Mentor Igor, we aren't going to the Kila Plain, are we? That deity is Your Highness Taluya, right? Lu Wei easily saw what she wanted through her divination technique, since it was related to her. It was such a coincidence that she couldn't help but ask her mentor. Huh? How do you know that, Lu Wei? Can your divination technique directly observe deities now? But you're not wrong. We are going to Kila Plain. Igor was surprised to find that his apprentice always managed to give him surprises, like being a descendant of a deity or comprehending divinity. Mentor Igor, if you had mentioned we were going to the Kila Plain, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. I have a shortcut, and I have witnessed how Your Highness Taluya ignited the divine fire to become a lord. Lu Wei suddenly smiled and stopped Igor from continuing to lead her through space. Mitter Igor, watch me. After saying that, Lu Wei took out a silver stone from her backpack, which emanated a divine aura. She infused her divinity into it, and then the silver stone flickered a few times, revealing the figures of two deities. Lord Chrosoros and Your Highness Talia descended with their avatars. Greetings, Lord Chrosoros, Your Highness Talia. Lu Wei and Igor, not yet being demigods, had about to show their respect for the deities. Mother God, why are you still bowing to me? Lu Junhua. In the form of the child, he once was beside Lu Wei, jumped to her side, and wrapped around her arm. My little darling, you are now a deity of medium divine power, so of course, I have to give you some face in public. Lu Wei comforted Lu Junhua, who looked like a child. By the way, little darling, how did you come with Your Highness Talia? I remember I only called for Your Highness Talia. Lu Wei curiously looked at Lu Junhua face to face. Mother God, why don't we go to the Keela plane first? Our conversation in the astral plane can be transmitted very far. Lu Junhua warned Lu Wei, indicating that there were some things that shouldn't be said carelessly. All right, Lu Wei discussed with Igor and found that they seemed to have no say in front of the two deities, so they agreed directly. Great, Your Highness Talia. Now it's up to you to take us directly to the Keela plane. After all, you are the master of that plane. Lu Junhua instructed his subordinate deity to take Lu Wei and the others over, as the master of the plane had some abilities over it. Of course, my lord. Lady Lu Wei and my friend Igor the Mage, please get ready. We are about to cross this space directly to the Keela plane. Your Highness Talia kindly reminded them. Then, the divine might emanating from Your Highness Talia grew stronger, making both Lu Wei and Igor feel quite uncomfortable until Lu Junhua stood in front of them. A rift appeared in the astral plane. It was shocking that a rift appeared in the astral plane. Let's go. The end of this rift leads to the Keela plane. The consciousness of the plane is waiting over there. After saying this, Your Highness Talia took the lead and charged into the rift, transforming into a beam of light. Mother God, let's go too. Lu Junhua took one of their hands and transformed into a beam of light, rushing into the rift, swiftly heading towards the Keela plane. We're here. Lu Junhua pulled Lu Wei and Igor out of the rift and materialized their bodies, and then a beam of light descended from the sky, landing on Your Highness Talia. Greetings, Lord Chrosoros, Lady Lu Wei. The consciousness of the plane once again descended upon Your Highness Talia, but as a deity, it seemed too easy for him to be invaded by the consciousness of the plane. Do you remember what I said? Do not invade the consciousness of my subordinate deity at will. This plane cannot withstand my attack. As the master of a pantheon, Lu Junhua had to say something to his subordinate deity. Please forgive me, Lord Chrosoros. This matter is very important. That's why I had to descend upon your subordinate deity. Do you remember that severed arm from before? It has started to grow. I have exhausted the plane's origin to suppress it, but I couldn't stop its growth. And Talia's ascension is also quite strange. The consciousness of the plane seemed to be quite talkative, saying a lot of things, but the key points were only two. 1. The severed arm of the evil god has begun to grow. 2. Your Highness Talia's ascension is strange and too fast. What? That severed arm has started to grow? Lu Junhua looked shocked, then swept his divine-level consciousness underground in the Keela plane. Sure enough, the power of the Keela plane was all pressing down on it, but the arm was still shaking, seemingly trying to break free from the plane's suppression and return to its owner. Wait, when I observed that severed arm before, I found that its owner had already fallen. Is it possible that this evil god is resurrecting? Lu Junhua looked troubled, as he had encountered many things recently and hadn't paid much attention to the main plane's matters, even only guessing now about the resurrection of a fallen deity. Lord Chrosoros, are you saying that the owner of that severed arm has become a lord again? But recently, apart from you becoming a lord, only the war god of the Drow pantheon has been re-established by the Spider Queen. As the consciousness of a plane, it could learn some things from unique places. Drow pantheon? The Spider Queen's pantheon has been hard to deal with lately. Lu Junhua lowered his head, appearing thoughtful. The Drow pantheon. Although there aren't many deities in the pantheon, each is quite cunning, especially the pantheon master, the Spider Queen, as a deity exiled by the Elven pantheon. She has become a powerful evil god through her struggles in the abyss and has always sought trouble with the elven pantheon. How about we hand that severed arm over to His Majesty Corellon? Let the elven pantheon and the drow pantheon fight it out themselves. After realizing the trouble that the severed arm posed, the plane's consciousness came up with a bad idea, suggesting that these two pantheons fight among themselves. By the way, can you expel that severed arm? If necessary, I can help you throw it out of this plane, letting it drift in the astral plane or various planes. Lu Junhua was clearly aware of the trouble this situation posed. I can't do it. I need you to help me throw him out. Then I can temporarily enhance Her Highness Lu Wei's power, allowing her to become a being with faint divine power for a short time. And she can purify this severed arm. The plane consciousness does not possess strong purification abilities, and as for the divine duties of His Highness Taluya, I can't manage that. I can only rely on Lu Wei. After all, Lu Wei's power leans towards life and carries purification abilities. This won't do. Even if the Mother Goddess has reached the stage of faint divine power, she struggles to exert purification power due to insufficient control over divine power. Lu Junhua also thought this method was quite good, but the issue is that Lu Wei has never controlled divine power of such a high level. Little darling, do you and the plane consciousness need my purification abilities? Actually, I can control divine power. Since we can't precisely control divine power, why not amplify my output and use overwhelming divine power to wash away this arm? Lu Wei, listening from the side for quite a while, realized that her presence was the reason Lu Junhua had been deep in thought. Mother Goddess, can your body handle this? Lu Junhua turned his head, thinking about Lu Wei's physical condition. Could her body withstand such intense divine power flow? How would we know if we don't try? Besides, you are here too, right? Plane consciousness, please grant me divine status and power now. Lu Wei looked at Lu Junhua with a ready expression. Then please prepare, Her Highness Lu Wei. The plane consciousness said, suddenly raising a finger to point at Lu Wei's forehead, and then a surge of power descended from the heavens and enveloped Lu Wei. Lu Wei felt her body surrounded by an overwhelming force, and she realized her consciousness was continuously elevating, surpassing one stage and entering another stage, the stage of divine consciousness. The Mother Goddess seemed quite familiar with the control of divine consciousness. Lu Junhua, sensing Lu Wei's consciousness continuously rising, was astonished to find that his Mother Goddess appeared to be very familiar with divine consciousness. Chapter 113, Purification. Lu Wei's status and strength were continuously elevated by the consciousness of the Kila plane, soon reaching the demigod stage. And beyond that was the stage of true divinity with weak divine power. Mother God, truly impressive, you can actually withstand the impact of divine level power. It seems that your physical quality has been greatly enhanced. Lu Junhua carefully observed Lu Wei's current condition and found that she was adapting very well. Little darling, what should I do now? Lu Wei, feeling the abundant divine power within her and her consciousness elevated to a certain extent, nervously asked Lu Junhua. Mother God, it's quite simple now. Since you have been empowered by the Kila plane to this level of divinity, some of your abilities are not as precise as those of true gods. However, don't worry, I will guide you. Please extend your consciousness down to the depths of this plane, to a place that feels ominous. Lu Junhua guided Lu Wei step by step for the next action. Hearing this, Lu Wei closed her eyes and extended her currently uncontrollable divine-level consciousness downward into the depths of the Kila plane. Her consciousness was extending rapidly toward the underground. Suddenly, Lu Wei frowned, as if she sensed something, a wave of evil energy. Little darling, I've sensed that evil arm. Should I directly use the purification divine technique now? Lu Wei opened her eyes and asked Lu Junhua, as she was unsure of what strange side effect her divine power might have on the depths of this plane. Mother God, try to see if you can draw it to the surface. Using divine power underground might lead to undesirable consequences for this plane. Lu Junhua also thought of this and asked Lu Wei to pull the arm to the surface. I should be able to do it. My divine power seems to have a certain attraction to this thing. I should be able to use my life-filled divine power to restore myself and serve as bait to lure it away from the depths. Lu Wei sensed the movement of the severed arm again. Thank you, Mother God. Please be cautious about the distance between your divine power and the severed arm. Don't let it touch your divine power. Lu Junhua reminded Lu Wei. Wait, Your Highness, the consciousness of the plane after I draw this arm to the surface. Can you temporarily grant me the authority over life in this plane? I've realized that with my current weak divine power, I cannot completely purify this thing. Although Lu Wei was not a true god, she was a temporary god and possessed 4 essential attributes of a deity, albeit temporarily. I can do that, but I can only grant you 1 hour of authority over life. If the time is extended, Lady Lu Wei, you will only become a subordinate deity of this plane and cannot transcend. The consciousness of the plane explained to Lu Wei through the body of Deluya. In fact, the concept of a subordinate deity mentioned by the plane's consciousness also had precedence. For example, Deluya was a good example. Deluya, when she ascended to godhood, did not directly contact the source of the multiverse, but instead encountered the source of the Kila plane. So she could only become a subordinate deity of the Kila plane. Deluya could only grow stronger by making this plane even more powerful. Otherwise, she would fall from her divine status and face the risk of being resealed as a god, which was too risky and not worth it. I wondered why my divine aura felt so strange. It turns out she encountered the source of the Kila plane during her ascension. Lu Junhua thought to himself, "Attention, the evil god's arm is about to break through to the surface. Little darling, you and the consciousness of the plane should pay attention. I might not be able to keep track." Just as Lu Junhua was discussing with the consciousness of the plane, Lu Wei had already attracted the severed arm to the surface. We know, Lu Junhua and the consciousness of the plane, using Deluya's body, replied simultaneously. Divine law, imprison, isolate. Lu Junhua, an ancient god of moderate divine power, with his own conceptual divinity, had his divine law essentially acting directly on the evil god's arm with the power of the entire multiverse regarding objects. The consciousness of the plane was even simpler, directly using a portion of the plane's source to prevent the severed arm from returning to the depths. Mother God, you can start now. The consciousness of the plane, and I have already suppressed this severed arm. Now it relies on your divine power to purify it. After the successful casting of Lu Junhua's divine technique, he turned to Lu Wei and spoke. Source, authority of life. The consciousness of the plane also freed up its hands, temporarily granting Lu Wei the authority of life in the Kila plane, allowing her to become a true god with divinity, divine fire, divine office, and divine status. Trust me, I will succeed. Lu Wei took a deep breath, slowly extending her fair fingers, and the divine power on her body began to surge, lifting her slowly into the air. Lu Wei closed her eyes, carefully feeling the flow of divine power within her, while also sensing the weaknesses of the evil god's arm. Divine technique, purification of all things. The divine technique used by Lu Wei, now a true goddess, was fundamentally different from the techniques used at the mortal level with borrowed divinity. A mighty, life-filled power radiated from Lu Wei, coalescing into a beam of light around her. Boom! Lu Wei's divine power struck the evil god's arm, and a roar erupted from the arm. I didn't expect that this severed arm actually harbored the consciousness of the war god of the Zolar pantheon. Both Lu Junhua and Lu Wei thought of this simultaneously, and then Lu Junhua appeared right next to the severed arm. Mother God, can you still hold on? We're almost done. Lu Junhua examined the severed arm and then turned to Lu Wei, noticing that her body was starting to tremble from the impact of the divine power. I'm fine. I should be able to hold on until the purification is complete. This is just a weak divine power arm. Lu Wei's powerful voice rang out. Hey, I just had an idea. After you successfully purify this severed arm, pour your life divine power into it and see if it can give birth to new sentience. Lu Junhua suddenly thought of the many deities in this world and some non-human deities. He recalled from Lu Wei's inherited memories a place called Fusong, where things could become deities if they were believed in for a long time. Good idea. Lord Closoros, this method is great. Lady Lu Wei, please put in more effort. The consciousness of the plane suddenly understood Lu Junhua's idea as well. Listening to Lu Junhua, Lu Wei increased her output of divine power, continuously washing over the severed arm until it no longer emitted evil energy. All right, luckily this was just a weak divine power arm. It only took about 10 minutes. However, little darling, regarding your suggestion of instilling new sentience into this severed arm, I think only another supreme god can do it. Lu Wei's statement was understood only by Lu Junhua and herself. Mother God, are you referring to the goddess Nuwa? Has her true form successfully gestated? Lu Junhua communicated silently to Lu Wei. Yes, the true form of Lady Nuwa has successfully gestated. Now it just needs to leave this plane and find a hidden place to become a deity in this world again. According to Lady Nuwa, she needs to use the laws of this multiverse to perfect her great path. Lu Wei transmitted to Lu Junhua. So, will it be the Mother God who will enlighten this, or will the Nuwa goddess borrow your body to enlighten this arm? Lu Junhua asked the most important question. If Lu Wei is the one to enlighten, it would be very labor-intensive. However, if the Nuwa goddess comes to enlighten, Lu Wei would lose the opportunity to experience it. Don't worry, I am here to assist the Mother Goddess Nuwa. Lu Wei spoke with great confidence, which made Lu Junhua look worried, fearing that his mother god would slap him in the face later. All right, now that the arm of the evil god has been purified by me, I will now enlighten it with a new consciousness. Lu Wei glanced at Lu Junhua and then at the dimensional consciousness borrowing the body of His Highness Taoria. Divine technique, rebirth of consciousness. Under the guidance of the goddess Nuwa, Lu Wei performed a divine technique again. This technique is adapted from a spell cast by the former emperor of the primordial era. It seems that the effect is quite good. Suddenly, a vibrant life force surged from the arm, and it appeared that thanks to Lu Wei's call, a new consciousness had been born on this arm. All right, Lu Wei. From now on, it will depend on its own nurturing. You should hand it over to the dimensional consciousness of this plane, and also tell it that as long as it successfully nurtures this thing, then its plane will not be far from advancement. The goddess Nuwa spoke to Lu Wei in her sea of consciousness. That's it. The rest will depend on the abilities of this dimensional consciousness. As long as you successfully nurture it, not only can you gain a new deity to assist you, but you can also greatly enhance the origin of your plane. You must know that deities are also one of the favored ones of the world. Lu Wei slightly modified the words of the goddess Nuwa and conveyed them to the dimensional consciousness. This, all right, it will be nurtured by me through the origin. A deity directly nurtured by the origin of the plane can be considered an ancient god of this plane. The dimensional consciousness clearly thought more about this than Lu Wei did. Now that your matter is resolved, let us talk about our situation. We need to use this plane to recuperate and avoid the pursuit of the god of mages. Lu Wei exchanged glances with the mage, Igor, who was standing beside her, and found that Igor had left this matter to her. Wait, Mother God, dimensional consciousness. You need to remove everything you have bestowed upon my Mother God. Lu Junhua interrupted Lu Wei just as she was about to say something else. Chapter 114, Departure. Mother God, I am leaving. Lu Junhua said sadly to Lu Wei. His divine essence told him that he could no longer stay in this place. Is it really time to go? When will you leave? Lu Wei also had a reluctant expression, but thinking of her child, Lu Junhua, who had already become a deity with medium-level divine power, she felt he had his own responsibilities and should no longer be forced to stay with her. Mother God, don't worry, it's just in the next couple of days. I need to prepare some materials for my divine kingdom, and then I will establish my divine kingdom. Lu Junhua shook his head, indicating that he would not leave immediately, at least not until he had prepared the materials for his divine kingdom. A divine kingdom? By the way, my dear, have you considered something like a pocket world or a personal space? Lu Wei suddenly remembered some novels she had read about pocket spaces. Mother God, well, you mentioned ISNT that I don't want to have it. It's just that my divine body can't withstand the pressure of a whole world. Besides, a divine kingdom is also one of the symbols for a deity to showcase their power. Lu Junhua, having inherited Lu Wei's memories, of course knew what she was referring to. Mother God, don't worry about me. You should know that I've already transcended my existence into a concept. As long as there are people in the world who remember the concept of the vessel, I will forever gain my own power. Lu Junhua said this a bit arrogantly to Lu Wei. Also, Mother God, I don't really like to wander around in avatars. I prefer to travel the world with my true form. This way, my power can increase even faster. Lu Junhua is indeed someone who has inherited Lu Wei's memories. In the memories passed down from Lu Wei, almost all deities travel the world in their true forms and only use avatars when necessary. So, influenced by this, Lu Junhua also does not want to use avatars to wander in the multiverse. I understand, but my child, remember, even though you are a powerful deity with medium-level divine power, you must remember to protect yourself. I don't want to feel one day that your immense divine power has diminished. Lu Wei also had her own selfishness. The people in this world are not as important as the ones beside her. I understand. Mother God, let me show you my true form later. It will surprise you. Lu Junhua nodded, indicating that he understood, and suddenly thought that his mother god, Lu Wei, had never seen his true form, so he wanted to show her. Sure. Shall we see it here? Or will you open a space for us to go in and see? Lu Wei winked at Lu Junhua, indicating that he should choose the latter. Of course, I will choose to open a space for both of us to go see. Lu Junhua understood Lu Wei's hint. Then, he pointed his fingertip, and divine power flashed, directly opening a small space within the Clara dimension. Your Highness Taluya, you and Mentor Igor can move around outside by yourselves. I have a little private matter to discuss with Lu Junhua. Lu Wei certainly didn't forget that her mentor was still standing alone aside. Since her mentor knew His Highness Taluya, she let them go off on their own. Mother God, let us go. Lu Junhua took Lu Wei's hand, and in an instant, they flashed into the small space. Once inside the small space, Lu Junhua stopped and gestured for Lu Wei to stand aside for a moment. He needed to perform something. All right, Lu Junhua. You don't need to cast a spell. Let me do it. Your spell isn't as reliable as mine. Suddenly, a gentle female voice appeared in Lu Wei's and Lu Junhua's ears. Nuwa, Lady Nuwa. Lu Wei and Lu Junhua suddenly realized that Lady Nuwa had appeared, directly manifesting in this small space. They saw her with a human head and a snake body, filled with life and a creative aura, looking at the mother and son with a compassionate gaze. All right, you two, whatever it was before, it will be the same now. Let me expand this small space a bit. It's too small for even my true form to unfold. Lady Nuwa frowned at the small space, and, finding it too cramped, directly took control of the space from Lu Junhua. Mother God, the aura of Lady Nuwa has changed. Also, the divine energy she emits is different now. While Lady Nuwa was changing the size of the space, Lu Junhua walked to Lu Wei's side and whispered to her. Yes, I also feel that Lady Nuwa's aura has changed. It seems a bit heavier, like a rock. Wait, I seem to remember something. In ancient legends, Lady Nuwa was also referred to as the Earth Sovereign, the highest goddess of the earth. Lu Wei suddenly remembered some legends about Lady Nuwa. Oh, Lu Wei actually knows this. That's right, I am the most noble earth goddess, aside from the original Earth Sovereign. I am the most esteemed. Even Hutu cannot compare. Lady Nuwa swished her snake tail and walked over to Lu Wei, responding to her question. I see. So did you choose the position of the Earth Goddess this time? Your ladyship? Lu Wei asked about Lady Nuwa's future plans. Originally, I intended to continue on my old path and choose the divine position of creation. But I've had enough of being weak and delicate. So this time I want to take a different path and explore new avenues for my true self. Lady Nuwa seems not to want to stick to the path of creation after all. I understand. Then, since Lady Nuwa doesn't want to take the old path, I will take it instead, the fusion of life and death. I think this world will need me to do something when the time comes. Hearing that Lady Nuwa would not occupy the divine positions of creation and life, Lu Wei felt that this was much easier, the fusion of life and death. It seems you want to walk the path of the divine position of reincarnation, which is pretty good. But how will you seize the divine position of death in this world? You should know that the divine beings born from the source of death in this world have not fallen. They are still alive in the underworld. Lady Nuwa was obviously referring to the king of all endings, the recorder of death, Jaeger. This, we will talk about it later. Let us not think too much now. I'm not even a demigod yet. Hearing what Lady Nuwa said, Lu Wei felt a headache coming on and refused to answer her questions. In fact, earlier, Lady Nuwa mentioned mastering the divine position of flowers, and then further mastering the 4 seasons through the seasonal flowers, ultimately becoming a deity who governs time, or leveraging the cycles of blooming and wilting flowers to grasp some information about the divine position of reincarnation, and finally finding a way to seize a divine position of death to combine it. Lu Junhua listened to the conversation between his mother god and Lady Nuwa and suddenly recalled Lady Nuwa's earlier discussions with Lu Wei. I say, how come you two real deities think more than me? Someone who hasn't even been conferred as a god yet. By the way, I noticed that my physical body in reality seems to have completely revived. The reason seems to be that I temporarily became a deity. And in that instant of becoming a deity, my current body was transformed. Lu Wei suddenly realized that her physical body's functions seemed to have improved. She could move now. Really? Mother God, has her true form really recovered? Lu Junhua asked Lu Wei nervously. Seeing Lu Wei's smiling face, he instantly understood. How about this? I'll watch Lady Nuwa successfully become the deity of this world, and then I will check on how my true body is doing. Lu Wei thought for a moment and decided to finish watching Lady Nuwa's conferral before checking on her real body. All right, just right, taking advantage of this small space, or rather this small world, I will directly confer my divinity. By the way, since my true form was conceived through the origin of this world, my ascension to divinity will directly succeed as an ancient god. However, because the position of the earth deity is occupied by someone else, I will not directly hold the earth deity's power. Nyang Nyang Nuwa spoke lightly, but with a sense of helplessness. After all, the earth goddess of this world has not fallen. Nuwa also cannot directly intervene to seize the earth deity's power. Understood, then please begin, Nyang Nyang Nuwa. After Lu Wei and Lu Junhua nodded, they stood aside waiting for Nuwa's actions. Nuwa coiled her serpent tail together, then closed her eyes. Soon, golden light began to spread from Nuwa, and her divine might was rapidly rising. It quickly crossed from weak divine power to the stage of low divine power. But the pressure emanating from Nuwa did not decrease. Instead, it was advancing towards the stage of medium divine power. In no time, the pressure from Nuwa was so great that even Lu Junhua, a medium divine power deity, could not withstand it. The pressure from Nuwa had already surpassed the range of medium divine power and reached the realm of strong divine power. What exactly is the divine position of Nuwa that allows her power to increase so rapidly? Lu Junhua, a true deity, pondered deeply on the side. I am Nuwa, the controller and pioneer of the life divine position. I am the purifier. Unexpectedly, Nuwa used the life divine position to ascend to divinity. All existence of life in the world will be under my control. As long as the concept of life does not completely perish, this palace will remain forever powerful. Nuwa also elevated her existence to a concept. As long as there is life in this multiverse, the Nuwa's power will not enter the decline zone. Indeed, these ancient gods favored by the world all have their unique secrets. Lu Wei asked with a satisfied expression about some school buses. Chapter 115, Breakthrough in Strength. I am the controller of the divine office of life as Nuwa. The proclamation of the goddess Nuwa suddenly echoed throughout the entire multiverse, causing great tremors among the deities in three directions. Emerald Plains there exists a divine system known as Heaven, ruled by a powerful deity named Yuhuan. A serious-looking male deity was listening intently to the words of Nuwa. Nuwa, the world of Honghuang is connected to this world. Can I bring some of the deities from this world back to Honghuang? I must go see if this is truly the goddess Nuwa. The powerful deity Yuhuan, sitting on his throne, pondered for a moment before deciding to manifest an avatar to seek out Nuwa. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the elven divine system. The divine office of life has been forcibly taken over. I can no longer draw the primal power of life from the divine office of the elves. The one speaking was a powerful deity of the elven divine system named Angress, the second queen of the elves, who also wielded part of the divine office of life and the divine office of spring. Nuwa? That name sounds so familiar. It seems I've heard it somewhere. A male deity sitting next to Angress lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised it. I remember now. There was a supreme goddess named Nuwa in my original world. This must mean that Corellon, the ruler of the elven divine system, is also not from this world. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Do we need to check out this suspected supreme goddess? Originally, Angrus wanted to ask if she could seize the divine office of life from this goddess, but upon hearing Corellan's words, she turned and asked, "We need to, but I need to prepare first. You must understand that the power of this goddess is not something we can contend with." Corellan replied, "Congratulations, Goddess Lu Wei, on successfully becoming a deity in this world once again." Lu Wei sincerely expressed her congratulatory words to Goddess Lu Wei. "Goddess, have you directly become a deity of immense power? But why does your divine aura feel so strange?" The true deity, Lu Junhua, voiced his confusion, as indeed, the aura surrounding Goddess Lu Wei was very peculiar. It felt like a law. "Well, let me explain it to you, Lu Junhua. You have now become a deity of medium power, and the next step is to reach the level of immense power. You have already made some preparations. You have elevated your existence into a concept, but that is still not enough. Next, you must elevate the divine office you command to another level. The law, you will elevate the law you possess to a law, and you will become the master of this law. This way, regardless of whether you fall, no one will exceed your control over this law." Goddess Lu Wei rambled on, but this information was still too distant for Lu Wei. "Is that so? I understand, but although my divine office was born from me, I still cannot perfectly control it. What should I do, Goddess Lu Wei?" Lu Junhua furrowed his brow, asking the goddess about matters that concerned his future path and growth. "You cannot perfectly master your divine office? Come here, let me take a look." Goddess Lu Wei also furrowed her brow, pulling Lu Junhua closer and examining his body from head to toe. "Bear with me. I need to thoroughly check your body and your divine office." Goddess Lu Wei was also worried about this life born from her divine power. Suddenly, a beam of green light filled with life energy shot from Goddess Lu Wei's hand, enveloping Lu Junhua entirely. Lu Junhua, show me your true form." The frown on Goddess Lu Wei's face relaxed. Then, a bright light emanated from Lu Junhua, revealing a tall and handsome young man in front of Lu Wei. "Now try to see if you can control your divine office." Seeing Lu Junhua's true form, Goddess Lu Wei couldn't help but nod. The aura from Lu Junhua was pleasant, unlike other deities in this world who were filled with the stench of decayed faith. "I could do it now. It turns out that my previous form couldn't properly control the divine office. In other words, from now on, I can only perfectly control my divine office using my true body." Lu Junhua suddenly realized this issue, and more seriously, he suddenly became aware that his true adult form was seen by Lu Wei's mother goddess, and he could no longer act cute beside her. "Is this your true form? Lu Junhua? So handsome. Show me your divine robe as well. As the king of artifacts, your divine robe should look splendid." Lu Wei's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Junhua's true form. "This, mother goddess, do you want to see? But if I show you my true form along with my divine robe, you might not be able to withstand my divine might. So, Goddess Lu Wei, please protect the mother goddess then." Lu Junhua thought about his divine might and realized it was far beyond what someone like Lu Wei, who wasn't even a demigod yet, could bear. "All right, I understand." Goddess Lu Wei nodded, indicating she understood. A light radiated from Lu Junhua again, and then everything on him changed. Silver lightweight armor, a mighty sword strapped to Lu Junhua's waist, and a pair of battle boots on his feet. Everything on you is an artifact?" Lu Wei looked at the divine robe on Lu Junhua, and then she heard a series of notification sounds in her ears. "Artifact detected, artifact detected." "Yes, mother goddess, this entire set of divine robes was awarded to me by the world. But I can't control these things very well yet because I haven't had them for long." Lu Junhua carefully explained to Lu Wei. "All right, mother goddess. Now there's one last thing. Goddess Lu Wei needs to ascend to the heavens. The main plane, or rather, the mortal realm, is not suitable for deities to reside in." Lu Junhua suddenly mentioned this to Lu Wei. "No need. I don't need to ascend to the heavens. As a being who has grasped the law, I can go anywhere. All worlds will not reject the law of life." Goddess Lu Wei explained her current state to Lu Junhua. Can one who has grasped the law really be like Goddess Lu Wei? Can I become a deity like Goddess Lu Wei? As a divine being?" Lu Junhua didn't have the courage to call himself a divine being in front of Goddess Lu Wei. I think you might find it a bit difficult. The law of life cannot be rejected by any plane, but your divine office and the laws you will grasp in the future may be rejected by some planes, meaning you can only visit those that accept your access. Moreover, you are currently only a deity of medium power, and your divine office hasn't even been upgraded. Goddess Nuwa patted Lu Junhua's head and offered some of her advice. I understand. Then now, Mother Goddess, let me escort you away. Before Lu Junhua could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Wei sitting cross-legged, and a wave of what seemed to be the aura of the divine office of life surged from her. But this aura felt very familiar. Lu Wei has actually broken through now? I thought she would need a few more days. Goddess Nuwa looked at Lu Wei thoughtfully, realizing that she was really about to advance. Mother Goddess, why not directly advance in this small world? That way, both I and Goddess Nuwa can witness your advancement process, laying the foundation for your mage level. Lu Junhua understood what kind of strength his Mother Goddess possessed. He even liked to see what Lu Wei wanted to do. Well, fine. I will advance right here, Lu Junhua, Mother Nuwa. Just watch me from the side. If anything happens to me, you will know who I am. Lu Wei is quite worried about her path to advancement. It seems that her path is not very smooth. We understand, Mother God. Please keep going. Strive to exceed the spell-casting level of the Father God as soon as possible. That black-hearted guy, Lu Junhua, has started to provoke Lu Wei again. After Lu Junhua finished speaking, Lu Wei began her journey of breakthrough. First, she mobilized all the energy in her body. Once all the energy within Lu Wei was gathered, she released it all, and now her body felt completely empty. All right, Mother God, listen to me next. You are now at the most critical step. That is, you need to pour all your divinity into your heart, and then let your heart produce your divinity step by step. Lu Wei followed Lu Junhua's advice, diligently guiding her divinity from a hidden place towards her heart. Although it sounds simple, it is very difficult to accomplish. For example, Lu Wei's divinity does not obey her commands, and moreover, her divinity is quite immense, making it very challenging. Oh no, Lu Wei seems to have stopped moving. It looks like she might fail to advance. Lu Junhua, as a mid-level divine being, does not know too much. What should we do now, Mother Nuwa? At the critical moment, Lu Junhua's knowledge seems to be stuck. Don't worry, I am an existence that plays with the laws of life. Even if Lu Wei fails to advance, I can restore her to her original state. Besides, the current situation probably isn't a failure. This clearly indicates a successful elevation. Mother Nuwa watched Lu Wei's calm breathing, and the energy around her did not seem to be in turmoil. Then, she could see that a lot of energy was gathering around Lu Wei, surrounding her completely. Suddenly, Lu Wei trembled, and her formerly furrowed brows began to smooth out. Chapter 116, Striving Forward. Since Lu Wei, you have successfully broken through to the position of a high-level mage. I have nothing else to say. However, Lu Wei, you are no longer the weak mage you once were. You should seek your own path. Goddess Nuwa, seeing Lu Wei's further enhancement in strength, reaching the level of a high-level mage in this world, nodded and offered her advice to Lu Wei. Mother Goddess, what you said is correct. You are now a high-level mage, and the remaining path should be sought by yourself. Also, your Father God became a high-level mage before you, and I have also told him that he needs to find his own path in the future. Otherwise, the path we help you find will only lead you to repeat our old ways, preventing you from further development. Lu Junhua, hearing what Goddess Nuwa said, turned to Lu Wei and offered his own suggestion, though he didn't say much. Goddess Nuwa, Lu Junhua, I will remember what you both said. I will seek my path in the time to come, and I already have a bit of an idea, Lu Wei replied, while feeling the flow of energy within her body. In fact, Lu Wei had her own thoughts. She wanted to become a deity who controls time, mastering the time of this world so that she could wield the divine power of time, using it to reverse time and discover what exactly happened when she traveled here, and whether it was truly the creation pearl that brought her over. Lu Wei actually had significant doubts about her crossing. Why was it that she, an ordinary girl, was chosen? Thus, she needed to master the divine power of time in this world to gain control over the time of the real world. Well, we have nothing more to say, but Lu Wei, I have a suggestion. what you think is the best. Don't easily change what you have in mind. Goddess Nuwa glanced at Lu Wei. The things Lu Wei was thinking about couldn't escape her notice. Goddess Nuwa, someone is here to visit. But how do they find your coordinates? Lu Junhua suddenly turned his golden eyes towards the outside of this small world. In his perception, two powerful divine beings' avatars were approaching, bringing with them some messages. Jade, Emperor, Caroline, or perhaps a hermaphroditic existence. Goddess Nuwa's strength was still higher than Lu Junhua's. With just one glance, she recognized the identities of the visitors, as even their avatars carried the aura of their true selves. Lu Junhua, let them in. They seemed to be familiar faces. Goddess Nuwa seemed to forget that she also had control over this small world and insisted that Lu Junhua let them in. Then Goddess Nuwa, shall I go out first? Lu Wei looked at Goddess Nuwa, noticing that someone was coming to be received, and thought that as a mere mortal, she didn't need to be around these divine beings. No, Lu Wei, this time you must stay with us. We need these two deities to thoroughly analyze what is going on in this world, and to let them know you. Goddess Nuwa gave Lu Wei a reason to stay that wasn't really a method. Yes, I understand. How about this? I'll create a throne. Lu Wei thought that creating a throne was surely something that Goddess Nuwa and the others could do with a wave of their hands. So she decided to do it herself. Divine technique. Fantasy realization. Lu Wei's divine technique was quite strange, having the same effect as the Great Prophecy technique. This spell required Lu Wei to imagine herself in order to turn it into what she needed. As soon as Lu Wei cast her divine technique, a massive palace appeared behind her and the others. Mother Goddess, please make do with this palace for now. I don't know what your Huang Palace looks like. What Lu Wei said was indeed the truth. She had never seen the Huang Palace, so she could only forcibly modify it based on some palaces she had seen before. It's fine, this will do. Those two also know that I have just been conferred as a deity in this world, and I don't have a place to stay. Goddess Nuwa comforted Lu Wei, who was still in the mortal stage. Goddess Nuwa walked in front, and Lu Wei followed behind, entering the palace that Lu Wei had transformed. The two arrived together in a huge hall. Goddess Nuwa slowly walked up to the main seat and let Lu Wei sit in the second position on her right. Goddess Nuwa, the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, and His Highness Caroline from the Elven Divine System seek an audience. Lu Junhua, who was responsible for receiving guests outside, brought the two imposing divine beings into the hall. Looking up at Goddess Nuwa and his own Mother Goddess, he found that he couldn't see their true appearances at all. In the primordial world, I, Hao Yin, have seen Goddess Nuwa. In Asgard, I, a common elf, have seen Goddess Nuwa. As soon as these two saw Goddess Nuwa, they revealed their true identities without considering the presence of outsiders or other divine beings. I remember that Hao Yin's title isn't Jade Emperor, right? Isn't the Jade Emperor the title of the Heavenly Emperor behind you? Are you still thinking of going back to the primordial world to seize your rightful position? Goddess Nuwa raised her hand to signal them to sit down, and Lu Junhua also took the first position on Goddess Nuwa's right, as he originally intended to sit behind Lu Wei, but was stopped by her. Is that so? I didn't know what happened after me. When I arrived in this world, I transformed into the Jade Emperor and successfully became a deity in this world, recreating the Heavenly Court divine system. The deity, known as Jade Emperor, briefly shared his origins. Oh, you successfully became a deity in this world, but have you noticed that something has been added to you? Decay belief. Goddess Nuwa lowered her gaze towards the deity named Hao Yin. Yes, I know that my body has been eroded by belief, but I have studied it in this world for a long time and found that the power of this belief is also quite strong, capable of being sublimated into a kind of spiritual thing. The Jade Emperor looked at the featureless Goddess Nuwa on the throne. Wait a moment. I need to ask this deity from Asgard. Tell me how you know me. Goddess Nuwa raised her hand to stop the Jade Emperor from continuing, turning her gaze towards Caroline. Your Majesty Huang, your belief has long reached our Asgard. When I was an ordinary common elf, I learned about your great achievements. So when I heard your name in this world, I already recognized it. Later, when I came to visit you, I discovered that you were not much different from the sacred image I remembered. Caroline rambled on, focusing on how he came to know Goddess Nuwa. All right, since both of you know me, I won't waste more words. In my divine consciousness, I have found that the origin of this world is extremely active. Why is that? Goddess Nuwa once again sensed the state of the world's origin from the laws she controlled and found it still so active. We're not quite sure, but I think the origin of this world is so active because it is about to ascend. The Jade Emperor, who came from the primordial world, had a better understanding of these matters than Caroline. Not right. Although this world is at a critical point of ascension, that is not the reason for the active origin of this world. There is another reason. Moreover, I have also discovered that the cosmic barriers of this world are actually permeable. The cosmic barriers are permeable. What does this indicate? It indicates that this universe is easily invaded by external entities or integrated into this world. This is also what we wanted to say. The cosmic barriers of this world are extremely fragile, and it is easy to break a hole in them. But then what? Outside, chaos reigns, and we can't find a way forward. Moreover, amidst this chaos, some deities have also emerged, although their talents may be much weaker than ours. The powerful elven god, Chronicle, has certainly prepared for this, right? Now I understand why the origin of this world is so active. Nuwa nodded. After all, such things have happened before in the primordial era, namely the existence of travelers. These travelers or other things that come over will have everything absorbed by this world. If something hasn't been absorbed, it proves that there is another powerful being behind this traveler, someone whom this world cannot easily offend. So what do we do now? The mortal, Lu Wei, asked an important question. How did a mortal end up in Lady Nuwa's palace? Chronicle, the straightforward elf from Asgard, asked directly. Since you've raised this question, I'll reluctantly explain. This is Lu Wei, the first person I've met in this place. It's because of her that I was able to survive in the early days. Lady Nuwa said as she raised her hand. Or should I say it? This is Lu Wei, my mother goddess. I hope you will not disturb her in the future. She is still immortal and cannot comprehend what is happening. Lu Junhua warned the Jade Emperor and Chronicle, the two deities. We, the people of the primordial era, will take note of what His Highness Xaloros said. But can this fairy remove the barrier in front of you? The Jade Emperor still retains some memories of the primordial era, so he wisely did not speak to Lu Wei anymore. This barrier is not something I can break alone. It is imposed on me by Lady Nuwa. Lu Wei felt a bit useless, wondering why so many people knew her. Chapter 117. The elven goddess after the small world opened up by Lu Junhua left. Lu Wei told her mentor, Master Igor, that she wanted to seek her own path. Igor was very pleased to hear this from Lu Wei and gave her a few spellbooks before letting her go. Having advanced to the level of a senior mage, Lu Wei had also comprehended some new spells, such as plane teleportation and short-distance precision teleportation. She was using these two spells quite well. As Lu Wei performed the plane teleportation, she reflected on her return to the real world a few days ago. In the real world, where Lu Wei's body was located, General Elgreen's wife exclaimed, Madam, the young lady's body has revived. The two people monitoring Lu Wei's physical condition excitedly called her parents to inform them of Lu Wei's recovery. What? You say Lu Wei's body has completely revived? When? Never mind. It's unclear now. I'll return immediately. General Elgreen hung up the phone excitedly, then quickly delegated his current responsibilities to his subordinates and rushed home. You say my precious daughter has awakened? I'm coming back right now. Madame Elgreen excitedly put down what she was doing and, like General Elgreen, hurried to her means of transport to return home. Wait, have you informed the young master? One staff member suddenly realized he hadn't notified their boss yet. You don't need to say that. I told the young master a long time ago. He should already be at the general's residence. Another person replied smugly, shaking his head. Get out of my way. I want to check Lu Wei's data. A deep male voice suddenly rang out in the room, startling the staff caring for Lu Wei, who nearly jumped up in fright but restrained themselves upon realizing it was their young master. Here, young master, just a few minutes ago. A powerful energy from the Chronicles of the Gods was directed at the young lady's body, and then her body completely revived. As for why she hasn't awakened yet, it's probably because she hasn't reacted yet. The two caregivers excitedly explained to their young master about Lu Wei's recent situation. My body feels so weak. Lu Wei, surrounded by instruments on the bed, emitted a voice from her now real body. Lu Wei, you really woke up? The young master looked at Lu Wei, who was speaking from the bed, with a skeptical expression. Brother, You can come closer and see if I've truly recovered." Lu Wei smiled at her older brother while sitting on the bed. The young master slowly approached Lu Wei, then gently placed his hand on her face, poking and pinching it slightly. "Ouch, brother, you pinched my face." Lu Wei let out a gentle exclamation, and then an awkward moment occurred. "Derlin, what are you doing? Are you bullying my precious daughter?" Lu Wei and Derlin, her older brother, exchanged glances and then both shouted together. "Ha ha ha! Mother, what are you thinking? How could brother bully me?" He rushed back home the moment he heard I was recovering, even faster than you and father. Leaning against her brother, Lu Wei cheerfully explained to her mother and father what had just happened between her and Derlin. While Lu Wei was talking to Madame Elgreen, General Elgreen quietly approached Lu Wei's side, took her hand, and felt her pulse, checking her body's condition. "By the way, father, why don't you just use your mental power to scan my body? If you can't, mother can." Lu Wei suddenly became curious about what her parents were doing. It's worth noting that as a federal general, General Elgreen possessed S-level mental power, which is nearly the highest, excluding SS-level existences. Madame Elgreen was also impressive, being a top-tier A-level and S-level doctor in the Federation. In principle, both of their mental powers should be able to directly assess Lu Wei's physical condition. Yet they always relied on machines. "This, Derlin, you explain?" General Elgreen remained silent, and Madame Elgreen looked at her husband, then at their two children, directly letting Derlin speak. "Actually, each person's mental power attributes are unique, and not everyone can accept another's mental power scan. So for now, it's more important to use machines," Derlin explained, glancing at Lu Wei and smiling softly as if he saw something on her face. "All right, Lu Wei has just recovered. Let her rest well. Make sure to thoroughly check her body. If there are any more problems, you'll be sent to Qd Star." Qd Star was the poorest planet under the control of the general's residence. "Yes, we understand. However, we believe the young lady isn't suitable for lying down right now. She should start moving slowly. The general and madam also know that the young lady has just recovered, so her body's blood circulation isn't very active, and she needs to move slowly to get her blood flowing everywhere." The two caregivers exchanged glances and then shared their suggestions with General Elgreen and Madame Elgreen. "That makes sense. Derlin, support your sister. Let us take a slow walk. By the way, Lu Wei, my precious daughter, you need to tell us what happened in the Chronicles of the Gods and how your body suddenly recovered." Rationally responding, Madame Elgreen nodded in agreement with the two suggestions and instructed them on a few matters. "Okay, mother." Both Lu Wei and Derlin agreed with Madame Elgreen's words. "All right, Lu Wei, let us walk slowly while discussing your situation." Derlin stood on Lu Wei's right side, supporting her as they walked slowly. "Actually, I met the young master of the Klaus family, Siegel Klaus, in the game. With his company, my casting level in the game has already reached the level of a senior mage, just like brother before. I think you all know the conditions for my body's recovery. I needed to become a deity to recover, even if just for a minute." Lu Wei shared her story about Siegel, preparing for her future endeavors. "Brother knows that before. The city of Thousand Towers was attacked by the Mage God, right? Before the attack, I was being hunted by the Mage God and chased by an enemy of my previous mentor in the game. Later, my mentor saved me, and because we were being pursued by the Mage God, we couldn't return to the city of Thousand Towers or Hilltown. So we fled to the outer realm of the multiverse, hoping to evade the Mage God's pursuit using the power of the deities there. Coincidentally, I had some connection with the deities in the outer realm, and due to certain circumstances, I briefly became a deity there, the deity of purification power. It was when I was promoted to deity that since my real body had recovered." Lu Wei briefly recounted what had happened to her recently. However, Lu Wei thought to herself that she couldn't reveal the matter about another descendant of Lu Junhua just yet, or she might not survive the day. "Are you saying the Mage God is still hunting you?" "Why?" Derlin, who belonged to the military, immediately grasped the key point and asked an important question. "Yes. Why is the Mage God hunting you?" Her parents questioned. "I'm not sure about this either. The first time I encountered a follower of the God of Mages. The follower said I had a unique divine aura about me. They wanted to sacrifice me to the God of Mages, so that the God could use my bloodline to deduce some things about the deity behind me." Lu Wei embellished a lot of negative comments about the God of Mages, but most of it was based on truth. So, Lu Wei, are you still a deity now? I should ask if you still retain any characteristics of a deity? Dating, being a gamer, knows a bit more than the Eldrin couple. It seems like my big brother isn't paying attention. I mentioned before that I was briefly promoted to a deity, so I'm not a deity now. However, even though I'm no longer a deity, I still retain some divine traits. For instance, the divinity within me is comparable to that of a demigod, and my divine power has increased compared to before. By the way, do you know the 4 essentials to becoming a deity? Lu Wei suddenly thought that her parents might not know the 4 elements required to become a deity. Well, we don't know, but I think Darren should know. We'll just ask him later. Hurry up and tell us if there's anything else worth mentioning. Suddenly, Lady Eldrin transformed into a somewhat roguelike female figure and hooked her arm around Lu Wei's neck. Anything worth mentioning? Does having 2 descendants count? Or having 2 kids who call me mom? Lu Wei humorously dropped a bombshell. That's worth mentioning. You have 2. What? You have 2 descendants? Whose? With whom? Lady Eldrin had been listening well, but suddenly heard Lu Wei say she has 2 descendants. Well, these 2 descendants are from me and Siegel. I should say that these 2 descendants are not human. One is a treant, and the other is a deity. Lu Wei once again shared something astonishing. Wait, you're talking about the new god, His Excellency Crosoros, are you? The one who governs divine artifacts and has elevated his existence to a concept? Darren, who has the profession of a blasphemous priest, still knows some things about the deities. Yes, His Excellency Crosoros, also known as Lu Junhua, is my descendant. Chapter 118. The Dark Region. As Lu Wei slowly recounted her experiences during this time to her family, General Eldrin and the others remained in a daze. Their daughter-sister had temporarily become a deity in a game, and she had 2 non-human descendants, one a divine descendant and the other a fey descendant, both very gifted. And she had her own partner. The Eldrin couple exchanged glances and nodded to make a decision. Lu Wei, we have decided to let you meet the guy from the Klaus family in real life. Darren, I remember that you have ways to contact those young masters from your families, so you can inform Siegel Klaus. Let's set the time for the day after tomorrow. General Eldrin, having held a high position in the Federal Army for a long time, was quite comfortable giving orders to those around him. As for Darren Eldrin, he had been sent into the army early by General Eldrin, so he was also very familiar with obeying orders. I understand, Father, but do we really have to let them meet in real life? I think you and Mother have heard about the Klaus family situation. Is it really suitable for them to meet now? Darren asked the Eldrin couple, avoiding Lu Wei. It's fine. The issue with their family is that their younger generation is too lazy to inherit the family business. There's no problem with Lu Wei meeting Siegel. Lady Eldrin, being a woman, always had her own channels for these kinds of gossip. All right then, Mother, I'll go down and make arrangements for the head of the Klaus family, the lady, and Siegel Klaus. Darren thought for a moment and confirmed the number of invitees, then went down to prepare the invitations. All right then, there's nothing much going on now. Lu Wei, think about whether there's any part of your body that feels uncomfortable or if there's anything else you absolutely need to tell us. Lady Eldrin saw her husband nodding to her and knew what she was about to say. Level 0 spell, light. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared in Lu Wei's hand. And then they saw 3 bewildered faces. Huh? Lu Wei, what is that thing in your hand? Is it a spell from Chronicles of the Gods? Although Lady Eldrin was also playing this game, she wasn't very familiar with the spells of mages in Chronicles of the Gods. Yes, this is a spell from Chronicles of the Gods, but it seems I can only cast spells at the level of a low-level mage now. Although my divinity seems to still be present. Let me try. After saying that, Lu Wei closed her eyes and communicated with her divinity. Divine art, healing. A beam of green light shot towards Darren, enveloping him. Big brother, how do you feel? Or what do you feel? Lu Wei looked at Darren nervously, unsure of what her divine art would do to him. It's nothing, but you can take a look. After Darren finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeve, and they saw a scar on his arm, slowly shrinking and then disappearing. It seems that Lu Wei's body has some abilities from Chronicles of the Gods. Or perhaps these 2 worlds seem to have some connection. But Darren, why don't you try to cast a spell? I remember you're also a mage, and not just one profession. General Eldrin seemed to have discovered something and encouraged Darren to try to summon his abilities. Darren tried for a long time, but nothing happened. I think it's probably due to the divinity. Think about it. Why is divinity called one of the four essentials of deities in Chronicles of the Gods? Why are characters with divinity immune to certain things? According to Lu Wei's understanding of divinity, divinity is a property of a world. And every world has something that connects them, like life. It seems so, but Lu Wei, you seem to have forgotten that I have another profession. Darren said with a charming smile. Divine art bind. Divine art, purification. The blasphemous priest profession can always steal divine power and other things from deities. So simulating certain things is still possible. But, big brother, you actually cast a divine art on me? You're done for, you know that. Lu Wei seemed to have inherited the casting speed from her game. Her casting speed in reality was also very fast. Divine art, transformation. Lu Wei used her signature divine art, which shot towards Darren, and coincidentally, it was directly accepted by Darren's body. Lu Wei, what were you thinking in the game to cast it on your enemy? Darren's words were interrupted for some reason. Big brother, how do you feel? Does it hurt? Are you still bullying me? Lu Wei smiled at Darren with a cocky expression, completely oblivious to her parents looking at her with curious expressions. Divine art, improvement. Lu Wei cast another relatively low-level divine art, but after casting this spell, she stumbled and fell onto a stool, rubbing her head. My dear daughter, what happened? Are you exhausted? Did you cast too many divine arts? Lady Eldrin shook her head, dismissing some unrealistic thoughts from her mind, and inquired about Lu Wei's condition. Sitting on the stool, Lu Wei took a moment to recover and then looked up at Lady Eldrin. Seeing the concerned gaze of Lady Eldrin, Lu Wei shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Yes, mother, I just discovered that my divine arts have a limit on the number of uses, or rather, my current spellcasting level is not suitable for casting high-level spells, which is causing my discomfort. However, I seem to have thought of a summoning divine art, which was given to me by one of my descendants. Lu Wei suddenly remembered the summoning spell that Lu Junhua had previously given her to summon his avatar, and Lu Junhua himself said that the cost of using this spell would be covered by him. Divine art, origin summoning. A wave of oppressive light appeared in the place where Lu Wei and the others were, and then a tall and handsome person stepped out. But there was a situation. This person had shrunk. I am Kexarose, the wielder of all divine artifacts. Before Lu Junhua could finish, he was hit on the head by Lu Wei with a loud smack. Mother Goddess, how can you hit me at such a critical moment? The shrunken Lu Junhua seemed to have his mind shrunk as well, and he quickly ran into Lu Wei's arms. Let's not make a fuss for now. Check if you have any bindings or suppressions on you. Do you feel unwell anywhere? I'll introduce you to some people later. Lu Wei found it quite strange as she had really summoned Lu Junhua's avatar, but she was still very worried about what might happen to him. Lu Junhua closed his eyes, and then a light radiated from him. It seemed he was correcting his own power. Then Lu Junhua opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in them. Mother Goddess, this world is so strange. There are no gods here, but there are some powers comparable to deities. Although such powers are extremely rare. Lu Junhua frowned and expressed his current feelings to Lu Wei. As a naturally born deity, Lu Junhua did not like staying in a place without faith or where others held faith, and the laws of this world seemed too strict. All right, since you're fine for now, let me introduce you to these people. This is my mother, General Ergelin. If you're not a deity, you can call him Grandpa. This is my mother, Lady Ergelin. Similarly, if you're not a deity, you can call her Grandma. As for this one, I think you already know of his existence. This is my elder brother. You can call him Uncle. Lu Wei felt a headache about what to call Lu Junhua's parents, as Lu Junhua's identity as a deity was a bit special. Unless Lu Wei's entire family were all deities and their levels surpassed Lu Junhua's, it would be complicated. I understand, Mother Goddess, but right now calling them Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle is fine, but it won't be in a while. You know the reason. Lu Junhua smiled and called out to Lu Wei's parents and elder brother, also mentioning that it wouldn't be possible later, with the reason being nothing more than the merging of the two worlds. This, Your Highness Kexarose, there's no need for formalities. I'm afraid you might give me a hard time in the world of Chronicles of the Gods, so let's just call each other by our names. Derlin originally wanted to respond to the title of Uncle, but then thought about it and realized that Lu Junhua was a being of moderate divine power in Chronicles of the Gods. and he still had to make a living there. All right, by the way, Mother Goddess, why can't I sense Father God's aura? Lu Junhua's power had been severely compressed after arriving in this world, reducing him to a demigod status, and this demigod status had its own issues. Lu Junhua's spell-casting level was continuously decreasing. Well, Siegel is not on this planet right now. He is waiting for us on another planet. We're going to meet him in a couple of days, and by the way, you should leave the coordinates of this world. Lu Wei smiled and mentioned her plans to meet Siegel's parents in a few days, also inquiring about some matters. I'm sorry, Mother Goddess, but I've stayed in this world long enough, so I will be forcibly sent back to my own world by the laws of your world. But don't worry about me. Mother Goddess, I'll be fine. By the way, if you have time, go to the Underdark. I found something there that will be useful for your family. In the last second before disappearing, Lu Junhua gave Lu Wei some advice. The Underdark? ISNT, that where the followers of the Spider Queen are? They've even established their own kingdom. By the way, Lu Wei, do you know what kinds of residents are in the Underdark? Derlin suddenly chimed in. Well, of course. I know. The residents of the Underdark are mostly from some evil races. Lu Wei gave an answer that seemed to be an answer, but also not quite one. Chapter 119, Yelai City. The Underdark, this is one of the regions controlled by the Spider Goddess, and it is considered one of the most chaotic places in the main plane. The area is dominated by drow elves, while races like bear goblins and wax golems can only exist under the rule of the drow elves, as everything here revolves around the worship of the Spider Goddess. Of course, there are deities that oppose the Spider Goddess, but currently, this deity is at a very low divine level with weak divine power, making it impossible for her to compete with the soon-to-be powerful Spider Goddess. However, this weak deity is backed by the powerful elven god King Corellon. So even though she is suppressed by the Spider Goddess, her situation isn't particularly bad. In the Underdark, near Yelai City, Lu Wei used an invisibility spell to hide and carefully observe the situation in Yelai City. A day ago, Mother Goddess, I recently discovered some things belonging to you in Yelai City in the Underdark. To be precise, they are things that could help you. You might want to check it out, but with your current level as a high-level mage, it might be a bit challenging. After meeting with Lu Wei's family, Lu Junhua sent a message to Lu Wei at the last moment, mentioning some opportunities related to her future. Okay, I understand. You need to be careful too. The world of deities is complex and ever-changing. I don't expect you to become the strongest among the gods, but you must protect yourself. If necessary, Empress Nuwa will also protect you. Lu Wei didn't understand why there would be an expectation that the Empress Nuwa would protect a deity with whom she had a shallow relationship. All right, I understand, but I really can't sense Empress Nuwa's situation. Her actions seemed to change like the laws of the world. When it came to Empress Nuwa, Lu Junhua frowned, as she had become very mysterious after ascending to divinity, elevating her existence to that of a law and no longer appearing in the main plane. That's great. What if Empress Nuwa has something going on? After Lu Wei finished this sentence, Lu Junhua's figure completely vanished from her sight, clearly because the universe Lu Wei was in repelled outsiders. Lu Wei, you're going to the Underdark? Derlin, who had been listening to the entire conversation, suddenly asked Lu Wei, as it wasn't safe for her to go to the Underdark alone. Yes, big brother, I must go to the Underdark. There are important things related to my path there. To be direct, my becoming a deity won't just be a simple divine position. I will comprehend the cycle of reincarnation through the combination of life and death, which is the divine position I will establish in the Chronicles of the Gods. Then through this divine position, I need to understand the cycle of the 4 seasons, and from that, grasp the ancient divine position of time. Time is the divine position I want to master, and I needed to uncover some secrets. Lu Wei briefly revealed her future plans. Let me tell you something else. First, I have a question. Why can I use spells and divine powers from the Chronicles of the Gods here? Why can Lu Junhua appear in the real world? What exactly has happened between these two worlds? Lu Wei fired off several questions, nearly causing Derlin and Aelgrin to faint. Are you saying that these two universes are undergoing transformation, or that they have already begun to make contact? Derlin and General Aelgrin asked in unison. Lu Wei was a bit surprised that her father and big brother would think of this, indicating that the federal army wasn't composed of incompetent individuals. Yes, according to what Lu Junhua said, the universe of Chronicles of the Gods, born from the blood of me and Siegel, is gradually enhancing its reality under the guidance of a certain consciousness in the universe. And the universe it is in contact with is our real world. Lu Wei simply explained what she knew to those present. No wonder. Someone in the army told me that a strange place appeared in the Ashid star system, where one could see images of other people. I think that situation refers to this. Lu Wei noticed her parents were contemplating this issue and nodded, pleased with their responsiveness. All right, that's basically what I currently know. Father, big brother, you can study these things I mentioned. I need to go to the Underdark to find something. After Lu Wei finished speaking, she returned to her room, as the equipment to return to the Chronicles of the Gods was in her room. Wait, Lu Wei, how can you go to the Underdark without calling me? Derlin suddenly woke up when he heard that Lu Wei was going back to her room and then heading alone to the Underdark in the Chronicles of the Gods. Big brother, you also want to go to the Underdark, but you still have to deal with the invitations. Why don't you stay in the real world for a couple of days? We still need to meet with Siegel's family. Lu Wei quickly interrupted Derlin's thoughts when she heard he wanted to follow her to the Underdark. Well, okay, but Lu Wei, you have successfully recovered your body. How are you going to enter the game? Are you going to log in directly with your mental power, like before? Big brother Derlin finally stopped pestering Lu Wei, but still asked a question. I don't know either. I think I should still log in directly with my mental power. If I enter the game with my real body, what if something unexpected happens? Lu Wei initially thought about entering the Chronicles of the Gods with her real body, but suddenly recalled some anime she had seen before and decided to log in with her mental power instead. All right, just be careful. Once I finish my business here, I will enter the Chronicles of the Gods to enhance my strength and see if I have a chance to comprehend my own divinity. It seemed that Lu Wei and Siegel's divinity had stimulated Derlin. Okay, big brother, just be cautious. If necessary, bring father and mother along. Their power in the game is not low, but not high either, so they need to improve together. Lu Wei actually wanted to improve her parents' strength herself, but she was still being hunted. Huh? Hunted? Speaking of which, if I escape to the Underdark, the Mage God won't have the ability to kill me there, right? That's the Spider Goddess's domain. Lu Wei suddenly thought of the benefits of going to the Underdark. Time returned to the Underdark, where Lu Wei was by the edge of Yelai City, observing some things about the city. Yelai City, in the language of the Drow elves, means the city under the goddess' hand. This indicates that this place is favored by the Spider Goddess. So, as a high-level mage with divine power who is not a follower of the Spider Goddess, can I really enter? Lu Wei noticed that the guards at Yelai City were still inspecting those entering and exiting, and she suddenly realized that her journey to the Underdark might not go smoothly. Level 7 spell, Shape Change. This level 7 spell is a modification of the transformation spell from this universe. It allows individuals to conceal their true identity. However, now this spell needs to deceive the terrifying Drow goddess who favors this city. Suddenly, Lu Wei's appearance changed, and a stunning Drow elf image appeared in her place. As for why Lu Wei transformed into a female Drow elf, there is a story behind it. The Spider Goddess, having been cast into the abyss by Corellon, the androgynous elven god king, has developed an intense dislike for males and for females who are more beautiful than herself. In the dark regions, there is no status lower than that of the bear goblins, except for the male drow among the drow elves. Their strength, due to certain reasons, places their status at the very bottom. Such a low status would definitely be looked down upon by some people in real life. It's really too low, so low that it's hard to believe. Well, now it's time to deal with my divine aura. My divinity contains the essence of life, but unfortunately, my understanding of death is insufficient. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation today. Oh, right. I remember that Nuwa taught Lu Junhua how to seal his divine position, divinity, and divine power. Perhaps I can give it a try. After thinking this, Lu Wei directly performed a sealing on her own body. This seal required finding an object to completely seal herself. It seems like it might work. Lu Wei felt herself and discovered that the life aura that had filled her body before had now turned into a heavy aura of death. Lu Wei checked herself again, finding no issues, so she swaggered up to the guards and then swaggered into Yelai City. In Yelai City, Lu Wei unleashed her pressure as a high-level mage and found that several people were able to withstand her pressure. Lu Wei maintained her high-level mage pressure until she arrived at a hotel and chose a room before finally relaxing. Lu Wei paid for 3 days' stay at the hotel and then returned to her room, setting up her defensive barrier. This is what is called being cautious. Strange. It seems that there are only a few high-ranking members in this city. How do they manage to protect Yelai's city? Is it solely due to the spider goddess's favor over this place? Lu Wei sat on the bed, pondering these questions.